Transcending into the realm of cultivation, Chu Xingchen awakens the disciple recruitment system, unveiling the attributes of his apprentices and embarking on a journey to forge the mightiest sect from scratch. First disciple, Li Yingling golden attribute, cultivation prodigy purple attribute, fortuitous blue attribute, beautiful. Second disciple, Li Xingtian golden attribute, reborn purple attribute, decisive and battle blue attribute, loyal and righteous. Third disciple, orange attribute, enigmatic demoness. Thus, an inconspicuous minor sect inexplicably emerges in the cultivation world, yet within it, every member is a talent. Chapter 1, whose pinnacle celestial art is called the Water Heart Sutra. Surely before the dilapidated mountain god temple. Master, is this truly the entrance to our world's foremost celestial sect? A young girl of ethereal beauty, with long black hair bound by a red ribbon, gazes at the crumbling temple before her, her expression teetering between words. The young man in tattered Taoist robes turns to look at the celestial seedling he had so laboriously coaxed. Chu Xingchen's handsome visage reveals a hint of an otherworldly demeanor as he proclaims, "It is not the height of the mountain that grants its fame, but the presence of immortals. You are still young. Do not be misled by the words of mere mortals." The girl in the pink flowing skirt suddenly appears enlightened. "I understand now, Master. Is it not true that there is a world within?" Indeed, as written in the Qishan Cultivation Chronicles, beyond a broken door lies a realm of resplendent gold and jade. Li Yingling, brimming with excitement, dashes forward to push open the weathered, drafty door, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. However, what greets her eyes is a half-destroyed statue, cobwebs still clinging to the beams overhead. The original offering table has been relocated to a broken wooden plank, seemingly repurposed as a desk, albeit tilted at an angle and propped up with stone. Nearby stands a rudimentary stone stove, atop which sits a small iron pot. Li Yingling perceives this as merely a dilapidated idol, abandoned and forlorn, akin to a beggar's dwelling. Chu Xingchen strides into the ruined temple, his demeanor calm and unperturbed, saying, "In the future, refrain from reading those tales penned by the common folk. They may cloud your mind. Wait, Master will dismantle the side panel of the statue for you to use as a bed. This temple is vast enough for your choosing." Li Yingling feels a wave of darkness wash over her, timidly asking, "Master, is cultivation truly like this?" Chu Xingchen confidently asserts, "Cultivation, it is precisely like this." Li Yingling hesitantly queries, "But other celestial sects are all resplendent and magnificent, with soaring peaks supporting vast palaces, are they not? Have you witnessed this with your own eyes, or is it merely hearsay? In the tales, is it not always described this way? You know it is but a tale. Nowadays, cultivation discards such notions. As long as one can become an immortal, that is the true essence of cultivation." Chu Xingchen emphasizes, what do those mundane beings know of cultivation? Do they understand the simplicity of the great Tao? Li Yingling weakly responds, "But this is too simplistic, is it not? Cease your prattle. Will you cultivate or not?" "I will." Chu Xingchen sits upon the wooden plank, clears his throat, and with a slight smile, beckons, "Then hasten to bow and pay your respects to your master." Upon hearing this, Li Yingling seems somewhat reluctant to move her feet. Yet, there is no turning back now. Returning home would mean being married off to the dullard son of Wang Xianxia, who requires feeding like a child and babbles incoherently upon seeing a woman. A dilapidated temple is far better than feeding an imbecile. Li Yingling kneels, suddenly knocking her forehead against the ground, exclaiming, "Master, I bow to you." Disciple Li Yingling pays her respects. Beginner task completed. Recruit 1 disciple. Reward granted. Flawless golden elixir. Analysis of Li Yingling reveals her spiritual root is a singular water attribute. Textbook issued. Supreme Taiyin True Mysterious Spirit Water Heart Sutra. Items have been added to the inventory. Chu Xingchen feels an overwhelming sense of elation. After 3 long years, he has successfully recruited a disciple with qualifications deemed adequate by the system. The system stipulates that only those with the potential to become immortals may be recognized as recruitable disciples. Is this not absurd? A spiritual root of at least grade 2 is required to be considered a celestial seedling. Not to mention, such individuals are as rare as phoenix feathers, and even if they exist, they are treasures coveted by the great sects. As a mere cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, where could he possibly find such a blind disciple? For 3 entire years, he had persisted through the realm of Xuanwu Kingdom, only to receive his first disciple. He glances at Li Yingling through the system panel before him. 2D. Lingling. Cultivation, none. Golden trait. Genius in immortal cultivation. Purple trait, fortunate. Blue trait, beautiful. Although this young girl also has the intention of being a human shield, she is aware that she became a disciple to avoid marrying the foolish son of the minister. Yet, with such attributes, what is there to reject? The reason for choosing to reside in this dilapidated temple is also to evade attention. The area around Shirlipa is desolate for 30 miles. It was no easy feat to find this broken temple. Otherwise, who would willingly dwell here? After 3 days of scheming, I finally managed to bring Lingling out. At last, I have completed the novice task. As the sound of task completion echoed, a surge of spiritual energy infused into me, causing my cultivation to rise steadily. A golden core gradually coalesced within my dantian. As a genius with a single spiritual root, Lingling is naturally sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy. However, she has yet to embark on the path of immortal cultivation and can only sense the aura emanating from Chu Xingchen, which suddenly elevated her perception. Master, what is this? Chu Xingchen casually replied, I am simply overjoyed to have you as my beloved disciple. A bit of the suppressed cultivation inadvertently leaked out. All right, you need not kneel anymore. Lingling nodded in realization and stood up, somewhat perplexed, and asked, what about the other disciples? As the foremost sect of Xuanwu Kingdom, I assume you have taken in many disciples, right? Where are they? Currently, you are the only one. Lingling was taken aback. Ah, Master, you? Chu Xingchen maintained a calm demeanor, saying, I follow the elite path, only accepting fated seedlings. I never take in misfits. Can this sect truly be called the foremost sect of Xuanwu Kingdom? If I alone can dominate Xuanwu Kingdom, why can it not be called the foremost sect? It's over. I should have listened to my mother's words. Handsome men are indeed deceitful. If Lingling had not witnessed Chu Xingchen genuinely opposing the minister's family for her sake, she would have thought she had encountered a fraud or a madman. Master, please do not deceive me. Chu Xingchen directly retrieved an ancient tome, the Wushang Taiyinjin Xuanling Shui Xinjing, from his system backpack. The aged, yellowed book appeared in his hand, crumpled and tattered. The characters on the cover were so smudged that they were indecipherable, but fortunately, the remaining 3 words were still remarkably clear. He tossed the book to Lingling beside him. You shall cultivate this. Once you do, you will know whether your master has deceived you. Hearing his master's unwavering tone, Lingling was filled with joy as she gazed at the cover of the book. The prominent characters were illegible, and the remaining 3 words. Lingling exclaimed in astonishment, Shui Xinjing? Then, she cast a look at Chu Xingchen with eyes that seemed to say, you tricked me again. What kind of top-tier celestial technique is called the Water Heart Sutra? This is utterly ridiculous. If the cover is this blurred, the contents must be a chaotic mess as well. Could it be that Master picked it up from some roadside stall? Wouldn't cultivating from this lead to a deviation? The premier techniques entails always exude an aura upon appearance, radiating with 5-colored brilliance. If this tattered book were cast onto the street, it would likely be used as toilet paper. Lingling looked at the shabby book in her hands and timidly inquired, Master, shall we not exchange it for another? Chapter 2. Has this Water Heart Sutra been revised 17 times? Li Yingling's unreasonable demands were naturally rebuffed by Chu Xingchen. The cultivation techniques provided by the system were capable of perfectly leading one to immortality, specifically tailored for one's spiritual roots. Even the grandest sects might not possess such treasures. Li Yingling should be secretly delighted to practice it rather than be picky. Moreover, there were no other cultivation methods at her disposal for this girl. As night fell, Li Yingling lay upon the cold wooden planks, lacking the soft pillows of home, making it exceedingly difficult for her to drift into slumber. Though she was clothed, without a blanket to cover her abdomen, she felt an overwhelming discomfort. Li Yingling softly called out, Master. Chu Xingchen's irritable response came. What are you doing awake at this hour? The draft at the temple entrance is making me cold. Yawning, Chu Xingchen replied, Get up and walk around a bit. You want tea feel cold after that? Li Yingling weakly retorted, But one tea, I just get cold again after lying down? With a hint of exasperation, Chu Xingchen said, As I told you, that technique is called the Supreme Taijin True Mystical Water Heart Sutra. Practice it boldly, and by the time you reach the 3rd or 4th layer of qi refinement, you won't feel cold anymore. Li Yingling quietly glanced at the sacred text of the Water Heart Sutra beside her. Master, your words are truly hard to believe. Fine, if I must, I shall persevere. I chose this master, and I shall continue to cultivate through tears. Gritting her teeth, Li Yingling rose, took the Water Heart Sutra, and approached the fire. She opened to the first page and read the first line. I, the water spirit, true monarch, declare that this technique is the exclusive masterpiece of the true monarch of the immortal realm. Wow, en immortale technique? Li Yingling's spirits lifted slightly as she glanced at the second line. I, the raging tide, true monarch, have penned this true water. I have revised it. The effects are more potent. Rest assured in your cultivation. Wow, an esteemed figure has thoughtfully revised it? Li Yingling nodded in satisfaction and shifted her gaze to the third line. I, the ocean-transcending true monarch, declare that the previous two are worthless, scribbling nonsense that misleads disciples. I have made revisions. Li Yingling swiftly scanned the first page. Goodness. The entire page began with proclamations from the author, denouncing the previous incompetence. According to the statements on the first page, this Water-Heart Sutra had been altered by at least 17 great beings, indicating it had undergone 17 revisions. With trembling hands, Li Yingling turned to the next page. Please, no more revisions. I, the Northern Sea Emperor, implore you, do not alter it again. Incompetent and reckless in writing. I nearly lost my way in my cultivation. This version, revised by me, is the final one. It is safe for practice. One last admonition. Do not alter it again. Her gaze moved to the next section. Fortunately, it appeared that no further changes had been made. However, a series of bold strokes of ink had obscured all the previously inscribed words. On this entire page, only one line remained unblemished. Water, the essence of the heavens and the earth, is indeed a profound statement, yet one devoid of substance. With decisive resolve, I turned the page. The entire sheet was obscured in black, save for a few words hastily inscribed in crimson, which themselves were marred by further strokes of darkness. A kaleidoscope of ink rendered the paper an inky abyss, only to be forcibly annotated in white paint. Such formidable beings are undeniably tenacious. The colorful script made Li Yingling's eyes swirl. She lifted her gaze toward Chu Xingchen, who lay on the wooden plank, and weakly spoke. Master, I fear I have succumbed to madness. Is there time for you to save me? Chu Xingchen propped himself up, observing Li Yingling, who crouched by the fire, cradling the Water-Heart Sutra, and sighed. Do not worry. Simply cultivate, and you shall not fall into madness. As your master, how could I let you come harm? Master, did you not procure this from the roadside? She queried. Did you not see it? Do you believe one could find such a sutra by the roadside? Upon hearing this, Li Yingling glanced down and indeed noted the excessive use of counterfeit ink. With a faint voice, she implored, Master, I truly wish to cultivate. Please protect me. Rising from the wooden plank, Chu Xingchen approached her and nodded. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. Once you cultivate, you will comprehend the true power of this Water-Heart Sutra. Master, you have already named it the Water-Heart Sutra. She protested. What else can be done? With a reluctant heart, Li Yingling persevered through the altered text, which bore little resemblance to the original, and began her practice. The moment she engaged in cultivation, a palpable difference enveloped her. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth swiftly coalesced, surging towards Li Yingling. Following the sutra's guidance, she absorbed the ethereal essence. Traversing through her meridians, a natural sensation radiated throughout her being. Chu Xingchen, in astonishment, witnessed Li Yingling rapidly break through to the first layer of qi refinement. As her aura solidified, she abruptly ascended to the second layer. This prodigy is truly astonishing. Such talent is indeed remarkable. Disciple, Li Yingling has advanced to the second layer of qi refinement. Return of 100% cultivation. Chu Xingchen's eyes sparkled with delight. Could such fortune exist? A gentle, ethereal energy flowed into his being. He hastily endeavored to sense this energy, but discerned little. For he was far beyond the second layer of qi refinement in his golden core stage. Perhaps it was for the best. At least he need not worry about being surpassed by her. He would always remain a golden core ahead of her. In the dead of night, after a careful observation, Chu Xingchen found no significant issues with Li Yingling and returned to the wooden plank, yawning as he intended to continue his slumber. After all, this sutra was produced by the system. It should pose no problems. Meanwhile, Li Yingling seemed to have developed an addiction to cultivation, practicing from the depths of night until the break of dawn. Sunlight streamed through the broken door, illuminating the temple. Master, Master, with a slight haze. Chu Xingchen opened his eyes, finding Li Yingling gazing at him with adoration in her large eyes. What is it? Chu Xingchen asked, puzzled. Li Yingling exclaimed excitedly. I've reached the 5th level of Qi Cultivation. I achieved it in just one night. That water sutra truly is an exceptional celestial technique. Yawning, Chu Xingchen turned away, intending to resume his slumber, yet he offered a perfunctory compliment. Very well done. Observing Chu Xingchen's inclination to return to sleep, Li Yingling quickly interjected, Master, I haven't established my foundation yet, so I cannot practice fasting. I've been hungry all day, and there is nothing to eat in this desolate wilderness. Do you have any solutions? With a sigh of resignation, Chu Xingchen replied, Did you not mention that this is a remote area? Just go outside and catch some wild chickens. You've reached the 5th level of Qi Cultivation. Surely you can catch at least one wild chicken? Li Yingling was momentarily taken aback. This is not how it was when I came to seek your guidance. How had her master changed so much after she pledged her loyalty? She had no idea how to catch a wild chicken. But seeing Chu Xingchen lying motionless on the wooden board, she thought perhaps this is the nature of cultivation, much like that water sutra. Reassuring herself, Li Yingling picked up a nearby stick and stepped out of the temple, determined to hunt a wild chicken. Just as she crossed the threshold, Chu Xingchen's voice called out, Remember to leave 2 drumsticks for your master. The newly refined Li Yingling nearly stumbled at his words. Chapter 3. Rest assured, my disciple, I shall keep watch for you. When Li Yingling returned to the dilapidated temple, her face smeared with dirt and her pink flowing skirt caked in mud, it was already noon. She had traded her stick for a wild rabbit. Although her initial target had been a wild chicken, they perched high in the trees, making them elusive. Thus, she had settled for a poor rabbit, feeling a pang of guilt. The rabbit was undeniably adorable. Yet was not her own empty stomach more deserving of pity? Pushing open the temple door, Li Yingling's gaze fell upon her unkempt master, who was tending to hot water. Chu Xingchen looked at her disheveled appearance and sighed. I asked you to hunt, not to be hunted. Li Yingling was almost incensed, ready to retort, but the power of the water sutra lingered in her mind. Perhaps her master was indeed a remarkable figure, maybe even testing her resilience. She could only weakly protest, it's not that easy to catch them. Chu Xingchen, taking the rabbit from her hands and examining it by its ears. Too thin. Next time, catch a plumper one. They roast better. Observing Li Yingling esa crastfallendamiano. He reassured her confidently. No need to wear that expression. Wait until I demonstrate a technique. You'll have renewed motivation for your next hunt. Li Yingling, puzzled by his words, then watched as Chu Xingchen produced a dagger from his possession. Demonstrating a remarkable proficiency, he adeptly handled a charming rabbit, subsequently summoning a torrent of water with a flick of his 5-element technique to cleanse it thoroughly. The benefits of traversing the realm of Xuanwu are manifold, for it is replete with an abundance of spices and seasonings, all of which found their way into his spatial ring. Due to the ring's lack of motion, it preserved the ingredients remarkably well. He retrieved garlic and scallions, preparing to create a dish of exquisitely spicy rabbit head. The left side was braised to perfection, while the right side was infused with garlic aroma. Soon, 3 exquisite dishes made from the rabbit graced the table, each a feast for the senses. Chu Xingchen slid a plate of rabbit head towards Li Yingling, proclaiming, This is your first venture into the wild. You must savor this exquisite rabbit head. As she gazed at the once adorable rabbit transformed into a tantalizing delicacy, unbidden tears welled up in her eyes. However, instinctively, Li Yingling hesitated at the prospect of consuming the head. As a young and compassionate maiden, she found eating rabbit meat to be a considerable challenge, let alone the head. Yet, this reluctance swiftly crumbled upon tasting the exquisite, spicy flavor that was utterly irresistible. After just a few bites, the ordinary rabbit meat before her had vanished. Li Yingling soon realized her master's words rang true. This rabbit was far too lean and simply insufficient to fill her. Her gaze then gravitated towards her own limits. That tantalizing spicy rabbit head. Her inner turmoil did not escape Chu Xingchen's keen observation, who seized the moment to tease her, saying, Are you truly not going to eat it? If you won't, I shall. With a hint of mischief, he added, I will eat it. Li Yingling felt a wave of shame for her lack of resolve. While consuming rabbit meat was one thing, gnawing on its head felt entirely different. Cursed be her master. How delicious it smelled. Since tasting Chu Xingchen's culinary skills, Li Yingling's enthusiasm for venturing into the wild had significantly surged. The invigorating sense of progress from her training kept her awake at night, and she diligently pursued her cultivation. Chu Xingchen wished to take on the role of a guiding master, yet opportunities were scarce. Everything appeared to be going well, and this disciple seemed rather easy to manage. However, The living conditions of the dilapidated temple were intolerable for someone of Li Yingling's noble lineage. She meticulously cleaned the temple, sweeping away cobwebs and mending the drafty doors. She even dismantled the last 2 wooden planks of the altar to create a separate sleeping area for her wooden bed. Chu Xingchen had no objections, understanding her perspective as a young lady of distinction. Yet, he pondered that if he would take on another disciple in the future, they might have to make do with a pile of straw. Half a month later, under the cover of night, Li Yingling leaned against the fire, blissfully savoring a roasted chicken leg. Yet she spoke with a hint of despondency. "Master, I have been stuck at the 9th layer of chi refinement for quite some time." Chu Xingchen sprinkled seasoning over the roasted chicken and replied, "Practice diligently, and you shall ascend." Li Yingling cleared her throat softly. "Master, when I read those tales, they often mention miraculous pills and spiritual herbs as aids for breakthroughs. As the foremost sect of the Xuanwu kingdom, and you being its leading cultivator, surely you possess a few potent elixirs?" Chu Xingchen raised his gaze to meet Li Yingling's eager expression. In essence, her words implored him to unveil the treasures of alchemy. Amusingly, he mused to himself that he possessed no such elixirs. After all, he had yet to advance beyond the foundation establishment stage. And what could a teacher of that level possibly offer in terms of wondrous pills? Yet, it was not entirely hopeless. Glancing at the night sky, he considered that the Xuanwu kingdom, being remote, did not boast the abundance of golden core cultivators of the central continent did. Here, in this secluded realm, achieving golden core status was already tantamount to being an elder. Now, as a flawless golden core cultivator, he found himself emboldened to undertake actions he once deemed impossible. Resolute, Chu Xingchen declared, "Hurry and eat. Once you're done, I shall take you to our sect's medicinal fields to procure some spiritual herbs for you." Li Yingling's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Our sect has medicinal fields?" I wandered around these desolate outskirts and saw nothing of the sort. Chu Xingchen replied with a hint of annoyance. "This wretched place lacks spiritual veins. Do you think spiritual herbs grow like giant radishes, merely needing a hole to be buried in?" At that moment, Li Yingling paid no heed to the absurdity of radishes. The realization that her sect possessed more than just a dilapidated temple exhilarated her. It dawned on her that their sect might not be as impoverished as she had thought, and her spirits soared with the prospect of a breakthrough in her foundation establishment. She found the roasted chicken leg in her hand more delectable than ever, quickly devouring it without a care for decorum. "Master, I'm full, let us hurry." Chu Xingchen could only shake his head in bemusement. The girl's eagerness for his elixirs was hardly concealed. Nevertheless, it was prudent to depart soon, as time was of the essence. With a sigh, he replied, "Let us go." Under the darkened skies, the master and disciple ventured southeast. An hour later, while traversing the rugged mountain path, Li Yingling could not restrain her curiosity. "Master, is this medicinal field truly so remote? The spiritual veins are like this. We are nearly there," he reassured her. Half an hour later, Li Yingling finally glimpsed the medicinal field Chu Xingchen had described. To her surprise, the spiritual herbs indeed radiated a distinct charm, illuminated by the moonlight. They shimmered with a brilliance that danced in harmony with the night. The protective measures surrounding the field were commendable, encased within a light yellow barrier safeguarding this modest expanse. Her excitement surged as she turned her gaze to Chu Xingchen, but her enthusiasm waned upon witnessing his actions. He was carefully channeling his spiritual energy to discreetly dissolve a sizable opening in the barrier. After surveying the surroundings, I grasped a burlap sack in my hands. "I will keep watch. You go inside and take whatever catches your eye. This is our own spiritual field, so no need to be polite." Upon hearing these words, Li Yingling felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, teetering on disbelief. "Master, are you truly setting your disciple up for failure?" Chapter 4. That wretched thief, stealing the elixir of resurrection from me. As I stared at the burlap sack that had been thrust into my hands, the gravity of the situation dawned on me. At this moment, I was not naive enough to ignore the fact that this was the medicinal field of another sect. As a well-bred noblewoman, the act of thievery challenged my moral boundaries. I intended to voice my concerns, yet the silencing gesture from Chu Xingchen startled me into silence. "Keep your voice down. Don't wake the brothers inside, who are peacefully slumbering. Quickly now, take whatever you see, the sack in my hand, the spiritual plants within." And the urgency for my master compelled me. At this juncture, I had no choice but to act. Gritting my teeth, I cautiously slipped through the large opening. Hadn't the tales proclaimed that the realm of cultivation is rife with deceit? My ascension to immortality would inevitably hinder someone else's aspirations. As I entered the spiritual field, the anxiety within me rendered me oblivious to the intricacies of the plants. I hastily uprooted the nearest spiritual herb, disregarding its potential effects and the appropriateness of my methods, cramming everything into the burlap sack. As I continued, an exhilarating thrill began to take hold, prompting me to seek out the most luminescent specimens. These glowing herbs resembled candles. I could use them as lamps upon my return. By the time I filled the sack to the brim, I was still yearning for more as I prepared to flee. Now, it was Chu Xingchen's turn to be taken aback. Goodness, this medicinal field was not large to begin with, considering it belonged to a minor sect. Given my current status, I dared not provoke a major sect. Your lack of restraint was evident, as nearly a quarter of the herbs had been uprooted. Just as Li Yingling dashed out, her excitement may have caused her to lose her footing. The drowsy disciples tending the medicinal field were roused from their slumber. Blinking in confusion, they quickly noticed the significant depletion of their herbs, particularly several urgently needed by the sect leader, which had been uprooted entirely. Which foolhardy thief dares to steal the herbs of resurrection? Can't you see the sect leader is in dire need? The guard disciples bellowed, promptly ringing the alarm bell. Thief! Someone come quickly! We have a thief! Li Yingling's heart raced at the sudden commotion. Chu Xingchen, quick to react, seized her hand and activated a technique to burrow into the earth, hastily making their escape. In the distance, she faintly heard that wretched thief stealing the precious immortal herbs I painstakingly gathered. Furong, I'm so sorry. The earth-burrowing technique employed by Chu Xingchen was a skill specifically designed for swift retreats, honed through diligent practice, enabling him to move with remarkable speed. Once again leaping into an unknown location, Chu Xingchen adeptly set about obscuring his tracks to confound the enemy, subsequently retreating in the opposite direction with Li Yingling in tow. This sequence of actions was repeated at least 8 times before he cautiously returned to the dilapidated temple. Taking the burlap sack from the still frightened Li Yingling, Chu Xingchen began to classify the spiritual herbs within. After discerning 2 of the herbs, he furrowed his brow in disapproval. Why did this girl only bring back herbs for enhancing yang energy? Li Yingling, still shaken, inquired, Master, do you think we will be caught? Chu Xingchen replied with a calm demeanor. No, I have already made the necessary preparations. We are quite secure. Reflecting on Chu Xingchen's practiced movements and the swift earth evasion he had executed, it was evident that he was no novice. Li Yingling curiously asked, Master, do you often engage in such activities? Not frequently, he replied, but during my earlier, less powerful days while traversing the Xuanwu kingdom, I often found myself in troublesome situations. And thus it became a convenient practice. Now that your cultivation is likely advanced, why do you still run? She queried. Shouldn't you confront them directly? Chu Xingchen selected the spiritual herbs and remarked, there is no need to overthink it. That sect has had minor grievances with me in the past. Today, uprooting a few of their herbs will suffice as reparation. Intrigued, Li Yingling asked, what grievances? Chu Xingchen sighed. The sect leader has a partner who is quite attractive but of questionable character, yet the leader is deeply enamored. Subsequently, the partner attempted to seduce me, drawn to my unmatched aura, but was thwarted each time by the leader's vigilance. I explained to him that I was not the only target of seduction. His eldest disciple was also entangled with his partner. Upon hearing this, he became even more enraged, and thus I was pursued by that old dog for 3 days and nights. Li Yingling could not suppress her laughter at this tale. Chu Xingchen cast her a sidelong glance, but said nothing, continuing to sort the herbs meticulously. He then selected a few herbs of suitable age, removed their roots, and tossed them directly into a nearby pot. The other herbs, which were not immediately needed, were set aside and placed into a spatial ring. Igniting the fire, he added water and began the boiling process. The beginner's gift from the system included basic alchemy and crafting techniques. Unfortunately, one required a Dan furnace while the other needed a forge. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that while crafting necessitated a forge, alchemy could be performed in a pot, albeit with somewhat inferior results. Moreover, the appearance of the concoction would certainly not match that of a true alchemical furnace's output. With focused intent, he commenced the alchemical process. Remarkably, after achieving the golden core stage, his control over spiritual energy had become far more adept. The essence from the herbs was swiftly extracted, and the pot of water soon transformed into a vibrant green hue. Following this, he intensified the heat to concentrate the concoction, preserving its medicinal properties. A full pot of liquid was condensed into a droplet the size of a single pill. Chu Xingchen cautiously enveloped the droplet with spiritual energy, then turned to Li Yingling and said, "Open your mouth, my good disciple." Li Yingling was left dumbfounded. Wasn't alchemy supposed to yield solid pills? Why was it her turn to receive a liquid one? Moreover, the greenish liquid resembled poison more than anything else. How was she supposed to open her mouth for that? With a hint of hesitation, Li Yingling asked, "Master, are you certain this could be consumed? If it weren't for the fact that directly consuming the spirit cultivation grass yields poor results and side effects, I wouldn't bother refining this for you," Chu Xingchen replied, somewhat exasperated. "Hurry and open your mouth, consume it, and then go practice." Reluctantly, Li Yingling opened her mouth and swallowed the green liquid pill. As the liquid burst forth in her mouth, an intensely bitter taste made her grimace, almost causing her to regurgitate it. However, the effect was indeed remarkable. The spiritual energy within her body began to surge. She hurried back to her bed, settled into a cross-legged position, and commenced her cultivation. Chu Xingchen observed Li Yingling's condition carefully. After confirming that everything was fine, he returned to his own bed and opened the system interface. There were two novice tasks. One was to recruit a qualified disciple, and the other was for the disciple to reach the foundation establishment stage. Upon Li Yingling's foundation establishment, the second novice task would also be completed, rewarding him with a tome of divine abilities. Subsequently, formal tasks would be unlocked. Tears welled up. Whoever heard of novice tasks taking over 3 years to complete? Chapter 5. In this life, reclaim everything. It turned out that refining pills in an iron pot yielded quite satisfactory results. Li Yingling began to absorb spiritual power voraciously, preparing to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Chu Xingchen quickly retrieved several spirit stones from his spatial ring and arranged them into a simple spirit gathering formation to ensure that Li Yingling had enough spiritual energy for her breakthrough. The Water Heart Sutra had been studied by Chu Xingchen as well, although it appeared somewhat bewildering. It was indeed crafted by an emperor and was written with the path to perfect foundation establishment in mind. After all, how could one become an immortal with an unstable foundation? Only with a fully nourished inner essence and a clear divine platform could one smoothly achieve foundation establishment. As a superior celestial seedling, her cultivation progress was swift, yet her foundation remained solid. After all, she was the first disciple taken under Chu Xingchen's wing. He certainly would not neglect her. Observing Li Yingling's aura gradually retreating inward, Chu Xingchen understood that this time it was secure. Half an hour later, the system notification sounded. Big disciple Li Yingling has broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Rewards distributed. Divine ability, 3,000 weak waters sword. Formal task released. Recruit 2 qualified disciples. Reward, spirit gathering formation. Formal task 2. Recruit 3 qualified disciples. Reward, true martial hall. The main quest unfolded as anticipated. However, finding disciples was no simple task. Chu Xingchen let out a soft sigh. Upon completing his meditation, Li Yingling, with eyes sparkling with joy, was about to speak when he noticed Chu Xingchen gazing at him with an empty expression, followed by another sigh. Had he faltered in his cultivation? Li Yingling quickly scanned his inner condition, but everything appeared perfectly normal. What could be amiss? Was his foundation-building method flawed? Yet, after several careful observations, he found no issues whatsoever. This was indeed the gravest concern. Li Yingling timidly asked, "Master, am I doomed?" Snapping back to reality, Chu Xingchen cast a bewildered glance at Li Yingling. "What nonsense are you spouting?" He retrieved a tome of divine abilities from the system space and tossed it to Li Yingling. "This is a divine technique, the ultimate trump card for a cultivator. Practice it diligently." Catching the flying tome, Li Yingling glanced at the cover, which was pristine and well-organized, with the title 3,000 Weak Waters sword elegantly inscribed. As he cautiously opened it, he found it differed from his expectations, having been revised several times. This tome was immaculate, the characters flowing and beautiful. It resembled something one might stumble upon at a roadside stall. Yet Li Yingling dismissed the thought, having experienced the trials of the Water Sutra. As long as he hadn't rendered himself incapable, practicing anything now was an act of unwavering trust in his master. Joyously perusing the sword techniques within the tome, he soon felt something was still missing. "Master, do you have a sword?" he inquired, his words unintentionally sounding somewhat disrespectful. "Navartalas." Chu Xingchen understood Li Yingling's intent. He glanced at Li Yingling and then promptly dismantled a small piece of his wooden bed, swiftly carving it into a wooden sword with his spiritual energy before tossing it to Li Yingling. Practice with it. If it breaks, I'll make you a new one. There are plenty of trees outside. Over the course of the following weeks, Li Yingling grew accustomed to his master's idiosyncrasies and quietly picked up the simple wooden sword that had been discarded on the ground. He then retreated back to his own wooden bed, seemingly unfazed by his recent breakthrough into the foundation building stage. Chu Xingchen sighed once more, pondering where to find a disciple with such potential. The betrayals of the past, the deep-seated grievances of yesteryear. In this lifetime, I shall exact my revenge in blood. Li Xingtian's gaze remained calm and resolute, his straw sandals worn and bloodied. In his previous life, he possessed average talent, joining the Qingfeng sect and enduring countless humiliations. After finally obtaining a treasured artifact, he surged from the southern continent to the vast central continent. Even in a realm teeming with geniuses, he earned the title of prodigy. Alas, in his youthful ignorance, he was deceived by a vile demoness from the dark sect, leaving him with nothing. Even his cultivated nascent soul was drained by that wretched demoness. The most infuriating part was that he had never even held her hand. How utterly despicable. Given the opportunity for rebirth, I have resolved to remain unattached to women in this lifetime. My destination is the mountain god temple nestled within the woods of Shirley Slope. Within this temple lies a stone containing the essence of a millennium-old bone jade. By absorbing and melting this essence and taming the inner demons, one can undergo a profound transformation, shedding the old self and transcending into a higher existence. The reason for the existence of this temple in such a remote area, devoid of human presence for miles, is that a powerful being has left this opportunity for those fortunate enough to encounter it. In my previous life, I was one of those fortunate individuals. In this life, I am determined to arrive even sooner, as I am still that destined person. The concept of fate is indeed ineffable. As I, Li Xingtian, traversed a familiar steep slope, my spirits soared, for beyond this incline lay the mountain god temple. With excitement, I raised my gaze. I beheld not only the temple itself, but also a young and strikingly beautiful female cultivator clad in a flowing pink dress. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her visage resembled that of a blossoming peach. Wielding a wooden sword, she practiced her swordsmanship with grace, exuding an enchanting aura of spiritual energy. Were an ordinary person to witness her, they would undoubtedly proclaim her a celestial fairy. However, I, Li Xingtian, felt a surge of frustration. Damn it, a woman. Though I was filled with ire, I did not hasten forward. Undoubtedly, the maiden before me was a cultivator who had embarked upon the path of immortality, while I was merely a lowly practitioner at the second layer of chi refinement. I decided to observe her closely. Upon careful scrutiny, I discerned something remarkable. This young woman was not merely practicing ordinary swordsmanship. No, she was wielding a profound sword technique, a divine ability perfectly attuned to her being. Such abilities are the lifelong aspirations of countless cultivators. In the central continent, only those who master divine abilities can be deemed exceptional. I too possess a divine ability, but pales in comparison to my current cultivation method, rendering it less effective. Nevertheless, within the same realm, as long as my opponent lacks a divine ability, I can dominate effortlessly. What made me even more envious was that this young maiden's displayed spiritual power appeared to be at the foundation establishment stage. A foundation establishment girl possessing a divine ability that complements her so well. Even with my rebirth and memories from my previous life, I would not dare to entertain such a beautiful dream. Which prestigious sect in the central continent has sent forth such a remarkable core disciple to wander the world? Surely, there must be elders from the sect accompanying her for protection. A sudden realization struck me. My presence might have been detected. I quickly retreated carefully down the slope. Indeed, timing is crucial when it comes to seizing opportunities. I had arrived too early. Cursing myself quietly, I prepared to leave the area. However, just as I turned, a wooden sword was thrust directly at my throat. The practicing maiden's expression was cold, her voice frigid as she demanded, "Who sent you? Is it the ministry of the Xuanwu Kingdom or the Ta Qing sect that has discovered our presence?" Chapter 6, The Protagonist Template. Faced with a wooden sword pressed against his throat, Li Xingtian decisively yielded, having already done so many times in his previous life within the sect. He raised his hands high and exclaimed, I do not know the individuals you refer to. Liining's gaza sharpnat coldly raturting. Then what brings you here? As Li Xingtian's thoughts raced, contemplating an excuse to deflect, a voice floated from the direction of the temple. Surely, our sect has gained a reputation far and wide. This young talent must be here to join us. No? Li Xingtian turned his head to see a handsome young man in tattered robes leaning against the doorframe, a smile gracing his face as he regarded him. Li Yingling, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Master, I think that might be rather unlikely. If she were oblivious to the true nature of their so-called sect, she would be nothing short of a fool. While her master possessed considerable cultivation, it was improbable that he could dominate the Xuanwu kingdom. His identity was suspect, and it was unclear where such exceptional techniques originated. To claim they were renowned enough to attract disciples was merely the stuff of dreams." Chu Xingchen sauntered over, scrutinizing the young man before him. Short hair, slightly lean, and despite having a sword pointed at his throat, his expression remained remarkably calm. A glance at the system revealed. Target, Li Xingtian. Cultivation, second layer of Qi refinement. Golden trait, rebirth. Purple trait, decisive in battle. Blue trait, deeply loyal. Meets the conditions for taking on a disciple. The system had just indicated that an individual meeting the conditions for discipleship was nearby. With a sweep of his consciousness, he discovered that this person had been apprehended by Li Yingling. Chu Xingchen regarded the youth before him with intrigue. A reincarnator, indeed a protagonist template, he mused. Especially with the loyalty trait, it was clear he was the sect leader's cherished disciple, albeit male. Such a rare opportunity to acquire a willing disciple should not be overlooked. Li Xingtian, feeling the penetrating gaze of Chu Xingchen, was startled. He had not anticipated that instead of guardian, his master would personally come forth. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously inquired, "May I ask which sect this esteemed elder represents?" Upon hearing this question, Li Yingling's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she turned to Chu Xingchen, for she too was unaware, every time she had inquired. Her master had skillfully evaded the topic without providing an answer. In truth, this question had long troubled not only Li Yingling, but also Chu Xingchen. As someone who struggled with naming, he had always yearned for a name that was both profound and elegant. Now, confronted with Li Xingtian's puzzled expression, he realized that he must speak, lest this prospective disciple slip away. He cast his gaze toward the heavens. Subsequently, Chu Xingchen languidly remarked, "The name of the sect is the Heavenly Path Alliance." The Heavenly Path Alliance? Li Xingtian's pupils constricted in astonishment. How audacious to take the name of the Heavenly Path. It dawned on him that his previous perspective had been too narrow. He had long heard whispers of various secluded immortal sects in the central continent. It seemed these two were indeed from one such hidden sect. Li Xingtian quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "I am merely passing through and mean no disturbance." Chu Xingchen promptly raised his hand to interrupt Li Xingtian, his gaze narrowing as if he had discerned something. "You carry the scent of karmic ties. Is this time itself?" At these words, Li Xingtian's heart raced, and he dared not lift his gaze to meet Chu Xingchen's eyes. This individual could perceive the very fabric of time and karma. What level of cultivation was this? Was it transformation or tribulation? To encounter such a formidable figure even in the remote regions of southern Jiangbu continent? Could it be that he too sought the bone jade? Yet in his previous life, he had obtained the bone jade, indicating that this senior had not found it. Why entertain thoughts of the bone jade at such a moment? This person had already discerned the discrepancies in his karmic ties. Did he know I am a reborn individual? Surely, this esteemed figure would not abduct me for research purposes? As Li Xingtian's mind spiraled into a tempest of thoughts, another individual was equally consumed by the desire to deceive the reborn youth before him. After a moment, Chu Xingchen spoke again, his tone contemplative. "Young man, bearing great karmic ties can be both a blessing and a curse." Li Xingtian was momentarily taken aback. Sensing that the elder was offering a warning and eagerly pressed on, "What does the esteemed senior mean by this?" Feigning profundity, Chu Xingchen proclaimed, "Time is a torrent, a grand force, a law. To swim against the current could lead to one's demise or to fame beyond measure." Li Xingtian took a deep breath, seemingly grasping Chu Xingchen's implication, and resolutely declared, "Whether it leads to ruin or renown, I have come to understand my purpose in this life." Pleased, Chu Xingchen nodded with an expression that conveyed his approval of the young man's spirit. Cultivating immortality is, after all, an act of defying the heavens. A flicker of conflict crossed Chu Xingchen's face before he sighed and said, Very well. It seems fate has intertwined our paths. Would you be willing to join my fold? Li Xingtian was momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at Chu Xingchen, his words caught in his throat. Understanding his apprehension, Chu Xingchen recognized that Li Xingtian was merely fearful of being ensnared in a trap, given that Li Xingtian was a reborn soul, currently at the second level of qi refinement, and with his feet bloodied from toil. It was clear that this dilapidated temple held something of great significance for him. What could this treasure be? It was evident that it was the very opportunity that would change his fate. Seemingly piercing through Li Xingtian's thoughts, Chu Xingchen scoffed. You underestimate the world too greatly. What you consider a supreme treasure is, in our eyes, merely an inconsequential item. Go inside and seize your destiny. Li Xingtian's hidden secrets were laid bare, and he looked at Chu Xingchen, astonishment etched on his features. Chu Xingchen maintained an air of aloofness as he remarked, "It is a pity that your vision is so limited, failing to recognize what constitutes true opportunity." Li Xingtian, grappling internally, nevertheless clasped his fists and replied, "I am grateful for your magnanimity, esteemed senior, but I find myself unaccustomed to the constraints of sex, and I hope for your understanding." Chu Xingchen silently shook his head, turning away to no longer regard him. Li Yingling, allow him to depart. Although uncertain of her master's intentions or the enigmatic exchange between the two, she was unwavering in her respect for her master when the occasion called for it. Li Yingling sheathed her wooden sword and respectfully inclined her hands toward Chu Xingchen, saying, "Yes, master." Meanwhile, she discreetly winked at Chu Xingchen, indicating her compliance. Chu Xingchen nodded in evident satisfaction. Li Xingtian once more expressed his gratitude with a bow and then ascended the small slope, daring not to glance back, before stepping into the temple. Within the temple, signs of life were evident, markedly different from Li Xingtian's initial visit. Even the wooden boards beneath the deity's statue had been cleared away. Li Xingtian's heart raced as he hurried to the statue, reaching out to touch the floor, only to discover that the small stone he remembered was no longer there. What had happened? Had the senior taken it? Yet, his demeanor was so nonchalant, and his cultivation profound beyond measure. At this moment, Li Xingtian had only reached the second level of qi refinement. He felt he had no power to act on a whim. Where could that item have gone? The item you seek has been repurposed to prop up a table leg. Chu Xingchen's voice drifted from behind him. Li Xingtian refrained from turning to look, instead following Chu Xingchen's directive to glance at the table leg beside him. Indeed, the coveted Millennium Bone Jade was being used as a support. Chapter hit. Halt. Although he had seen it, Li Xingtian did not immediately reach for it. Instead, he turned once more, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed senior." Chu Xingchen waved his hand dismissively, his expression serene. Li Xingtian gradually rose, moving directly toward the Millennium Bone Jade that had occupied his thoughts since its rebirth. Lifting the table leg, he reclaimed the stone-like jade, feeling as though a great weight had finally been lifted from his heart. After bowing once more in thanks to Chu Xingchen, Li Xingtian hurriedly exited the dilapidated temple. Watching Li Xingtian depart, Li Yingling then stepped into the broken temple. Her tone slightly perplexed as she inquired, "Master, you simply let him go like that? Why, when you typically shun any unbeneficial engagements, would you so generously allow someone to take something and leave?" Upon hearing her words, Chu Xingchen promptly abandoned his lofty demeanor, responding, "You should practice at home first. I have matters to attend to." Li Yingling revealed an expression that suggested her master ought to act this way. Yet before Chu Xingchen departed, she curiously asked, "Master, is our sect truly called the Heavenly Tao Alliance?" After all, the words of the master are not always the truth. They may even be a ruse to deceive that foolish lad. With a dismissive remark, Chu Xingchen transformed into a dazzling arc of light and departed. Li Yingling pondered thoughtfully while stroking his chin. Soon, he summoned his spiritual energy, and his wooden sword flew into his hand. Perhaps he should practice a bit. He was on the verge of mastering the 3,000-week water sword. Li Yingling had a persistent feeling that once he grasped this challenging technique, a qualitative leap would follow. Having been hailed as a genius throughout his life, this was the first time he felt exasperated by this divine skill's unyielding nature. 5 days had passed, and he found himself still teetering on the brink of initiation. It was no wonder the master was eager to take on new disciples. Perhaps his innate talent seemed somewhat lacking in the master's eyes. With a sigh, Li Yingling resolved to try harder. Li Xingtian, with unwavering determination, set his sights on the nearest town. The refinement of this Millennium Bone Jade required a tranquil, secure space, and he would need a full day to complete it. Returning to the original, foolish sect was not an option. After all, he had stealthily slipped away from it. He was likely already marked as a fugitive by the sect. He decided to rent a room at an inn in the nearby town, ensuring he paid the attendants generously to avoid disturbance. Once he refined the Millennium Bone Jade, he would swiftly make his way to the central continent, where further opportunities awaited him. Yet, a lingering thought weighed heavily on his mind. The words of that elder continued to echo in his thoughts. Had he truly missed out on a significant opportunity? With a sigh, he reflected on how profoundly disillusioned he had become with his former sect. In his past life, he had achieved the title of a prodigy in the central continent without relying on the sect. Surely, he could do the same in this life. Why then should he cling to a so-called sect? Resolute in his decision, he cleared his mind of distractions. If he were to embark on this path, he would have no regrets. A day later, after traversing mountains and rivers, Xianxia finally reached his destination, a sizable town. Upon arriving at the inn, he did not hastily ascend to the second-floor guest rooms to refine the Millennium Bone Jade. Instead, he ordered a lavish meal. After all, as a mere cultivator at the second layer of chi refining, the journey had left him famished, having long consumed his provisions. He hadn't felt such hunger in quite some time, and the sensation was oddly invigorating. However, his amusement was short-lived. He soon encountered disciples from the Qingfeng sect before meeting Xianxia. On the second floor, several outer disciples, adorned in white garments with green borders, descended the stairs. Noticing them from the corner of his eye, Xianxia quickly lowered his head to avoid detection, cursing his misfortune inwardly. Alas, the more one fears something, the more it tends to manifest. One of the Qingfeng disciples scanned the first floor and spotted the bowed head of Xianxia. He felt a sense of familiarity, and then, as if recalling something, he hastily reached out to grasp the sleeve of the leading senior brother ahead. Noticing the puzzled gaze of the senior, the disciple quickly signaled with his eyes for him to look towards Xianxia. Following his gaze, the senior narrowed his eyes and approached Xianxia's table with 4 disciples in tow. Upon arriving, he boldly took a seat beside Xianxia, his sharp gaze piercing through as he inquired, Are you the infamous Xianxia listed on the red name board?" Realizing that he could no longer conceal his identity, Xianxia abruptly lifted his head, his gaze sweeping across the 5 individuals before him. None were at the foundation establishment stage. Judging by their aura, 3 were at the 3rd layer of chi refinement, 1 at the 4th layer, and the leading senior brother at the 5th layer, though Xianxia himself was merely at the 2nd layer of chi refinement. The extraordinary skills retained from his previous life were sufficient to overpower these novices just embarking on their journey. Eliminating them first before making his escape was imperative. Otherwise, continuous pursuit might render escape impossible. Strike first to relish the moment, or be struck in retaliation. Xianxia opted for the initiative, seizing a pair of chopsticks nearby, his internal spiritual energy surging forth. Capture the leader before all else. However, the senior brother was not caught off guard by Xianxia's sudden burst. With a cold smirk, he unleashed his formidable chi refinement level 5 strength to meet the incoming chopsticks. How could a mere 2nd layer chi refinement waste comprehend the realm of the 5th layer? The chopsticks and palm collided swiftly, yet the outcome astonished all present. Xianxia's chopsticks pierced through the palm, the feeble spiritual energy exhibiting remarkable penetrating power. After breaching the hand, Xianxia's force did not wane, continuing its relentless assault towards the senior brother's head. Just as victory seemed imminent, a fierce and sharp aura of the golden core stage erupted unexpectedly. A casual strike shattered the 2nd floor room. A massive wave of spiritual energy surged towards Xianxia like a rampaging dragon. A warning bell rang in his mind. Xianxia glanced sideways and beheld an elderly man with flowing white hair, his expression impassive as he regarded him. Xianxia recognized him as the 2nd elder of the Qingfeng sect, a formidable presence at the mid-golden core stage. It was over, as this thought crossed his mind. The colossal spiritual energy, morphing into a crimson dragon, charged at him with ferocity, striking him with overwhelming force. He felt as though his very organs were shattered by the blow, and Xianxia coughed up a mouthful of blood. The 2nd elder rose slightly, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Having betrayed the sect and attacked its disciples, according to the rules of Qingfeng sect, you shall face the consequences. Xianxia found himself devoid of any means to resist. The meager spiritual energy within him had already been scattered, and his meridians suffered severe damage. Memories of a senior's words echoed in his mind. The flow of time is an unstoppable force. Defying the course set by his previous life was akin to swimming against the current. Ultimately, he had become overly complacent, forgetting that once the balance of cause and effect was disrupted, the trajectory of all events would inevitably differ. Perhaps the elder had long warned that recklessly altering history comes at a price. That mention of accepting a disciple may have merely been a desperate attempt to save oneself. After all, how could a being capable of perceiving the currents of time fail to foresee their own fate? Xianxia arburat no regrets. He was simply consumed by an overwhelming sense of indignation. Cease your actions. Might you spare me a moment? A familiar voice resonated, prompting Xianxia to turn. There stood Chu Xingchen, his expression one of wistful regret, cradling a cup of tea and taking delicate sips. Chapter 8. Is following one's heart not a conventional course of action? The second elder on the second floor swiftly directed his gaze towards the speaking Chu Xingchen. Sensing the enigmatic young man's profound power, and his expression shifted markedly. Who might this esteemed friend be? Chu Xingchen gently shook his head, reaching for a pair of chopsticks and extending them forward. A mysterious sword aura erupted from the chopsticks, coiling around them like a white dragon, swirling with ethereal energy. Is this a divine technique? The second elder, suppressing his astonishment, inhaled deeply, his demeanor softening as he clasped his hands in greeting. This individual is a traitor to our Qingfeng sect, having harmed my disciples. By reason and sentiment, you ought not to impede me. With a sigh, Chu Xingchen replied, Esteemed friend, I do not wish to exert my influence unduly. However, this individual and I share a certain fate. Might you grant him a reprieve? I am willing to offer compensation. The second elder pondered briefly before shaking his head. To spare him in such a manner would render our Qingfeng sect devoid of any credibility. Spare me? Xianxia, slumped on the ground, erupted into laughter. Since I became an outer disciple of your Qingfeng sect, have you ever regarded me as one? For 3 years, I toiled in the spirit mines, and among the 17 disciples recruited from my village, I am the sole survivor. Your mercy means forcing me to abandon mining in favor of foraging for spirit herbs in the treacherous wilderness that even your inner disciples dare not approach. The second elder's heart raced, and he quickly interjected, his voice rising in anger. Traitor, how dare you slander our Qingfeng sect? Surprised by the outburst, Chu Xingchen smirked. So it appears I am the one in the right. How could Xianxia, with a sense of loyalty and honor, betray the sect? He gazed at the elderly figure on the second floor through the system's attribute panel. Cultivation, mid-gold core. Blue attribute, deeply calculating. White attribute, adequate talent. Black attribute, aging. Black attribute, haunted by dark thoughts. Upon seeing these attributes, Chu Xingchen's confidence surged. It seemed he was dealing with a frail opponent. With superiority in strength and position, was he not invincible? A cold laugh escaped his lips as he bellowed. I once thought Qingfeng sect was a prestigious sect of righteous cultivation. It appears to be nothing more than a parasite, preying upon others. Our heavenly alliance in Zhongzhou shall not stoop to your level of depravity. Now, you old dog, either slink back with your tail between your legs, or I shall remove your head and use it as a ball to kick. With a fierce roar, the sword energy coiling around the chopsticks expanded rapidly, casting a menacing gaze upon the second elder, as if ready to launch an abrupt attack at any moment. The remaining patrons of the tavern had long since fled, leaving only the disciples of the Qingfeng sect to cower at a distance, observing the tense standoff. The second elder, however, was not truly daring enough to engage in combat. He could not discern the true cultivation level of the seemingly youthful individual before him, which indicated that this person was at least at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Even if we set aside the true cultivation of this young-looking figure, the display of such formidable power would make it exceedingly difficult to contend with someone, even if they were merely a fledgling at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Moreover, the term Central Continent held a weighty significance in the southern regions of the Zhan continent. What sect could the Qingfeng sect possibly challenge that had established itself in the Central Continent? Although aware that the young man before him might be bluffing, the risk of underestimating him was too great. The second elder's expression remained unchanged, yet he pondered carefully on how to respond without losing face. At that moment, A voice from outside interjected, "Please, esteemed friends, do not resort to violence." Chu Xingchen's spiritual senses swept over to reveal a middle-aged man clad in the attire of the Demon Suppression Division of the Xuanwu Kingdom. His cultivation at the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm. The middle-aged man continued, "What issue cannot be resolved through dialogue, that it must come to blows? Furthermore, we are an immortal town. Should you engage in combat, not only would countless innocents perish, but you would also bear the consequences of such actions. Would that not be unwise, esteemed seniors?" The second elder felt a wave of relief wash over him and stroked his beard lightly. "Since the director has spoken, my Qingfeng sect shall grant you this favor." Chu Xingchen slowly retracted the chopsticks. Although eliminating the second elder would have been simple, it would undoubtedly lead to complications later, especially given that they were in the territory of the Xuanwu Kingdom. It was unwise to offend the authorities over an old man who was near his end and plagued by inner demons, likely to perish within days. As he would need to remain in the Xuanwu Kingdom for some time, he kept his words to a minimum, simply raising his hand to grasp the limp figure of Li Xingtian, transforming into a streak of light as they departed. The second elder exhaled deeply, offering a respectful gesture of thanks to the director of the Demon Suppression Division before gracefully descending stairs. His sharp gaze fell upon a fifth-layer Qi refining disciple whose hand was still impaled by chopsticks, and he silently reached out, extracting the chopsticks from the disciple's grasp. The disciple winced in pain, but dared not react too strongly. The second elder cast a sidelong glance at the inept outer sect disciple and remarked, "You lot should return to the sect." 5 outer sect disciples promptly responded in unison, "Yes." The second elder's gaze lingered on the direction Chu Xingchen had departed, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Chu Xingchen was still taking measures to confound his adversaries. After moving around several locations, he leisurely led Li Xingtian towards the dilapidated temple. Despite enduring pain, Li Xingtian managed to express his gratitude. "Thank you, senior, for your timely rescue." Upon hearing the words, Chu Xingchen replied, "You should first thank my esteemed disciple." Li Xingtian's expression was one of utter confusion. However, Chu Xingchen did not respond, for it was his remarkable disciple who had exhibited such prowess at a critical moment, truly deserving of the title bestowed upon her as a golden talent. In just a few days, she had indeed begun to master the divine arts. Moreover, at the most crucial juncture, she had grasped these abilities, allowing Chu Xingchen to receive the corresponding rewards from the system, thereby enabling him to comprehend this particular skill. Otherwise, he feared he would not have so easily deterred the elder of the Qingfeng sect. He resolved to reward her handsomely upon their return. Today's chicken legs are all hers. After all, Chu Xingchen was already a golden core true person, and before long, he brought Li Xingtian back to the dilapidated temple. At that moment, Li Yingling was skillfully maneuvering a wooden sword, with several streams of water coiling around it like a playful dragon. She seemed to be enjoying herself immensely. However, upon sensing the arrival of the two, Li Yingling retracted her wooden sword and hurried out to greet her master. As she watched them gently descend, before Chu Xingchen could utter a word, Li Yingling glanced at the severely injured Li Xingtian, her expression fraught with concern. "Master, even if they do not agree, you need not bring back someone in such a grievously wounded state, right?" Chu Xingchen retorted, "You truly understand my style, don't you? Next time, I expect you to handle matters like this properly." Li Yingling's expression grew even more conflicted, and she timidly replied, "Master, I lack experience in such matters. If I fail, please do not blame me." Li Xingtian hastily interjected, "I was not injured by this esteemed senior. Do not misunderstand." Chu Xingchen simply supported Li Xingtian into the temple, casting a glance at Li Yingling, and remarked with mild annoyance, "This mischievous girl enjoys deceiving others. She was merely playing tricks on you." Li Yingling chuckled and followed Chu Xingchen into the temple. Chapter 9. You are unworthy. Chu Xingchen laid Li Xingtian upon his wooden board bed, utilizing his own spiritual power. He swiftly assessed Li Xingtian's internal condition and furrowed his brow slightly, for the situation was indeed dire. The elder of the Qingfeng sect was, after all, a golden core cultivator. Even with restraint with a hint of joy, Chu Xingchen approached the pot and ignited the flame to boil water. He rummaged through the remaining spiritual herbs to ascertain their viability for healing. Within his spatial ring, he discovered several herbs suitable for medicinal use. He decided to concoct a potion for his future disciple, anticipating that the latter would express profound gratitude and reverence upon consuming it. After simply trimming the roots from the herbs, Chu Xingchen began the alchemical process with a straightforward approach. As a few vibrant green plants were added to the clear water, it transformed into a murky green hue, and a pungent herbal odor began to pervade the air. However, Li Yingling felt no discomfort. In fact, she watched the potion's gradual cloudiness with delight, as she was not the one who would be drinking it. When the water level in the pot was reduced by half, Chu Xingchen added the last ingredient, the blue moonflower. With the addition of the stunning blue blossoms, dark green bubbles began to rise in the verdant liquid. Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, then intensified the heat to extract the final healing essence, encasing it in spiritual energy. Li Yingling gazed at the potion, which was even more striking in color than herself, and felt a wave of reassurance. At that moment, she believed her master had not intended to deceive her. Rather, this was simply how alchemy in an iron pot was conducted. Her master's words rang true. One could not trust the tales of mortals. The path of cultivation must be experienced firsthand. At that moment, Li Xingtian, enduring pain, managed to sit up and beheld the deep green droplet enveloped in spiritual energy, its appearance muddled. A troubling thought crept into his mind. Could this possibly be meant for consumption? Chu Xingchen maneuvered the potion to Li Xingtian's lips, smiling as he said, "Open wide. My alchemical skills are commendable. Ingesting this will ensure your safety." The stoic Li Xingtian's expression faltered in the face of pain. This was merely a clump of unappealing green liquid. It bore no resemblance to a proper elixir. He had never heard of anyone refining medicine in such a manner. A true man can face blood and pain, but not something so unpalatable. He was conflicted and reluctant, words caught in his throat, were it not for the life-saving intervention of the person before him. Li Xingtian would have definitely resisted and forced that oddly odorous potion down their throat. Yet, seeing the resolute expression of his senior, he could not bring himself to refuse. He closed his eyes, embodying a valiant spirit, and opened his mouth. At worst, he would pay with his life. Indeed, the potion's taste matched its garish appearance. A wave of decaying odor, accompanied by an overwhelmingly bitter flavor, surged from his tongue to his very soul. Li Xingtian's expression grew increasingly grotesque. Strangely, as the intense sensations of rejection and burning coursed through his esophagus, he began to feel the potion's restorative properties gradually nourishing his veins and repairing his damaged organs. The pain in his body suddenly receded. Yet, Li Xingtian felt that consuming the potion had only intensified his discomfort, leaving his mouth filled with an unrelenting bitterness. As the liquid traversed the esophagus towards the stomach, the entire body exhibited a strong aversion to the concoction. Chu Xingchen, well aware that this elixir might not be particularly palatable, coughed lightly and reassured. After all, good medicine is often bitter. Just endure it for a moment. As the inaugural test subject, Li Yingling empathized, stating, "Master, this is not something one can simply endure." Chu Xingchen turned, casting a lingering glance at his eldest disciple. Perceiving his master's gaze, Li Yingling hastily reassured inwardly, "The flavor is actually quite acceptable. There's no need to endure." Chu Xingchen, not one to dwell on trivial matters, acknowledged that their smooth journey was largely attributable to this capable disciple. After confirming that Li Xingtian was in stable condition, he began to inquire, "I see you have made initial progress in your abilities. How does it feel?" Li Yingling pondered over the days spent barely scratching the surface of understanding. Assuming her master was being his usual sardonic self, she hesitated to retort. With her right hand unconsciously twirling her dark tresses, her lovely visage flushed slightly as she shyly remarked, "It is indeed impressive, though somewhat challenging." Chu Xingchen Bao said, taken aback by her response. "You've only practiced for a few days, and you already deem it difficult? Truly, the prodigious talent of my eldest disciple shines through." Displaying a touch of grace before her master, clearing his throat, he adopted a tone of authority. "Ahem, diligent practice is all that is required." "Yes, master." As night enveloped the dilapidated temple, by the warmth of the campfire, Chu Xingchen distributed the roasted rabbit's head to the day's greatest contributor, Li Yingling, while allocating half of the rabbit to Li Xingtian. Li Xingtian had nearly recovered and was able to sit up, despite its unpalatable taste. The medicinal liquid proved remarkably effective, surpassing the efficacy of ordinary healing elixirs. Gazing at the half-rabbit, enticingly fragrant and appealing, he glanced at Li Yingling, who was happily gnawing on the rabbit's head. One must admit, the sight of a beautiful fairy savoring a rabbit's head was quite striking. Li Xingtian refrained from partaking, not from a lack of hunger, but because he felt no justification to indulge in the rabbit. Go ahead, Chu Xingchen remarked, observing the silent Li Xingtian. The rabbit is not bound by any contract. Li Xingtian, understanding the underlying message in his master's words, was not inclined to entertain such thoughts at that moment, and quickly clarified, not at all. I have yet to repay the life-saving grace bestowed upon me by my senior. Chu Xingchen, smiling and nodding in response to Li Xingtian's earnest explanation, discreetly gestured fervently beneath the table towards Li Yingling. My beloved disciple, swiftly assist. Li Yingling, joyfully munching on the rabbit's head, caught sight of Chu Xingchen's signals and instantly grasped her master's intent. Self-proclaimed as her master's attentive little helper, she never faltered in supporting him during critical moments. She set aside the rabbit's head and replied in a cool tone. Very well, I shall refrain from explanations. At present, you find yourself utterly destitute, and while you may not acknowledge that your life was salvaged by my master, even the opportunities you cherish were graciously bestowed upon you by him. You may harbor doubts about the intentions of our esteemed Heavenly Path Alliance. Yet I urge you to introspect. Do you truly believe you are deserving? It is a privilege for you that my master has chosen to extend this opportunity. I am at a loss to comprehend what he sees in you, for in my humble opinion, your talents do not merit a place within our alliance. Chapter 10. Senior Sister, are we practitioners of evil? The cold, unyielding expression on Li Yingling's face was perfectly matched by her merciless words. Li Xingtian turned to glance at Li Yingling. Had her plate not contained a half-eaten rabbit head, he might have felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to explain. It is not that I lack discernment. Rather, I have numerous commitments that prevent me from lingering within the sect for long. Otherwise, I would have readily accepted the offer, for I understand that you do not seek me out for my merit, but rather wish to save my life by taking me as your disciple. Listening to Li Xingtian's earnest explanation, Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. Indeed, most sects prefer to bind their disciples tightly. Mid-sentence, Chu Xingchen's tone shifted as he continued. However, our Heavenly Path Alliance is different. As long as one remains devoted to the sect, they may roam to the ends of the earth. Upon hearing this, Li Xingtian looked at the delectable rabbit before him and, without hesitation, took up his chopsticks. He understood the underlying message from his senior. Being a disciple was an opportunity he could not refuse. A debt of gratitude is a principle Li Xingtian holds dear, and perhaps embracing this mentorship is the true chance for rebirth he has long sought. If the sect were to prove inadequate, he could always seek to escape once more. As he took his first bite, he was astounded. This rabbit was indeed the finest he had ever savored. It seemed that the more expensive the rabbit, the more exquisite its taste, and Li Xingtian couldn't shake the feeling that he was indulging in something that could cost him dearly. With a smile, he complimented, Master, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. Disciple accepted. Second disciple, Li Xingtian. Bestowed technique, primordial démon, bonne body refinement technique. Please utilize in conjunction with the heavenly demon body. Task 1 completed. Reward, spirit gathering formation. All rewards have been deposited into the system bag. Upon viewing the system's settlement page, Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. If you enjoy it, do indulge further. Li Xingtian responded humbly, Yes, Master. Observing Li Xingtian's newfound humility, Li Yingling cleared her throat and assumed a more formal posture, offering encouragement. As my master's second disciple, you must strive diligently. Recognizing her intent, Li Xingtian promptly clasped his hands in respect, declaring, Certainly, I shall not disappoint you, senior sister. A look of contentment graced Li Yingling's face. Her new junior brother was quite amenable, and she resolved to offer him guidance. After all, a mere day out had nearly cost him his life, suggesting he might not possess exceptional intellect. It is unclear what specifically attracted the master's attention, yet upon reflection, it may indeed be that this sect is in dire need of members. Nevertheless, this marks the first occasion for Li Yingling to take on the role of senior sister. And given that she is the eldest, her heart swells with excitement. Her gaze drifts to the master, and she wonders if he might finally relax and break into a smile. However, the reality is starkly contrary. A hint of worry is etched upon the master's face. What could be amiss? This scene does not escape the notice of Li Yingling alone. Li Xingtian is also observant. With caution, Li Yingling calls out, Master. Upon hearing her voice, Chu Xingchen closes the system panel before turning his attention to Li Yingling. What is it? Master, are you unwell? What could possibly trouble me? Yet you appeared rather discontent just now. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen realizes that his previous expression has been detected, and he hastily explains, "Oh, I was merely examining your junior brother's cultivation technique." Li Xingtian interjects, "Master, there is no need. I possess my own cultivation method." Chu Xingchen refrains from elaborating further and extracts the primordial demon bone refining body technique from the system. A book with a blood-red cover materializes in his hand, which he promptly hands to Li Xingtian, reassuring him, "No need to worry. First, take a look at this technique. If it does not suit you, you may always revert to your own." Relieved that is not a mandatory requirement, Li Xingtian accepts the book, which subtly emanates a sanguine aura. After passing the book to Li Xingtian, Chu Xingchen silently returns to his wooden platform and lies down. The two disciples exchange curious glances towards their master, followed by a silent, mutual understanding. Li Xingtian raises an eyebrow and gestures with his eyes, inquiring, "What is the matter with the master?" Li Yingling comprehends the unspoken question, but merely offers a faint smile before returning to nibble on a rabbit's head. "Had I known what troubles the master, I would not have questioned his strange demeanor. This second junior brother lacks insight," she muses. Li Xingtian, though perplexed, refrains from speaking further and instead focuses on the dark red-covered book in his hands. The characters on the cover are written in a grandiose manner, infused with a hint of murderous intent. Curiously, he touches the cover, only to find it composed of ordinary paper. Is it a rubbing? Yet how could a rubbing exude such a bloody scent? Dismissing the thought, he turns to the first page. Suddenly, he is jolted, his mind racing as he swiftly schemes through the lines, flipping to the second page. The more he reads, the more astonished he becomes. Observing the astonishment in his expression, Li Yingling adopts the demeanor of an experienced individual and reassures him, "Junior brother, it is entirely normal for cultivation techniques to undergo numerous revisions. Indistinct handwriting is also commonplace. Rest assured and practice boldly." Li Xingtian silently raises his gaze to Li Yingling before glancing back at the master, who lies upon the wooden bed. He lowered his voice in disbelief and said, "Senior sister, are we of the Heavenly Path Alliance considered evil cultivators?" With a frown, Li Yingling retorted, "Evil cultivators? What nonsense are you spouting? We practice righteous cultivation methods. There's no such thing as evil cultivation among us." Upon hearing this, Li Xingtian silently handed over the tome of the Hunyuan demon bone refinement technique to Li Yingling. Accepting the cultivation text, Li Yingling curiously opened the first page. The characters were clear and elegantly penned, displaying the mastery of a calligrapher, and the writing was remarkably neat. What was wrong with this book? Just by appearance, it seemed far superior to her own. With such thoughts, Li Yingling continued to read, only to become increasingly alarmed. After flipping through several pages, she promptly returned the book to Li Xingtian. "Damn it, which sex cultivation method is this bloodthirsty? Senior sister, ahem, I'm feeling tired. I shall retire for the night. You should find a place to rest." Li Yingling, having barely touched her half-eaten rabbit head, hurried to her bed, pushed aside the wooden screen that obstructed her view, entered her space, and covered it again. Chu Xingchen, being a golden core true person, naturally overheard their conversation. That book is not an evil cultivation technique. Li Xingtian glanced down at the content regarding the foundation building stage, which stated to first slay 1,000 blood sacrifices and dismantle bodies to refine the bones. "Master, is your definition of evil cultivators perhaps a bit too lenient? Blood sacrifices do not necessarily mean humans. We could easily gather a few unawakened beasts from the woods of Shirley-Pa." Upon hearing this, Li Xingtian looked again at the tome in his hands. If what his master said was true, then this could indeed serve as a substitute. The power and efficacy of this technique were, in fact, far superior to the methods he had practiced in his previous life. Moreover, it was exceptionally suited to his newly fused heavenly demon body after merging with the millennial-old bone jade. Li Xingtian was not one to dwell on dilemmas. After all, blood sacrifices would be necessary during the chi refinement stage. Once he refined the ancient bone jade, he would give this technique a try. If it fell off, he could simply abandon it. Li Xingtian's burias dissipata. However, Chu Xingchen's concerns remained, and the recent frown had its reasons. The system's reward of the spirit gathering array was merely a blueprint. It was not something that could be placed anywhere after extraction without consuming materials or any effort. It certainly wasn't an instant construction. This spirit gathering array was purely a diagram. Not only did he have to prepare the necessary materials and spirit stones, but he also had to construct it himself. The blueprint merely served to guide him on how to build it meticulously. Wasn't this a scam? Where'd he find the money or spirit stones to construct such a thing? Surely, the true Marshall Hall would not be just a blueprint as well. He would have to build it himself, wouldn't he? Chapter 11. Mediocre qualifications in the early morning. Chu Xingchen meticulously compared the system's blueprint, surveyed the area, and then inserted a small twig as a marker. Though he could not conjure objects out of thin air, the blueprint had its advantages, namely, that it could be reused. After all, one must build on their own. Relying solely on disposable tools is rather unsatisfactory. This suggests that perhaps one could establish a spirit gathering array at Shirley Slope. However, since Shirley Slope is not a place where spiritual energy converges, nor does it possess a vein of spiritual energy, the presence of spiritual energy here is inferior compared to locations where such veins exist. In simpler terms, it is not an ideal site for cultivation. Under similar circumstances, the efficacy of cultivation is undoubtedly superior in areas rich in spiritual veins. Consequently, most past immortal sects have chosen to establish their domains atop mountains where such veins are abundant. In the past, when Li Yingling was cultivating, Chu Xingchen would crudely construct an array using spiritual stones to aid her training. While this was manageable for one person, with the addition of Li Xingtian, such extravagant practices must come to a halt. The resources devoted solely to Li Yingling's training were nearly depleting, and with Li Xingtian's presence, continuing in this manner would clearly be insufficient for their spiritual stone reserves. A steady approach is undoubtedly the solution. Constructing a spirit gathering array is indeed essential, as it would facilitate future disciple recruitment. Although the materials at hand are not sufficient to complete the array, preliminary groundwork can still commence. Chu Xingchen identified the area and planted a branch into the ground. Boom! A distant tumult of wind surged forth, sending soil flying in all directions. Chu Xingchen waved his hand irritably to dispel the turbulent winds and stepped forward. His gaze fell upon Li Yingling, who was diligently wielding a wooden sword to strike at a large pit. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, her spiritual energy shield was intact, ensuring her clothes remained unsoiled by the flying dirt. At this moment, she was focused, relentlessly using her abilities to bombard the ground. Another fierce wave of sword energy struck the earth, producing a deafening roar accompanied by intense vibrations. Chu Xingchen quickly raised his hand to halt her. Wait. Hearing her master's call, Li Yingling paused, a look of confusion crossing her face as she turned to him. Master, what is it? Is this how you dig a pit? Li Yingling was perplexed. How else should I dig? Chu Xingchen replied with slight exasperation. Once the array's foundation is buried, the surrounding soil must be backfilled. With the way you are blasting everything apart, what will you use for backfilling? Your little head? Upon hearing her master's words, Li Yingling silently glanced at the scattered dirt around them. Yet, she still expressed her frustration. But if I don't dig like this, it will take ages. Chu Xingchen reassured her, I haven't asked you to finish it in a day. Just dig a little whenever you have time after your training. Once your junior brother has refined that broken stone, you can dig together with him. Don't be anxious. I'll prepare some delicious food for you later. Li Yingling lifted her gaze to meet the gentle expression of Chu Xingchen and nodded softly. I understand. With that, she began to wield her wooden sword to dig the pit, subsequently piling the excavated soil. When it comes to listening, Li Yingling is quite obedient. Chu Xingchen glanced around and, finding no issues, promptly departed to continue marking other array points. His speed in setting the points on the map was remarkably swift. Before long, he had completed the arrangement of all locations. Subsequently, Chu Xingchen stealthily returned to the dilapidated temple. At that moment, Li Xingtian was seated in a meditative posture, with the Millennium Bone jade hovering above his head. The ancient artifact continuously poured forth energy, cleansing Li Xingtian's foundational essence. After carefully observing for a moment and confirming that his second disciple encountered no mishaps, he gradually settled back onto his wooden plank. As for the materials lacking for the spirit gathering formation, they were not particularly valuable. With sufficient spirit stones, they could easily be procured. Although he was financially constrained, Chu Xingchen had a few ideas. As for the source of inspiration, it was undoubtedly his second disciple, who was refining the bone jade. As a reborn individual, he must possess some understanding of lucrative paths, or perhaps he had not yet unearthed the tombs of powerful cultivators. While grave robbing may be deemed unethical, it certainly provides quick returns. Anything left behind by a formidable being would likely suffice to construct the formation. Moreover, in the realm of cultivation, these tombs were uniformly referred to as secret realms. Typically, An elder would lead a large group of disciples into such sites for excavation. Reflecting on this, Chu Xingchen realized that his moral standards were in alignment with those prevalent in the cultivation world. After all, the aspiration of the Heavenly Path Alliance was to establish itself as a reputable sect. Chu Xingchen leisurely reclined back on his wooden bed, now awaiting Li Xingtian's completion of the refining process before inquiring if he had any good ideas. At noon, Li Xingtian had yet to finish. Li Yingling returned, panting heavily, nearly drained of her spiritual energy. Her gaze fell upon the two individuals in the temple, particularly fixating on her master, who lay leisurely on the wooden plank. Li Yingling, perplexed, asked, "Master, why am I the only one digging? Aren't you going to join me?" Chu Xingchen sat up and looked at Li Yingling, who was puffing her cheeks in apparent annoyance. Clearing his throat, he replied, "Do you think your master is idling away? Isn't that the case?" Li Yingling retorted, "You said yourself that after marking, you would dig with me." Faced with his disciple's accusation, Chu Xingchen swiftly redirected the conversation. "What are you saying? Is it wrong to contribute to the sect? Do you understand the sacrifices I make for your future?" Upon hearing her master's words, Li Yingling hesitated, realizing she had positioned herself on the moral low ground. Nevertheless, she knew how to navigate her master's current state. Her expression turned plaintive, her enchanting eyes glistening with unshed tears, as she lamented, "Master, if you choose not to dig, I will still fulfill my duties as assigned. I wasn't angry. I just didn't expect you to deceive Ling. I never imagined you would think so little of me." Chu Xingchen gazed at his eldest disciple's theatrical performance with a hint of exasperation. However, he swiftly redirected his attention to Li Xingxiando, who was meditating nearby, absorbing the bone jade. "I merely harbored concerns for your junior brother's potential mishaps while assimilating the bone jade, hence my presence here. After all, it has taken him an inordinate amount of time to refine even a single bone jade, and his aptitude pales in comparison to yours, which is a source of great worry for me. Unlike you, my capable and astute eldest disciple, who provides me with much reassurance." Yet, Li Yingling's reaction deviated from his expectations. Her expression shifted to one of aloofness, her tone devoid of the previous grievance, as she spoke with icy clarity, "Master, there is no need for further words. Since my junior brother has entered our sect and possesses the lowest cultivation, it is only proper to extend him additional guidance." Chu Xingchen, discerning that Li Xingxiando had awakened, could surmise the irritation in her demeanor. "While I can still tolerate it, you should promptly take your leave and go hunting, obediently following your orders." Li Yingling promptly clasped her hands in salute and hurriedly departed from the dilapidated temple. "My apologies, Master, for my inadequate cultivation and the trouble it has caused you," came Li Xingxiando's voice, laced with remorse from behind. Chu Xingchen cleared his throat, refraining from turning to face his disciple. "It is good that you are aware. You must put in more effort." Chapter 12. Not theft. It is revenge. At this moment, Li Xingxiando had successfully refined the millennium-old bone jade. Feeling the smooth circulation of his meridians within, he let out a heavy sigh. There was an undeniable sense of struggle. It felt as though this rebirth was less fortuitous than his previous life. As for his senior sister's words, he paid them little heed. He was well aware of his own capabilities. This was not to say that his newly appointed master was lacking. Li Xingxiando had weathered many storms and encountered countless individuals of varying dispositions. He could sense that his master genuinely cared for him. Notably, the cultivation technique bestowed upon him was of such a caliber that it could create considerable waves even in the central continent. Rising slowly, he stretched his limbs, only to meet the eager gaze of his master. A sense of unease crept into Li Xingxiando's heart. "Master, what is the matter?" Chu Xingchen first extended his divine sense to confirm that Li Yingling was no longer in the vicinity. It was not that he was unable to let her hear, but he feared that if she discovered Li Xingxiando's status as a reborn individual, she might concoct some troublesome scheme. It was prudent to maintain stability for the time being. A smile graced Chu Xingchen's face as he spoke with enthusiasm. "Disciple, you must have encountered numerous fortuitous events in your past life, correct?" "Indeed, there were a few." Li Xingtiando replia. "Are there any secret realms nearby, or perhaps treasures of heavenly materials and earthly treasures?" Upon hearing this, Li Xingxiando breathed a sigh of relief. These were minor concerns. The secret realms in our vicinity have long been cleared by the various sects around us. As for fortuitous encounters, he contemplated before shaking his head. True fortuity awaits in the central continent, for it is the confluence of the world's spiritual veins. Is there truly no place to earn spirit stones? Master, are you in need of spirit stones? Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen replied, I plan to establish a spirit gathering array, and I require spirit stones to purchase some materials. Upon hearing this, Li Xingtian pondered for a moment. If you trust me, Master, we can acquire a considerable amount of spirit stones at the Qingfeng Sect's mine. I have spent 3 years mining spirit stones there and understand the workings of the mine, where only one golden core cultivator is stationed. If you are confident, there may be profit to be made. Chu Xingchen did not rush to agree, but instead regarded Li Xingtian thoughtfully. Sensing his master's gaze, Li Xingtian clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, I harbor no intentions of seeking revenge for myself. Chu Xingchen shook his head and replied, Remember, we are not here for spirit stones, but to avenge you and to uphold justice for the many who have suffered at the hands of the Qingfeng sect. His expression was grave and his tone earnest. As a disciple of the Heavenly Alliance, your perspective must not be so narrow. Huh? Li Xingtian looked at his master, somewhat perplexed. At that moment, he was momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether his master sought both money and face, or simply wished to find a righteous reason. Regardless of the case, he felt assured by his master's words. A faint smile crept onto Li Xingtian's face as he responded, Yes, master. Please tell me where the mine is located, and I shall scout the area. Picking up a half-burned stick from the ground, Li Xingtian began to sketch a map on the floor. From the North Creek mountain range, head north, bypass this small stream, and then westward. It should be around here. His drawing was decent, with notable landmarks marked. Excellent. Time is of the essence. I will go explore the situation first. You and your senior sister should focus on your cultivation at home. Chu Xingchen nodded, and then produced 2 teleportation talismans, handing them to Li Xingtian. These are 1,000-mile teleportation talismans. If you encounter trouble, do not heed your senior sister's advice. Just take her and flee. Remember to use both talismans. Do not be greedy. They are marked by me for the teleportation location, which I will sense. I will come to find you. The 10-mile slope is desolate, with scarcely anyone visiting. After all, the spiritual energy here is thin, and there are no spirit herbs or plants to seek. Ordinary mortals have no reason to come here for leisure. If anyone were to come, it would likely be to cause trouble. According to Li Xingtian's indicated direction, even he would require a full day's journey. A round trip would take 2 days. Previously, Minister Wang was merely a mortal and could hardly summon a powerful being to locate Li Yingling. However, given the enmity with the Qingfeng sect, it was wise to leave a contingency plan, lest he return to find only 2 corpses hanging at the entrance of a dilapidated temple. Especially concerning was that elder, who was already tormented by his inner demons. Who could know how twisted he might have become by now? Li Xingtian did not hesitate, decisively accepting the teleportation talismans, and earnestly stated, I will certainly heed Master's advice. After all, the one before me is a reincarnated individual who has undoubtedly weathered many storms. It is likely that he is quite capable. However, a lingering sense of unease prompted Chu Xingchen to hand over a talisman affixed to his waist to Li Xingtian. This talisman possesses the ability to withstand assaults from cultivators at the Golden Core stage, allowing for immediate teleportation in the event of danger. During his days at the Foundation Establishment stage, Chu Xingchen had successfully navigated perilous situations several times, largely owing to this very talisman. Yet, having attained the Golden Core level himself, the efficacy of the talisman had diminished for him. It would be more prudent to entrust it to Li Xingtian. Li Xingtian accepted it without hesitation. Chu Xingchen then admonished him. There is not much more to say. Your senior sister is still quite young. You must take good care of her. Above all, remember to never abandon her, no matter the circumstances. I will remember, Master. Li Xingtian replied earnestly, nodding in approval. Chu Xingchen proceeded to depart. Li Xingtian, known for his deep sense of loyalty, would likely not err in this matter. After all, he owed his life to Chu Xingchen. With a slight sense of reassurance, Chu Xingchen utilized Earth Escape to leave, sparing no effort on spiritual energy, for the principle of returning early holds true. As he watched his master leave, Li Xingtian took a slow, deep breath and glanced down at the talisman in his hand. Having met his master just a few days prior, he felt a profound sense of trust bestowed upon him, one that did not fear him running away with such valuable items. While a talisman capable of withstanding attacks from Golden Core cultivators may not be exceedingly rare in Zhongzhou, it is indeed uncommon here. Whether his master hails from Sect in Zhongzhou or what his true cultivation level is, Li Xingtian cared little. He He has always been clear-cut in his affections and aversions. For him, cultivation merely revolves around the clarity of thought. The trust from his master was more than sufficient for Li Xingchen. Taking a deep breath, he tucked the talisman into his robe and retrieved the book of the Hunyuan magic bone-body refinement technique given to him by his master. Initially apprehensive, he decided to practice it without further delay. To his surprise, he immediately felt a difference in his practice. He could sense that the Tao body within him had been fully awakened. This was something he had been unable to achieve in his previous life. The technique appeared to align perfectly with his being. His master's gift was indeed a treasure. So engrossed was he in his practice that he lost track of time. When he finally opened his eyes, it was already dark, and his senior sister had returned, seated by the fire. Li Yingling noticed that Li Xingchen had concluded his training and inquired, "Where is master? Where'd he go?" Li Xingchen did not conceal the truth. Instead, he replied earnestly, "Master has gone to the Qingfeng sect's mine to investigate the situation. He is likely to return in 2 days." Upon receiving this answer, Li Yingling appeared somewhat despondent, but refrained from further discussion, merely picking up a wild chicken they had caught earlier that day. "Junior brother, since you have yet to establish your foundation, you cannot fast, so you must be hungry, am I right?" "A little," he admitted. "Then you should cook this chicken." Li Xingchen hesitated, unsure of his culinary skills, but then recalled his master's instructions. Due to her tender age, Ling should be taken care of more diligently. With a sigh, Li Xingchen accepted the wild chicken and began to prepare it. Half an hour later, "Junior brother, what on earth have you cooked? Are you attempting to harm senior sister?" Chapter 13. The first day after Master's departure. Today marks the first day since Master left the dilapidated temple. Li Xingchen slowly opened his eyes and climbed out of a rudimentary wooden bed made from several pieces of wood. The main hall was nearly occupied by Master and senior sister, along with a large iron pot used for cooking rice and alchemy. There was hardly enough space left for another bed. Thus, Li Xingchen had to sleep in the area behind the statue. However, senior sister planned to build a small wooden cabin outside the temple. After all, she was the only female, and it was quite natural to have some distinction between the sexes. This arrangement had received Master's approval, and senior sister had begun construction several days ago, making considerable progress. Soon, he would no longer have to endure sleeping behind the statue. His disdain for that spot stemmed from a gaping hole that allowed mosquitoes to invade at night, along with some unknown insects that would bite. At present, Li Xingchen had yet to establish his foundation and could not summon spiritual energy for protection, making the mosquito assaults exceedingly bothersome. Hence, he wholeheartedly supported senior sister's initiative to build the cabin and even lent her considerable assistance. It was estimated that in another 2 or 3 days, the small cabin would be complete. After witnessing the gruesome remains of the chicken, senior sister had not touched it. However, she insisted that he finish it. Li Xingchen understood this request. After all, it was senior sister who caught the chicken, and it was only fair that he consumed what he had prepared. Originally, he thought that the chicken, having met such a tragic end, would be inedible. To his surprise, it was quite palatable. Perhaps it was due to his previous experiences with Master's rudimentary healing potions. Li Xingchen found the chicken slightly fishy, a tad bland, and rather tough, yet the overall flavor was still enjoyable and well within the realm of edibility. Senior sister, however, did not share the same sentiment, referring to the pot of chicken as the bathwater of a dead chicken. Fortunately, having already established her foundation, senior sister could fast, alleviating any worries Li Xingchen had about her going hungry. He had promised Master to take good care of her, and he was not one to break a promise, even if the notion of a junior brother caring for a senior sister seemed a bit peculiar. Outside the dilapidated temple, a series of vigorous fluctuations in spiritual energy could be felt. Li Xingchen stepped out and turned his gaze toward Li Yingling, who was not far off. At that moment, she wielded a wooden sword, deftly manipulating her powers to strike a large tree. The force was just right, and the tree fell decisively in response to the flow of her sword energy. It must be said that her ambition was commendable. Even while constructing the house and felling trees, she diligently practiced her skills, showing remarkable progress. Indeed, her talents could be considered extraordinary even within the Central Plains. One could clearly sense that her powers were still in the process of being mastered during their first encounter. How brief a time has passed, and already one can act with such freedom, such innate talent. Surely my master, having come from the Central Plains, must possess genuinely. Yet I cannot fathom why my master remains so impoverished. Could it be that he, like myself, fled from some sect in the Central Plains? However, Li Xingtian did not dwell on such thoughts, for at this moment, the Heavenly Tao Alliance began to resemble the sect he had envisioned. Although the current sect comprised only 3 individuals, Master, Disciple, and himself, the senior sister, who had felled the great tree, seemed to sense his presence and turned to meet his gaze. Despite having become somewhat distrustful of women in this lifetime, Li Xingtian managed to conjure a somewhat strained smile in response to the young sister, who his master had previously introduced. On the first day of his master's departure, Li Yingling awoke early, her goal for the day being to neatly gather the timber needed for constructing a small dwelling. After all, sharing a roof with 2 men was something Li Yingling, coming from a prestigious family, found quite difficult to accept, even though a wooden partition might suffice in emergencies. Living in such close quarters daily was simply untenable. Her master had quickly acquiesced to her conditions. Truth be told, during her time with him, she seldom felt that the handsome young man before her was indeed her master. Rather, he resembled a close friend. He rarely adopted the demeanor of an elder in her presence. On occasions when she felt anger, he would even admit his faults to her. As a member of a scholarly family, Li Yingling found it hard to imagine an elder stooping to apologize to her. The masters depicted in the books she had read were always portrayed as formidable figures, unwavering and stern, possessing absolute authority over their disciples, issuing commands without elucidating their reasoning. In stark contrast, her own master occasionally seemed like an unseasoned child, encouraging her to ponder her own issues and make her own decisions. The Water Sutra had also been met with her hesitance. She had not immediately engaged in its practice, yet her master never expressed dissatisfaction. Moreover, Li Yingling suspected her master might be somewhat indolent, for while his cultivation level remained a mystery, he had never disclosed it to her. Nevertheless, as a foundation establishment cultivator, she could forego sleep for a month, relying solely on her nighttime practice to restore her energy. Her master, undoubtedly, was far superior in strength. Yet, perhaps due to the influence of her master, Li Yingling had adopted his less commendable habit of indulging in meaningless slumber each night. However, meaningless was her own interpretation. Her master referred to sleep as a means of replenishing the spirit, espousing his peculiar philosophies. While these notions could not sway Li Yingling, unconsciously, she began to mirror her master's routine. Perhaps it was witnessing her master lost in deep slumber while she toiled diligently at her practice that stirred feelings of imbalance within her. A multitude of thoughts flashed through her mind. Nevertheless, she struck down the tree before her with a decisive blow, her mastery of her recent abilities becoming increasingly adept. Sensing a gaze directed at her from behind, Li Yingling turned around to find her rather simple-minded junior disciple. Although she did not comprehend her master's reasons for taking him as a disciple, she held a deep respect for her master's decisions. However, when this naive junior disciple flashed a somewhat foolish grin, she felt an urge to suggest to her master the necessity of implementing a basic intelligence assessment before accepting new disciples. Observing Li Xingtian's vacant smile, she inquired, "Junior, are you hungry?" "No, not hungry," Li Xingtian replied, appearing somewhat awkward. Upon receiving his response, Li Yingling furrowed her brow slightly. In her mortal life, she had been regarded as a talented woman and had never encountered individuals of lower intellect. She was uncertain how to interact correctly with a junior disciple who seemed lacking in cognitive abilities, especially given that he had been cultivating for quite some time, yet remained stuck at the 4th level of chi refinement. His aptitude seemed mediocre, and his dedication to cultivation appeared lackluster. As the senior sister, it was only fitting that she take the opportunity to guide him in her master's absence. "Junior, how is your internal injury? Have you recovered?" "Almost completely," he replied. "Good. Since master is not here, I shall ensure you engage in some diligent cultivation today." Li Yingling gestured towards a large fallen tree beside her. "Utilize your spiritual energy to carefully manipulate it into wooden planks. This exercise will greatly enhance your control over your spiritual power." Li Xingtian felt somewhat speechless. It was merely a laborious task, and he could not fathom how it could serve as an excuse for improving his control. He recalled his master's instructions to take good care of his senior sister. "Yes, senior sister," he replied. With his answer, Li Yingling did not linger and swiftly transformed into a streak of light, darting away. She had previously examined the cultivation technique practiced by her junior, which required a substantial amount of beast blood as sustenance. Naturally, a disciple at the chi refinement stage could not gather such quantities of beast blood. Thus, as the senior sister, she felt compelled to assist her junior. He had constructed a shelter for her. Therefore, she would procure some blood food for him. It was a fair exchange. However, she thought, "Master, please return soon. The meals prepared by my junior are indeed inedible. He even savors the bathwater of chickens." Chapter 14. Senior Immortal Wait. The mining site of Qingfeng Sect was nestled in a secluded mountain. The scenery was quite pleasant, surrounded by lush green hills and crystal-clear waters, with numerous low-intelligence beasts roaming the woods. It was unclear whether the simple enchantments surrounding the mine were intended to prevent miners from escaping or to guard against beast attacks. A rudimentary confusion array was set up around the site, making it exceedingly difficult for cultivators below the foundation establishment stage to escape the confines of the array. According to Li Xingtian's account, most of the miners here were cultivators of exceptionally poor aptitude. The Qingfeng sect had sourced these individuals from various remote villages and impoverished locales. Firstly, such individuals were unlikely to possess significant backgrounds, thereby minimizing the risk of attracting formidable foes. Secondly, in these forsaken regions, even if individuals did not return, there would be little suspicion, as long as one possessed even a trace of spiritual roots. No matter how mixed, they would be accepted. Using a medicinal bath with burning potential to forcibly refine one's cultivation to the second or third layer, only to be cast into the mines until death ensues. Thus, the Qingfeng sect appears to be cloaked in the guise of a righteous sect, while in reality, it engages in nefarious practices. After all, how could such deeds possibly escape the notice of the sect leader and other high-ranking officials of the Qingfeng sect? Chu Xingchen cautiously circumvented the areas patrolled by the righteous cultivators. Scaling the cliff from one side, he endeavored to conceal his own aura, slowly observing the situation in the mine below. A few simple wooden cabins were haphazardly arranged without any discernible plan, but at the highest point stood an exquisite building, where disciples in the garb of the Qingfeng sect could be seen. Their numbers were few, 2 men and 1 woman. Without employing spiritual sense to scan, it was impossible to ascertain their cultivation levels. Thus, these disciples of the Qingfeng sect must be at the foundation establishment stage. Once a cultivator reaches this stage, they can easily manipulate spiritual energy within their bodies, rendering it no longer visible. By mere eyesight, even the golden core stage remains undetectable. At this moment, it was daylight, the prime time for excavation, with the mine echoing with violent sounds. Occasionally, ragged cultivators of the Qi refinement stage could be seen transporting rough spiritual stones with makeshift carts. Clearly, the cultivation levels of these miners were not high, with readings indicating they were merely at the second or third layer of Qi refinement. Observing them transporting cartloads of rough spiritual stones to a processing shed, several cultivators wielding large hammers were vigorously striking the rocks, separating the ore from the spiritual stones. The disciples of the Qingfeng sect leaned against the railing before them, their expressions laced with mockery as they regarded the miners. Chu Xingchen's gaze swept across the area, quickly locking onto a building resembling a warehouse. It was quite expansive, yet curiously devoid of any guards. According to Li Xingchen, a golden core cultivator likely resided within. A direct assault would surely be unwise, as this place likely possessed means to contact the sect. One must either achieve swift victory or lure the enemy. However, this visit was primarily to ascertain the specific circumstances, with no intention of taking action. Chu Xingchen retrieved paper and pen from his spatial ring, swiftly sketching a rough outline based on the layout and buildings. He intended to return and discuss the details with Li Xingtian to discern the precise situation. Just as he finished the sketch and tucked it back into his spatial ring, he sensed someone stepping within the range of his vigilant spiritual sense. A long sword suddenly manifested in Chu Xingchen's hand, and he quickly scanned the area with his sense. To his surprise, the feedback revealed that the individual who had entered his spiritual awareness was merely an unremarkable mortal with no cultivation. What could this mean? Chu Xingchen concealed his aura and cautiously approached the newcomer. Soon, he discerned the figure that had breached his spiritual awareness. It was a diminutive, emaciated girl dressed in tattered linen, caked in dirt, with her long hair tangled in a disheveled mass. Her face was grimy, yet her eyes sparkled with vitality. Thus, Chu Xingchen could clearly observe her expression of bewilderment and slight panic as she glanced around in confusion. Chu Xingchen continuously observed her as she struggled to walk in a singular direction, only to unwittingly circle back to her starting point. Was she ensnared in a labyrinth? Had she stumbled into it by chance, or was there a deeper implication? Chu Xingchen chose to utilize the system to examine her attributes panel. Ning Xianxia Cultivation, none, blue trait. Unyielding, blue trait. Loyal and righteous, white trait. Clever, does not meet the conditions for apprenticeship nearby. Disciples of the Qingfeng sect were patrolling, and it appeared that the frail girl before him was not affiliated with them. She was likely someone who had escaped from the mines, much likely Xingchen, who had been deceived by the Qingfeng sect into laboring there. After a brief contemplation, Chu Xingchen resolved to first guide her away, hoping to extract some useful information. He donned a mask to conceal his identity and extended his hand to swiftly lead the small girl underground. Great immortal, celestial being, Ning Xianxian, bound to a tree, wept bitterly, declaring, "I truly am just lost." As she spoke, she furtively glanced at her captor, who wore a fearsome mask and gazed at her with icy eyes. Indeed, something was amiss with the Qingfeng sect. Her father must have been deceived by that group of celestial beings. Chu Xingchen regarded Ning Xianxian with exasperation. Had she cooperated, he would not have resorted to tying her to a tree. The girl was simply too uncooperative, spitting, throwing tantrums, and feigning madness. Had he not pierced through her facade, she would likely still be pretending to be dazed. With a hint of irritation, Chu Xingchen remarked, "Stop crying. I am not from the Qingfeng sect." Ning Xianxian continued to wail, "Great immortal, I know nothing of the Qingfeng sect. I am truly lost." Without further ado, he retrieved a large pancake from his spatial ring and, under her terrified gaze, stuffed it into her mouth. "Look at you, as thin as a stick. How long has it been since you last ate?" Fearing the pancake might possess some celestial trickery, Ning Xianxian hastily shook her head in refusal. Yet, as the soft morsel crumbled in her mouth, her days of hunger compelled her to abandon her struggle. She ravenously began to devour the pancake. Resigned to her fate of facing this celestial being, determined to at least die with a full stomach. "Father, I am so useless. Not only did I fail to save you, but now I may perish as well." Watching Ning Xianxian voraciously consume the pancake, Chu Xingchen silently retracted the ropes and offered her a water flask. At that moment, Ning Xianxian, overwhelmed by despair, paid no heed to her surroundings and eagerly accepted the water. In no time, the large pancake and water were consumed. Subsequently, Ning Xianxian gazed at him with longing. Chu Xingchen sighed, "You haven't eaten in a long while, so you cannot consume too much at once." However, it was evident that Ning Xianxian did not believe him, regarding him with an expression that suggested disbelief at a celestial being so stingy with a single pancake. However, Chu Xingchen refrained from elaborating further and continued to inquire, "What brings you here? Are you an escapee from the mine?" Ning Xianxian timidly cast a glance at the masked man before her, responding hesitantly, I'm truly lost." Chu Xingchen scrutinized Ning Xianxian for a moment, then chose not to press further. Instead, he retrieved some silver coins and a flatbread from his spatial ring and handed them to her, indicating a direction. "If you prefer not to speak, I shall not pry. Just head straight in that direction. There is a small town nearby. This place is perilous, and you should keep your distance." Ning Xianxian, astonished by the items thrust into her arms, raised her gaze to see Chu Xingchen silently turning away. Unable to contain herself, she called out, "Master, wait." Chapter 15. Father has been deceived. Upon hearing Ning Xianxian's cry, Chu Xingchen halted his steps. He slightly turned his head, his gaze meeting the conflicted expression on her face. Despite her calling out to him, her wariness seemed undiminished. It required a delicate balance to coax the truth from her. "What is it?" Chu Xingchen inquired calmly, turning to face her. Ning Xianxian displayed a conflicted demeanor before cautiously asking, "Master, which sect do you belong to?" Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen replied, "Zhongzhou, the Wan Faxiaman." He felt no qualm in fabricating a response. After all, the girl before him had never shared any truths with him either. Deception is mutual, particularly since the frail girl's background remained unclear, and given that the name of the Heavenly Path Alliance's sect was so grand. He feared it might instill undue fear in her. Ning Xianxian's face lit up with a mixture of reverence and awe. However, as a mere mortal who had never set foot in the world of cultivation, she was utterly oblivious to the significance of Zhongzhou. Describing this realm as boundless would be somewhat exaggerated, yet it was undeniably vast. Even the smallest border nations spanned thousands of miles. The southern region of Zhongzhou was already a significant domain, and while Qingfeng sect resided in a remote location, it was still quite renowned. As for the convergence of spiritual veins in southern Zhongzhou, it was a hub for numerous sections. For Ning Xianxian, Zhongzhou felt as distant as the heavens. If her father had not instructed her to seek out Qingfeng's sect, she, as a farmeress daughter, would have remained blissfully unaware of its name. Her inquiry was merely an attempt to subtly convey to the masked man that she was not as ignorant as she appeared. She sought to dissuade any attempts to deceive her, albeit with the understanding that it might be futile. Yet, it was better than remaining passive, was it not? Nonetheless, Zhongzhou, as her father had mentioned, was a legendary sanctuary for cultivators. Moreover, the name Wanfaxiaman certainly carried an air of formidable prowess. Wanfaxiaman, and then there was Qingfeng's sect. Isn't it quite evident who is strong and who is weak? Moreover, the Wanfaxiaman sounds distinctly like a prestigious sect. However, I have heard that when dealing with such esteemed sects, one must first master the art of lamentation. By evoking sympathy from these grand figures, they may perceive one as plight and extend a helping hand, much like a beggar on the street. Although Ning Xianxian is reluctant to engage in such activities, as her father has said it would bring shame upon their ancestors, she contemplates that between losing face and losing life, her father would likely opt for the former. After all, she would certainly make that choice herself, especially since her current abilities are wholly inadequate to rescue her father. Thus, she feels compelled to take a risk. Ning Xianxian steadied her emotions from the past few days, and tears suddenly streamed down her face. Recalling the expressions of beggars she had encountered, she made a slight adjustment and, with a hint of tragic grandeur, addressed the grand figure. Great Immortal, are you aware of the plight of the Qingfeng sect? It seemed she was on the verge of choking up, and she let out a wail. However, upon witnessing Ning Xianxian's self-pitying lament, Chu Xingchen's expression behind the mask involuntarily twitched. At that moment, Ning Xianxian's face contorted like a twisted caricature, her intermittent sobs appearing rather exaggerated, resembling a theatrical performance. Her weeping bore the unmistakable marks of artifice, especially when she furtively assessed her surroundings, giving off a rather furtive air. Mucus and tears mingled on her grimy visage. Perhaps she believed that such a display would evoke pity? Was she unaware of her lackluster acting skills? Who weeps with such abstraction? Nevertheless, since Ning Xianxian had chosen this route, perhaps he should play along. Suppressing his desire to scoff, Chu Xingchen inhaled deeply and, with a tone of shock and confusion, inquired, "What has happened to them?" Ning Xianxian let out a mournful wail and began to speak in a rush. "My father and I live in Jiadan. My mother passed away early due to poor health, and it has been my father who has worked tirelessly to raise me. This year, the village has suffered a disaster, and we can barely have a meal every 2 days. At this time, people from the Qingfeng sect arrived, deceiving my father into pursuing immortality. They claimed that once he achieved it, he would have everything he desired. My father, gullible, believed their words to be true. He only asked them for food from me before leaving with them. Just like that, my father abandoned me, and many older brothers were also deceived." Chu Xingchen gazed at the dirty and emaciated Ning Xianxian with a faint sigh. Her father was not foolish. Perhaps he simply wished to leave some hope for his daughter. "How do you know they are deceivers?" Upon hearing the question, Ning Xianxian hurriedly fished out a tightly wrapped bundle from her tattered, hole-riddled garment. Her trembling hands quickly unwrapped the cloth. Inside, it contained not a precious item, but a handful of dry yellow earth. Chu Xingchen frowned slightly at the sight of the yellow earth. Ning Xianxian, cradling the handful of soil in her shaking hands, appeared to reveal genuine emotion. Her expression, one of profound sorrow. The group of celestial beings departed not long before the food they left behind turned to dust. Neighboring Ant and Nyozi consumed the white buns gifted by these immortals, only to be suffocated by the very earth that had become their sustenance. Many lives were lost in the village. My father was deceived, and so was my brother. They could never attain immortality. Those from the Qingfeng sect were not virtuous beings at all. They, too, would meet their demise, leaving only my father behind. My father may forsake me, but I cannot abandon him. I must show this to my father. Only then will he believe me." Chu Xingchen remained silent, extending his hand to grasp the yellow earth before him, which still harbored remnants of dissipating spiritual energy. It was unexpected that the Qingfeng sect would not even provide food for exchanging lives. Faced with Ning Xianxian's hopeful gaze, Chu Xingchen felt a sense of helplessness. At this moment, if he were to procure some spiritual stones from the mine and make a swift exit, it should not pose too much of a problem. However, rescuing someone with the support of a golden core master and the Qingfeng sect would indeed be challenging. It was highly likely that he would be unable to protect a mere mortal. Yet, nothing is absolute. Acting blindly would only lead to inevitable failure. With a sigh, Chu Xingchen looked earnestly at the frail little girl before him. Beneath her feet, there were no proper shoes, merely a few vines bound to her soles, stained with dried, dark red blood. The weary and exposed Ning Xianxia bore a face grimy with dirt, her slender form appearing as though it could crumble with a gust of wind. The rugged mountains stretched before them, fraught with perilous cliffs, leaving one to ponder the trials this young girl must have faced to arrive at this juncture, and how long she had been ensnared in this labyrinth, especially with wild beasts prowling the area. Gazing at Ning Xianxia, Chu Xingchen spoke earnestly. The matter of rescuing your father cannot be rushed. I must first return and devise a plan. Are you willing to accompany me? After all, he still had a need for spiritual stones, and with a well-thought-out strategy, Ning Xianxian's father could likely be rescued as well. Ning Xianxia hesitated at his words, desiring to remain in hopes of finding her father once more. Though she understood the faintness of such hope, she was unwilling to squander even that slim chance. Can I wait for you here? Before she could finish, Chu Xingchen raised a hand to interrupt her. You are not foolish. You must realize that your staying here may not benefit your father. Ning Xianxia fell into a brief silence before nodding, her voice tinged with desperation. Then if you do not wish to save my father, can you take me back here again? This path is not as easy as it is for the great immortals. I find it quite arduous. Chu Xingchen lowered his gaze to the young girl, witnessing her shedding all pretenses. Only the depth of her eyes revealed an endless plea. Chapter 16. Even amidst a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, we stand as a noble sect. Chu Xingchen, accompanied by Ning Xianxia, traversed the earth with fervor, disregarding the conservation of his own spiritual energy, intent solely on hastening their return to the dilapidated temple. Nevertheless, being accompanied by an utterly unrefined mortal, their pace was inevitably hampered. Particularly, Ning Xianxia exhibited a remarkable vulnerability to the earth evasion technique at the golden core level, necessitating periodic breaks for rest. After all, her physical constitution was rather poor, malnourished, and emaciated. After a day of arduous travel, they were still merely a distance away from the dilapidated temple, just within the range of another earth evasion. At this moment, Ning Xianxia leaned against a grand tree, nibbling on a flatbread. Beside her, Chu Xingchen remained vigilant with closed eyes, his consciousness extended outward. Once Ning Xianxia finished her flatbread, she took a few sips of water. During their previous rest, she had posed numerous inquiries, asking Chu Xingchen about his destination, purpose, and whom he sought. Chu Xingchen exhibited considerable patience in his responses, revealing little to conceal. He clarified to Ning Xianxia that he was in search of his disciple, intending to discuss plans with him. Along their journey, Ning Xianxia also inquired about matters concerning the cultivation realm. Although her understanding was somewhat superficial, she relied on her own interpretations to imagine the scenarios. Observing the closed-eyed Chu Xingchen, she stuffed the remaining crumbs of flatbread into her mouth and, with a tone tinged with disbelief, asked, Esteemed immortal, is Qingfeng sect truly a prestigious sect in your world? In the context of nearby sects, it was regarded as such. Chu Xingchen did not open his eyes, stating that they also accepted commissions from the authorities to exterminate demons and monsters, and they adeptly concealed their misdeeds. At least, he had not heard of any. Ning Xianxia understood this logic, as she was merely inexperienced, not foolish. However, upon hearing such a response, memories of her father's departing figure surfaced, leaving her somewhat despondent. She raised her gaze and asked, Then, esteemed immortal, does your sect engage in such activities as well? At her words, Chu Xingchen could not help but open his eyes, retorting with a hint of irritation. If we were to engage in such matters, I wouldn't have taken you away with such compassion. Throughout the journey, despite facing a barrage of questions from Ning Xianxia, Chu Xingchen remained remarkably patient. After all, once he successfully rescued her father, he likely would never see this girl again. Ning Xianxia, upon receiving his answer, nodded in strong agreement, as the truth indeed aligned with his words. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. In truth, Ning Xianxia was not particularly loquacious. She merely sought to alleviate her anxiety through conversation. Chu Xingchen, perceptive as he was, could discern her unease, especially given her youthful appearance and stature. It was entirely normal for her to feel anxious when faced with matters beyond her comprehension, for in her world, immortals belong to a realm entirely separate. Taking the initiative to speak, Chu Xingchen asserted, As for my sect, we pride ourselves on our integrity and transparency. We do not engage in actions that would incite public ire. The cultivation realm regards our sect as the leader of the righteous path. After all, boasting bore no consequence, particularly when addressing someone like Xianxia, who could not distinguish truth from falsehood. Without further ado, regardless of whether Xianxia's feelings are genuine, her expressions are undeniably supportive and filled with longing. So, great master, your disciples must certainly be exemplary individuals, correct? Chu Xingchen noted the solidity, pride evident in his voice as he proclaimed, "My eldest disciple is a prodigy in the art of cultivation, kind-hearted, caring towards his peers, and deeply respectful of his teachers. As for my second disciple, one cannot say enough. Despite traversing the mundane world, he retains his true self, valuing emotions and loyalty, a disciple whose word is his bond, equally reverent towards his mentors. Furthermore, they both cultivate the noble and righteous path, adhering strictly to the orthodox teachings, never straying into dubious practices. Our sect can only be described as upright and honorable." Xianxia once again expressed her enthusiastic support with a few polite remarks, engaging in light conversation before taking a brief respite. The two then resumed their journey homeward. After approximately half an hour of earth evasion, they were nearing the vicinity of the dilapidated temple. However, Chu Xingchen did not return directly, but instead guided Xianxia back to the surface nearby. A potent stench of blood wafted from the direction of the temple, casting a pall over Chu Xingchen's features. Could they be in trouble? Yet, the teleportation talisman had not activated. Such a strong odor of blood could only indicate a fierce battle, rather than a swift annihilation. Under such circumstances, the talisman should have triggered. Xianxia, lacking cultivation, could not sense the bloody aura ahead, but cautiously glanced at Chu Xingchen, understanding that she should remain silent during this tense moment. Chu Xingchen's spiritual awareness swiftly sought out the source of the disturbance in the temple, quickly detecting two familiar presences within, both alive and well. What, then, was the source of the bloodshed? Had his two disciples engaged in some mischief? Li Xingtian, being a reincarnate, should not be fooling around with Li Yingling. Chu Xingchen reassured her, "It's nothing. My two disciples are merely being a bit mischievous." Xianxia nodded in response. The distance to their destination was now minimal, prompting Chu Xingchen to abandon the earth evasion in favor of flying with the aid of spiritual energy, carrying Xianxia along. Experiencing flight for the first time, Xianxia could not help but exclaim in awe. She quickly adapted to the liberating sensation of soaring through the sky, becoming increasingly adept at it. Her previously stoic face broke into a faint smile, a natural response to the instinctive yearning for freedom. This flight unknowingly alleviated much of the pressure she had been harboring within. However, upon catching sight of the dilapidated temple, especially as Chu Xingchen flew directly towards it, her smile faded completely. The temple appeared to be in a state of disrepair, casting an eerie shadow. Yet, the mere presence of gloom did not instill fear in Xianxia. What truly terrified her was the sight of countless bloodied corpses strewn about the entrance, nearly covering the ground before the decrepit structure. A row of gruesome ribs lay intertwined with flesh still stained a deep crimson, while several unidentified animal heads were carelessly discarded nearby. The assortment was alarming, featuring the heads of bears, tigers, and even wolves. Among them, the heads of rabbits and wild chickens were not in short supply, forming a macabre pile. The scene was utterly chilling. The dense scent of blood wafted into Xianxia's nostrils, causing her stomach to churn and a wave of nausea to wash over her. Even more terrifying was the flickering of dark red energy within the dilapidated temple, casting an eerie glow that suggested the presence of some malevolent beast lurking here, preying upon humans to cultivate its power. Xianxia swallowed hard, timidly inquiring, "Great Master, are you planning to subdue demons and exorcise evil?" At this moment, this was the only explanation that could rationalize the Great Master's direct flight to such a perilous ruin. However, Chu Xingchen's response nearly sent Xianxia into a fit of despair. "Huh? What demon subduing? We're here." Chapter 17. As long as we have a detailed plan. What nonsense about righteous sections? Which righteous leader resides in a place full of bones? The stench of blood still lingered. Xianxia felt utterly deceived. None of these cultivators were kind-hearted. Their words were all lies. It was over. She was destined to be captured by the wicked for their practices. At this moment, Chu Xingchen was too preoccupied with his own irritation to notice the pale complexion of the girl beside him. Just moments ago, they had been surrounded by lush mountains and clear waters, and now it felt like stepping into a den of demons. At the entrance of the dilapidated temple, after setting down the silent Ning Xianxia, Chu Xingchen shouted, "What are you two little rascals up to?" Inside the temple, Li Yingling was the first to burst forth, her face alight with excitement as she rushed to embrace her master. "Master, you have finally returned." Before Chu Xingchen could question her, Li Xingtian emerged from the temple, bloodied and with eyes ablaze, seemingly filled with an overwhelming murderous intent, dragging an old tiger's head behind him. Upon seeing Chu Xingchen, his first words echoed the sentiment, albeit tinged with a sense of lament. "Master, you have finally returned." Pushing Li Yingling aside, Chu Xingchen gestured toward the grotesque display of animal heads, demanding, "What is the meaning of this?" Understanding the source of her master's anger, Li Yingling quickly deflected blame, stating, "This is all due to the cultivation methods of our junior brother." Standing nearby, trembling yet harboring a flicker of hope, Ning Qianqian's heart sank at these words. Though unfamiliar with the world of cultivation, surely a prestigious sect would not resort to such a bloody practice? Turning her gaze towards the grim spectacle of severed heads, she felt a chilling certainty that her own head might soon join the collection. Chu Xingchen's gaze shifted to Li Xingtian, who still held the tiger's head, his eyes filled with stern questioning. Confronted by the penetrating gaze of his master, Li Xingtian silently shifted his attention towards his elder martial sister, hesitating to lay the blame entirely at her feet. Most of the animals had indeed been captured by her, and given the current predicament, it could be argued that she bore a greater share of the responsibility. After all, Li Xingtian had initially intended to find a more remote spot to dig a pit and bury the remains. This notion, while perhaps macabre, was certainly unpleasant in both sight and smell. However, his sister deemed it too much trouble, suggesting they wait until they had accumulated a larger quantity for a more convenient burial. Li Xingtian believed that her small abode, sheltered from the wind, allowed her to remain blissfully unaware of the stench of the blood-soaked corpses, which contributed to her nonchalance. Ultimately, he acquiesced to her wishes, becoming so engrossed in his recent cultivation that he neglected to notice the growing heap of remains outside. Thus, upon witnessing the scene, it was hardly surprising that his master was incensed. Nonetheless, the root of the issue, as his sister had pointed out, lay in his own practice. Consequently, Li Xingtian could only lower his head and admit his fault. "I apologize, master. I have become rather carried away with my cultivation lately. I shall tend to this matter at once." Li Yingling cast a glance at Li Xingtian as he set about dealing with the corpses, then turned her attention to the diminutive Ning Qianqian standing beside their master. The girl appeared frail and pale, her small hands trembling incessantly. She seemed even less robust than the second junior brother. "Master, is this your new disciple?" "No, this is the work of Qingfeng's sect," Chu Xingchen sighed, gesturing for Ning Qianqian to follow him into the dilapidated temple. Faced with the invitation, Ning Qianqian hesitated, timidly replying, "I can just wait at the entrance." At that moment, Chu Xingchen discerned that her pallid complexion was a result of the gruesome scene, and he hastily reassured her, "Fear not, we are indeed a righteous sect, not practitioners of evil. My second disciple merely needed to solidify his foundation before advancing in his cultivation, utilizing only the blood of beasts." Upon hearing this, Ning Qianqian glanced once more at the pile of heads, noting the absence of human remains, which eased her anxiety slightly as she followed Chu Xingchen into the temple. To her relief, the interior was tidy, far removed from the hellish imagery she had envisioned. The floor was simply clean, devoid of any gruesome sights, featuring only 2 small wooden beds and 2 iron pots, one large and one small. The larger pot bubbled with a hint of crimson liquid, while the smaller remained spotless. Li Yingling soon followed her inside. Since embarking on that peculiar cultivation method, both she and Li Xingtian had nearly hunted every creature within their reach. After all, Shirley Slope was not a place where spiritual veins converged, devoid of extraordinary beasts or spirit creatures. They could only rely on the most ordinary animals for their practice. The efficiency was low, necessitating a focus on quantity. "Master, how is the situation over there?" Li Ying Kidat, pouring a cup of water from the kettle on the table and offering it to her master. Chu Xingchen shook his head slightly, remarking that the situation was manageable, though the actions of the Qingfeng sect were somewhat excessive. "What do you mean?" Li Yingling inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Chu Xingchen briefly recounted the events concerning Xianxia, along with his own observations from the mining site. After hearing the entire account, Li Yingling nodded calmly. As a daughter of the aristocracy, she had heard numerous tales of ruthless exploitation throughout her life. Indeed, it was likely her own family had engaged in similar practices. However, this did not imply her endorsement of such behavior, as she often found herself powerless in the face of these realities. Being a legitimate daughter, her standing in the family was only marginally better than that of a servant. Otherwise, her father would not have arranged for her to marry a fool. She cast a sympathetic gaze towards the silent and downcast Xianxia, offering her comfort. We will do our utmost to assist you, so do not worry. Xianxia nodded silently, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Li Yingling. Thank you, sister. Chu Xingchen said little more, signaling to Li Yingling to continue comforting Xianxia, recognizing that such matters might resonate more deeply with women. Upon exiting the dilapidated temple, Chu Xingchen noticed Li Xingtian dealing with the remains of the wild beasts. Without uttering a word, he approached to lend a hand. In truth, the remains were not numerous. Rather, the large size of the animals made the collection appear more substantial. Chu Xingchen raised his hand slightly, summoning a flame that reduced the remains to ashes. With another wave, he sent the ashes scattering into the distance. Once the task was completed, Chu Xingchen refrained from further conversation, simply handing Li Xingtian a rudimentary topographical map of the mining area. Is it difficult to rescue people from the mining site? Li Xingtian scanned the map and replied, if the master is at the transformation stage, it would pose no challenge at all. Chu Xingchen remained silent. Li Xingtian cleared his throat and added, if one is at the nascent soul stage, a swift resolution is feasible as well. Currently, I can only exert the strength of a flawless golden core. As he rolled up the map, Li Xingtian asked no further questions nor hesitated, stating earnestly, provided the plan is meticulously crafted, it should not be overly difficult. Inside the dilapidated temple, Li Xingtian devoted himself to rigorous cultivation. According to his personal strategy, he needed to break through to the foundation establishment stage as swiftly as possible. Based on system notifications, Li Xingtian's current cultivation level stood at the 8th layer of qi refinement, estimating he would require another 2 days to advance. Meanwhile, Li Yingling and Xianxia were sipping chicken soup, for at this moment, even a sudden burst of effort would not yield significant enhancements for Li Yingling, as she could not elevate herself to the level of a true cultivator. She had previously been a prodigy in cultivation, not a reincarnated powerhouse. As for Xianxia, she likely did not meet the basic requirements for apprenticeship, indicating her talents were inadequate. Her efforts seemed to yield little, so consuming more chicken soup was a more practical approach. Currently, her cultivation lay at the mid-stage of the flawless golden core, and once Li Xingtian reached foundation establishment, she would likely advance to the late stage of the golden core. In this sect, the individual who maximizes effort is undoubtedly Li Xingtian. Once he achieves the foundational stage, the sect's strength will experience a qualitative leap. Furthermore, Chu Xingchen has naturally gathered some intelligence regarding the Qingfeng sect, noting that there exists a supreme elder within the sect whose cultivation is at the nascent soul stage. Even if he were to cause trouble, it is uncertain whether this elder would intervene. However, having navigated this world for several years, Chu Xingchen understands the importance of preparing for the worst and refraining from harboring optimistic expectations about his plans. It is a certainty that circumstances will gravitate toward the most unfortunate outcomes. Thus, he specifically advised Li Xingtian to make arrangements based on the worst-case scenario. Moreover, even if they are unable to save anyone, they must ensure a safe retreat for themselves. After all, the act of saving others is merely a side quest. Chu Xingchen is not benevolent enough to risk the life of his own disciple for a stranger. Yet, when considering misfortune, Chu Xingchen's gaze fell upon Li Yingling, who was sipping chicken soup. His eldest disciple possesses the attribute of strong luck, but after spending considerable time with her, he has not observed any remarkable fortune on her part, nor has he seen her stumble upon ancient treasures while walking. Even the simplest task of hunting a wild chicken seems to end in calamity. Could it be that his own misfortune has somehow neutralized her luck? Noticing her master's gaze, Li Yingling set down her bowl and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Master, how do you think your luck fares? Chu Xingchen inquired with a smile. Li Yingling tilted her head slightly in contemplation and replied, it's all right, I suppose. With nothing pressing at the moment, She thought it would be entertaining to assess what all right truly meant for her master. Chu Xingchen retrieved 2 dice cups from his spatial ring. When it comes to luck, nothing is more direct than this game. He handed one of the dice cups to Li Yingling. Shall we play? A contest of size? I suppose if I lose, there won't be any penalties, right? Li Yingling asked cautiously while shaking the dice cup. He pulled a half-burnt stick from the fire and waved the charred end. If you lose, you must draw a line. At this, Li Yingling's eyes lit up. Being still in her youthful phase, she was quite intrigued by such activities. However, she first took care to verify both dice cups and the dice to ensure her master was not cheating. The contest between master and disciple commenced swiftly. Li Yingling vigorously shook her dice cup while murmuring to herself, perhaps reciting some incantation. Then, with a powerful motion, she slammed the dice cup onto the dining table before them. Her gaze was sharp and determined, as if victory were assured. On the surface, Chu Xingchen remained calm and composed, yet internally, he was on high alert, for he was indeed not cheating. After carefully shaking his own dice cup, they both slowly unveiled their results. Li Yingling rolled 3 dice, 6, 6, and 5. Chu Xingchen, however, rolled 6, 6, and 6. Master, did you cheat with your spiritual power? Confronted with this incredulous outcome, Li Yingling cast a look of bewilderment. No cheating, surely. Chu Xingchen was equally astonished that Li Yingling, blessed with the attribute of good fortune, had lost to him in a game of dice. However, the lingering doubt in Li Yingling's gaze prompted Chu Xingchen to suggest, then let Xianxia roll the dice for me. Xianxia, who was savoring her soup, set her bowl down and glanced warily at the dice cup, murmuring, I don't know how to play. Without hesitation, Li Yingling handed the dice cup to Xianxia, realizing she dared not let her master roll again. Just give it a casual shake. Xianxia looked up at Chu Xingchen, who nodded in approval, and after a brief shake, placed the cup back on the table. Li Yingling's confidence surged. As long as her master played fairly, her luck would surely not turn her master's face into a canvas of despair. The earlier modesty had merely been a formality. From childhood, she had never lost in games of chance. Her small victories in the courtyard had amassed her a fair amount of silver, enough to make the noble offspring there avoid her presence. With newfound assurance, Li Yingling declared, that doesn't count. Now it truly begins. Approximately 10 minutes later, a despondent Li Yingling sat in her chair, her face a portrait of defeat, seemingly contemplating the meaning of life. For a full 10 minutes, she had not won a single round. Even when she rolled 3 sixes with all her might, Xianxia could achieve the same with a mere flick. Initially suspecting her master of trickery with the dice cup, she found no change even after switching it. This was her first experience of such a dismal loss, and judging by her master's expression, he appeared innocent of any deceit. By this time, several branches had been used to paint faces on the ground, carelessly discarded by Chu Xingchen. He regarded Li Yingling with a puzzled expression. Could it be that her strong luck attribute was a mere illusion? How could she not win a single game? His gaze shifted to Xianxia, who, devoid of any luck enhancement, raised further questions. Was it possible that his own fortune overshadowed Li Yingling's? Yet, recalling the misfortunes he had faced upon arriving in this world, Chu Xingchen swiftly dismissed such thoughts. At that time, even a sip of cool water had seemed to bring bad luck. Surely, this good fortune must trigger under different circumstances? Li Yingling, with her face darkened in despair, rose and cast a wistful glance at her master. It was not that she could not bear to lose. Rather, it was the frustration of defeat. Master, I'm going to my room to sleep. In recent days, she had nearly completed the setup of her small room, nestled behind the dilapidated temple, conveniently close to it. Chu Xingchen waved farewell to Li Yingling, while Xianxia, still holding the dice cup, cautiously inquired, Master, did you truly cheat? Not all. Chu Xingchen cast a glance at her, then pointed to the bed where Li Yingling had initially lain. Which bed will you sleep on today? The partitioning wooden board had yet to be moved. It seemed that Li Xingchen had been occupying this very bed. Given that Li Xingchen needed to intensify his training, it would be prudent for him not to sleep here tonight, or perhaps he could continue sleeping further back. Surely, it would be inappropriate for me, as the master, to occupy the back space. Xianxia said nothing, merely placing the dice cup back on the table before obediently returning to the partitioned bed as instructed. After collecting his belongings, Chu Xingchen reclined back on his bed, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Chapter 19. In truth, the pills need not necessarily be consumed by us. It is undeniable that Li Xingtian's constitution had significantly improved after refining the Millennium Bone Jade, complemented by a cultivation method that suited him perfectly. At the very least, in terms of progress during the Qi refinement stage, Li Xingtian's pace of cultivation had begun to rival that of Li Yingling, who possessed the attributes of a genius in immortal cultivation. After several days of intensified training, Li Xingtian was finally on the brink of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. He sat cross-legged. Before him lay refined blood food, appearing as a viscous, dark red substance. Once he established his foundation, he would no longer need to go through the troublesome process of capturing blood food. The subsequent practice would involve refining his own flesh and blood. Thus, while this method seemed cumbersome, it was only the Qi refinement stage that posed such intricacies. Chu Xingchen, albeit reluctantly, retrieved all the remaining spirit stones from his spatial ring, constructing a simple spirit gathering array for Li Xingtian to ensure he could successfully break through to the foundation establishment stage. This was all the spirit stones he could muster. He felt thoroughly drained by his apprentice. It seemed improbable that there could be any sect more impoverished than his own. Within the dilapidated temple, Li Yingling was boiling water by a small stove, her expression somewhat peculiar, as if anticipating something. Xianxia had also changed into Li Yingling's clothes, a light blue patterned skirt. Though slightly oversized, it was certainly an improvement over the tattered, grimy garments she had worn. Li Yingling, who harbored a touch of cleanliness obsession, had diligently bathed Xianxia. The sounds of water in the small room had echoed from morning until noon, punctuated occasionally by Xianxia's cries, suggesting that Li Yingling had been rather vigorous in her scrubbing. The results were indeed remarkable. At least Xianxia no longer resembled a refugee. Dressed in this outfit, she evoked the image of a child from the slums donning a princess's attire. However, wearing these clothes was still somewhat foreign to Xianxia, and she was carefully adjusting the overly large sleeves to avoid soiling them on the ground, despite Li Yingling's repeated assurances that it was of no consequence. Yet, as Li Xingtian prepared to break through to the foundation establishment stage, his expression was far from pleasant. He gazed solemnly at Li Yingling and the pot of water that was beginning to boil. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Chu Xingchen and spoke earnestly, "Master, I am confident that I can manage without those pills. Good medicine is often bitter." As Chu Xingchen placed the final spirit stone into position, dozens of stones began to emit a radiant glow. "Rest assured, I am aware that the flavor of my concoction is rather off. This time, you need not worry. I have diligently researched which flavoring agents can render the elixir exquisitely palatable." "Master, are you certain you are referring to the elixir and not the remnants of a chicken leg devoured by my senior sister?" Chu Xingchen retrieved the few remaining legitimate spiritual herbs from his spatial ring, enough to barely concoct a batch. "While you may doubt my alchemical skills, you cannot question my culinary prowess, my dear disciple." Reflecting on the master's culinary abilities, Li Xingtian found this assertion somewhat convincing, and thus turned his gaze toward his master, hopeful that he would deliver on his promise. As he spoke, Li Xingtian observed his master employing the same old alchemical techniques. As the verdant liquid began bubbling, he felt his face, much like the water, turning a shade of green. What has changed? However, just as the elixir was nearing completion, Chu Xingchen swiftly retrieved honey and cooked flour from his spatial ring and mixed in some peculiar seasonings. After blending the flour with the honey, he carefully immersed it into the medicinal liquid to absorb its essence. Soon the scant liquid was absorbed, revealing a vividly green elixir in Chu Xingchen's hand. He shook the concoction and found it surprisingly firm, devoid of any disintegrating sensation. "Excellent. This marks a new milestone in alchemy. One can create flawless elixirs using a pot." With great satisfaction, Chu Xingchen presented the vividly green elixir to Li Xingtian. "Here, do taste it." Gazing at the elixir before him, Li Xingtian had to admit that, although its solid form made it somewhat more palatable, its verdant hue hardly resembled that of a proper elixir. Rather, it appeared akin to a venomous poison. With a quiet sigh, he dismissed the trivial concern of its toxicity, focusing instead on whether this concoction would be so distasteful as to be utterly intolerable. Faced with his master's encouraging gaze, Li Xingtian steeled his resolve and decisively swallowed it whole. Simultaneously, he caught a glimpse of his senior sister scrutinizing him. As for the flavor upon entry, Li Xingtian thought to himself, "Damn it. Indeed, alchemy and culinary arts share no common ground, especially with the addition of flour, that abominable ingredient. perhaps due to the honey. The flower lodged in his throat, coupled with the horrific taste of the medicinal liquid, or rather, the intense repulsion emanating from his body. It was a torment far worse than swallowing the liquid itself. It was sheer torture. Li Xingchen struggled to clear his throat, hoarsely exclaiming, "Water! Master, I need water." Ning Xianxia swiftly handed him a cup of water. He hastily drank several gulps, swallowing the sticky mass lodged in his throat. After catching his breath, Li Xingchen refrained from further comment. Though the flavor was dreadful, the efficacy of the elixir took effect swiftly, propelling him into a state of cultivation as he absorbed the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. It seems that the results of this experiment are rather unsatisfactory. Is it perhaps due to an inadequate masking of the taste? Chu Xingchen pondered momentarily, then shifted his gaze to the visibly relieved Li Yingling beside him. Li Yingling hastily shook her head, exclaiming, "Master, let my junior brother try such fine things first in the future. After all, you are his senior sister." Chu Xingchen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Li Yingling, with a look of grievance, remarked, "Master, if you do not wish for me to live, you could simply say so." Li Xingtian's breakthrough proceeded quite smoothly. As the luminous glow of the spirit stone faded, the sun dipped low in the sky. The spiritual energy that had once radiated from Li Xingtian now solidified within him. He opened his eyes slightly, his aura subdued. Yet a glimmer of brilliance shone within his gaze. The breakthrough was remarkably seamless, with scarcely any hindrance. The efficacy of his master's elixir was commendable, harmonizing perfectly with his cultivation method. This experience was even more fluid than his previous life's foundation establishment, aptly described as a natural progression. While Chu Xingchen grilled meat for his beloved disciple, he sensed Li Xingtian's awakening and turned his gaze toward him. "How does it feel?" he inquired. Li Xingtian, "Nuda apreciativity." "Very good. I meant the elixir I concocted. It is also excellent, but master, if possible, I would prefer you not to brew any more. If it must be produced, I believe it might serve better for interrogation purposes rather than for consumption by me and my senior sister." Upon hearing this, Li Yingling's eyes brightened, and she raised her skewer in agreement, declaring, "Yes, I think junior brother is absolutely right." Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen's large hand came down upon Li Yingling's small head. Although he had attained the ability to abstain from food post-foundation establishment, Li Xingtian still approached and took a skewer to eat. He cast a glance at Ning Xianxian before saying, "Master, the plan can commence." Chapter 20. Something is amiss at this mine. Around the spirit mine of the Qingfeng sect, the master and disciple lay in quiet concealment. Li Yingling cautiously lifted her head to observe the situation below. Her gaze fixated on her junior brother with a hint of concern. "Master, isn't it too risky for him to do this?" she inquired. "Theoretically, you are in greater danger than he is." Upon hearing this, Li Yingling looked at her master with slight confusion. There was certainly a rationale behind Chu Xingchen's words. Li Xingtian still bore the talisman capable of withstanding golden core attacks, along with 2 teleportation talismans. If trouble were to arise, the one who could flee the quickest would undoubtedly be Li Xingtian. Thus, measuring purely by the scale of danger, it was Li Yingling who was somewhat more at risk. At that moment, Li Xingtian had disguised himself as a miner, blending seamlessly into the mine, just as he had surmised. The core disciples of the Qingfeng sect were not diligently comparing the number of ants in the mine. Having worked in mining for several years, Li Xingtian navigated this environment with ease, his disguise holding up quite well. He was currently pushing a cart, his eyes scanning the faces of those passing by in search of Ning Qianxian's father. In the dilapidated temple, Chu Xingchen had sketched a portrait of Ning Qianxian's father based on her description, achieving a level of realism that earned Ning Qianxian's approval. Thus, as long as her father remained within the confines of the mine, encountering an unfamiliar face was unlikely. Chu Xingchen felt a slight sense of relief. It appeared that their contingency plan would not be necessary for the time being. They merely awaited a signal from Li Xingtian. Given that Ning Qianxian possessed no cultivation and would likely be a distraction requiring attention, it was more fitting for her to remain in the ruins. Consequently, only the 3 of them would participate in this operation. Li Xingtian would act as the observer, meticulously surveying the mine while searching for Ning Qianxian's father. Chu Xingchen, as the assailant, would directly target the spirit stone warehouse guarded by the golden core, drawing everyone's attention to facilitate his disciple's retreat. Li Yingling would serve as a backup, ready to intervene should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Moreover, if all proceeded smoothly, Li Xingtian had devised an ultimate plan, to shatter the accursed mind and liberate all those imprisoned within. Although Chu Xingchen harbored reservations about this plan, believing that releasing these individuals might not be prudent, he understood that the Qingfeng sect would inevitably pursue their whereabouts and interrogate them. Nevertheless, Li Xingtian contended that remaining there was tantamount to certain death, and attempting to escape was the only viable option. He merely sought to provide those individuals with a chance at survival, emphasizing that those unwilling to flee were free to remain. Regarding Li Xingtian's strategy, Chu Xingchen suggested a more direct approach, to obliterate the detestable Qingfeng sect once their strength was sufficient. Li Xingtian did not oppose his master's resolution. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded in agreement, though it seemed he doubted the reliability of his own plan. In any case, all preparations hinged on Li Xingtian's signal. They could only determine their course of action based on the circumstances that unfolded, uncertain if they would even locate Ning Qianxian's father. It must be noted that the task of transporting spirit stones to this wretched mine was particularly loathsome to Li Xingtian, especially regarding this route. Even after enduring years of memory erosion, he had traversed far more perilous realms than this. As he stepped forward again, his heart remained unsettled. At that moment, a singular thought occupied his mind. In his previous life, he should have annihilated the Qingfeng sect immediately after attaining his nascent soul. The torment inflicted upon him by this accursed mind was no less severe than that caused by the detestable evil cultivator. Lowering his head, Li Xingtian swiftly scanned the miners outside, but did not spot Ning Qianxian's father among those transporting and breaking stones. It was highly probable he was working within a mine, and Li Xingtian needed to find an opportunity to infiltrate. With a subtle glance, he discreetly gestured toward his master. After a brief moment of waiting, a sharp sword cry resonated from a distance. The three disciples of the Qingfeng sect, who had been chatting idly, suddenly turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. Two figures hastily rose to sprint towards the source of the sword's resonance. The remaining individual, however, had sounded the enormous bell situated at the center of the mine. The clangor of the bell reverberated swiftly, causing numerous miners to halt their tasks, their expressionless faces betraying a flicker of trepidation. They were perplexed by the sudden commotion, instinctively sensing that it heralded trouble. The cacophony rapidly enveloped the valley, inciting the crowd to stir restlessly, gathering together almost instinctively, amidst which Li Xingtian decisively blended in. Before long, two disciples of the Qingfeng sect rushed in from a distance. They had remained vigilant at the periphery and upon the Eldest toll. They hurriedly made their way towards the commotion. Their sharp gazes scanned the surroundings, calming the agitated throng. Concurrently, another disciple of the Qingfeng sect burst forth from within the mine, followed closely by a number of miners. His piercing gaze swept across the panicked crowd as he barked. "Everyone, line up according to your shifts." At his command, the previously restless crowd swiftly settled, seeking their designated positions. Li Xingtian's gaze swiftly traversed the emerging crowd, and he soon spotted Ning Qianxian's father. At that moment, he appeared emaciated, almost unrecognizable, were it not for his cultivation and qi refinement. He might have already succumbed to despair. Nevertheless, he was still alive. Li Xingtian then slightly turned his attention towards the warehouse, awaiting the potential appearance of the Golden Dan Master, the pivotal figure in determining the plan's feasibility. A quarter of an hour later, the two disciples of the Qingfeng sect returned, having investigated the situation and lifted the alarm. Li Xingtian quickly melded into the throng of miners, proceeding towards the mine under the directives of the Qingfeng disciples. However, the anticipated Golden Dan Master did not materialize. "I shall return to the sect to report to the Master and the elders. Remain vigilant," directed an elder disciple of the Qingfeng sect, who was overseeing the situation. "We are at a critical juncture. We must ensure the mine operates normally. Everyone, stay alert." The other disciples promptly bowed in acknowledgement. "Yes, senior brother." Having successfully infiltrated the mining crowd, Li Xingtian gradually advanced, swiftly approaching Ning Qianxian's father. He discreetly slipped the so-called token that Ning Qianxian had in a Ning Kuan's hand. In the dimly lit mine, Ning Kuan fixed his gaze on Li Xingtian, tightly clutching the cloth-like object he had received. Li Xingtian did not meet his eyes, but whispered, "Qianxian." Ning Kuan's expression brightened momentarily before shifting to one of urgency, as he anxiously inquired. Before he could finish, Li Xingtian raised a hand to interrupt him, his gaze scanning the area. "Stay close to me, no matter what. What you all doing? Hurry up," barked the supervising disciple of the Qingfeng sect. urging the miners with a commanding voice. You won't even get to sleep if you fail to meet the progress. Xianxia disregarded Ning Kuan further, swiftly picking up a discarded pickaxe and moving ahead. After taking a few steps, he approached a corner. At the corner, a pale yellow candle flickered softly, casting a dim light. Xianxia gazed at the flame, his heart suddenly racing, a chill creeping up his spine. An overwhelming sense of foreboding washed over him. What was amiss in this mine? Such occurrences had never transpired during his previous excavations. He swiftly clutched the long-distance transmission talisman handed to him by his master, cautiously following the crowd as they turned the corner. What greeted his eyes was not the anticipated mining shaft, but an exceedingly bizarre and terrifying scene. Chapter 21. Transformed into blood offerings. Before him lay not the narrow veins awaiting extraction, but a vast ceremonial ground. Several grotesque heads hung ominously from the highest altar. 6 figures clad in voluminous black robes sat cross-legged at each cardinal point, absorbing the sanguine energies from the surrounding blood pools. The altar, stained with blood, bore witness to the countless lives extinguished there. Encircling the altar was an expansive artificial blood pool, facing 4 extraordinarily strange statues, each displaying a distinct expression. Yet all seemed to exude a menacing glare directed at the central altar. The pool was littered with corpses, of both beasts and humans, desiccated yet emanating a dark red energy. A narrow path, barely wide enough for 2 to pass, stretched from Xianxia's feet directly to the center of the altar, traversing its entirety to the opposite side. His pupils widened in shock as he surveyed the crowd, only to find that everyone appeared entirely unperturbed. They seemed to believe they were still navigating the cramped confines of a mine, pressing deeper into the bowels of the earth. Was this a grand illusion? Could those in the Foundation establishment stage resist such enchantments? Or was there something that shielded him from this environment? Suppressing his unease, Xianxia chose to remain with the throng, intent on unraveling the true intentions of the Qingfeng sect and discerning the nature of the entity behind him. His plans were likely to be entirely upended upon witnessing the spectacle. Was the essence of the Qingfeng sect truly that of a cult? With his head bowed, Xianxia cautiously followed the crowd, slowly passing through the central altar. Beyond the altar, delving further, lay a seemingly ordinary mine, where everyone grasped their tools, ready to commence extraction. At first glance, it appeared to be a genuine mining operation. Yet what, exactly, was that ritual? This question crystallized in his mind when the first miner, wielding a pickaxe, commenced his work. With every swing, a faint dark red energy wafted from the miner's crown, drifting towards the blood pool. All the miners exhibited the same phenomenon. Wisps of dark red energy gradually coalesced, representing a formidable force. Xianxia fixated on one particular miner, suddenly realizing that this dark red energy seemed to be extracted from their very spiritual roots. The toll was not merely on the miner's flesh and vitality, but even their foundational spiritual essence was being eroded. No wonder those miners appear so emaciated, toiling daily while being drained of their vitality. How could they not be gaunt? This is a purely nefarious technique, unprecedented, and the extent of the formation is astonishing. Xianxia dared not excavate himself, for it was evident that the blood essence provided depended on one's spiritual root and cultivation level. Should he attempt to dig, risking the extraction of his own cultivation and spiritual root, he would undoubtedly not be merely a wisp of dark red energy. He would be as substantial as an arm's thickness. In such a crowd, he would stand out conspicuously. A plan must be devised to escape and notify his master. As for Ning Qianqian's father, according to his master's instructions, self-preservation is the paramount principle in uncertain circumstances. He could only wish for his safety. Xianxia could discern that the 6 robed figures possessed foundational cultivation. If the necklace he had been given proved reliable, breaking through might be a wise course of action, especially since he felt quite confident. On the day he successfully established his foundation, his master had bestowed upon him a highly compatible divine ability, seemingly prepared in advance, awaiting his foundational success. This left Xianxia, who fancied himself having unraveled some of his master's mysteries, feeling that his master had become even more enigmatic. Naturally, this was not the crux of the matter. For his life-saving benefactor, as long as his master had not truly wronged him, he would not treat him as the Qingfeng sect had. Xianxia was determined to remain within the sect, repaying his debt of gratitude. However, during this time, the small sect, with only 3 members, had provided him with an immense sense of warmth. Although the senior sister was somewhat mischievous, she treated him with the affection of family. She genuinely assisted him in capturing beasts for cultivation and encouraged him to practice diligently. Though her gaze sometimes carried a hint of disdain, her actions were sincere. As for his master, while he occasionally seemed frivolous and somewhat immature, he possessed an exceptionally unique charisma, appearing somewhat out of place in this world of cultivation, yet effortlessly commanding trust. Except for that dubious alchemical knowledge learned from unknown sources, his contributions were undeniable. From their first meeting, where he generously relinquished opportunities that Li Xingtian had already grasped, it was more accurate to say that his master had been selflessly giving rather than Li Xingtian contributing anything of significance. Initially, he had merely felt obliged by the debt of gratitude, but after spending time together, Li Xingtian genuinely felt he had willingly become a part of this small familial sect. From cultivation techniques to divine abilities, Li Xingtian cherished them as treasures. However, the high quality of the divine abilities also indicated they were exceptionally challenging to master. After all, not everyone possessed the extraordinary comprehension of the senior sister. Nevertheless, by simply leveraging a fraction of that might, combined with the divine abilities from his previous life, his combat prowess should still be quite formidable. He did not believe that the 6 figures in black robes before him possessed any supernatural powers. After surveying his surroundings, Li Xingtian adhered to his usual approach. Strike first to revel in the thrill. For those who hesitate, face dire consequences. Gripping his pickaxe tightly, he abruptly turned and made his way back to the altar. One of the disciples from the Qingfeng sect immediately noticed him and barked, "What are you doing?" A hint of trepidation crossed Li Xingtian's face as he slowly approached the reprimanding disciple, as if his legs were weak. I need to use the restroom. The deadline is pressing. Even if you have to drag it with you, you must continue working. Go back. Once at a sufficient distance, Li Xingtian suddenly unleashed his full power, appearing before the Qingfeng sect disciple in an instant, his internal energy surging violently. Drawing upon the 9 heavens Xianluo blade from his past life, combined with the rudimentary skills he had learned from the soul-slaying blade of the 9 netherworlds, he was able to execute a simple yet effective technique. The pickaxe in Li Xingtian's hands transformed into a formidable blade, a dark red energy surging forth with immense force. Aimed directly at the disciple's head. The disciple was caught off guard, especially against such a rapid and formidable attack. He felt as though his entire body had been paralyzed, his spirit trembling under the weight of that overwhelming aura. All he could do was express horror before Li Xingtian struck him down in one swift motion. After the blow, Li Xingtian muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it, that took quite a toll. He felt as if nearly half of his internal energy had been expended with that single strike. He hadn't anticipated that merely borrowing a fraction of the technique's might and trajectory would lead to such a significant drain, twice that of his previous supernatural abilities. However, the effectiveness was indeed remarkable. To Li Xingtian's surprise, as he summoned his internal energy, he seemed to faintly sense the energy emanating from the pool. Before he could further attune to this newfound awareness, the 6 figures in black robes suddenly rose, turning their attention towards him. One of them, with a voice that was harsh and indistinguishable in gender, roared, "Who is this impudent brat causing a ruckus here? Are you still in the foundation stage? Today, you shall become our blood offering. Let us show you the true essence of cultivation." Chapter 22. Who is the true evil cultivator? Master, has the second junior brother been inside for too long? Li Yingling glanced at Chu Xingchen, a twinge of concern etching her features. Ever since Li Xingtian sent out the signal and infiltrated the mine, there had been no word from him. Let's wait a little longer. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow. With the teleportation talisman in Li Xingtian's possession, even if he were to face an adversary, he should still manage to escape. It was possible that something had gone awry, and he had been forced to teleport away. Having received her answer, Li Yingling sighed deeply but decided to heed her master's advice and wait a while longer. However, 10 minutes later, a deafening explosion erupted from within the mine, followed by a surge of malevolent and chaotic spiritual energy bursting forth. At this point, there was no need for Li Yingling to speak again. Li Xingtian foresaw the golden core elder within the spirit stone repository, a middle-aged man who had already exited the confines of the storeroom. At this moment, regardless of the circumstances within, he felt compelled to intercept the elder. Chu Xingchen decisively retrieved a spiritual sword from his spatial ring and handed a teleportation talisman to Li Yingling before advancing. If you encounter danger, Use this without hesitation. Then find a place to hide until Master finds you. What is this? Li Yingling inquired, gazing down at the talisman adorned with golden patterns. This is a random teleportation talisman. Infuse it with spiritual energy to activate it. Do not use it out of mere curiosity. Chu Xingchen donned a mask, reminding her to remain calm and prioritize her safety. What should I do now? Follow the plan devised by Li Xingtian. Attempt to assist him, but ensure your own safety above all. If you find yourself outmatched, flee without a second thought. Li Xingtian possesses a similar talisman. Do not worry for him. With that, Li Yingling witnessed Chu Xingchen's figure vanish in an instant, transforming into a radiant arc. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xingchen unleashed his most formidable technique, the initial spell he had learned, the 3,000 weak water sword. Strands of sword chi coalesced into serpentine water dragons. Enveloping the blade, he aimed and struck at the elder, who was hastily preparing to return to the mine. This juncture was critical for the Qingfeng sect. Failure was not an option. The elder had already shattered an urgent jade talisman, knowing that a slight delay would summon other elders to his aid. Yet, the formations and rituals laid within could not afford to falter, intensifying his anxiety. As Chu Xingchen's sudden assault materialized, the elder, noticing it too late, had no time to resist. He could only draw upon the power of his golden core to erect a feeble barrier. However, it seemed he could barely withstand even a moment. The sword struck as if slicing through the very fabric of time and space. In an instant, a chilling aura of death accompanied the overwhelming sword intent. The elder's gaze fell upon the sword wielder, clad in tattered garments and a fearsome mask, his eyes betraying no emotion, neither joy nor sorrow. With no avenue of escape, the elder forced himself to turn aside, narrowly evading the fatal strike aimed at his head. Yet, he could not evade the blade that plunged into his heart, a torrent of spiritual power mingling with the ferocious sword chi wreaking havoc within his body. In a single blow, half of his heart was obliterated into a mist of blood. Yet, the elder seized this moment to muster his remaining strength. Retreating hastily from the attack range, Chu Xingchen did not pursue, but instead halted, fixated on the elder before him. A golden core should be incapacitated by a shattered heart, yet the elder appeared largely unscathed, exuding an unsettling aura. He decided to inspect the system for further information. Montak Chen, Cultivation, mid golden core, blue attribute, acquired demonic body, white attribute, tough skin and resilient flesh. The white entry, cleverness. The black entry, the inner demons take hold. The postnatal demonic body? Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow slightly. It appeared that there were indeed hidden circumstances within the Qingfeng sect. The elder stood firm, a hint of relief crossing his face as a surge of dark red spiritual energy erupted within him, swiftly consuming the unsuspecting miners of the second and third layers of qi refinement. He quickly absorbed them as sustenance, transforming them into energy that rapidly restored the half of his body that had been obliterated by a single strike. That previous blow had shattered his golden core's protective barrier, and the sword technique employed was evidently a divine art. The disparity between cultivators wielding divine arts and those who did not was monumental. Particularly, this individual's cultivation level was likely superior to his own. At this moment, all he needed to do was buy time and await the return of other elders from within the sect. Mo Chun hastily spoke, fellow cultivator. There seems to be a misunderstanding. This is the mining site of the Qingfeng sect. Chu Xingchen replied in a calm and unperturbed tone. The mining site of an evil sect, acting on behalf of heaven, is an obligation one cannot shirk. With this response, Mo Chun breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could exchange a few words, he could buy some time. This fool, no matter how advanced his golden core stage was or how proficient his divine arts might be, the Yuan Ing ancestors within the sect would soon arrive. Mo Chun quickly clasped his hands in greeting. Our Qingfeng sect is a righteous cultivation sect certified by the Southern Danzhou Immortal Alliance. How can it be labeled as an evil sect? Seeing Mo Chun clasp his hands, Chu Xingchen felt a surge of joy. Truly, villains often perish due to their verbosity. What sort of reasoning led one to believe they could continue this pointless chatter? If striking at the body was ineffective, then let it be the mind instead. Yet, Chu Xingchen opened his mouth to speak, his sword never pausing in its movement, his figure darting forward as if instantaneously appearing before Mo Chun. The sword energy coiling around the spiritual sword's blade like flowing water. Without the slightest hesitation, he aimed to strike directly at Mo Chen's head. However, unexpectedly, the blow fell short. Emo-chan suddenly unleashed a dark red blood mist, enveloping the surroundings. The energy lock that Chu Xingchen had aimed at vanished abruptly. Or perhaps it had transformed into that very blood mist. Chu Xingchen quickly erected a barrier of spiritual energy to shield himself from a mist, for he was uncertain of its true nature. At this moment, there was no time to concern himself with the consumption of spiritual energy. His spiritual sword erupted with dazzling brilliance. Threads of light akin to flowing water surged from its blade into the blood mist, swiftly severing all connections to it. Is it not you who is the evil cultivator? Launching a sneak attack, Emo-chen's furious voice emerged from the blood mist. Had he not been on guard, that very strike might have severed his head. My heart is bright. What more is there to say? Chu Xingchen replied succinctly, and the threads of spiritual energy erupted, beginning to erode the blood mist like a deluge. Emo-chen realized he could no longer maintain the blood mist. Otherwise, it would lead to a slow demise. He hastily solidified his form once more. At this moment, Emo-chen's eyes, now a vivid crimson, were fixed intently on Chu Xingchen, convinced that this youth was taking advantage of his lack of divine arts to bully him. Chu Xingchen's expression remained calm, as he believed that a late-stage golden core cultivator should effortlessly defeat a mid-stage counterpart, especially with his mystical abilities at hand. He summoned his spirit sword, which gleamed with ethereal light, channeling the essence of flowing water to condense upon the blade. He intended to resolve the confrontation within 2 moves. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as several gruesome figures emerged from the mine behind him, shattering the surrounding structures and vanishing into the rocky walls of the quarry. Unable to suppress his concern, Chu Xingchen turned his gaze to the commotion. Upon witnessing the bloodied forms that had flown out, he beheld Li Xingtian engulfed in a tempest of demonic flames, dark red energy swirling ominously around him, his crimson eyes radiating an insatiable thirst for blood. Unfathomable, sinister blood, imbued with strange and malevolent energy, seemed to be under Li Xingtian's control, coiling around him like a serpent. Had he succumbed to darkness? Why did he appear so ominous? As Li Xingtian emerged from the mine, he caught sight of his master, exclaiming with a frenzied yet reverent tone, "Master!" Montauk Chen, equally astounded, gazed at Li Xingtian. The individual was unfamiliar to him, and the term master he uttered could not possibly refer to himself. Clearly, he was addressing the enigmatic figure who claimed to be the light in my heart. No, it was evident to everyone present that his disciple was the most aberrant among them, yet he dared to proclaim such a title? Emo-chen, filled with righteous indignation, pointed accusingly at Li Xingtian, exclaiming, "You lot are the true heretics." In Chapter 23, the clarity of thought faced with the elder's furious reprimand, Chu Xingchen responded with an even more ferocious display of power. A torrent of sword intent surged forth like a waterfall, crashing toward the elder with the force of a tsunami. Given the dire state of his second disciple, it was clear that time was not on their side. Regardless of the perspective one took, the situation appeared dire, especially considering that his disciple was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Even with a life-saving talisman, their safety was far from assured. Therefore, a swift resolution was the most prudent strategy. Emo-chan was struck with terror, sensing that his life force was being locked onto. As he faced the oncoming blade, he felt as though death itself loomed above him like a harbinger of doom. "Master, wait! Spare him!" Li Xingtian suddenly interjected at the entrance of the mine. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Xingchen relented, slightly easing the force of his strike. At the critical moment, the sword's trajectory shifted, sparing the elder's terrified head from decapitation. Upon witnessing his master's restraint, Li Xingtian exhaled a sigh of relief before dashing forward, manifesting blood-colored energy that pressed down upon the elder's head. Although Chu Xingchen's strike did not claim the elder's life, its power was significant enough to leave him severely injured. Faced with Li Xingtian's rapid advance, Elder Emo-chen found himself utterly incapacitated, devoid of the strength to raise even a hand, and could only submit to Li Xingtian's grip on his head. To his horror, he soon realized that the vitality within him was being voraciously siphoned away by this brash youth at the foundation establishment stage. A foundation establishment cultivator absorbing the essence of a golden core? Such an occurrence is utterly unprecedented, although there are reasons for the injury sustained. Elder Emo-chen distinctly perceives that it is, in fact, a suppression stemming from the cultivation technique. This lad practices a form of malevolent cultivation even more sinister than his progenitor. It is a wicked artifact that even the practitioners of dark arts would find abhorrent. Chu Xingchen observes his disciple, who has begun to absorb the blood essence from the elder's body as if he were a practitioner of the dark arts himself. Both are enveloped in a swirling mist of dark, crimson blood energy. Frowning, Chu Xingchen inquires, "What is happening here?" Xianxia can only turn his head slightly towards his master and explain, "There exists a malevolent ritual array here. They have been consuming the blood essence of the miners to cultivate their nefarious techniques." Gripping his sword tightly, Chu Xingchen glares at Xianxia and retorts, "I'm asking about you. What is your situation?" "Me?" Xianxia is momentarily taken aback, then lowers his gaze to see the abundant blood energy within him. Suddenly realizing, "I'm fine. It seems that your technique can interact with those blood pools." At this point, Xianxia's expression becomes somewhat unusual. After all, he had never heard of any righteous sect's cultivation method that could interact with the arrays of dark practitioners. Moreover, the technique he is currently cultivating appears to take precedence even over those of the malevolent sections. Will I, henceforth, find myself creating a sea of corpses with a mere flick of my hand? However, given the pressing circumstances, it is not the time for probing deeper. Chu Xingchen hastily states, "As long as you are unharmed, that is sufficient. The reinforcements are likely on their way." What is the situation? Xianxia swiftly senses the spiritual energy within him replenishing rapidly, his cultivation level surging upwards with the flow of the technique. He responds immediately, "I just saw my senior sister heading into the mine. I have eliminated all the foundation building cultivators inside. She should be safe. Master, you should collect what you need from the warehouse and retreat immediately. I will handle this person." Chu Xingchen nods slightly and promptly dashes toward the warehouse. The remaining foundation-building disciples of the Qingfeng sect had long fled when their elder was struck down by a single sword. At this moment, no one attempts to obstruct Chu Xingchen as he forcefully kicks open the warehouse door. The sight that greets him momentarily stuns Chu Xingchen. The quantity of spirit stones within the warehouse is considerable, yet there exists an array that nourishes these stones with the blood essence emanating from a mine. The spirit stones before him no longer exhibit their usual pale blue hue, glowing with spiritual energy, but instead appear in a faint red, exuding a stench of blood. Wouldn't these spirit stones be treated as dark artifacts if taken out? Why would these people demean themselves by degrading the spirit stones? However, there is no time to dwell on such matters. With the resolve of having come this far, Chu Xingchen begins to hastily stow away the spirit stones into his spatial ring. The ring space soon fills to capacity, leaving only a few trivial stones behind. After casually pocketing 2 more stones, Chu Xingchen refrains from further greed. Upon exiting, Xianxia had already dealt with Elder Mo Chun. At this moment, Elder Mo Chun resembled a desiccated corpse, mere skin enveloping bones. Chu Xingchen observed that Xianxia's cultivation had progressed to the mid-foundation stage, matching the pace of Li Yingling. Now, Xianxia was preparing his initial plan, crafting a rudimentary teleportation array, so simplistic that the destination remained uncertain, as did the distance of a transport. Chu Xingchen tossed a few blood-red spirit stones from his spatial ring to Xianxia, enabling the array to harness spiritual energy. At that precise moment, Li Yingling emerged from the mine, dragging a man behind her. She wore a ghostly mask and held Ning Qianqian's father, Ning Kuan, in her grasp. As Li Yingling exited, a throng of miners followed closely from mine. They realized that remaining here was tantamount to certain death, merely a matter of time. Xianxia continued his actions unabated, declaring that he had just inscribed a teleportation array. The range and destination of this array were uncertain. It was highly probable that they might still fall into the hands of the Qingfeng sect. "You may choose to remain, though I do not compel you. This chance is singular. Reflect carefully. Those willing, step into the circle." Xianxia's voice, amplified by spiritual energy, reached the ears of the miners with clarity. All the miners gazed at the unfolding scene with a hint of bewilderment. Yet, among them were perceptive individuals who had witnessed the tumult within the mine, where spiritual energy surged and shattered the illusionary array's foundation. As the illusion faded, the miners beheld the gruesome pool of blood and the lifeblood being siphoned from their own bodies. It was clear that a toil here as mere beasts ultimately led to being drained entirely by the Qingfeng sect. Amidst the miners, someone spoke up with fervor, expressing gratitude. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. We have no means to repay you. Xianxia remained silent. His head bowed as he completed the final strokes of the array, placing the spirit stones into the array's foundation. The array suddenly erupted in brilliance. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia replied, "Do not thank me. It is merely an opportunity. Do not remain idle." For reasons unknown, upon seeing these people, Xianxia was reminded of his childhood companions from his village, brothers with whom he shared trousers. One had perished here. He couldn't help but chuckle at his own sentimentality. He puzzled over why he felt compelled to save them. Yet, is not cultivation merely the pursuit of a clear intention? If one wishes to act, then act they must, whether for personal solace or in memory of fallen brothers. Ultimately, it was a desire rooted in his heart. He then glanced at his master, who merely nodded gently in acknowledgement. Chapter 24. Consider long and carefully. In the mine, even with haste, the Qingfeng sect arrived a moment too late. By the time a group of Golden Core elders, led by Xianxia, reached the mine, it was nearly deserted. At this moment, the 5 Golden Core elders hovered above the mine, their divine senses swiftly expanding to scan the surroundings. It soon became evident that the teleportation array mentioned by Xianxia was indeed extremely unstable. As the group of Golden Core masters swept their senses, they detected several miners still within their range. One elder quickly spoke up. "There are still miners who have not managed to escape. You all pursue them. I will search here myself." Xianxia lowered his gaze, his voice calm. Very well. The other elders understood that for Xianxia, this was his sole opportunity to break through to the nascent soul stage. Though he appeared composed on the surface, it was likely that his heart was already ablaze with fury. He was the least willing to see any mishap here, and leaving this matter in Xianxia's hands might, after all, be the best course of action. Xianxia descended swiftly, and upon stepping onto the mine's ground, he immediately beheld the withered figure of Elder Mo Chun. Drained to a husk, he slowly extended his hand, carefully examining Elder Mo Chun's condition. It soon became clear to him that Elder Mo Chun had been drained of life. His blood essence siphoned away while he was still alive, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. Such a feat could only be accomplished by a malevolent cultivator, at least in the late stages of the Golden Core realm. Useless. Xianxia suppressed the rage within him, refraining from reducing the corpse to ashes. After all, he relied on the sect at this moment and could not afford to make the situation appear too grim. Taking a deep breath, he ventured further into the mine, holding on to the last glimmer of hope that everything within remained intact, that the formation crafted over many years still held firm, and that the blood pool's essence still existed. Those were his greatest reliance for breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Time was running short. Xianxia did not possess exceptional talent, and he had toiled tirelessly to ascend to the position of elder in the Qingfeng sect, enduring countless scorn and humiliation. How could he accept being thwarted here? In truth, even before stepping into the depths of the mine, as Xianxia swept his divine sense across the cavern, he understood that all was lost. Yet, he remained undeterred and pressed onward. The once bustling blood food pool was now completely desiccated, and even the carefully constructed formation lay shattered in part. Xianxia gazed at the scene before him, feeling as though he had stepped into a dream or an illusion. Just a fraction more, just a fraction more. He would have accepted even the lowest grade of nascent soul cultivation. He was unaware of how long he stood there. It was only when the other 4 elders returned with 6 captured miners that the sound stirred Xianxia from his reverie. One elder's gaze swept over the sacrificial altar, his heart silently lamenting, before he tossed the 6 captured miners before Xianxia. "These are all we could seize." Xianxia's crimson eyes suddenly lifted, resembling a beast ready to devour souls. The miners, unable to withstand the pressure of the Golden Core, trembled under the weight of his terrifying gaze. "I will speak. I will speak." Ignoring all else, Xianxia seized a miner and commenced the soul-searching technique. One elder, witnessing this, was about to speak, only to be interrupted by another elder shaking his head. This technique not only inflicted severe damage on the soul of the victim, but also imposed a significant burden on the practitioner. Undeterred by his own condition, Xianxia proceeded to extract the souls of all 6 miners. Upon completing the final extraction, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The top-tier evil cultivator could manipulate the waters of the blood pool, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Xianxia noted the presence of a masked man and woman, with the male appearing to be at least at the late Golden Core stage. possessing a formidable technique. The mannerisms of this man did not seem characteristic of an evil cultivator, though one could not dismiss the possibility of deception. Shangguan Hong retrieved a brush and swiftly sketched the only face that the miner had glimpsed in his mind. The drawing depicted a middle-aged man with a beard, his expression vacant. When Li Xingtian infiltrated the mine, he had already taken precautions to obscure his identity. Their actions were swift and their intentions clear. Shangguan Hong added that this visage might not even represent his true appearance. Late golden core, and with techniques? One elder furrowed his brow. Currently, the Yuaning ancestor is in seclusion, and Qingfeng's sect lacks any formidable techniques. Even if we locate them, we may not be able to confront them. Moreover, if the other two are also at the golden core stage with their own techniques, we five would likely be unable to contend with them. According to your soul search, they are merely evil cultivators, likely seeking to gain some minor advantage rather than pursuing a relentless vendetta against us. To act overtly would be a reckless endeavor, especially since we cannot afford to be exposed. Suddenly, Shangguan Hong's crimson eyes fixed upon the elder who had spoken. After a long silence, he slowly replied, "You are correct, but our mission must not end here. The damage to this array foundation is not severe. Repairs are feasible. As for those who feed upon blood, seize them. From this moment, the five of us elders shall guard this place. We will summon disciples from the sect to construct the great array. Not only must they master their techniques, but they must also ensure that none return alive." Faced with Shangguan Hong's proposal, the other four elders fell into silence. Previously, they had been cautious with minor schemes, careful to conceal their actions, yet they had still been captured by other evil cultivators who acted swiftly. Now, to openly capture individuals would inevitably lead to exposure. They merely sought to leverage Shangguan Hong's plan to aid their own cultivation, aspiring to ascend to the Yuanying realm. But they had no desire to wager their lives and reputations here. Unlike Shangguan Hong, who is aging, they believed they could endure longer. Yet, in the presence of Shangguan Hong's evident fury, their silence became the most profound rebuttal. "Brother Pei, have you forgotten that I saved your life? Brother Zhao, your spiritual root talent pales in comparison to mine. Is your ultimate ambition merely to become an elder at the initial golden core stage? On the path of the Tao, do you not wish to advance further? Brother Li, my youngest daughter. Brother Wang." Shangguan Hong's gaze swept across the four elders, a smile that was not quite a smile gracing his face. "Do you truly believe that halting now will spare you from peril? Little do you know, the path of cultivation is fraught with life and death. Only by advancing further, in the depths of midnight reveries, can one find solace." Elderly could no longer contain himself, and spoke first. "From this moment forth, matters must be meticulously planned, with deliberation for the long term." Chapter 25, The Escape. The future of the mine had no bearing on the distant Chu Xingchen anymore. Day and night, Chu Xingchen had returned to the dilapidated temple with his disciples. At that moment, Xianxia, hearing the commotion, hurried out of the temple and saw four figures, particularly noticing the man carried on Li Xingtian's back. Despite Ning Kuan's tattered clothing and gaunt appearance, Xianxia recognized her long-yearned father at first glance. She quickly knelt before Chu Xingchen, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you. Great Immortal, thank you." Li Xingtian gently laid the man down before Xianxia. Ning Kuan was currently in a state of unconsciousness, having been deliberately rendered so by Chu Xingchen, who had no time to explain during their escape. Chu Xingchen raised his hand to cast a spell, rousing Ning Kuan from his slumber. With a light cough, Ning Kuan slowly opened his eyes, the first sight being his daughter's tear-streaked face. Upon seeing Ning Kuan awaken, Chu Xingchen hastily interjected, "I have no time for you two to indulge in sentimentality." This statement caused all the words that Xianxia and Ning Kuan wished to express to falter as they turned their gazes towards Chu Xingchen. "I do not expect any gratitude from you. Consider this my good deed. Just remember, should you ever fall into the hands of Qingfeng's sect, do not implicate me." As Chu Xingchen spoke, he retrieved a water flask, provisions, and some scattered silver from his spatial ring. "You possess the cultivation of the second level of Qi refinement. If you head east, you will find signs of civilization. These supplies and this silver will sustain you on your journey. The farther you run, the safer you will be. Let us conclude this rescue without further ado. Take these items and leave at once. Speak of your matters on the road." Xianxia understood Chu Xingchen's intentions. Once the dust settled, retaliation from Qingfeng's sect would likely follow. Naturally, Chu Xingchen could not guard her and her father for eternity. But saving her father filled Xianxia with immense gratitude. She bowed thrice to Chu Xingchen and then assisted her father, who was still bewildered by the situation. Rest assured, benefactor, even if it costs me my life, I shall never utter a word. Chu Xingchen turned his back, his silence serving as a dismissal. Father, let us go. Ning Qianqian, he spit it. We can discuss everything on the road. Ning Kuan hesitated, then suddenly bowed deeply to Chu Xingchen before rising to leave with Ning Qianqian. As Ning Qianqian and Ning Kuan moved further away, Chu Xingchen suddenly turned back, gazing at his eldest and second disciples. Let's depart swiftly. This place is no longer safe. Li Yingling, his disciple, was not particularly surprised by her master's command. To be honest, the moment she saw her master return with Ning Qianqian, she understood that, once the task was completed, her master would undoubtedly relocate the entire sect. It must be said that the compactness of the sect had its advantages. With 3 individuals, they could easily carry their belongings and become a sect themselves. They could traverse to the ends of the earth. She cast a lingering glance at the small wooden house she had just crafted and the freshly dug foundation pit for the formation. Such efforts seemed in vain, and with a slight sigh, Li Yingling approached the wooden house to begin packing her belongings. Li Xingtian stood still, having little to collect, for he had brought very little with him. Chu Xingchen shot him an exasperated glare and said, "If you have nothing to carry, then assist me in tidying up. Ensure that nothing is left behind, especially the pots and pans, as I have spent considerable resources acquiring them." Understood, Li Xingtian rapidly. Promptly obeying his master's orders and entering the dilapidated temple to gather the kitchenware. Meanwhile, Chu Xingchen began to leave behind traces of their presence. Previously, they had resided here merely to avoid the ire of the minister of the Xuanwu kingdom, but now that the minister was no longer a threat, there was no fear of attracting the attention of a nascent soul expert. With Li Yingling's arduous cultivation and the protection of his flawless golden core, claiming invincibility below the nascent soul stage was not an exaggeration. However, the Qingfeng sect still posed a potential threat, especially with its own nascent soul ancestor possibly in pursuit. Although Chu Xingchen was confident in his ability to evade the chase of the Qingfeng sect's nascent soul, he could not guarantee the safety of his beloved disciple. It was prudent to prepare for contingencies rather than rely on luck when danger was evident. In truth, Chu Xingchen had already resolved to flee after completing this endeavor. He had never truly grown accustomed to living in this dilapidated temple, primarily due to its poor location and somewhat depleted spiritual energy. It was never his intention to establish a permanent sect here. It served merely as a temporary refuge. In this desolate area, the arrival of Li Xingtian was akin to a stroke of fortune. One could not simply wait idly for the next blind rabbit to stumble upon them, could they? Thus, when he brought Ning Qianqian back to the dilapidated temple, he had already formulated this plan, regardless of the misinformation he had provided about his sect. Even if Ning Qianqian were captured, it was unlikely that the Qingfeng sect would persist in their pursuit with the same intensity. Why not exchange a crumbling temple for a substantial sum of spirit stones? Li Yingling, carrying a modest bundle, approached and inquired, "Master, where shall we go from here?" After Chu Xingchen subtly faked his whereabouts, he turned his gaze towards Li Yingling and inquired, "Where would you like to go?" Li Yingling suggested, "How about a picturesque place with clear mountains and flowing waters?" "A splendid suggestion. I shall remember it," Chu Xingchen replied with a perfunctory nod. Sensing her master's dismissive tone, Li Yingling understood that her proposal had been quietly rejected. At that moment, Li Xingtian emerged, burdened with a large travel pack. "Master, I have brought all the valuable items, but carrying the less expensive ones would be rather inconvenient." As Chu Xingchen's spatial ring was already filled to capacity with blood essence spirit stones, the remaining items had to be carried by his disciples. Thus, a lighter load was indeed permissible. Chu Xingchen surveyed his disciples, all of whom looked at him with eager eyes. Unable to suppress a smile, he recalled his previous escapes. After all, in order to deceive the celestial seedlings into apprenticing under him, one had to engage in a modicum of subterfuge. In the past, he had fled alone, but now, his entire sect accompanied him. Chu Xingchen declared, "Good disciples, let us depart. We are fleeing." Li Xingtian could not hide his mirth. "Yes, master." Li Yingling, brimming with anticipation, echoed, "We are off to flee." In Yuzhou City, a middle-aged real estate agent presented an enticing property. "Young master, this residence is splendid, situated alongside the Chuanyu River. In a few days, the Lantern Festival will arrive, and the lanterns will float downstream, passing right by here. you will be able to witness the beautiful lanterns drifting past your doorstep. He slightly bent forward as he opened the door to a courtyard house. The agent's gaze fell upon the three tenants. One was an exceedingly handsome young man, albeit dressed in somewhat tattered attire. He seemed to command the others, who followed him obediently, indicating his higher status. Another was a strikingly beautiful young lady, adorned in a luxurious silk gown, carrying a small yellow pouch. Her eyes curiously surveying the surroundings. She resembled a noblewoman unfamiliar with the outside world. The last, while not as aesthetically pleasing as the first two, remained silent and bore an air of fierce intimidation. He carried a large bundle, revealing glimpses of pots and pans. The agent, reflecting on the situation, deduced that it was the young master accompanying his sister to experience the world, with a formidable bodyguard for safety. Thus, throughout the encounter, the agent was exceedingly obsequious. This indeed was a prime location, with delightful scenery and a bustling street nearby. The area was frequented by patrolling constables, ensuring commendable safety, with hardly any drawbacks aside from the high cost. If he served these esteemed guests well, the commission from this transaction could cover a month's worth of his labor. Chapter 26, Elegance. The agent pushed open the door. This house was expensive, and regular cleaning by hired women ensured that the place remained pristine. It cost little, yet each time tenants arrived, they would find a refreshed abode awaiting them. If the ground is covered in dust and cobwebs are spun, one is certain to be haggled down on price. In these times, many struggle to afford even a meal for a mere handful of coins. One can easily find numerous individuals willing to work. The courtyard in front of the Xianxia features a small garden, with a stone table and chairs nestled beneath a tree. The yard is meticulously maintained, devoid of fallen leaves and weeds. We regularly summon individuals to attend to the cleanliness here. The caretaker bent down, gesturing for them to enter and take a look. Li Yingling stepped in first, surveying her surroundings. While this place could not compare to the grandeur of her own home, it far surpassed that of a dilapidated temple. At the very least, it was clean and tidy, and there was no need to patch up drafty doors. Approaching the stone table, Li Yingling gently brushed her hand across its surface, raising it to find no dust whatsoever. She casually chose to open the door to the side room, and found it equally tidy. However, there were no mattresses or blankets on the bed, though a desk and chair were present. Chu Xingchen also stepped into the courtyard, taking in the scene before inquiring of his companion, Li Xingtian. What do you think? As long as the master finds it acceptable, that is sufficient. Li Xingtian was indifferent to the living conditions. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to sleep behind a broken temple. The caretaker was momentarily taken aback. Master? The relationship among this group seemed to differ from his initial assumptions. Master, this place is truly wonderful, Li Yingling remarked as she exited the side room, her expression indicating satisfaction with the residents. The caretaker quickly chimed in, indeed. If you inquire throughout Yuzhou City, you'll find this location and the house to be of the utmost quality. Observing the contentment on his eldest disciple's face, Chu Xingchen decisively produced 20 taels of silver. Let us rent it for 6 months. You can complete the paperwork and then pass it to me. The caretaker's eyes lit up, promptly accepting the silver and respectfully handing the keys to Chu Xingchen. Here are the keys. The rental agreement will be delivered to you tonight. After receiving the keys, the caretaker discreetly withdrew. Upon seeing his master secure the rental, Li Xingtian, without hesitation, carried his belongings inside, placing pots and pans in their designated spots. Master, what brings you to Yuzhou City? Li Yingling inquired curiously. Having initially thought her master would lead her to some remote mountain, her eldest disciple posed a rather insightful question. Chu Xingchen had compelling reasons for coming to Yuzhou City. Good question. I shall explain everything tonight. For now, let us assess what we lack. You should purchase some items in the market, as we may need to stay here for a spell. As he spoke, Chu Xingchen untied the silver pouch from his waist and tossed it to Li Yingling. All right, master. Her eyes brightened as she caught the pouch. Junior brother, come. Let us head to the market. Coming, Li Xingtian said, setting down his bundle before stepping out of the side room, though his first glance was directed towards his master. Chu Xingchen nodded and said, Go ahead. Accompany your senior sister to procure some necessities. Yes, master, Li Xingtian replied with a nod. Subsequently, Li Yingling energetically took her junior disciple out for shopping. It seemed that she had numerous items to acquire, as she even instructed Li Xingtian to don the packages he had just removed. As their footsteps gradually faded into the distance, Chu Xingchen first closed the outer door and then subtly set up concealed formations in several discrete locations. The formations were not particularly powerful, They merely served to alert the spellcaster if someone entered, allowing a glance through the use of spiritual perception. Thus, there was no need for spirit stones to activate them. Chu Xingchen left behind a few strands of his own spiritual energy, ensuring it would suffice before his return. Once everything was completed, Chu Xingchen's figure abruptly vanished from the center of the courtyard. If one were to inquire about the finest establishment in Yuzhou City, it would undoubtedly be the spring full courtyard, where the maidens exude the essence of spring, akin to a landscape flourishing with blossoms. Gentle spring breezes and delicate rains create an atmosphere of elegance, encompassing all that one could desire. However, when it comes to the pinnacle of refinement, Bamboo Jade Pavilion reigns supreme. Although spring full courtyard offers a plethora of choices, from lavish to modest, anything too easily attainable cannot be deemed truly sophisticated. After all, for those affluent young lords, resolving matters with wealth is hardly a challenge. In stark contrast, Bamboo Jade Pavilion maintains an entirely different standard. Even the servants who serve tea must not be touched or scolded. The courtesans within, responsible for the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, are each more aloof and proud than the last. Even if one were to lavish 1,000 taels of gold, a mere glance would be denied. Attempting to catch a glimpse through a veil would be futile. Those who have encountered the courtesans of Bamboo Jade Pavilion without a concealed visage are exceedingly rare. Nonetheless, every individual who has beheld them has lauded their beauty as celestial. Moreover, the influential force behind Bamboo Jade Pavilion appears to be immensely powerful, as no one in Yuzhou City has been observed to compel the courtesans to meet those they wish to avoid. Thus, this unattainable pinnacle of elegance becomes the ultimate pursuit for men. Any individual fortunate enough to glimpse the visage of a courtesan beneath her veil would find themselves the subject of endless boasting throughout Yuzhou City. Strictly speaking, Bamboo Jade Pavilion is divided into two sections. The first part is where guests are received and songs are sung. Beyond Bamboo Jade Pavilion lies the residence of the courtesans, known as the White Jade Loft. At this moment, Chu Xingchen finds himself within the boudoir of the courtesan Yaoyin in the White Jade Loft. The room is exceptionally simple, devoid of excess ornaments, and one cannot even find rouge or powder. Seated at the tea table, Chu Xingchen gently savors the rather mild tea before him. Opposite him sits a charming young maid with a round face and large almond-shaped eyes, pouting and gazing at him with an air of indignation. The maid is currently preparing tea. While it may appear that Chu Xingchen is savoring the tea, in truth, he simply recognizes its expense, knowing he can likely not afford it, and seizes the opportunity to indulge in a few more sips without cost. TSK. Chu Xingchen downed the tea in one gulp. Yet he could not discern its merits. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to voice his critique. The flavor was too mild. Next time, do not skimp on the tea leaves. There is hardly any taste at all. The maid, upon hearing this, nearly choked in disbelief. Her impulse to hurl the teapot at this audacious individual overwhelming her. Did he not understand the exorbitant value of this tea? Did he not realize that such a meager amount was reserved by their young lady, who seldom indulged in it? To merely catch a whiff of its aroma was akin to celebrating a festive occasion. With a haughty snort, the maid retorted, "If you cannot appreciate it, then do not drink it. Do not be disrespectful." Xiaoling, a cool voice interjected from outside the door. Startled, Xiaoling immediately straightened and stepped aside obediently. Chu Xingchen lifted his gaze toward the entrance, where stood a tall figure clad in a flowing white gown, her face veiled, and her long, lustrous black hair elegantly fastened with a jade hairpin. Though her visage was obscured, her slightly frosty yet captivating eyes revealed her beauty, even without witnessing her full countenance. One could surmise that the enchanting woman before him was indeed a celestial beauty. She cradled a zither in her arms, her gaze fixed intently upon Chu Xingchen, seated nonchalantly in his chair. "Long time no see, Miss Yaoqin." Chu Xingchen initiated the greeting. Chapter 27. Confiding heartfelt thoughts to Yaoqin. Yaoqin did not respond immediately. She entered the room, placing the zither upon the table before finally settling down. "It has indeed been a while. I thought you had perished," she remarked slowly. Chu Xingchen picked up an unused cup nearby, poured tea for Yaoqin, and offered it to her. Just as he was about to explain, Yaoqin interjected, "I had forgotten. To use your own words, a calamity like you is destined to endure for a millennium. You are not so easily dispatched." At this, Xiaoling, standing respectfully at the side, could not help but stifle a laugh. However, as Yaoqin cast her piercing gaze in her direction, the laughter was promptly suppressed. Yaoqin gestured for the maid to leave. Xiaoling hesitated, raising her eyes to her mistress. Her lady was perpetually ensnared by this scoundrel's charms. If she were to depart without alerting her mistress, who knew what tricks he might pull this time? It was indeed peculiar. Despite her mistress's intelligence, she seemed to act more foolishly in his presence than Xiaoling herself. Reluctantly, Xiaoling murmured, "Mistress." Yaoqin remained silent, her gaze unwavering, merely gesturing once more for her to exit. With a resigned sigh, Xiaoling understood that further insistence would only provoke her mistress's ire. Thus, she stepped out, leaving only the veiled Yaoqin and Chu Xingchen in the room. Yaoqin, not lifting her eyes, lowered her gaze to the zither on the table and gently adjusted its strings. "Now, what brings you to seek me once more?" Chu Xingchen sighed, his tone laced with indignation. "Why does Miss Yaoqin speak with such coldness? Every time I seek your presence, it seems to be merely to request your assistance. Is this the nature of our relationship?" Who has been referring to herself as Miss Yaoqin since the moment I arrived? Yaoqin, still not lifting her gaze, responded with an even colder tone. "When have you ever approached me without seeking my help?" This statement caused Chu Xingchen to pause momentarily. Upon reflection, he realized she was correct. Every time he sought her out, it was for a purpose. He had never truly repaid her kindness. In light of this, had he not been taking advantage of her goodwill repeatedly? Furthermore, his current visit was indeed driven by a need for her assistance. Yaoqin waited expectantly, but Chu Xingchen remained silent. Thus, she probed, "What is wrong? Are you at a loss for words?" After a brief contemplation, Chu Xingchen felt the need to be more tactful to avoid finding himself locked out the next time he needed her aid. He raised his gaze to Yaoqin and thought to convey his thoughts to her. Upon hearing this, Yaoqin paused, pressing her fingers firmly against the strings of her instrument, and coldly inquired, "What do you wish to express?" Faced with her frigid demeanor, Chu Xingchen felt a pang of sorrow, sighing as he murmured, "To confide my sentiments to Yaoqin, yet who among the few kindred spirits will listen when the strings are severed? The sophistication of the bamboo jade pavilion lies not merely in wealth, but in the eloquence that elevates one's standing. Furthermore, should one possess a handsome visage, the chances of success are significantly heightened. Relying on his own wit and humor, and drawing inspiration from the poetic verses of his past life, Chu Xingchen casually recited a few exquisite poems, confident that he could easily charm these proud courtesans. At least, this was the case with Yaoqin, despite the fact that he had yet to even touch her hand. By incorporating her name into his expressions, he believed he was demonstrating ample sincerity. Chu Xingchen felt assured that Yaoqin would be profoundly moved. However, reality seemed to disagree. Instead of a bashful response from Yaoqin, he was met with a forceful wave of sound. Yaoqin raised her hand, unleashing a powerful sound wave. The sharpness of the wave sliced through the air, jolting Chu Xingchen back to his senses as he hurriedly rubbed his ears. Yaoqin exclaimed, "You lecher! Do you think that after seeing me a few times, you can toy with me? Wait, how am I a lecher? I haven't even touched your hand. This seems rather unjust." Upon hearing this, Yaoqin swiftly withdrew her hand from the table, casting a scornful glance at Chu Xingchen. "Consider it a mistake on my part," he sighed, realizing he should have approached the matter more formally. From his spatial ring, he retrieved a blood essence spirit stone and placed it upon the table. Yaoqin's eyes immediately locked onto the stone. After a couple of glances, she suddenly turned her gaze towards Chu Xingchen, her consciousness swiftly scanning him, only to find that her probing could not penetrate his protective aura. "Have you reached the golden core stage?" Yaoqin's brow furrowed slightly. Chu Xingchen leaned back in his chair and replied, "Indeed, did I startle you?" Chu Xingchen's innate talent is not lost on Yaoqin, for he is indeed a prodigy. Having consumed so many cups of fine tea, he has long understood its effects, fully aware of the kindness she has shown him. Yet, this individual treats the tea as if it were mere well water, failing to grasp its significance even after numerous sips. His aptitude, it must be said, leaves much to be desired. The last time she saw him, he had only just reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and now, in the span of merely a year, he has surprisingly advanced to at least the mid-stage of the golden core realm. With lowered eyes, Yaoqin gazed at the blood essence spirit stone on the table, and a troubling thought flickered through her mind. In frustration at his lack of ambition, she exclaimed, "Have you turned to the path of demonic cultivation?" Chu Xingchen quickly retorted, "Do not spread rumors. Who in Yuzhou City does not know that Langley by long embodies noble righteousness?" Yaoqin pressed further. "Then how do you explain your cultivation level and this spirit stone?" Chu Xingchen recounted. embellishing the tale of his encounter at the Qingfeng sect's mine and the presence of demonic cultivators therein. This blood essence spirit stone was obtained from that very place, he said, lightly tapping the stone before him. Upon hearing this, Xianxia gently grasped the stone, her spiritual sense probing it, confirming the malevolent blood energy contained within. A trick of extreme demonic cultivation. Xianxia queried, "So, you have come to seek my assistance in dealing with the Qingfeng sect?" Chu Xingchen shook his head, stating, "Not quite. I merely wish to ascertain whether there exists a method to purify this spirit stone." Xianxia regarded him with a measure of suspicion. "Do you possess many such spirit stones?" With sincerity, Chu Xingchen replied, "Only two. I simply wish to be better prepared should I encounter similar demonic cultivators in the future." Xianxia nodded lightly. "It will require some time. I cannot guarantee a solution, but return to me in due course." "No need. I will be residing in Yuzhou City for some time. When you have results, simply send word to this address." Chu Xingchen then picked up a nearby brush and wrote down his current residence. Xianxia glanced at the elegant calligraphy and the address within Yuzhou City. This was the first time she could accurately ascertain where to find Chu Xingchen. She reached out, took the paper, and tucked it into her sleeve. "Is there anything else?" Chu Xingchen stood and replied, "No, I shall await your good news." With that, he made to leave. "Wait, leave behind the words you just spoke before you go." "What words?" Chu Xingchen. "All right, I shall write it now." Chapter 28. How do you know this is the wooden fish of a high monk as passing? Upon returning to his small courtyard at the sect, Chu Xingchen found that his disciples had yet to return from their shopping expedition. He wondered where his eldest disciple had gone to procure supplies, as they had been gone for quite some time. However, the matter of the spirit stones had been entrusted to the capable hands of Xianxia, and the most pressing issues had been sufficiently addressed. This was indeed the primary objective of his visit to Yuzhou City. He felt optimistic about the likelihood of a favorable resolution, for, based on Chu Xingchen's deductions, the entire Zuding seemed inherently linked to his sect of cultivation. Upon first encountering Xianxia, she was already at the Golden Core level, a status that in this remote area could be likened to that of an elder, commanding respect and authority. Yet here she remained, engaged in playing the zither within the confines of the bamboo jade courtyard. Such a configuration strongly suggested a connection to a sect from the Central Plains. Therefore, Chu Xingchen held considerable confidence in Xianxia's ability to resolve the matter at hand. After all, the spiritual stones contained within his spatial ring were exclusively of the blood essence variety. Should he dare to present them as currency, he would undoubtedly attract the ire of righteous practitioners. Furthermore, these blood essence stones were scarcely accepted by anyone other than the malevolent cultivators. At present, while Chu Xingchen appeared affluent, he was, in reality, unable to produce even a single usable spiritual stone. He possessed wealth, yet it was utterly impractical to spend. Chu Xingchen retracted the small formation he had set prior to his departure and stepped into the main room his disciple had thoughtfully prepared for him. As he surveyed the space, he noted its commendable cleanliness, furnished with tables and chairs. Sitting down, he retrieved a blood essence spiritual stone to examine. As a golden core practitioner, albeit with some blemishes, he deemed himself qualified to study it. However, the more he investigated, the more he discerned the stone's malevolent nature. The blood essence exhibited a surprising inclination to merge with the spiritual energy contained within the stone. In a certain respect, this was rather impressive. Spiritual stones were formed when spiritual energy, drawn along spiritual veins, coalesced over time due to their high density, gradually stabilizing and ceasing to accommodate anything outside of spiritual energy. Once a spiritual stone was fully formed, this attribute became even more pronounced. Thus, manipulating a spiritual stone in such a manner was indeed a skilled endeavor. It was not impossible, but rather exceedingly challenging. The technical level of the blood essence spiritual stone before him seemed far beyond what one might expect from such a secluded locale. Just as Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow in contemplation, a voice called out from his eldest disciple. "Master." He tucked away the spiritual stone and rose to open the door, only to be momentarily taken aback. Li Yingling entered with a broad smile, her back laden with a large bundle. Following her was Li Xingtian, bearing a package that was 2 to 3 times larger than himself. One might argue that it exceeded the very definition of a mere package. With a quick glance around to ensure he was unobserved, Li Xingtian suddenly hurled the cumbersome bundle over the courtyard wall. He then swiftly darted inside, prepared to catch the package he had just thrown. Chu Xingchen raised a hand, skillfully halting the airborne bundle, allowing it to descend gently to the ground. As he regarded the substantial package before him, he inquired with curiosity, have the prices in Yuzhou City become so inexpensive? How could you procure so many items with just that amount of silver? At his words, Li Yingling proudly lifted her chin, setting down her package and subtly gesturing to her fellow disciple, encouraging him to share the details of her remarkable achievements. This was not purchased by the senior sister. A hint of nostalgia flickered across Li Xingtian's face as a new vendor appeared on the street, engaging passers-by with a ring-toss game that promised random prizes for those who succeeded. His disciple had spent all her money at that stall. Chu Xingchen paused in surprise, wondering if this was the manifestation of his pupil's extraordinary luck. Li Yingling, brimming with pride, produced from her bundle a pristine set of resplendent white garments for men. Master, I specifically exchanged this for you. Your current attire is far too tattered, she declared. With that, she unfurled the outfit, revealing sleeves adorned with golden threads and soft blue accents embellished with exquisite patterns. It was the finest piece from the shop, said to automatically adjust to fit and crafted by a master artisan to repel dust and dirt. Li Yingling, smiling, neatly folded the garments along with matching trousers and presented them to Chu Xingchen. Upon receiving the outfit, he ran his fingers over the fabric, discovering its extraordinary softness. He nodded appreciatively. Thank you, my dear disciple. Meanwhile, Li Xingtian opened his own large bundle, revealing an eclectic assortment of items, with only a few appearing genuinely useful. Fortunately, he found 3 sets of bedding, a testament that Li Yingling had not overlooked the essentials. Tonight, they would not have to sleep on a wooden board. Chu Xingchen stepped forward, his gaze scrutinizing the collection. Among the items were some familiar cooking utensils, albeit with unique designs, along with oddly shaped ancient coins, talismans, and a shattered longsword. There were also a clattering rattle, a large drum, a sword woven from copper coins, and even a set of wooden fish used by monks. He picked up a wooden fish mallet, examining it closely, but found nothing remarkable. Is this a consolation prize? He inquired. Master, this wooden fish is special. Li Yingling apruaka, eager to explain. According to the vendor, this wooden fish contains the accumulated merits of a venerable monk before his passing. It's an extraordinary treasure. Chu Xingchen, wielding the mallet, turned and gently tapped Li Yingling on the head, retorting, how extraordinary can it be? It doesn't even resonate as loudly as when I tap your head. This is clearly just the vendor's gimmick. Surely, my eldest disciple can't be so naive as to believe that. Li Yingling pouted in indignation, feeling the slight sting of the tap despite it not being painful. If you don't believe me, just ask our second disciple. This wooden fish indeed contains the merits of a high monk at the time of his passing, affirmed Li Xingtian, though his expression was mixed with hesitance, as if he wished to say more, but ultimately shook his head in resignation. Chu Xingchen cast a bemused glance at his second disciple, wondering if he had lived his previous life in vain, sharing the same naivety as his eldest disciple. How can you be so sure that what the vendor said is true? He challenged the 2 of them. We both witnessed the high monk's sudden passing. And Li Xingtian maintained his composure, though his expression revealed a profound shock. He had never anticipated such a remarkable turn of events. Chu Xingchen exclaimed in astonishment. A sudden passing? He was a cultivator in the Qi refinement stage who practiced the arduous Zen. After my senior sister drew that wooden fish, he disregarded her attempts to stop him and, right then and there, entered a state of enlightenment, merging all his cultivated merits into the wooden fish. In the end, he entrusted my senior sister to utilize it wisely, insisting that she possessed extraordinary fortune and would undoubtedly make a name for herself in the realm of immortals. Which merchant has such audacious connections? I must see for myself. There was no need to go. After my master and senior sister finished drawing, they gathered all their belongings, cursing their misfortune, and hurried out of Yuzhou City. In retrospect, they must have already left the city. Chapter 29. How could one catch such a thing without fishing? Although there were numerous items, most seemed utterly impractical for any occasion, particularly the pots and pans. Chu Xingchen feared they might be crafted from the ashes of some high monk. He had no inclination to use another skull as a bowl. Thus, under Chu Xingchen's strict orders, those peculiar-looking utensils were entirely barred from entering the kitchen. As for the other items, whatever Li Yingling wanted could be taken back to her room, and the rest would be discarded into an uninhabited side room. Additionally, there was the wooden fish from the high monk's passing. It was uncertain whether this item was auspicious or not. Chu Xingchen allowed Li Yingling to handle it, as he felt compelled to use it to tap her little head whenever he saw it. Therefore, despite the numerous possessions, Only a few were deemed reliable or usable after careful selection. Fortunately, the quilt was merely an ordinary silk one, not something sacrificed by a high monk or eminent figure. Otherwise, Chu Xingchen might have felt as if someone were pressing down on him while he slept. After sorting, the bulk of the items was relegated to the side room, which alleviated the need for cleaning. The three soon gathered in Chu Xingchen's bedroom, exchanging glances as they prepared to hold a sect-wide meeting. Chu Xingchen placed the blood-tinged spirit stones from his spatial ring on the table. These spirit stones from a mine have all been tainted with blood energy. Li Xingtian frowned slightly. The spirit stones he used for teleportation from the mine were of this type. Initially, he thought there were only a few, and his master had taken them for immediate use. What's wrong? Li Yingling picked up a blood-tinged spirit stone and examined it closely. It seemed unproblematic at first glance. Being somewhat of a novice in the cultivation world, her understanding was largely derived from novels and tales, relying on her innate talent to gradually increase her cultivation. To her, this spirit stone was merely a different hue. She could still sense that the spiritual energy contained within had not diminished, and at worst, it was simply an unattractive color. Chu Xingchen vividly illustrated. Imagine if you were to unveil this object at the entrance of the Demon Suppression Bureau. If you could emerge unscathed, it would merely suggest that those inept individuals are living off easy gains. Upon hearing this, Li Yingling immediately comprehended the implication. So, Master, our visit to Yuzhou City is primarily to resolve the Spirit Stone issue? Indeed, I have already enlisted assistance to address it. Chu Xingchen replied with a gentle nod. For now, you should concentrate on your cultivation. Once the Spirit Stone dilemma is resolved, we shall seek a suitable place to continue our endeavors. Li Xingtian nodded in acknowledgement. Li Yingling, however, harbored her own thoughts. Pouting slightly, she cast a pleading glance at her master. Master, the Lantern Festival is approaching, and I have never had the opportunity to partake in it. Coming from a prominent family, yet being a secondary offspring, she had not received much affection. Furthermore, with her mother in poor health for many years, she often remained by her side, seldom leaving the confines of their estate, let alone enjoying festivities. While within the estate, she could only gaze at the lofty walls, listening to the joyous sounds beyond. Perhaps only Li Yingling herself understood the depth of her yearning to witness the vibrant celebrations outside. Very well. We shall venture out to enjoy the Lantern Festival together for a day. Chu Xingchen consented, fully aware of the circumstances surrounding his eldest disciple. He recognized her challenging childhood, and participating in a single day of festivities during the Lantern Festival hardly constituted a significant request. Li Yingling was no fool, and she had managed to avoid causing trouble. She was considerate in her own way, proving reliable in critical moments. Thank you, Master. A radiant smile blossomed on Li Yingling's face, exclaiming, You are the best in the world. After bestowing upon her master this high praise, the meeting drew to a close. The blood-chi spirit stones were unsuitable for Li Yingling's cultivation, as the blood essence contained within could easily disrupt a cultivator's practice, while those of higher realms might handle it. Li Yingling did not belong to that category. Thus, she was advised to diligently practice her techniques, striving for advancement. Li Xingtian, on the other hand, could cultivate using the blood-chi spirit stones, as his current method seemed somewhat sinister in retrospect. After all, it inherently involved the absorption of blood essence, which could easily be associated with dark practices. Li Xingtian did not inquire further about the cultivation techniques, and Chu Xingchen, respecting the silence, offered no additional commentary. The techniques provided by the system were beyond Chu Xingchen's explanation. Ultimately, once mastered, the methods sourced from the system would undoubtedly lack adverse effects, ensuring that one would not become a nefarious figure. Though the cultivation might possess a hint of malevolence, its essence should not be overly corrupt, one would hope. Due to Li Xingtian's absorption of a gold core cultivator's blood essence, his cultivation had now ascended to the mid-foundation stage, matching that of his senior sister. Given the waiting period in Yuzhou City, with access to blood-chi spirit stones for cultivation, it seemed only a matter of time before Li Xingtian surpassed his sister. As for Chu Xingchen, naturally, he would engage in his own leisurely pursuits. Regardless, my eldest disciple possesses extraordinary talent. The divine abilities she comprehends are akin to my own understanding. My second disciple is diligent in his cultivation. The spiritual energy he harnesses is equivalent to my own practice. Through the rewards of the system, a single spiritual stone is effectively utilized, as if it were two. Were I to employ the spiritual stones for my own cultivation, it would be sheer extravagance. Therefore, I have established a shielding formation in Li Xing Tian's chamber to ensure that no fluctuations in spiritual energy attract the attention of others. With this, I have completed all that I can do. In the past, I had to cook to satisfy the appetites of my disciples. Now that we are within the confines of Yuzhou City, they can indulge in whatever they desire outside. While I may lack spiritual stones, I still possess a considerable amount of silver and gold. As a celestial being in dire straits, yet a mortal with substantial wealth, this aptly depicts my true state. Consequently, a few days later, with nothing pressing to do, I decided to engage in a meditative fishing expedition. Since fishing is prohibited within Yuzhou City, I ventured outside the city to do so. Not far from a city, by the banks of a great river, I reclined on a chair, rod in hand, leisurely fishing. Occasionally, pure spiritual energy surged into my body, a result of Li Xing Tian's cultivation, a seamless automation of my own spiritual advancement. Moreover, through this feedback, I could gauge the extent of Li Xing Tian's idleness that day, a form of remote monitoring. While I could remotely apprehend my indolent disciple, both of my pupils exhibited commendable diligence, with Li Xing Tian particularly outstanding, devoting nearly all his time to cultivation. I frequently received feedback rewards from the system, though I lamented the absence of fish. As the sun began its descent, I resolved to reel in my line and return home, having caught nothing in the past few days. In my previous life, I had rarely fished, and since arriving in this world, my endeavors had been solely directed toward acquiring a disciple, leaving no time for such leisure. However, I refused to return empty-handed. Just as I was preparing to reel in my line, intending to astonish my disciples with a show of my prowess, I suddenly felt a heavy weight tugging at my rod. My eyes brightened, and with a vigorous effort, I lifted the fishing pole. At last, I had caught something. As the line emerged from the water, a massive figure leaped from the surface. My gaze darted to the creature. It was an enormous fish. However, upon closer inspection, my expression shifted to one of dismay. Good heavens! It was not a fish, but a large corpse. This must be the fault of Li Yingling. That cursed wooden fish must have been enchanted. What nonsense of high monk's merit allows one to fish not for fish, but for a corpse? Upon returning, I shall demand that Li Yingling burn that wretched wooden fish. Chapter 30. What a mess. The term large is relative. If the creature caught is indeed large, it is so, but if it is a person, then it is anything but. The most ominous aspect was that the individual he had caught was clad in the attire of the Demon Suppression Division, though merely a basic uniform of the constabulary. Any association with the Demon Suppression Division could hardly bode well. Chu Xingchen extended his spiritual sense towards the person he had just reeled in. The individual possessed a cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi refinement and, remarkably, was still alive, not yet entirely lifeless. Chu Xingchen had originally intended to disregard the situation and toss the body back into the river if the person had perished. However, as the individual was still breathing, that course of action was no longer feasible. Reluctantly, Chu Xingchen advanced a few steps, directing his gaze towards the fortunate member of the Demon Suppression Division. He was a relatively young man, of decent appearance, though he paled in comparison to Chu Xingchen. Perhaps he had not been submerged for long, as his complexion was ashen but not yet swollen. His eyes were tightly shut, yet dark red energy coursed along his veins. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow. Was he poisoned? Exercising caution, he retrieved a silver needle from his waist and, using his spiritual energy, deftly inserted it into the pulsating veins. After the dark, red energy flowed through, the needle remained unresponsive. It was not poison. Chu Xingchen felt a slight relief and then scanned the man's veins with his spiritual sense, discovering that the dark red energy was, in fact, a tumultuous force. At that moment, it continued to surge through the young man's body. If no assistance was rendered, he would likely not survive for long. With a soft sigh, Chu Xingchen employed several silver needles, inserting them into the fundamental acupoints of the young man's veins to seal off his heart channel, ensuring that he would not perish from the energy's assault on his heart. As for whether the energy would rupture his other veins, that was beyond Chu Xingchen's control. Once the needles were in place, he skillfully manipulated his magical power, placing the young man, still lying on the fishing chair, directly beside him. Throughout the process, he did not physically touch the young man. Grasping one corner of the chair, he carried both the chair and the young man towards the nearby city of Yuzhou. At the entrance of Yuzhou, guards were stationed. The unusual sight of a young man in the attire of the Demon Suppression Division reclining in a chair, accompanied by Chu Xingchen, drew considerable attention. Before Chu Xingchen could step through the city gates, two guards rushed over. Their eyes quickly scanned the young man on the chair, noting his pallid complexion, drenched form, and the silver needles protruding from his body. Momentarily taken aback, they did not immediately inquire, but instead hastily reached to check the pulse at the young man's neck. Upon feeling a faint heartbeat, they let out a sigh of relief. One of the guards, evidently experienced in such matters, swiftly called out towards the Yuzhou gate. "We have a severely injured member of the Demon Suppression Division. Send for a fast horse to summon aid." Before long, a swift horse galloped into the city, showcasing the guard's experience, rather than racing to the Demon Suppression Division with the injured individual. It was far more prudent to summon assistance from the division itself. The guard's gaze swept over the silver needles, and then he spoke in a gentle tone. "Thank you, brother, for your assistance. Please wait here for a moment. The Demon Suppression Bureau will reward you for saving one of their own." Chu Xingchen sighed and nodded helplessly. While the promise of a reward seemed genuine, the fear of being mistaken for a perpetrator and not being allowed to leave was equally real. The dilemma of rescuing someone was indeed troublesome. Noticing Chu Xingchen's compliance, the two guards breathed a sigh of relief. After all, anyone capable of saving a member of the Demon Suppression Bureau must be among the cultivators, and given his willingness to cooperate, it was likely a fortunate coincidence. Fortunately, the Bureau's response was swift, at least quicker than a galloping horse. A figure, also clad in the garb of the Demon Suppression Bureau, dashed toward the entrance at remarkable speed. Chu Xingchen looked up to see a petite girl, seemingly quite young, with her hair styled into two little braids that bobbed with her steps. The young medic, clutching a medicine box, sprinted with her short legs, likely at a cultivation level around the 6th or 7th layer of chi refinement. She quickly zeroed in on Chu Xingchen, rushing forward with her gaze fixated on the youth and the silver needles sealing several of his acupoints. The young medic first checked his pulse, and upon confirming its presence, she observed the dark red energy violently surging within the meridians obstructed by the needles, with a glimmer of spiritual energy emanating from her hand. She reached out to touch the turbulent energy, keen to discern its nature. "Such fierce energy," she exclaimed, her voice carrying a childlike sweetness. Yet her tone hinted at an accent from outside the region, distinctly different from that of Yuzhou City. Although her demeanor was serious, there was an endearing quality to her. "Did you administer these silver needles?" the young medic asked, raising her gaze to Chu Xingchen. He nodded. "I did. Is there something amiss?" "Not at all. Quite the opposite. Without your needles, this child likely wouldn't have made it this far," the young medic stated, then inquired, "Are you a physician as well? Could you lend a hand?" "I am not a physician, but if it's straightforward, I can attempt to assist." "Come on. It's not ideal to call for help now. This child cannot hold on much longer, and those foolish men are clumsy. Just follow my instructions as we proceed." Though the silver needles were suppressing the situation, the internal energy was continuously eroding the meridians, rendering the circumstances perilous. Despite her youth, the young medic was quite assertive, her large almond-shaped eyes fixed on Chu Xingchen. "Your spiritual power must be quite strong. When you remove the needles, suppress that energy, and I will guide it out." Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. The young medic then retrieved a root of platycodon from her medicine box, swiftly pried open the boy's mouth, and inserted the root deep into his throat. She then picked up a small gourd from her box, uncorked it, and a medicinal aroma wafted through the air. "He is unconscious and cannot swallow on his own. This method is effective," the young medic explained. Subsequently, the little physician directed the medicinal gourd towards the root of the balloon flower, administering a small amount of potion before deftly extracting the needle. She turned her gaze to Chu Xingchen and said, "You may now remove the needle." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen nodded gently, extending his hand as his inner spiritual energy surged along the silver needle, swiftly pulling it out. Seizing the opportunity, the little physician's hands radiated a brilliant white light as she delicately pressed on the acupoints, attempting to guide the fierce energy away. However, it soon became apparent to the little physician that something was amiss. Externally, she could only sense a vague aura, but upon direct contact with the malevolent energy, she discovered it was infused with an overwhelming bloodlust that began to entwine rapidly with her guiding spiritual energy. As this ominous energy breached her skin, the familiar scent of blood caused Chu Xingchen's brow to furrow in confusion. How could it be so similar to the blood energy within the bloodstone? The little physician felt the blood energy begin to voraciously gnaw at her spiritual essence, while simultaneously tainting the surrounding flesh. She furrowed her brow, instinctively exclaiming, This is dire. Chapter 31. The angler who catches more than just fish. This predicament did not require the little physician to elaborate further. Chu Xingchen had already discerned that the blood energy was rapidly latching onto her spiritual essence, attacking her with relentless vigor. While this energy may not pose much of a challenge for Chu Xingchen, it was indeed a formidable adversary for a Qi refinement stage practitioner like the little physician. Her expression grew grave, her delicate fingers trembling slightly as they rested upon the acupoints. Noticing her distress, Chu Xingchen reached out and grasped her arm, cautiously controlling the output of his spiritual energy, attempting to conceal his own cultivation level by adjusting his output to that of an early foundation establishment stage. Lowering one's own capabilities could often alleviate a significant amount of trouble. With Chu Xingchen's assistance, the blood energy was ultimately subdued by the little physician. Beads of sweat now adorned her forehead, and a look of relief washed over her features as she turned gratefully towards Chu Xingchen, saying, "Thank you. Without you, I would have been in serious trouble." "There's no need for thanks, but it seems that removing the silver needles may not be as straightforward," Chu Xingchen replied, a hint of guilt in his tone. "My cultivation is insufficient to extract all of them." The little physician regarded Chu Xingchen with renewed interest. Initially, she had only perceived him as an attractive individual, but she now recognized that his cultivation was also quite impressive, likely at least at the foundation establishment level. In Yuzhou City, such a level was already significant, akin to that of squad leader in the Demon Capture Division. However, she did not dwell on this too long, as he had indeed saved a life, and his timely assistance was invaluable. It was not her place to ponder the details of the case. Her priority was to ensure the child recovered and awakened, at which point all would be revealed. Shaking her head, the little physician declared, "Even if you are capable, I am not. It is far too taxing. I shall take him back and treat him at my own pace. Thank you once more. If you have the time later, feel free to visit the Demon Capture Division for a reward. Just mention my name, Yin." With that, Yin offered Chu Xingchen a warm and sincere smile. "All right, Miss Yin." Chu Xingchen slightly bowed. Upon hearing herself addressed as Miss, Yin's smile widened. After all, those who encountered her for the first time often regarded her as a mere child, typically calling her little sister. "You, my friend, are quite impressive. Your future seems bright. Thank you for your assistance this time." "No need for that. Since I have nothing pressing to attend to, I shall take my leave." "Miss Yin, do carry on." "Very well, you may go." With her consent, Chu Xingchen gently bowed once more before turning away without hesitation. The chair held little value, so he decided to leave it for the demon suppression department. As for the fishing rod, he found it too cumbersome to carry around, having concealed it directly at the fishing spot. This time around, things went smoothly without any complications. It could even be considered a means to enhance his standing with the demon suppression department. Should they cause him trouble in the future, he might still find it useful. Not a loss, indeed. What are you two waiting for? Are you hoping for the boy to breathe his last? Hurry and lend a hand to escort the demon suppression department. From behind, Anian's voice commanded her two guards, putting aside other matters. It was clear that Miss Anian possessed a distinct personality. However, Chu Xingchen had no desire to get further involved. It seemed that this boy, caught by his own hook, truly was a source of entanglement. After traversing a few streets, Chu Xingchen arrived at the rented abode. He pushed open the large door. In the courtyard, Li Yingling was toying with a small wooden sword, casually mimicking slashes and thrusts. Yet, having gained some understanding of her abilities, Chu Xingchen recognized that she was secretly contemplating the essence of swordsmanship. This was rather unusual. Typically at this hour, Li Yingling would meander along the nearby river before venturing into town to procure peculiar trinkets. "Master, you have returned?" Li Yingling glanced sideways upon noticing her master's arrival, retracting the wooden sword and scrutinizing him with curiosity, only to realize that he bore no fish. "Did you not catch any fish today?" Chu Xingchen sighed. "Today, I did not catch any fish, but rather, I caught a person." "A person?" Li Yingling appeared somewhat perplexed. "What do you mean by catching a person?" Chu Xingchen briefly recounted the day's events, explaining how he had fished a person out of the lake. Truly befitting of a master, fishing takes on a different connotation. Li Yingling chuckled heartily upon hearing the tale. Upon hearing her apprentice's teasing, Chu Xingchen maintained a serene expression, saying, "I believe that wooden fish has interfered with my endeavors. Quickly, bring it forth so that I may burn it to alleviate my vexation." "Master, did you not once say that a fisherman can catch anything except fish?" Li Yingling laughed. "If we think about it, catching a person isn't too outrageous, is it? What does that wooden fish have to do with it?" Chu Xingchen lamented. Why is it that you only remember my playful remarks so well, yet forget other lessons? Because your witty remarks are always quite entertaining, master. Li Yingling replied with a smile. After a brief cough, she blinked innocently and asked, By the way, master, are you free tomorrow? What is it? The Lantern Festival is only a few days away. I assent to it? Rest assured, I remember. No, Li Yingling grasped her master's hand and said, There is a small temple fair before the Lantern Festival. I have heard that it is quite lively there, starting tomorrow evening. Shall we go together, master? You wouldn't want me to go alone, would you? I believe you would feel a twinge of reluctance, wouldn't you? Chu Xingchen maintained a stoic expression and replied, To be frank, I am quite indifferent. Master, Li Yingling elongated her tone and playfully said, You are the best master in the world. Since spending more time with Chu Xingchen and growing familiar with him, Li Yingling has come to understand her master to some extent. Regardless of whether it concerns herself or Li Xingtian, the master instinctively shows care for her disciples, particularly when it comes to reasonable requests from her disciples. She generally has little resistance. Moreover, her master never puts on airs, making this combination particularly rare. For Li Yingling, her master's favor undoubtedly ranks first. Chu Xingchen disdainfully shook off Li Yingling's hand, saying helplessly, Very well, from now on, this sect will probably be dictated by you. Seeing her request granted, Li Yingling could not hide her joy and promptly declared her loyalty. I will always stand by Master S side. What Master says is paramount. Chu Xingchen remained unfazed. Counting herself, their sect consisted of merely 3 individuals. If she did not stand by her, she would likely side with Li Xingtian. Li Xingtian is the quintessential obedient disciple, effortlessly dependable, and would surely align with her. Thus, even if Li Yingling did not side with her, according to the logic of exchanges, she would still end up on her side. Therefore, Li Yingling's declaration bore no significance. In the Demon Suppression Division, Anyan gazed solemnly at the young man ensnared by Chu Xingchen. This is troublesome. This truly is a predicament. The trouble does not stem from a young man who lay unconscious in bed, although his condition has yet to improve as long as he arrive alive at the Demon Suppression Division. Anyan was confident of salvaging the situation. Moreover, the young man's injuries are, in Anyan's eyes, not a significant concern, merely requiring some effort. The real trouble lies with the squad leader of the Demon Suppression Division standing beside the young man. Goodness! How could this young man be the younger brother of that female fiend? Are you implying that he may have completely severed his meridians and become a waste? Anyan observed the woman clad in black from the Demon Suppression Division, tall and poised, with a short blade at her waist. Currently, Anyan stood behind her, only able to see her silhouette and her long, sleek black hair that appeared just as cold as that of the female fiend. Even from her back, there was an overwhelming sense of pressure. Coughing, Anyan struggled to find the right words, attempting to articulate that he is not entirely a waste. Just merely Chapter 32. Zhao Wanqing's investigation begins. At this moment, Anyan felt acutely aware of her limited education, struggling to conjure suitable vocabulary to embellish the probability of this young man becoming a waste. After all, the young man before her would likely never have the opportunity to eat with both hands again. Anyan extracted a silver needle from the left hand, which, despite being freed, remained in a state of near collapse. The mere act of raising it to eat would be considered a testament to Anyan's medical prowess. As for the other silver needles that remained unremoved, it was likely that movement would be nearly impossible. The blood energy had already begun to stir within the meridians. And it was not just the limbs that were immobilized. The lower half of his body was also ensnared by the needles. The young lad, clearly a newcomer to the Demon Suppression Division, had never crossed paths with Anyan before. This female demon was known for her cold demeanor and had not introduced herself to anyone. If she had known that Anyan was determined to extract the needles from the lower half as well, would it not have been a different story? Moreover, it was unclear what kind of perilous task he had been assigned. At the very least, the boy was still alive, was he not? Anyan could only offer this small comfort to the formidable female figure of the Demon Suppression Division before him. Zhao Wanqing instinctively rested her hand on the short blade at her waist, not turning to face Anyan. This reassurance seemed to have an adverse effect. She spoke in a chilling tone. Did you place these needles? Anyan quickly interjected. Not at all. But don't overthink it. Without these few needles, the boy would have likely perished long ago. Zhao Wanqing gave a slight nod, indicating her acceptance of Anyan's words. She then drew her short blade and delicately pried open the meridian. Instantly, The boy's internal blood energy surged towards the newly arrived spiritual energy. Zhao Wanqing remained expressionless as she retrieved a talisman from her waist, swiftly affixing it to the blade, absorbing some of the blood energy before stowing the talisman away. She then gently sealed the wound once more. Although she was not a trained physician, dealing with the already ravaged meridians in conjunction with the blood energy was not her forte. Managing this blood energy was not particularly challenging for Zhao Wanqing, but doing so without damaging the meridians was exceedingly difficult. She merely required some blood energy. With a final glance at her unconscious brother, she turned swiftly to leave, saying, "Please take care of him, Dr. Yin. It's merely my duty," Yin replied with a gentle shake of his head. After Zhao Wanqing exited the medical room, she headed straight for the archives. Her brother had been assigned to the second team, and she had not communicated with anyone from the Demon Suppression Division. Could it be that someone sought to retaliate against her? Zhao Wanqing quickly searched through her brother's attendance records and soon located the file for his current mission, investigating the disappearance of the Wang family villagers. The team was led by a competent senior member whom Zhao Wanqing had heard of, since her brother had been lured back. The Demon Suppression Division had dispatched personnel to the river to search for any others who might have fallen in, while also sending another team swiftly to Wang family village to locate individuals. The response of the Demon Suppression Division was remarkably swift. Thus, Zhao Wanqing dismissed the possibility of retaliation. After all, the fate of the senior member remained uncertain, while her brother at least still had a chance at survival. However, Zhao Wanqing understood that relying solely on the Demon Suppression Bureau would likely prove futile in uncovering the truth. Even if the investigation were to yield results, the efficiency would undoubtedly be lacking. In instances of beastly chaos, the Bureau could simply amass personnel. Yet, this was clearly a man-made disaster. A malicious attack that would inevitably slow the investigation. After all, humans possess far greater cunning than beasts. Moreover, given the Bureau's busy schedule, the number of investigators was rather limited. Thus, she resolved to pursue an independent line of inquiry. With the files firmly in hand, Zhao Wanqing swiftly turned and made her way to the bustling streets. At Zhu Yuding, Yaoqin was surrounded by an array of books, a dark red blood spirit stone elevated by a series of formations. Holding a book delicately, she read intently while meticulously manipulating the formations, seeking to reverse the process of the blood energy eroding the spirit stone. However, the stone suddenly erupted with a dark red glow, shattering her carefully crafted formations. Yaoqin felt a twinge of frustration. "Miss, perhaps you should take a break. You haven't rested in quite a while. And that scoundrel's matter is hardly of utmost importance," whispered her attendant. Ling Yaoqin lifted her delicate, fair hand to gently massage her forehead. "Very well, I understand. You may leave for now." Ling, perceiving the underlying message, realized that Yaoqin was not genuinely seeking rest, but rather wished to dismiss her in order to continue her research undisturbed. "Miss, please step outside for a moment," Yaoqin reiterated, her tone unchanged. With a resigned sigh, Ling exited the room. After her attendant departed, Yaoqin closed her eyes for a brief respite before once again setting up the formations. It must be said that as Chu Xingchen's cultivation advanced, the tasks he entrusted to her became increasingly challenging. The spirit stone was not an easy problem for Yaoqin to resolve, despite the wealth of reference materials available within the sect. Yet, since it was his request, she felt compelled to try. During this latest attempt, Yaoqin experienced yet another anticipated failure. As the formations were once more disrupted, the blood spirit stone fell onto the table with a crisp sound. While a sense of discouragement lingered in her heart, she acknowledged that progress had been made. Nevertheless, with failures now a common occurrence, Yaoqin quickly adjusted her mindset, preparing to diligently continue her research when the voice of her attendant called from outside. Miss Zhao wishes to see you," Yaoqin replied casually. "Buse. I cannot meet her." After a brief pause, Ling's voice returned. "Miss, she says it is urgent." Taking a deep breath, Yaoqin tucked the spirit stone into her sleeve. "Let her in." As the words left her lips, the door swung open. Yaoqin raised her gaze to see Zhao Wanqing standing at the threshold, her expression somewhat despondent, the confidence that usually graced her features noticeably diminished. "I am quite occupied at the moment. State your business and be on your way." Zhao Wanqing stepped forward, clasping her hands together as she spoke. "I require your assistance." "I am unavailable," Yaoqin replied almost instantaneously. Did this group of people think too highly of themselves, coming to her for every little matter? Could they not learn to resolve their own issues? Zhao Wanqing seemed to disregard her words, producing a talisman imbued with ferocious blood energy and placing it upon the table. I need you to investigate the nature of this blood energy. It has attacked the personnel of the Demon Suppression Division. In return, I assure you that I shall not shirk any of your future requests. Blood energy? Initially disinterested and planning to dismiss Zhao Wanqing as soon as she finished speaking, Yaoqin instinctively turned her gaze toward the talisman on the table. Surely not. After a moment's hesitation, Yaoqin reached out to touch the talisman. As she infused it with her spiritual energy, she immediately sensed the violent blood energy contained within. Gripping the talisman tightly, her eyes closed in anger. I understand. I shall inform you once I have results. Zhao Wanqing displayed a look of surprise. She had not anticipated Yaoqin's prompt agreement. Before arriving, Zhao Wanqing had mentally prepared herself for a cold reception. What puzzled Zhao Wanqing was Yaoqin's expression, as if she possessed some insider knowledge regarding the blood energy. However, Zhao Wanqing had faith in the sect that supported Yaoqin, trusting her stance completely. Thank you, Zhao Wanqing said, bowing slightly before swiftly turning to leave. She had many tasks yet to accomplish. Chapter 33. The Master is Shallow. Yaoqin cast her gaze downward at the crumpled talisman in her hand. The blood energy within was extraordinarily violent and highly aggressive, yet it seemed fundamentally similar to the blood energy spirit stone that Chu Xingchen had given her. The blood energy within the talisman was evidently intended as a means of attack, while the spirit stone remained comparatively stable. Given that Chu Xingchen's cultivation had progressed so rapidly, she had refrained from questioning him further, solely relying on her trust in him. The Qingfeng sect was quite distant from Yuzhou City. Surely they would not recklessly extend their reach into the vicinity of Yuzhou City? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. Such actions would not align with their interests unless they were pursuing Chu Xingchen. However, Chu Xingchen's ability to reside leisurely within Yuzhou City indicated his confidence in handling matters without leaving any loose ends. Chu Xingchen was certainly not a fool. If you're being followed, he would likely discover it quickly. Otherwise, given the perilous situations he had previously navigated, he would have perished long ago. This suggested that Chu Xingchen was concealing something from her, or perhaps he had entirely shifted his allegiance to the path of evil. Yaoqin tightened her grip on the talisman. I shall change my attire and step out. Any matters can wait until my return. The maid promptly inquired, Miss, will you not take me with you? I shall not, Yaoqin replied decisively as she picked up a garment beside her. The maid, Shaoling, hesitated to voice her thoughts, but ultimately watched as her mistress hurriedly departed. Once again, Yaoqin lowered her gaze to the note in her hand. This was given to her by Chu Xingchen, indicating his current residence. Upon confirmation, the secluded courtyard before her was indeed Chu Xingchen's abode. Yaoqin extended her hand and gently knocked on the door. The response came swiftly. Coming. It was not the voice of Chu Xingchen, but rather that of a young woman. The imposing door opened almost immediately. A pure and beautiful girl, adorned with a radiant smile, opened the door, but upon seeing Yaoqin, her expression faltered and her smile vanished. You must have the wrong door. Yaoqin furrowed her brow as she regarded the girl before her, then coldly inquired, Does Chu Xingchen reside here? Li Yingling was taken aback, gazing at the poised and stunning older sister before her. Who was this person, directly mentioning her master's name? Could she be a past acquaintance of her master? Or perhaps an adversary? More importantly, how should she respond to this query? Did her master actually live here? It was evident that the woman in front of her possessed considerable cultivation, far beyond what Li Yingling could discern with her foundational abilities. That name sounds somewhat familiar. What do you seek him for? Li Yingling attempted to steer the conversation in circles. I have matters to discuss with him. What matters? Yaoqin's brows knitted slightly. What concern is it of yours? Does he reside here or not? A friendly smile appeared on Li Yingling's face. I'm not quite sure about that name. My younger brother has a good memory. He would certainly know if Chu Xingchen lives here. Let me ask him. Please wait a moment. With that, Li Yingling promptly closed the door and hurried to her second brother's room, knocking hastily. Soon, Li Xingtian opened the door, looking at his sister with concern. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Li Yingling whispered. There's a woman at the door looking for our master. I'm not sure what for, but you need to go outside and find him. Tell him there's a cold, beautiful woman seeking him. If she is here to cause trouble, give me a signal. And I'll say our master doesn't live here. If she is an acquaintance, you should let him know to return quickly. Li Xingtian frowned slightly, wondering if his sister was overthinking the situation. However, seeing her serious demeanor, he nodded in agreement with her plan. After all, caution was never misplaced. Li Yingling instructa, Ori. You go out the back door, and I'll keep her occupied. Be careful, Li Xingchen replied, turning swiftly towards the back door. As for where their master had gone, Li Xingchen had a good idea. Their master always informed his disciples of his whereabouts, making it easier to find him should any issues arise. At that moment, their master was likely at the tea house, listening to music. Ever since he had caught a corpse, he had decided to adopt a new method to cultivate his mindset. Yet, Li Xingchen could not comprehend how listening to music could foster any mentality. What was so beneficial about watching women perform? Li Xingchen cautiously slipped out through the back door, carefully surveying his surroundings to ensure no one had noticed his departure. He swiftly made his way towards the brothel mentioned by his master. The establishment was not particularly far. A few streets were but a stone's throw for a cultivator at the mid-foundation stage. Before long, Li Xingchen found himself standing before the brothel. Several provocatively dressed women were languidly leaning against the entrance, holding pipa and other instruments, softly singing suggestive lyrics. The very sight of the entrance revealed the establishment's dubious nature. Was there truly no one in Yuzhou City to oversee such moral decay? His master was indeed misguided. Such women were nothing but deceitful seductresses. Li Xingchen's expression turned cold. He had long seen through the superficial allure of such women. However, entering the brothel required payment. A servant waiting at the entrance quickly approached him. Sir, here to enjoy some music? Li Xingchen had no intention of engaging in conversation with them, casually slipping some silver into the servant's hands before stepping inside. As he scanned the room, he observed that nearly every individual was accompanied by a courtesan, engaged in various indecent acts. Soon, his gaze locked onto his master in the far corner. To Li Xingchen's surprise, his master was not behaving like the common folk. Instead, he was savoring tea, engaging in conversation with a courtesan who held a pipa in her arms, a gentle smile gracing his face. Without further thought, Li Xingchen hurried over. Chu Xingchen savored the tea before him, while the courtesan with the pipa looked at him with admiration. She murmured, Sir, your talent and profound insights are truly commendable. This man, whether in poetry, song, or even in understanding the heavens and the earth, possessed unique perspectives and a remarkably high standard, regardless of the changes in the world. The inexpensive courtesans, like those singing at the entrance to entice customers, required no more than a basic ability to sing and play an instrument. Every profession has its distinctions of high and low. She had been groomed as a top courtesan from a young age, diligently studying poetry, music, and dance, even meticulously learning her every word and action. Her vision and abilities far exceeded those of ordinary people. Only those who understand appreciation can truly appreciate beauty. Typically, she encountered those who were solely captivated by physical allure, devoid of any intellectual substance, their crude speech revealing their greedy nature. Yet this young man was different. His every word and action exuded the grace of a gentleman. Moreover, he possessed an extraordinary handsomeness, as if his eyes sparkled with stardust. While her profession involved charming customers, she now felt as though she were enchanted by him. Conversing with this striking young man felt like a refreshing spring breeze. In stark contrast, he seemed like a celestial being, far removed from the mundane world. Chu Xingchen gently set down his tea, noticing the courtesan's eyes glimmering with infatuation, realizing his own charm had not yet faded. Chapter 34. Have the spirit stones been resolved? To thrive in the realm of immortality, one must wield the art of eloquence. Previously, with insufficient cultivation, emotional intelligence had to suffice. On his countenance, Chu Xingchen wore a smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. You are too modest. I have merely exchanged a few words with a young lady and found her demeanor exudes the grace of a true noble. Just as the young lady intended to delve deeper into their conversation, Chu Xingchen abruptly turned, his gaze drawn to the approaching Li Xingchen. Rising swiftly, he recognized that his disciple was completely absorbed in the pursuit of immortality. If there were no pressing matters, he would not have ventured out. Clearly, something was amiss. Li Xingchen took a couple of steps forward and, casting a glance at the lady in the brothel, quietly informed his master. Senior sister mentioned that a strikingly beautiful yet cold woman inquired if you reside here. I wonder if she could be your adversary. A cold and beautiful woman? Chu Xingchen's eyes sparkled with recognition. It was unmistakably Yaoqin seeking him out. He had not anticipated her to come in person, believing she would send her maid, a Ling, to summon him. With a sigh of relief, he replied, It is nothing. merely an acquaintance of mine. Let us return together." The lady from the brothel watched as Chu Xingchen seemed indifferent to her presence, a sense of urgency swelling within her. It was a rare encounter with such a divine figure. Unable to restrain her feelings, she called out, "Young master, I am called Wanyan. Might I ask for your esteemed name?" Chu Xingchen halted momentarily, turning his gaze back with a semblance of reluctance, yet ultimately sighed. "We are all wanderers in this vast world. Must our meeting be predicated on prior acquaintance?" With that, he resolutely turned away. For Chu Xingchen, this encounter was merely an exercise in the eloquence he had not employed for some time. It appeared that his skills had not dulled with the passage of years. "Do not linger over me. I am but a legend now." Wanyan remained rooted to the spot, cradling her pipa, whispering softly, "Must our meeting be predicated on prior acquaintance?" Unbeknownst to both, a youth clad in white had overheard their exchange in its entirety, captivated by their words. Upon hearing the concluding line, his eyes gleamed with intrigue as he watched Chu Xingchen and Xianxia depart. A broad smile spread across his face, suppressing his delight as he murmured, "Excellent, excellent." Soon, Chu Xingchen and Xianxia returned to their rented courtyard. However, upon reaching the entrance, they heard Li Yingling's somewhat obsequious tone resonate from within. "Sister, how could I possibly deceive you?" Followed closely by Yao Qin's suspicious voice. "From the moment you spoke at the door, I sensed you were lying." As Chu Xingchen stepped inside, he beheld Yao Qin seated upon a stone chair, his eldest disciple cheerfully pouring her tea. Their quiet approach did not go unnoticed. Both Li Yingling and Yao Qin turned their gazes in unison. Relieved to see her master return, Li Yingling exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that the visitors were not adversaries seeking retribution. Upon seeing Chu Xingchen, Yao Qin abruptly rose to her feet, swiftly appearing before him, and then reached out to clasp his hand. Her consciousness surged into Chu Xingchen's body. Confused, Chu Xingchen gazed at Yao Qin, feeling his golden core instinctively resist the intrusion of her divine awareness. "What are you doing?" he inquired. Yao Qin's expression was frigid as she replied bluntly, "Let me see. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? There are so many people here," he protested. "Then our business ends here." Faced with her unwavering determination, Chu Xingchen relented, allowing her consciousness to enter his body. Li Yingling stood by, astonished at the unfolding scene, questioning what was happening. Li Xingtian observed quietly, finding the display of affection between them rather tedious. His master was indeed admirable, yet it was regrettable that he had not yet unraveled this aspect of life. As Chu Xingchen released his golden core's protective barrier, Yao Qin's consciousness successfully penetrated. She was soon taken aback, for the spiritual energy circulating within him was extraordinarily pure, of remarkable quality, and emanated a balanced aura. The rapid flow of spiritual energy and the swift inhalation and exhalation of the golden core clearly indicated a standard of an exceptional golden core. Moreover, this spiritual energy level was at least that of the late stage of the golden core realm. After scrutinizing carefully and confirming the absence of any ominous signs associated with talismans or spirit stones, Yao Qin finally exhaled in relief and withdrew her hand. At least Chu Xingchen was genuinely not practicing evil cultivation, which was a fundamental concern. Chu Xingchen, perplexed, asked, "Why is everything so strange today?" Yao Qin produced a talisman given to her by Zhao Wanqing and handed it to Chu Xingchen, stating, "Examine this talisman. The blood energy resonates with that of the blood energy spirit stone you provided me." Upon receiving the talisman, Chu Xingchen lightly activated it, and a surge of blood energy erupted forth. "Isn't this the blood energy from the Demon Suppression Division?" he queried. "How did you know?" Yao Qin asked, her gaze filled with suspicion. "The individual affected by the Demon Suppression Division was someone I fished out from the Yuzhou River beyond the city. One might say I saved his life," Chu Xingchen explained. He felt as if, regardless of the world he inhabited, it resembled a grand, chaotic stage. How had he managed to fish out someone who ultimately ended up being connected to his own affairs? "You fish him out?" Yao Qin expressed disbelief. With a sigh, Chu Xingchen recounted how he had caught that fortunate soul and how he had aided the young man on the brink of death. Yao Qin remained silent, while Li Yingling, who had been listening intently, interjected, "Master, next time you go fishing, please take me along." Initially, Li Yingling had thought it was merely a simple task of catching someone. She had not anticipated such a story behind it. What she once believed to be a dull pastime of waiting for a bite now seemed far more engaging than idly wandering the streets. In response, Chu Xingchen shot an exasperated glare at his eldest disciple. Li Yingling, taken aback by the piercing gaze, managed a sheepish smile. Master, are these two your disciples? Yaoqin furrowed her brow slightly. Chu Xingchen shrugged with a hint of resignation. Just two tattered cotton jackets. Master, Li Yingling bowed in discontent. It was acceptable to call Li Xingtian a worn-out jacket, for he was typically taciturn and appeared indifferent to their master. However, Li Yingling was quite different. She often heeded her master's words and willingly assisted him with manageable tasks. What did he mean by tattered jacket? She was undoubtedly a resplendent and exquisite 18-layer down coat. Chu Xingchen reached out to gently ruffle Li Yingling's head, a gesture of consolation, before turning to Yaoqin. You didn't come merely to question my actions, did you? Has the blood chi spirit stone been resolved? At this, Yaoqin was momentarily taken aback. Her previously frosty demeanor softened, and her gaze involuntarily drifted aside. Chu Xingchen discerned her expression immediately. Indeed, the matter remained unresolved. Chapter 35. If we linger any longer, we might have to stay overnight. Since you are here, let's share a meal before parting ways. Chu Xingchen refrained from elaborating further. Gratitude was warranted for any assistance offered, far better than floundering aimlessly with the spirit stones. Those stones occupied precious space in a storage ring. Before Yaoqin could voice her instinctive refusal, she swiftly ceased, as the ensuing words exceeded her expectations. I shall cook today, Chu Xingchen announced, then paused, looking at Yaoqin. Is that unnecessary? Yaoqin promptly changed her stance. No need to prepare too much. Although she had long attained the golden core stage and had ceased eating anything aside from the tea provided by the sect for quite some time, the prospect of Chu Xingchen cooking for her was nonetheless enticing. It was hard not to be drawn in by a man of eloquence and noble demeanor personally preparing a meal. Not to mention, in Yaoqin's eyes, Chu Xingchen exuded an undeniable charm. Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. Very well, but the kitchen is rather bare. Yingling, take your junior brother and fetch some of your favorite ingredients. All right, master, Li Yingling responded eagerly. It had been ages since she had tasted her master's rabbit dish. This time, she would insist on buying 2 rabbits to have him prepare a spicy rabbit dish. Acquiring ingredients equated to having the right to dictate the chef's creations. A task Li Yingling relished. After watching his 2 tattered jackets depart to procure groceries, Chu Xingchen turned back and gestured toward the tea Li Yingling had brewed. Shall we enjoy some tea while we wait? Yaoqin readily consented. Very well. Chu Xingchen picked up a nearby fresh cup and poured Yaoqin another serving of tea. How have you been lately? You seem a bit weary. Do take care not to overexert yourself. Yaoqin, caught off guard, quickly lowered her head. She had indeed been neglecting rest while engrossed in studying the blood chi spirit stone. Could it be that her visage bore signs of fatigue? Chu Xingchen seemed to perceive her innermost thoughts and continued speaking. However, there was a touch less of that coldness, rendering the atmosphere more familial. I had previously felt a considerable distance between us. I still recall my initial visit to Zhu Yuting to hear you play the zither, though I could scarcely glimpse your figure. Yaoqin gently sipped her tea. While the brew was not particularly exquisite, it possessed a softness that was remarkably pleasing to the palate. You seem to mistake Zhu Yuting for a mere tavern. Few could accurately recite the couplets at the entrance, and merely being able to enter the hall to listen to a piece was already quite fortunate. Chu Xingchen wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, it took me half a month to decipher the couplets before I could catch a glimpse of your shadow through the gauze window. In a moment of reflection, I realized that the person was standing amidst the flickering lights. Yaoqin's expression remained unchanged. I had initially thought you to be an ambitious prodigy, yet after our conversation, I understood you to be a mere ne'er-do-well. Intrigued, Chu Xingchen inquired, then why did you choose to meet me again? I simply found you less intolerable than most ruffians. Yaoqin replied, casting her gaze down at her teacup, where a single tea leaf spun slowly at its center. She raised her eyes once more, directing her gaze at Chu Xingchen. I perceive a pure and robust spiritual essence within you, suggesting at least a mid to late stage in the golden core realm. A year ago, you were merely at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. You have neither turned to the dark arts. How have you progressed so swiftly? Were you deceiving me all along? It is rather uncommon for cultivators to inquire about another's rapid advancement. Such a question is rather presumptuous, as it might provoke envy regarding fortuitous opportunities or expose one's own shortcomings. Thus, it is an unwritten rule in the realm of cultivation to refrain from questioning others about their unexpected progress. Chu Xingchen sighed softly. Let us consider it a stroke of fortune. I cannot adequately explain it. Suffice it to say, a year ago, I indeed possessed only the strength of the foundation establishment pinnacle. Yaoyin did not press further, merely nodding gently. The principal inquiries had reached their conclusion. Chu Xingchen accompanied Yaoyin in light-hearted conversation, discussing various topics and recounting his escapades over the past year. By the time Li Yingling returned with the groceries, a considerable amount of time had lapsed. Chu Xingchen entrusted Li Yingling with the task of entertaining Yaoyin while he took the ingredients to the kitchen. Li Yingling had purchased an ample variety of groceries, many of which were her personal favorites. Chu Xingchen casually selected some ingredients and began to prepare a few dishes. The culinary expectations in this world have never been particularly high. After all, once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, one can sustain oneself without food, and those in power are primarily cultivators. Consequently, the pursuit of gastronomy is not of great significance, leading to a rather modest standard of culinary skills. This has allowed Chu Xingchen's culinary prowess to stand out remarkably within this realm. Ultimately, it sufficed to impress Yaoyin. The astonished expression on her face after tasting the sweet and sour pork confirmed that his culinary skills were indeed capable of winning her over. Initially, Yaoyin had maintained a certain decorum while dining, but upon witnessing Li Yingling's eagerness to savor every morsel, it seemed she was tempted to clean her plate entirely. Li Yingling has always felt at ease in the presence of her master, and she couldn't help but notice that Yao Qin seemed to harbor a certain affection for him. Ultimately, she succumbed to her impulses. Although her manner of eating remained elegant, her pace of selecting dishes hastened considerably. In contrast, Yao Qin had developed a habit of savoring her food slowly, causing her cheeks to puff up like a hamster's as she chewed. This was quite at odds with her typically frigid demeanor, creating a delightful contrast. Li Xingtian had modest expectations when it came to culinary indulgence. After all, he was known as the one who could nonchalantly drink chicken bathwater, as described by Li Yingling. Thus, his dining was merely a formality, partaking in a bite or two for the sake of participation. Chu Xingchen would occasionally vie for food with his senior disciple, observing Li Yingling's reluctant expressions. Yet he always ended up yielding the last morsel to her. In summary, the meal was quite relaxed and enjoyable. The situation Yao Qin dreaded most did not occur. The handsome youth before her remained as she had first known him, untouched by the overwhelming malice of the cultivation world, still radiating his unique brilliance in his own manner. It was common knowledge that solitary cultivators faced the harshest trials. When she first encountered him, he was rather disheveled, yet he consistently upheld his principles, a rarity indeed. However, he could no longer be considered a solitary cultivator. He had ascended to the status of a sect leader, possessing late-stage golden core cultivation, sufficient to establish a sect in this modest locale. Moreover, his sect was quite small, comprising merely 3 members, including the leader who would compete for food with his own senior disciple. Though diminutive, it exuded warmth. After finishing the meal, Yao Qin did not linger and bid farewell to Chu Xingchen. It was already dark, and staying any longer would necessitate an overnight stay. Upon returning to her room, she was greeted by the slightly anxious tone of her maid. "Miss, you have finally returned." Yao Qin shrugged off her outer garments. What trouble could I possibly encounter in a place like Yuzhou City? The maid, Xiaoling, pouted slightly. What trouble indeed? Of course. I worry you might be deceived by that young man. However, Xiaoling refrained from voicing this concern and instead brought up another matter. Miss Zhao has been waiting for you downstairs for nearly 2 hours. Chapter 36. The Golden Core Most Easily Persuaded. Upon hearing this, Yao Qin furrowed her brow slightly. Did I not inform her that I would notify her when there was news? She seems to possess some critical information, and she appeared to be gravely injured upon her arrival. Gravely injured? Yao Qin turned her gaze toward her maid Xiaoling, and after a long pause, sighed and said, "Let her in." "Yes, Mississippi." The maid rose and moved toward the door. Yao Qin returned to her chair and poured herself a cup of tea. Yao Wanqing shared some rapport with Yao Qin. They had exchanged pleasantries over tea and met a few times. After a while, there was a knock at the door, and at Yao Qin's consent, the door was gently pushed open. Before Yao Qin's eyes stood Zhao Wanqing, covered in blood and bearing several deep gashes that nearly exposed her bones. Her attire from the Demon Suppression Division was tattered, and her expression was one of utter exhaustion, clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle. Yao Qin understood that Zhao Wanqing had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, a formidable level in a place like Yuzhou City. Yet, how could she sustain such grievous injuries in the brief span of a meal? These wounds were indeed severe for someone at the foundation establishment stage, and they starkly contrasted with her usual demeanor. As Yao Qin sipped her tea, once delightful, it now seemed to lack its former flavor. "How'd you end up like this?" I did not recall you being the type to risk your life for official duties. Zhao Wanqing, showing signs of inner turmoil, replied earnestly. It is my younger brother who has been grievously injured. Your younger brother? It was no wonder Zhao Wanqing was so distressed. Yao Qin lifted her gaze to Zhao Wanqing, maintaining her tone. Then why have you come to seek me? The matter regarding the talismans cannot be resolved so swiftly. Zhao Wanqing's previously haughty demeanor diminished as she lowered her head and murmured, I require assistance from someone at least at the Golden Core stage. Making such a request in Yuzhou City was indeed excessive, considering the head of the Demon Suppression Division was only at the Golden Core level. In this region, possessing Golden Core cultivation was sufficient to hold a position as an elder within a sect, who would willingly assist the Demon Suppression Division in investigating a case, especially alongside a Foundation establishment cultivator. This afternoon, while on reconnaissance, I encountered a group of malevolent cultivators. Despite their apparent initial Foundation establishment strength, they wielded techniques that exhibited power equivalent to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, presumably bolstered by their bloodlust. With the division head assigned to a task on the main river of Yuzhou, without the might of a Golden Core cultivator to overpower them, Zhao Wanqing lowered her gaze. Since maturing, she had never once begged for help. Now, even in desperation, it was difficult for her to voice her needs. After all, the culprits possessed considerable strength, making it impossible for her to command the Qi refining division members to gather intelligence, a task clearly fraught with peril. As for other Foundation establishment team leaders, each bore their own pressing responsibilities. Everyone was exceedingly busy, especially with a task of such high danger. Even the team leaders found themselves in similar straits. Yet, if they did not act promptly, once the perpetrators fled Yuzhou City, their inquiries would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. This was not mere paranoia, but rather a reflection of Zhao Wanqing's years of experience in handling cases. Nevertheless, she prepared herself for the possibility of rejection from Yao Qin. This request was indeed somewhat unreasonable. But aside from Zhu Yuding, she had no idea where else to seek the assistance of a Golden Core practitioner. Surely, she could not go and ask the elderly Zhao family ancestor, who was preoccupied with his own matters. Zhao Wanqing had come merely to do her utmost. Even if unsuccessful, it was better than inaction. Yao Qin listened attentively to Zhao Wanqing's entreaty and could not help but acknowledge the timeliness of her arrival. Had I not accepted Chu Xingchen's commission, I would have likely found myself compelled to refuse Zhao Wanqing's request. After all, Yao Qin's visit to Yuzhou City was merely for the purpose of sect training, under the watchful eye of the sect elders. It is indeed a fortuitous coincidence. Yao Qin inquired, how many spirit stones can you offer? Zhao Wanqing paused momentarily at the question. Yet she took time to ponder before responding, I can offer a maximum of 300 spirit stones. The mere fact of offering spirit stones sufficed. For Chu Xingchen was perpetually impoverished. With sufficient funds, he could be persuaded, thus making him arguably the most accessible Golden Core cultivator in Yuzhou City. And one in the late stage at that. One wonders what extraordinary fortune allowed for such rapid advancement in his cultivation. Yao Qin produced paper and pen, meticulously documenting the details of the matter, leaving it to Chu Xingchen to decide whether or not to assist. Given that Chu Xingchen was also connected to this affair, any information uncovered could potentially aid his commission. Take my letter, Yao Qin instructed, handing Zhao Wanqing the note bearing Chu Xingchen's address. Remember, if he declines, you might try offering a greater sum of spirit stones. Zhao Wanqing promptly extended her hand to receive the note. Yao Qin added, by the way, remember, regardless of his response, you owe me a favor. I understand. Thank you, Zhao Wanqing replied. As night descended upon Yuzhou City, Zhao Wanqing first returned to tend to her wounds and change into clean attire. After all, she was to meet a Golden Core master, one recommended by Yao Qin. Being from a prominent family, Zhao Wanqing was acutely aware of the importance of propriety. Arriving in blood-stained garments would surely suggest a troubling predicament. Navigating the streets of Yuzhou City with her eyes closed, Zhao Wanqing was intimately familiar with every alleyway. Her gaze was cast downward, for a deep gash marred her right thigh, and with each step, she experienced sharp pangs of pain. To prevent her trousers from being stained crimson, she had wrapped several layers of bandages around her leg, as well as her arms. Although she could have utilized spiritual energy to dull the pain, she chose not to do so. Zhao Wanqing shared a close bond with her brother, Xiao Xingyang, as they were siblings of the Zhao family's direct line. Their parents had succumbed to a dreadful illness shortly after Xiao Xingyang's birth. Zhao Wanqing vividly recalled her mother grasping her hand in her final moments. her voice barely a whisper. The multitude of words spoken was lost on Zhao Wanqing, perhaps drowned out by her own sobs. Yet, she distinctly remembered her mother's admonition. You must both take care of yourselves, you and your brother. Zhao Wanqing could hardly recall how many promises she made to her mother, but she felt she had faltered. She lifted her gaze to the bright moon hanging in the sky. Her communication with her brother had dwindled following their mother's passing, as she devoted herself to her cultivation. It was only after returning from her travels and accepting a position with the Demon Suppression Bureau that she rejoined the Zhao family. Having only recently become acquainted with her younger brother, whom she had only communicated with sporadically through letters, Zhao Xingyang was not particularly gifted but demonstrated immense diligence and integrity. Zhao Wanqing initially intended to include him in her small team, yet he declined her offer, resulting in his placement in the second team, suppressing the overwhelming emotions within her. The admonitions of her mother echoed persistently in her ears, reminding her of her shortcomings as an elder sister. At this moment, her sole capability lay in avenging her brother. Restoring him to his former self, or even to a state of normalcy, seemed an elusive prospect. The only means available to her was the dagger secured at her waist. Zhao Wanqing halted her steps upon reaching the address inscribed on the note, standing before a tightly shut door. Chapter 37. Li Xingtian, you go. The door stood resolutely closed. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she gently rapped on the door. Coming. A melodious voice rang out from within. Zhao Wanqing straightened, and the door was soon swung open. It was Li Yingling who greeted her, casting a scrutinizing glance at the tall, graceful figure before her. Who are you looking for? Greetings. May I inquire if Senior Chu Xingchen resides here? Another one searching for the master? Li Yingling's gaze swept over Zhao Wanqing. Discerning that her aura was comparable to her own, could she also be an acquaintance of the master? Li Yingling stepped aside, reasoning that with her modest cultivation, she had little to fear from any troublemakers. Come in. I will fetch the master. Thank you. Zhao Wanqing replied gratefully. Li Yingling gestured towards the stone table and chairs in the courtyard. Please take a seat. I will call for the master. All right. Following her instructions, Zhao Wanqing settled onto a stone chair. Li Yingling approached her master's bedroom and lightly knocked on the door. What are you doing awake at this late hour? Came a gruff voice from within. Master, another woman has come to see you. Another one? How is it that I am unaware of knowing so many people in Yuzhou City? Chu Xingchen opened the door and, upon noticing the signal from his eldest disciple, his gaze shifted to the stone table where a dark-haired woman with a cool demeanor stood, her expression betraying her nervousness. She looks unfamiliar. I have never seen her before. What could she possibly be anxious about? Could it be that I have committed some misdeed in the past that has come back to haunt me? Chu Xingchen swiftly activated the system to scan her profile. Zhao Wanqing, cultivation level, mid-foundation establishment. Blue trait, composed and calm. White trait, adequate talent. White trait, somewhat astute. Temporary black trait, unstable mind. Does not meet the criteria for apprenticeship. Not bad. Even if she has come seeking, there is no cause for alarm, provided she is not merely a wolf in sheep's clothing. Zhao Wanqing, likewise, stood up promptly, fixing her gaze on the youthful and handsome man before her. It was indeed perplexing that she could not discern the aura of the man standing before her. It was difficult to fathom that someone appearing so youthful could possess such profound cultivation at the golden core level. Could it be that you hail from the Central Plains? Zhao Wanqing spoke with a tone of reverence. You must be the esteemed Chu Xingchen, correct? And you are? Senior Yao Qin recommended me to you. This is a letter she entrusted me to deliver. Zhao Wanqing promptly produced the envelope given to her by Yao Qin, slightly bowing as she extended it towards Chu Xingchen. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen exhaled with relief. It was a good sign that she was not there to cause trouble. However, what could Yao Qin's recommendation imply? She ought to be aware of Chu Xingchen's aversion to complications. Nevertheless, having owed Yao Qin too many favors, it would be inappropriate not to assist at this juncture. Chu Xingchen descended the steps and approached Zhao Wanqing, accepting the envelope from her hand and promptly opening it. Her gaze skimmed over the contents with remarkable speed. The letter was succinct and clear. Does it state that you can provide spirit stones? Chu Xingchen inquired, lifting her eyes to meet Zhao Wanqing's. Indeed, I can deliver 300 spirit stones immediately, Senior. Zhao Wanqing continued. If you find that insufficient, I should be able to gather an additional 100 spirit stones within a short time. 400 spirit stones? Surely. You cannot expect me to assist you until the case is resolved, Chu Xingchen remarked, her brow slightly furrowing. 3 days, At most, only 3 days. Regardless of the circumstances, the spirit stones will be delivered in full by then. Very well, for Yaoqin's sake, Chu Xingchen conceded with a slight nod. Do you wish to commence the investigation now? Seeing Chu Xingchen's agreement, Zhao Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief. If it is convenient for you, then of course, time is of the essence. This was also the reason Zhao Wanqing had chosen to visit in the evening. Those criminals were heinous cultivators, not mere beasts that slumbered after a meal. If they achieved their objectives, they would surely flee quickly. Delay would mean losing the opportunity to apprehend them altogether. After nodding in understanding, Chu Xingchen called out towards the side room. Li Xingtian, who had been meditating, opened his eyes swiftly upon hearing his master's call, hastily rising to push open the door. His gaze swept across the courtyard, his tone laced with confusion. Master, what is your command? Chu Xingchen enveloped the envelope in spiritual energy and flicked it towards Li Xingtian's hand. With a yawn, she stated, read it for yourself. Gather at my fishing spot tomorrow morning or perhaps noon. For tonight, you may accompany her to investigate. Her disciple's cultivation method was more enigmatic than that of the malevolent cultivators, capable of absorbing golden elixirs even at the foundation establishment stage, thus easily surpassing those wicked practitioners. Dealing with mere foundation establishment minions would provide Li Xingtian a chance to hone his skills. Moreover, it was beneficial to conserve spirit stones. Not to mention, the protective talisman capable of withstanding golden elixir cultivators remained with Li Xingtian, as did the teleportation talisman. Even in dire circumstances, a retreat would still be feasible. Li Xingtian caught the flying letter, quickly scanning it for essential information. Understood, master. Turning his gaze towards Zhao Wanqing, he asked, Miss Zhao, do you have a target in mind? Zhao Wanqing hesitated, as she had merely come to request the presence of a golden elixir expert. That this individual was willing to come by noon the next day was a fortunate turn of events. Furthermore, this Li Xingtian possessed formidable foundation establishment prowess, likely in the latter stages of that realm. Significantly more competent than an ordinary squad leader, this individual suffices for merely tracking down leads. In any case, Zhao Wanqing has secured the only available golden core cultivator at her disposal. With no other recourse, she must acquiesce. Zhao Banqing respectfully adressa Li Xingtian, stating, I have discovered traces of malevolent cultivator rituals near the crime scene. We can commence our inquiries from there. Li Xingtian nodded in response. Lead the way. Let us proceed. As Chu Xingchen observed the two preparing to set off, he felt compelled to impart a cautionary note. Xingtian, exercise caution, and remember to utilize talismans if any peril arises. Rest assured, Master, came the reply. Li Yingling watched the departing figures, her gaze shifting to Chu Xingchen, Master. Sensing her eldest disciple's unvoiced concerns, which were as apparent as daylight, Chu Xingchen bluntly interjected, You should sleep. Do not accompany your junior. You might hinder their progress. Li Yingling, incensed, retorted, What do you mean by hindering my junior? I am a senior sister. My cultivation is no less than his. Chu Xingchen couldn't help but chuckle. While her cultivation was indeed commendable, without his presence to temper her inquisitive nature, she might inadvertently disrupt the investigation. It was likely that Zhao Wanqing would delegate the case to Li Xingtian. It would be Li Yingling who would attempt to direct the proceedings. The eldest disciple was obedient only in his presence. When he was absent, as Li Xingtian would put it, she exhibited a strong will. This might be the sole commendation Li Xingtian could muster, which, translated into simpler terms, meant she would pursue her own agenda. Nevertheless, Chu Xingchen had ample experience in managing his eldest disciple. So, do you wish to take a nap and join me tomorrow at noon? Or do you intend to accompany them now? Then I shall take a nap. Master, remember to take me along tomorrow. Chapter 38. Li Xingtian's Investigation Journey. The village documented in the files is not particularly distant from Yuzhou City, falling well within the jurisdiction of the Yuzhou City Demon Control Office. 2 Foundation establishment cultivators could reach it in a relatively short time if they exerted themselves. Following closely behind Zhao Wanqing, Li Xingtian noticed her peculiar gait. It appeared as though her right leg was injured, leading to an unnatural movement with each step. Consequently, her pace seemed slower in his eyes. Is your right leg injured? He inquired. Zhao Wanqing, taken aback, glanced at him. How did you know? You instinctively adjust your weight when your foot strikes the ground, Li Xingtian elucidated before continuing. Are you certain you can manage with such an injury? Time is of the essence, he remarked calmly. Is it urgent enough that you haven't consumed any healing elixirs? I have, but the blood energy cannot be purged swiftly, resulting in a slow recovery. Could you please halt for a moment? Zhao Wanqing paused, a look of confusion crossing her face as she regarded Li Xingchen. I have a method to address this. Please cooperate. If we are ambushed, I cannot guarantee your safety. Li Xingchen opened his mouth to explain, his gaze swiftly scanning the surroundings, and indeed, one could faintly sense a surge of malevolent energy entwining around Zhao Wanqing. Was this wound not a bit excessive? I apologize for the imposition. Please bear with me. Li Xingchen halted his steps, manipulating his spiritual energy to swiftly envelop several wounds infused with this sinister aura. Upon contact with the malevolent energy, it seemed to recognize its master, swiftly submitting to Li Xingtian's control. With a subtle motion, the malicious essence abruptly surged forth from Zhao Wanqing's wounds. Propelled by his spiritual energy, Zhao Wanqing, in a daze, felt the fierce and tenacious energy within her, which seemed destined to ensnare her for a lifetime. Now effortlessly extracted by the spiritual energy, as if a daughter raised for 18 years was being led away by a mischievous spirit with a mere beckon. Zhao Wanqing hesitated to speak, her curiosity piqued. Why could Li Xingtian's spiritual energy so easily suppress the malevolent essence? It was a matter of technique. Li Xingtian, perceptive of Zhao Wanqing's expression, understood the implications of his master summoning him instead of his senior sister. Grateful for Zhao Wanqing's thanks, he acknowledged that, in any case, the absence of that entangling energy had indeed significantly alleviated her pain. Li Xingtian nodded lightly in response. After all, working alongside someone who hinders progress was, in his view, an act of folly. Experience from his past life taught him to avoid teaming up with fools. At this moment, Zhao Wanqing had already qualified as half a fool in his eyes. Should she fail to demonstrate her capabilities in the ensuing investigation, he would contemplate usurping her authority and proceeding with the case in his own manner. Here lies the trace of the ritual array I have discovered. Zhao Wanqing pointed to a seemingly untouched patch of ground. Moving swiftly, we must act quickly. Li Xingtian's gaze swept across the barren expanse. If Zhao Wanqing spoke true, the earth had indeed been meticulously cleared, devoid of any useful traces. Zhao Wanqing kicked at the original focal point of the array, finding no energy fluctuations. Such audacity displayed by their ritualistic practitioners indicated that they had reached a crucial juncture, where a sudden change had prompted their reckless behavior. Thus, we must anticipate their next target. Li Xingtian nodded, gently in agreement with Zhao Wanqing's plan, recognizing that she was not merely acting impulsively. She had a strategy, a purpose, and it appeared that Zhao Wanqing had already identified her intended destination. Her path lay northward from here. To the south of Yuzhou City lies water, while the north is flanked by mountains. Zhao Wanqing believed that since the Demon Suppression Department of Yuzhou City had discovered the nefarious practitioners engaging in sacrificial rituals, they would not dare to act so brazenly. They were evil practitioners, not seeking death. It was highly probable that they would target secluded villages hidden among the mountains. Such concealed locales were difficult to investigate, and with the mountains providing cover, even if the Demon Suppression Department were to catch wind of their whereabouts, they could quickly disperse and evade capture. Under the cloak of night, Zhao Wanqing and Li Xingtian raced towards the nearest northern village. Prior to their departure, Zhao Wanqing had already studied the surrounding terrain maps. After approximately half an hour, they were nearing the village she had mentioned. Suddenly, Li Xingtian halted, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the surroundings. Zhao Wanqing quickly stopped, inquiring, "What is wrong?" "We've entered a maze," Li Xingtian replied, scanning the dense forest around them. "We must have circled this place at least 3 times. Zhao Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. 3 times? She had felt nothing amiss. Exiting this maze is not difficult, but we may have exposed ourselves. Li Xingtian's gaze swept the area until he detected a point of spiritual energy fluctuation. Although reborn with his cultivation reset, his knowledge and experience remained intact. From the onset of their mission, he had been vigilant regarding their surroundings. His wariness of malevolent cultivators was unwavering. For all those he had encountered shared a common trait, a complete lack of moral boundaries. Cautiously, Li Xingtian approached the source of the energy fluctuation. Zhao Wanqing swiftly followed in his footsteps, witnessing him part the underbrush and retrieve a small stone from the ground. After a meticulous examination, he carefully placed the stone back in its original position. "It's a stone pearl maze. Follow me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing trailed closely behind Li Xingtian as he maneuvered left and right, seemingly circling until, astonishingly, they found their way out. However, what lay before them left Zhao Wanqing in a state of shock. The village, once vibrant, now lay barren, reduced to ashes. The stench of blood mingled with the night air. From the trees at the village's entrance hung headless corpses. Li Xingtian lowered his gaze to the remnants of the formation's markings at his feet, which remained untouched. How could they dare? Zhao Wanqing's voice trembled slightly. The act of abducting villagers for sacrifices to malevolent cultivators was a vastly different concept than that of slaughtering an entire village. The rituals of the wicked merely sought to refine blood essence and souls to enhance their own power. Yet, they preferred adult males for this purpose, women, children, and the elderly could offer scant blood essence, and could even taint it. Thus, even the most malicious of cultivators would refrain from such self-destructive actions. Moreover, this was an entire village. Not a single elder, woman, or child had been spared. It was outright slaughter. Li Xingtian spoke. They left in haste, neglecting the formation markings. I will carry these markings back to investigate further. You should search within for any potentially useful information. Noticing Zhao Wanqing's distressed expression, he made this arrangement. Chapter 39. If you can't speak, then remain silent. Zhao Wanqing stepped into the heart of the village. The bloodstains on the ground had long since dried, yet the acrid smell of blood lingered in the air. The burned houses lay in disarray, reduced to ruins. As I journeyed along, the ground bore the unmistakable traces of the sacrificial rites. This group of malevolent practitioners had initially intended to perform a blood ritual upon the entire village. Along the way, I saw no corpses, save for a single body hanging from the large tree at the village entrance. It was evident that the bodies had been relocated to the focal point of the formation. Zhao Wanqing took a deep breath, suppressing the indescribable emotions within her. It seemed that the most likely place where the malevolent practitioners left behind useful traces was indeed the focal point. She scanned her surroundings for any signs. Yet her steps hastened towards the village center, where the entire settlement could be most easily encompassed. Everything aligned precisely with Zhao Wanqing's conjectures. At the village center, a heap of bones lay strewn about, all that remained of the villagers drained of life. However, what Zhao Wanqing had not anticipated was that the malevolent practitioners had not entirely withdrawn. Perched casually atop the pile of bones was a figure clad in a simple black robe, a sinister practitioner who sat nonchalantly upon the remains. A dark red blade resting beside him, exuding an aura of relentless bloodlust. The efficiency of the Demon Suppression Bureau had diminished considerably. With a hoarse voice and evident dissatisfaction, the figure remarked, "And only 2 of us have arrived. How do you expect to protect the mortals with such a meager force? Is this your doing?" Zhao Wanqing inquired icily, her hand instinctively moving towards the dagger at her waist. "Not my doing, unless you mean to imply that it is the responsibility of you, the captain of the Demon Suppression Bureau." The black-robed figure sneered dismissively, swiftly grasping the dark blade at his side. Beneath the moonlight, a flicker of dark red light glimmered. In an instant, the figure brandished the blade and advanced towards Zhao Wanqing, the weapon radiating a menacing crimson glow. Zhao Wanqing reacted swiftly, drawing her dagger to parry the impending strike. The resounding clash of metal echoed through the still night air. Zhao Wanqing felt the force of the blow, her injured arms nearly giving way. She summoned her spiritual energy with great effort, barely managing to withstand the assault. The black-robed practitioner was likely at the later stage of Foundation establishment. However, what troubled Zhao Wanqing even more was the overwhelming blood energy emanating from the blade. It surged forth, rapidly encroaching upon her spiritual defenses. She was compelled to divide her focus, channeling her energy to counter the torrent of blood energy. Should she allow it to breach her defenses, it would mean certain doom. Yet, the practitioner was a creature forged from the very essence of death and bloodshed. P.S. in next life, do not become an official. Zhao Wanqing gritted her teeth, and once again raised her short blade to block. Upon witnessing this scene, the figure in the black robe felt a surge of elation. A torrent of blood energy erupted within him, forcefully shifting the weight of the blade downward. This alteration changed the trajectory of what was originally aimed at Zhao Wanqing's head, redirecting it to her waist. Since mastering the manipulation of blood energy, the black-robed man had claimed the lives of numerous foundational cultivators with this very technique. Zhao Wanqing watched as the blade transformed into a streak of rainbow light. Suddenly, a worn iron sword intercepted the radiant light with a resounding clash. At that moment, Zhao Wanqing felt someone tug at the collar of her robe, pulling her out of the range of that deadly strike. Instantly, the iron sword was shattered by the rainbow light. Xianxia observed the splintering of the short sword, realizing that the senior sister was truly putting her junior brother in peril. Zhao Wanqing glanced back, only to find Xianxia's expression calm and composed. Out of concern for his employer, Xianxia asked, "Are you all right? Be careful." Zhao Wanqing had initially intended to express her gratitude, but upon seeing the black-robed man wielding his blade once more, she hurriedly cautioned him. Xianxia slightly raised his gaze, and the remnants of the shattered sword in his right hand suddenly emanated an enigmatic aura. Unfazed by the bloodthirsty blade, he responded with the fragmented sword that was barely left with its hilt. It appeared as though he was simply extending the broken sword with a light touch. Zhao Wanqing widened her eyes in disbelief at Xianxia's seemingly reckless act. To her astonishment, it was the black-robed man who evaded this collision. The black-robed figure abruptly lifted his long blade, retreating wildly for dozens of meters, his tone fluctuating between uncertainty and alarm. "Are you from Central Continent?" That aura, just now, was clearly a divine ability. Only in Central Continent could such a feat be achieved, allowing their disciples at the foundational level to cultivate divine abilities. The black-robed man found it hard to believe that any other place possessed such power. That was indeed a divine ability. Had he not practiced the dark arts and developed some instincts, he would have suffered greatly from that seemingly unremarkable strike. Xianxia remained silent, merely refining the spiritual energy within him, gripping the shattered sword as he stepped forward, delivering a slash from a distance of several dozen meters. A dark red glow flickered as the broken sword swept through the air. Boom! As the dark red light surged forth, a fierce energy rapidly obliterated everything before Xianxia. Zhao Wanqing watched in astonishment as the thread-like dark red glow annihilated everything in its path. This was far beyond the capabilities of a foundational cultivator. Dust rose into the air, and with a casual flick of his sword, Xianxia dispersed the dust with overwhelming pressure. The black-robed man had already vanished without a trace. He fled. Xianxia did not pursue. Instead, he turned to Zhao Wanqing, who lay weakened on the ground, and inquired, "How are you faring?" "I am." Zhao Wanqing began to respond, but the consequences of suppressing her internal injuries manifested at that moment, and she violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Xianxia said, "We should retreat. There may be other dark cultivators around, and in your current state of severe injury, I may not be able to protect you." Zhao Wanqing was acutely aware of her precarious condition and acquiesced to Xianxia's proposal. As they began their journey back to the Demon Suppression Division, she abruptly coughed up blood. "I will support you, but please refrain from speaking," Xianxia said with a serious tone. Zhao Wanqing took a deep breath and nodded lightly, feeling utterly humiliated. That previous strike had merely been a show of strength from Xianxia, yet it had exacted a heavy toll, depleting half of his spiritual energy. To guard against potential ambushes from malevolent cultivators, Xianxia was compelled to retreat at a slower pace, ensuring he conserved enough energy for unforeseen circumstances. Perhaps genuinely shaken by Xianxia's formidable attack, they encountered no ambush on their way back. As they approached Yuzhou City, contrary to Zhao Wanqing's suggestion to return to the Demon Suppression Division, Xianxia led her instead to the courtyard. Upon reaching the closed gate, he grasped the collar of Zhao Wanqing's robe and leaped inside. Before Xianxia could report to his master, Chu Xingchen swung the door open, immediately locking his gaze onto Zhao Wanqing, who was pale and had just spat blood. "What has happened?" he inquired. Zhao Wanqing coughed up another mouthful of blood. Chu Xingchen responded, "Ah, now I understand the situation." In Chapter 40, seize the opportunity, cut the Gordian knot. It becomes evident that Zhao Wanqing's injuries were quite severe, her pallor suggesting she was on the brink of anemia. During their journey, she had consumed emergency medicinal pills to prevent further deterioration. Xianxia had a valid reason for taking Zhao Wanqing to the courtyard first. The formation array there bore a striking resemblance to the one found within the Qingfeng sect's mine, likely sharing a common origin. He had sensed this connection when he glimpsed that section of the village's array. Thus, he proposed to carry the array's essence while Zhao Wanqing investigated for clues. It was prudent to inform his master about this discovery to assess any potential dangers, including whether the Qingfeng sect might be involved or if they were being falsely accused, which could lead the Demon Suppression Division to eradicate the Qingfeng sect to eliminate future threats. However, Such a plan required careful strategizing to avoid implicating their own sect during the investigation. Ultimately, in Li Xingtian's mind, the interests of their small sect, comprised of only 3 individuals, outweighed those of Zhao Wanqing's commission or the inquiries of the Demon Suppression Division. The courtyard was bustling with activity, and Li Yingling had not yet retired for the night. Hearing the commotion, she opened the door and quickly focused her attention on Zhao Wanqing, who appeared gravely injured. "Are you seriously hurt?" Li Yingling asked with concern. Zhao Wanqing took a deep breath, stifling the chaotic energy within her, and replied, "It's not too serious. The Demon Suppression Division has professional healers." Li Yingling, speaking earnestly and fearing rejection, stepped forward to grasp Zhao Wanqing's hand. "Since you're here, my master's alchemical skills are unparalleled, especially when it comes to healing potions. It would be a great burden on you otherwise." "No need," Zhao Wanqing interjected. "My master is currently adjusting the flavor of the elixir, and your assistance in tasting it would indeed be a favor to him." Li Yingling turned her gaze to her fellow disciple beside her, asking, "What do you think, junior brother?" Li Xingtian, upon hearing her words, felt a slight sense of exasperation, yet it was evident that he did not wish to support his senior sister at this moment. After all, if their master concocted some peculiar elixir next time, she would certainly find an excuse to indulge first, recalling the flower-based elixir that their master had created. Li Xingtian ultimately, albeit reluctantly, conceded senior sister is right. "Very well, the master indeed has some new ideas." Chu Xingchen did not decline the offer, for both of his disciples now regarded his concoctions as if they were toxic potions. It was indeed the perfect opportunity to prove himself. Li Yingling continued to hold Zhao Wanqing's hand, instructing her junior disciple beside them. "Junior brother, go fetch the pot." "The pot? What can we do with the pot?" Zhao Wanqing frowned slightly, but soon she witnessed Chu Xingchen retrieving several spiritual herbs from his spatial ring. "Is this an impromptu alchemy session?" Li Xingtian also emerged from the kitchen with a specialized iron pot for alchemy. A troubling thought crossed Zhao Wanqing's mind. Were they truly planning to use an iron pot for alchemy? She had never seen an alchemist employing an iron pot for such purposes. As it turned out, good thoughts often lead to misfortune, while bad thoughts are remarkably accurate. Zhao Wanqing soon found herself witnessing the spectacle of alchemy in an iron pot. A large pot of water and spiritual plants quickly coalesced into a small dark green orb, exuding the unique aroma of nature and the herbal scent. Zhao Wanqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Could one truly concoct elixirs in an iron pot? Seeing her expression, Li Yingling assumed she was afraid and offered some words of comfort. "Do not be frightened. What truly deserves fear lies ahead." "What?" Zhao Wanqing voiced her confusion. However, this time, Chu Xingchen had indeed given the matter considerable thought. First, bitterness is a relative sensation. If one cannot manage the bitterness, there are alternative ways to address the flavor. As long as one cannot taste the bitterness, it ceases to be bitter, does it not? There are numerous methods to dull the senses of taste, and Chu Xingchen chose a particular herb that also possessed blood-replenishing properties. Thus, healing and blood replenishment could be achieved simultaneously. Given Li Xingtian's aversion to flour, Chu Xingchen decided to forego it this time. "Done. Come, give it a try," he proclaimed, presenting the vibrant green orb enveloped in spiritual energy before Zhao Wanqing. She watched the entire alchemical process, recognizing the spiritual plants as all being healing herbs. Theoretically, what emerged from these ingredients should be edible. However, gazing at the dark green orb before her, Zhao Wanqing steeled herself and swallowed it whole. Initially, there was a hint of bitterness, but it quickly dissipated. Yet, as the green medicinal liquid slid down her throat, a violent reaction ensued, a sensation that was indescribably fierce, as her body instinctively resisted the potion. From the moment it was swallowed, her body began to react with intense opposition. Yet the medicinal effects seemed to disregard the body's resistance, boldly infiltrating within, akin to a bandit forcefully kicking open a door. Indeed, the efficacy of the medicine is remarkable. Zhao Wanqing can distinctly sense her internal organs rejuvenating. However, her organs are simultaneously repulsing this medicinal force, creating a paradoxical sensation of recovery. At this moment, comfort and discomfort coexist, much like the sensation of one foot being tickled with down feathers while the other is subjected to an incorrect scratching. The discomfort arises from a mistaken application. Zhao Wanqing's sole thought is how this medicine feels even more sinister than that group of malevolent cultivators. Li Xingtian, observing Zhao Wanqing's peculiar expression, turned to his senior sister beside him and said, "Senior sister, please keep an eye on her. I need to discuss something with Master." Of course, Li Yingling promptly agreed, understanding that her junior brother had matters to discuss with Master that the Demon Suppression Office must not be privy to. Inside the room, Li Xingtian addressed his Master. "Master, while there may be some contention regarding whether that group of malevolent cultivators is associated with the Qingfeng sect, their methods appear to share a common origin." He picked up a pen and paper from the table, meticulously sketching the formations within the mine and village. However, the utilization of blood energy differs significantly. The Qingfeng sect tends towards a defensive approach, whereas this group of malevolent cultivators is aggressively offensive. Their blood energy is highly corrosive. If the Qingfeng sect's members are indeed being manipulated, it suggests the presence of another formidable force orchestrating these events. Chu Xingchen nodded gently in response. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" "One must not take foolish risks," Li Xingtian replied earnestly. "Today we were ambushed by merely a Peak Foundation establishment malevolent cultivator, whose methods were not particularly formidable. Hence, I believe that the Qingfeng sect is the real target. If we report them..." His words trailed off as he completed the intricate drawings of the two formations, marking their differences. Given that the Qingfeng sect has engaged in malevolent practices, reporting them could be seen as an act of righteousness. However, they're protected by a nascent soul ancestor. It would be unwise for the Demon Suppression Office in Yuzhou to provoke such a powerful entity. After all, while the Qingfeng sect has committed wrongful acts, they have done so discreetly and without ostentation. Nevertheless, with the incident of the entire village being offered as a sacrifice, should the Xuanwu kingdom choose to intervene, many sects would likely be inclined to act. Chu Xingchen gazed at his second disciple, who was now intently focused on the formations he had drawn. Noticing his master's gaze, Li Xingtian raised his head, declaring, "Opportunities must be seized. Decisive actions must be taken." Chapter 41. The Gray Area the following morning. Within the Demon Suppression Office's medical facility in Yuzhou City, Onion lifted the bandage from Zhao Wanqing's hand, exclaiming, "What miraculous elixir have you consumed? Its effects are astounding." To her astonishment, the previously deep wound now appeared to have healed by 80%. Zhao Wanqing responded with a slightly peculiar expression. "I ingested a medicinal concoction refined by a senior." She extended her hand for a pulse check. Anian was not particularly concerned about what medication Zhao Wanqing had taken, as long as it hadn't proved fatal. At the mention of this, Zhao Wanqing placed her hand on the table from her sleeve. Anian gently took her pulse and, after a moment, scrutinized Zhao Wanqing with an odd expression. "Did you not sustain severe internal injuries not long ago?" Zhao Wanqing furrowed her brow slightly. "Yes, what of it?" The pulse felt somewhat peculiar. The recovery seemed a bit too rapid, likely due to the elixir you consumed. Anian withdrew her hand, speaking in a light tone. "All done with the examination. There's nothing amiss. You're recovering swiftly and not poisoned. With some rest, you'll be back to your lively self in no time." "Thank you." Before Zhao Wanqing could finish her sentence, a voice called from outside. "Captain Zhao, there is someone named Chu Xingchen at the door looking for you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing quickly stood, offering an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, I must take my leave." Anian, watching Zhao Wanqing's hurried figure, called out loudly, "Don't forget to rest well. Don't come back lying down again. It's only harder on yourself." Unfortunately, Zhao Wanqing did not respond to Anian's reminder. As she hurried out of the Demon Suppression Division, she spotted Chu Xingchen standing under a tree not far away and quickly walked over. Chu Xingchen was the first to inquire. "Have you reported the situation in that village to the Demon Suppression Division?" "Yes, I've expedited the process." "Expedited? How long will that take?" Zhao Wanqing replied with a wry smile. "About half a month, I suppose." "That is indeed urgent. What about now? Do you intend to investigate on your own?" Chu Xingchen looked at Zhao Wanqing, stating that even if she did not investigate, the promised spirit stones should not be diminished. Of course, the investigation must continue. After all, if we wait for the process to take half a month, the culprits will have long fled. Zhao Wanqing spoke with uncertainty. "We must investigate, but why isn't he the one who accompanied me yesterday shown up?" "Are you referring to Li Xingtian?" Chu Xingchen asked, his tone peculiar. "You spent 400 spirit stones and still plan to hire more people?" Zhao Wanqing quickly clarified. "No, it's just that Brotherly is exceptionally capable." After all, that single sword strike had been truly astonishing in Zhao Wanqing's eyes, far beyond the capabilities of someone in the Foundation establishment stage. Moreover, he had remained remarkably calm throughout the investigation. Chu Xingchen refrained from probing further into that matter, adopting a serious expression. All right, do you have any specific targets now? At this, Zhao Wanqing fell silent. The Peak Foundation establishment evil cultivator from yesterday was likely left behind by the group of wicked cultivators to monitor the investigation progress of the Demon Suppression Division and adjust their plans accordingly. Moreover, since that evil cultivator had not been slain by Li Xingtian, it was likely that they had already alarmed the snake. If they continued to follow the previous plan for the investigation, they would be endlessly toyed with by that group of evil cultivators, resulting in futility. The direction of investigation would have to shift to keep pace with that group of wicked individuals. However, this was no easy task, as the clues were already exceedingly sparse. Chu Xingchen, smiling, suggested, "If you're at a loss for ideas, why not come with me?" Zhao Wanqing looked at Chu Xingchen in surprise, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. With no clear direction in sight, it seems prudent to follow the recommendations of Yaoyin. Perhaps we should first observe whether this esteemed predecessor possesses any valuable insights. Moreover, as the master of Li Xingtian, the individual before us should undoubtedly exhibit a more meticulous disposition than their disciple. Upon noticing Zhao Wanqing's nod of agreement, Chu Xingchen turned and made his way toward the outskirts of Yuzhou City, simultaneously remarking, "In truth, solving cases is not as daunting as it may seem. One must look beyond the surface to grasp the essence, rather than rigidly pursuing fixed clues. Imagination must be engaged." Zhao Wanqing furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Although the sentiment held merit, creativity must be grounded in reality. Otherwise, it would merely be daydreaming. Observing her silence, Chu Xingchen discerned that Zhao Wanqing was not particularly invested in his words. Yet, it mattered little, for she would soon comprehend the meaning of seeking alternative paths. To the south of Yuzhou City, the Yuzhou River flows inland, extending to the coast, with a well-developed network of waterways. Such geography inevitably gives rise to smuggling activities. Ordinary merchants engage in the illicit trade of salt, hoarding grain to inflate prices, while those of more refined nature dabble in foreign antiques and exotic trinkets. However, the art of smuggling is not confined to mere commoners. Cultivators partake as well, for their pursuit of immortality does not entail mundane deliveries. And navigating the waters is not particularly slow. Many cultivators, lacking exceptional talent, yet yearning for the celestial path, resort to smuggling herbs and elixirs or other unsavory commodities, in hopes of profiting from a disparity in spirit stone prices. All worldly matters revolve around supply and demand. Where there is need, there is a seller. Referring to these individuals as wicked cultivators may be an exaggeration, yet they are certainly not paragons of virtue. They exist within a gray area. For officials of Zhao Wanqing's caliber, concerns about morality are trifling. Dealing with malevolent cultivators and ferocious beasts consumes their attention, leaving little room to apprehend the most contemptible of lower-tier cultivators. Furthermore, these lower-tier cultivators are far from united. They form disparate factions, each safeguarding their own territory, thereby failing to stir any significant upheaval. What Zhao Wanqing may not realize is that those who can protect their small domains in such places may not be the most powerful, but they are undoubtedly the most well-informed. Had she understood the nuances of this territory, she would not be displaying such expressions at this moment. Currently, Chu Xingchen and Zhao Wanqing stand at a secluded unloading dock belonging to the Chao gang. Not far away, individuals are seen unloading large crates from an old cargo ship. Zhao Wanqing frowned at the dilapidated dock, where several Qi refinement cultivators, armed with worn blades, regarded her with ill intent. She genuinely questioned the utility of being here, pondering whether the intention was to apprehend these lowly smugglers. The dock guards, speaking in a hostile tone, confronted the pair. "What brings you here?" Chu Xingchen gets the "Show them your badge," as the captain of the Demon Suppression Division. Although uncertain about the purpose of their visit, Zhao Wanqing complied and produced her badge from the Demon Suppression Division. Without needing her to speak, Chu Xingchen stepped forward. In the Demon Suppression Division's investigation, they requested for the boss to come forward for questioning. Upon realizing it was an official, the dock guard immediately lost his earlier bravado, quickly nodding and bowing. The badge of the Demon Suppression Division was particularly effective in this area. After all, these individuals lacked the reckless courage of desperate cultivators. They were, in essence, businessmen who would not dare to confront the agents of the Demon Suppression Division. Thus, they found themselves easily manipulated. Before long, a cultivator in the early stages of Foundation establishment, adorned in gold and silver, hurriedly approached, speaking with great humility. "Sir, Our modest business has committed no crime. If you're to apprehend someone, it should be that Wang or Matzi at the neighboring dock. That scoundrel engages in human trafficking and lends money at exorbitant rates, coercing respectable women into illicit trades. His misdeeds are truly abhorrent. If you intend to capture him, I would gladly guide you. Chapter 42. Arrivals for Zhongzhou. Faced with the shameful words of this guiding cultivator, Chu Xingchen did not hesitate to examine his attributes. Target, Guan Quan. Blue attribute, flexible bottom line. White attribute, somewhat intelligent. White attribute, ruthless. Black attribute, poor talent. Seeing these attributes, Chu Xingchen smiled with satisfaction. A flexible bottom line was precisely the talent he sought. Fortune smiled upon him. He chose this individual. Chu Xingchen remarked, "It is evident you possess considerable talent. Securing a dock for yourself here is no small feat, is it?" Guan Quan replied with a genuine smile. "Thanks to the blessings of both officials, I managed to get by. We have come to seek your assistance in a case." Chu Xingchen continued, patting Guan Quan on the shoulder. "You should have some free time, yes? Of course. Whatever you require. Everyone at the dock will do their utmost to assist," Guan Quan responded eagerly. "One is sufficient. We do not require so many," Chu Xingchen stated. Guan Quan was taken aback. Only he would suffice? Given his recent actions, he was hardly better than the very Wang or Matzi he had just denounced. Who would dare accompany the captain of the Demon Suppression Division on an investigation? Surely, they did not intend to engage in entrapment, claiming to assist in a case while actually pursuing their own agenda? With a troubled expression, Guan Quan hesitated. "Sir, wouldn't it be better with more people? In fact, Captain, we could call upon more from the Demon Suppression Division." Initially, Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement, but then his demeanor shifted dramatically. He glared at Guan Quan and said sternly, "You had better call in more. Do not let it be said that the Demon Suppression Division bullies others." The threat was palpable. Confronted with Chu Xingchen's intimidation, Guan Quan quickly knelt. He had no choice. These two were clearly seeking trouble. The dock was all he had, and while he could flee, the dock could not follow him. With a pained expression and a tone of grievance, he pleaded, "Sir, what case do you wish to pursue? I will cooperate fully." Observing the tearful expression on Guan Quan's face, Chu Xingchen decided to broach the subject directly, lest he frighten the individual away. "You must have recently witnessed someone purchasing a significant quantity of ritual cornerstone stones at high price, haven't you?" Guan Quan, taken aback by the question, felt a sudden wave of unease. As he contemplated how to respond, he caught sight of the ambiguous smile on Chu Xingchen's face. Taking a deep breath, Guan Quan forced a wry smile and replied, "Indeed, a group has acquired numerous ritual cornerstone stones, showing no concern for the inflated prices." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It was clear to her that she was not mistaken in her assumptions. She quickly pressed on who bought them. Were their names? Guan Quan, sensing the weight of her gaze, hesitated, his expression a mix of surprise and caution. How could this foolish girl become a team leader? Can she not fathom why they would pay such exorbitant prices here instead of purchasing from the reputable treasure pavilion? The answer is simple. Their identities are not to be flaunted, or perhaps their names are already plastered on the bounty notices. Realizing the implications of Guan Quan's odd demeanor, Zhao Wanqing quickly grasped the underlying points and felt a pang of embarrassment for her earlier naivety. With a serious countenance, Chu Xingchen remarked, "Well, you should now comprehend what that group intends to do with the cornerstone stones, correct?" Guan Quan, sounding somewhat aggrieved, responded, "That is beyond our knowledge." Chu Xingchen Gonli In Du. Think carefully before you speak. This opportunity is singular. Recognizing the icy demeanor of Chu Xingchen, Guan Quan understood that failing to disclose information today would not bode well for him. Casting a furtive glance at the many underlings surrounding him, he reluctantly raised both hands in surrender. "My lord, I truly do not know." Chu Xingchen gestured to Zhao Wanqing beside him. "Take him away." Zhao Wanqing paused momentarily, pondering the utility of this action. Would they truly transport him back to the demon subjugation office for interrogation? By the time they pried the information from him, would not be too late? Nevertheless, she complied and began escorting Guan Quan out. The onlooking subordinates observed their leader being escorted away, none daring to intervene. Guan Quan offered no resistance, yet he shouted, "Your Excellency, I genuinely do not know." Chu Xingchen ignored him and turned to leave, with Zhao Wanqing following closely behind, still restraining the increasingly desperate Guan Quan. After walking a short distance, Chu Xingchen suddenly turned into a corner. Zhao Wanqing hastily followed. only to realize they had entered a dead end. Chu Xingchen stood to the side, observing them. Guan Quan ceased his shouting and, with a sycophantic tone, said, "Your Excellency, would you mind loosening your grip?" Zhao Wanqing looked to Chu Xingchen for guidance, and, receiving a nod of assent, released her hold. Chu Xingchen in Guit, are you now willing to speak? It seems they are a band of malevolent practitioners. The recent blood rituals are likely their doing, Guan Quan hurriedly explained. I only sold a small portion of that batch, and upon realizing their intentions, I ceased all transactions. Zhao Wanqing observed the transformation of the once defiant Guan Quan, who now exhibited the demeanor of a sycophant. Chu Xingchen's expression was tinged with impatience as he urged, "Speak of something useful." They must be planning to establish a grand formation, and a remarkably large one at that. Guan Quan quickly interjected, "I have news." They purchased a Taishan stone to serve as the core of the formation. Chu Xingchen inquired, "Who sold it?" Guan Quan blurted out, "It was sold by Wang Ermatzi." This time, it was Zhao Wanqing who instinctively reached for the short blade at her waist before Chu Xingchen could ask further. With a hint of exasperation, Chu Xingchen remarked, "What has Wang Ermatzi done to offend you so gravely?" "No, it truly was Wang Ermatzi who sold it. I had previously spent a significant amount to acquire a piece, only to have that Wang Ermatzi snatch the business away. I lost quite a bit of money on that stone." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing fell silent, realizing the situation was quite different from what she had assumed. Guan Quan looked at them with pleading eyes. "Gentlemen, that is all I know. You're not being forthright," Chu Xingchen said, placing a hand on Guan Quan's shoulder. "Did you think we came here merely to take a chance? Can you guess who sent us to find you?" Guan Quan's expression shifted dramatically, and he cautiously asked, "Wang Ermatzi?" Suddenly, Chu Xingchen summoned his spiritual sword, placing it directly against Guan Quan's neck, and coldly declared, "It was your great-grandmother. She appeared to me in a dream yesterday, and warned that if you dare conceal even a single word, I shall send you to meet her." Faced with the blade at his throat, Guan Quan's demeanor crumbled as he hurriedly confessed, "It truly was Wang Ermatzi who sold it. All I know is that those evil cultivators refer to themselves as the Xianxia sect. Beyond that, I am utterly unaware of their specific plans." Chu Xingchen, Gop, Unawa, "Yet their people still linger at your dock?" Guan Quan's expression momentarily froze. Then he cast a sharp glance at Chu Xingchen. But all he could decipher from his eyes was a glimmer of mockery. Was he merely feigning ignorance, or did he possess genuine intelligence? Regardless, the sword at his neck was a stark reminder of the gravity of the situation, the chilling energy of the blade pricking his skin incessantly. Taking a deep breath, Guan Quan replied, "They hail for Zhongzhou." Chapter 43. Take action. Zhao Wanqing's gaze shifted abruptly. The name Zhongzhou resonated powerfully in the southern region of Danzhou. In truth, this world could be divided into two realms, Xianxia and everything beyond it. The fundamental reason for this lies in the spiritual veins of heaven and earth that originate from Xianxia and then branch out to other continents. Thus, the concentration of spiritual energy in this world peaks in Xianxia, where cultivation is predicated upon abundant spiritual essence, allowing for the growth of high-value spiritual plants and resources. Moreover, individuals born in Xianxia naturally possess superior spiritual roots compared to cultivators from other continents. Xianxia exerts an irresistible dominance over the other lands. Its sects are often disinterested in expanding beyond their borders, finding the other continents too impoverished to yield any substantial benefits. It is rare for cultivators from Xianxia to venture to other continents. Those who do are either unable to thrive in Xianxia or have entirely given up. Yet, once one embarks on the path of cultivation, who does not yearn to witness the grand paths and splendor that the elite cultivators behold? The malevolent practitioners from the Central Plains possess a formidable aura. However, for those originating from the Central Plains, as long as the matter is reported to the Central Plains Immortal Alliance, it is certain that cultivators from there will come to address the situation. Yet, all of this necessitates the one thing Zhao Wanqing is most lacking, time. Chu Xingchen continued to inquire, "What else?" This single inquiry could not deceive Chu Xingchen. For Li Xingtian had also mingled in the Central Plains prior to his rebirth, reportedly thriving in that environment. At this juncture, I must speak candidly. Guan Quan's expression suddenly darkened, his tone grave as he stated, "They certainly have not limited their purchases to our location. Ever since rumors of the malevolent practitioners engaging in blood sacrifices emerged, I have harbored suspicions. Initially, I believed they would retreat to other areas after the incident. Yet they have not, In fact, they have increased their acquisitions. From my deductions, their blood sacrifices of mortals serve merely as a facade. Sacrificing mere mortals cannot possibly satiate the appetites of those from the Central Plains. Their true aim must be the sects in this vicinity. Only the sacrifice of cultivators can fulfill their desires. If possible, Guan wished to remain uninvolved in these matters, content to sell goods and earn some spirit stones. But circumstances often compel one to act. Engaging in this line of work invariably entails risks. Had it not been for the presence of the Demon Suppression Department, he likely would have remained silent. The blood sacrifice sects bore no relation to him, especially since he stood to profit significantly. Yet, the distinguished gentleman before him was not easily deceived. Guan had no doubt that the sword at his throat could fall at any moment. Given the present situation, rather than returning to placate those malevolent practitioners, it would be far wiser to eliminate them entirely, ensuring they would dare not return. Thus, he resolutely declared, if you truly intend to intervene in this matter, you should investigate those sects. Perhaps unexpected gains await. Chu Xingchen slowly sheathed his spirit sword, turning his gaze to Zhao Wanqing, who had attentively listened throughout. Zhao Wanqing's brow furrowed, her hand resting on her dagger. After a long pause, she finally spoke, "You may leave now." Upon hearing this, Guan visibly relaxed, promptly drawing a dagger from his waist and, under Zhao Wanqing's astonished gaze, inflicted several deep cuts upon his own body. He then turned and dashed towards the dock. Zhao Wanqing watched Guan's retreating figure, her voice laced with confusion. Is this a feigned injury? Might it be too obvious? Chu Xingchen chuckled softly, offering clarity. Many matters cannot be elucidated merely through words. No matter how one explains, those inclined to suspicion will remain so. At present, what matters most to him is his demeanor. Zhao Wanqing cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xingchen and inquired, "Do you believe his words to be truthful? What do you think?" Chu Xingchen, Zhao Wanqing's expression grew grave as she lowered her head. After a prolonged silence, she admitted, "What he said is likely the truth." "Do you still intend to pursue this further?" Chu Xingchen asked, his tone neutral. Zhao Wanqing clasped her hands together and said, "As for the subsequent matters, I shall not trouble you further, esteemed senior. Thank you for your assistance." Involving the Central Plains, the most formidable members of that group of sinister cultivators undoubtedly possess golden elixir mastery, further compounded by their terrifying bloodlust. To expect a golden elixir master to embark on a perilous adventure for a mere 400 spirit stones is nothing short of absurd. Chu Xingchen inquired, "Is that so? Do you truly intend to investigate this alone?" Zhao Wanqing replied resolutely, "Indeed." With a teasing tone, Chu Xingchen remarked, "You can't possibly unravel this mystery on your own. You're too naive to manage it alone. Yet, regardless of the difficulty, you must persevere." "Ah, you truly are dense, unable to comprehend my words." Confused, Zhao Wanqing asked, "What do you mean, senior?" "Offer more money." Guan, drenched in blood, hastily returned to his dock, pushing past those who attempted to express concern for him. He dashed into a small room, forcefully swinging the door open. Inside, a figure cloaked in black sat quietly in a chair, his voice gravelly. "You're back?" The mere utterance left Guan momentarily stunned, yet he quickly regained his composure, urgency lacing his tone. "The Demon Suppression Bureau has discovered our whereabouts. I plan to flee to Liangyang City for safety. You should hurry and escape as well." "What's the rush?" The figure in black chuckled lightly. "What, the Demon Suppression Bureau?" The nonchalant demeanor of the cloaked figure caught Guan completely off guard. It was as though he himself were the one in command of the Bureau. Guan, bewildered, questioned the audacity of this sinister cultivator. "They are aware of your presence here. They will surely send someone to apprehend you shortly. Even if you are unafraid, shouldn't you consider retreating?" The figure in black lightly tapped the table. "Do not fret. We shall wait a moment longer." Guan, perplexed, asked, "Wait for what?" "To welcome the arrival of the Demon Suppression Bureau agents." A sense of foreboding washed over Guan. The sinister cultivator before him appeared utterly deranged. He quickly asserted, "What on earth are you thinking? I shall not indulge your madness. I must leave. You can handle the goods here by yourself." As he turned to depart, the cloaked figure grasped Guan's shoulder. "Stay and wait with me." Guan's eyes flared with fury. "What exactly are you waiting for?" "For someone to arrive." The figure in black replied, just as a surge of dark red energy erupted from his right hand, lunging toward Guan's head. Anticipating the attack, Guan swiftly evaded. "What use is it to strike at me?" The cloaked figure offered no response, his dark red aura surging forth, an overwhelming stench of blood emanating from him. He swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Guan Quan's head. Guan Quan instinctively raised his hand to block the strike. Bang! The force of the punch was staggering, and the blood energy violently surged into Guan Quan's meridians, wreaking havoc on his spiritual essence. Guan Quan's aptitude was lacking. His foundational cultivation was merely the result of forced enhancement through medicinal pills, rendering him a subpar practitioner. In contrast, the figure in black not only wielded the augment of blood energy, but was also at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. Moreover, Guan Quan had already sustained injuries prior to this confrontation, making him ill-equipped to contend with such an opponent. The cloaked figure glanced aside, noticing that Zhao Wanqing had arrived not far off. In response, he unleashed an even greater torrent of blood energy, as if eager for Zhao Wanqing to witness the unfolding chaos. Before Zhao Wanqing's very eyes, a fist, followed by another, and yet another, struck Guan Yuan's head, reducing it to a gruesome pulp. Chapter 44, The Performance. Not far away, Zhao Wanqing witnessed the blood-soaked figure of the black-robed evil cultivator relentlessly pummeling Guan Yuan's skull into a mushy mass. The Elder's predictions had indeed proved accurate. That group of malevolent cultivators had dispatched individuals to the dock, and it was evident that Guan Yuan harbored undisclosed secrets. In a bid for secrecy, the malevolent cultivator had opted for murder to silence him. At this moment, Zhao Wanqing's retreat was merely a ruse, leveraging Chu Xingchen's willingness to assist in capturing this potentially existing evil cultivator. After all, there was nothing more convenient than prying open the mouth of such a villain. Although Zhao Wanqing was still at a distance, she served solely as bait to draw attention. At this juncture, the elder Chu Xingchen had already circled around. All hope now rested upon him. Soon, the highly esteemed Chu Xingchen, whom Zhao Wanqing held in high regard, burst forth from the side. The light of his spiritual sword suddenly blazed forth. Despite the distance between them, Zhao Wanqing could distinctly sense the formidable pressure emanating from a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. This overwhelming aura was at least that of a late-stage Golden Core expert. Truly, as recommended by Yao Qin, he was remarkably powerful. Chu Xingchen's sword transformed into a beam of radiant light, descending fiercely upon the black-robed malevolent cultivator. Boom! That strike possessed immense power. Dust erupted instantaneously, obscuring Zhao Wanqing's view. Subsequently, a ferocious and tumultuous surge of blood qi erupted within the cloud of dust. It seemed they exchanged numerous blows. The fierce brilliance of spiritual energy pierced through the haze. A series of thunderous explosions ensued, further stirring the tumultuous dust. The clash between the two top-tier cultivators unleashed such potent residual energy that it left one in awe. The violent aftermath made it clear to Zhao Wanqing that this was a battle in which she could not hope to influence the outcome. She might not even qualify to partake in the fight. At this moment, a flicker of concern crossed Zhao Wanqing's mind, due to the obscuring dust. She could not ascertain who held the upper hand. However, this worry was short-lived. From within the swirling dust, the figure of the black-robed cultivator was the first to retreat, frantically fleeing southeast through the haze. In swift pursuit was Chu Xingchen, sword in hand. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Wanqing could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chu Xingchen closely followed the black-robed figure for approximately 15 minutes. Suddenly, the black-robed individual halted, turned around, and removed the hooded cloak, revealing a ghastly mass beneath. In a raspy voice, he spoke. "Master, this is sufficient." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen also came to a stop, expanding his consciousness to confirm that no one else was present. With a sigh, he sheathed his sword and casually seated himself upon a large stone. Li Xingtian, too, removed the ghastly mask from his face, taking 2 steps forward to stand before his master. He inquired of his mentor, "Was everything smooth? Did she harbor any suspicions?" "Smoothly. At least she harbors no suspicions." Chu Xingchen cast a glance at Li Xingtian, remarking on his impressive acting skills. In the realm of cultivation, possessing diverse skills is certainly advantageous. Li Xingtian maintained a composed demeanor, then clasped his hands in salute, stating, "Then, master, I shall proceed to assist my junior sister with the concluding tasks." There were still several matters that required wrapping up, and time was not on their side. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen nodded gently and rose to his feet. "Very well, but remember to exercise caution. Do not go overboard." Rest assured. Li Xingtian assured him with a nod. Observing Li Xingtian's departing silhouette, Chu Xingchen sighed and made his way toward the dock where Zhao Wanqing awaited. This endeavor, which began with searching for Zhao Wanqing, was meticulously planned. However, it was not merely an act of framing the Qingfeng sect. Every clue known to Zhao Wanqing was indeed factual. The purchase of Taishan stones was genuine, the existence of sinister cultivators from Zhongzhou was true, and even the plot to sacrifice the sect was based on reality. Since Zhao Wanqing had returned severely injured the previous day, Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian had resumed their investigation together. After all, to leave a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator behind suggested that among those malevolent practitioners, there was a high probability of golden core cultivators being present. Although his disciple was protected by talismans, sending him out into the unknown was perilously reckless. Moreover, his disciple's suggestion was quite reasonable. It was prudent to first investigate the situation before determining a course of action. The formations and rituals designed by Li Xingtian invariably required a substantial amount of foundational stones. Thus, Chu Xingchen's initial focus was on the docks frequented by smugglers of spiritual materials. Li Xingtian's cultivation technique allowed him to manipulate blood energy, making it relatively simple to masquerade as a blood energy cultivator. Chu Xingchen would ensure Li Xingtian's safety from the outside. With a suitable identity, they could gather information from several docks. It was not overly challenging to pinpoint a few names and stage a performance, especially since Guan Quan deserved his fate. In any case, everything proceeded rather smoothly. Chu Xingchen returned to the Guan Quan dock. At this moment, those scattered qi refining cultivators had fled in disarray following the chaos that had ensued. Only Zhao Wanqing remained, seemingly searching for any lingering clues. Chu Xingchen spoke up. I apologize. There were others to assist him, and I was unable to capture him. Zhao Wanqing, however, appeared not too disheartened. As long as the senior is unharmed, that is what matters. Have you uncovered any clues? Chu Xingchen inquired. There are some leads, Zhao Wanqing replied, producing a blood-red spirit stone from his waist pouch. I found this on his corpse. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow as he observed the spirit stone in Zhao Wanqing's hand, reaching out to lightly touch it. This spirit stone was not part of the arrangement made by Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian. It belonged to Guan Quan. This blood-colored spirit stone resembled those found within the Qingfeng sect's mines, but the blood energy contained within it was far purer. The Qingfeng sect stones were crafted from the blood energy of qi refining cultivators at the second or third level, and even so, their potency paled in comparison to the blood-red spirit stone Zhao Wanqing held. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brows and remarked, it seems they have succeeded at least once. A sect has likely been sacrificed. This might also be a concealed secret of Guanxuan. He probably utilized the methods of the demonic cultivators to reach the foundation establishment stage, which explains why Li Xingtian trusted this individual so readily during their encounter. However, that group of demonic cultivators is swift and exceedingly greedy. Even after achieving one success, they remain undeterred, persisting under the pressure of the Demon Suppression Division. The situation has drastically changed, and this time the demonic cultivators truly appear formidable. Zhao Wanqing gazed solemnly at the blood spirit stone before her and nodded in agreement. We should return to the Demon Suppression Division and send personnel to investigate the various minor sections. I will take my leave for now, should you require assistance. Feel free to find me at the Sihuan. Chu Xingchen sighed, cautioning her to act prudently and within her capabilities, given the current developments. He too needed to reassess his plans. Zhao Wanqing clenched the blood spirit stone tightly, her heart weighed down by the escalating horror of the situation. Initially, it was believed that the demonic cultivators had merely attacked the personnel of the Demon Suppression Division, but it soon escalated to the blood sacrifice of an entire village. Ultimately, it was discovered that they intended to perform a blood ritual on a sect, and they had succeeded at least once. Even the smallest sect possesses a golden core cultivator. The rapid progression of events had far exceeded Zhao Wanqing's capacity to manage. The confrontation between the seniors and the demonic cultivators was a level she could hardly aspire to. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of helplessness engulfed her. Softly, she replied, I understand, senior. Please do not worry. Chapter 45. Temple Fair in the Sihuan Courtyard. Chu Xingchen had only just returned when someone came to visit, a time when even Li Xingtian had not yet arrived back. Li Yingling was also absent from the Sihuan, presumably still with Li Xingtian to finalize matters. If they were to return, it would likely be together. Did you arrange these matters? Yao Qin inquired, seated on a stone chair, sipping the tea that Chu Xingchen had personally brewed. Chu Xingchen maintained a stoic expression. Which matters do you refer to? Setting her teacup down, Xianxia's demeanor turned serious. The Qingfeng sect. Chu Xingchen sighed. Originally, yes, but upon further investigation, I realized it was unnecessary to delve deeply. The Qingfeng sect likely won't last much longer. Seeing that blood spirit stone, I understood. The Qingfeng sect is merely a main dish on the demonic cultivator's table, albeit one garnished with a formidable elder at the nascent soul stage, necessitating a slow and careful approach from that group. Chu Xingchen then inquired, "Has Zhao Wanqing shown you the blood spirit stone she retrieved?" "I have seen it," Yaoqing replied, her expression now grave. "We have reported this to Zhongzhou, and in about half a month, specialists will come to address the situation. This matter is far too perilous, and for now, you should refrain from involvement until the experts from Zhongzhou have resolved it." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen let out a light laugh, choosing not to respond further. Yaoqing gently cradled her teacup, informing Zhao Wanqing that she had advised her to cease her actions. Her brother had also passed the critical phase. An awakening was merely a matter of time. Chu Xingchen sighed, seemingly devoid of interest. "I understand," he murmured. Yaoqing nodded softly, her beautiful eyes drifting toward the azure sky. She remained silent, holding her teacup delicately. Chu Xingchen cast a curious glance at Yaoqing, pondering her unusual tranquility today, as she typically hurried others along after conversing. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized, "Are you yearning for my cooking?" Yaoqing turned her gaze toward him, still silent. Indeed, she had a slight desire for his culinary skills, yet it was not the primary reason for her visit. Unconsciously, she began to rotate the teacup in her hands. "Do you have any free time tonight?" she inquired. Chu Xingchen propped his head up with his hand. "Tonight? I'll be available a bit later. I promised my apprentice we would attend the temple fair together." "Then there's nothing to worry about," Yaoqing replied, standing up and turning toward the door. As she reached it, she turned back, concern etched on her face. "I will pay for Zhao Wanqing's spirit stones. You must refrain from involving yourself in this matter." After all, in the past, when Chu Xingchen was impoverished, he had undertaken countless perilous tasks for spirit stones. If this young man found a chance for gain, he might very well venture out again. Instantly invigorated by her words, Chu Xingchen could hardly contain his joy. "All right, wealthy sister, I promise I won't get involved." Yaoqing frowned at his address, displeased. "What do you mean, wealthy sister? That sounds dreadful. Do not call me that." Chu Xingchen argued back. "How is that dreadful? In our hometown, everyone likes someone like you. Beautiful and generous, a wealthy sister. I don't care. I don't like it. Do not call me that," Yaoqing retorted, giving him a cold glare before huffing and departing. With her exit, tranquility returned to the courtyard. Chu Xingchen lowered his gaze to the teacup before him and, in one swift motion, drained its contents. Though the situation had deviated somewhat, it remained manageable. "Master, I'm back." The door swung open as Li Yingling burst in, holding a shovel and beaming with joy. "Mission accomplished." Li Shini followed closely behind her, adding, "Master, everything went smoothly. Chu Xingchen entusiasti aplo, et so. Truly worthy of being my beloved disciples." Li Yingling raised her head proudly at his praise. However, after his commendation, he shifted the conversation. "But let us set those aside for now. We're gathering for the temple fair tonight." Li Yingling quickly inquired, "Did something happen?" Chu Xingchen stood. "It seems the situation is indeed significant. Yaoqing has advised us not to participate." Hearing this, Li Yingling let out a sigh, pondering whether their efforts had been in vain. Nonetheless, having a master accompany him to the temple fair was not altogether disagreeable. Li Xianxia nodded nonchalantly. Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, proclaiming, "Excellent. The inaugural team-building event for our sect is about to commence." The temple fair can be considered a preliminary celebration for the upcoming Lantern Festival. The venue is the largest Buddhist temple in Yuzhou City, the Zen Forest Temple. To be frank, the original Lantern Festival bore little relation to the temple. Initially, there was no temple fair at all. After all, the Lantern Festival is about inscribing wishes upon lanterns and allowing them to drift along the currents of the Yuzhou River, symbolizing the smooth fulfillment of one's desires. The wishes inscribed upon the lanterns typically revolve around aspirations for wealth and romantic partnerships, embodying a spirit of simplicity and humility. However, to understand the emergence of the temple fair, one must consider how the Zen Forest Temple ascended to the status of the foremost Buddhist temple in Yuzhou City. In this realm, where the path of immortality is evidently tangible, the aspirations of the common folk often lean towards faith, as they are unable to pursue the path of cultivation. Moreover, the number of true followers is rather modest. After all, what cultivator does not proclaim, "My fate is determined by me, not by the heavens"? Unlike the monks in Chu Xingchen's previous world, who were exempt from taxes due to their religious status, the monks here are required to pay taxes once they lose the benefits of faith. Firstly, monks are human. Secondly, they require sustenance, which incurs expenses. The crafting of Buddha statues also demands financial resources. Solely relying on the offerings from devotees barely suffices for sustenance. To aspire to create golden statues of the Buddha and Bodhisattvas is akin to dreaming in vain. It has been proven that even the most impoverished monks may abandon their doctrines when in dire straits. The monks of Zen Forest Temple set their sights on the most vibrant festival in Yuzhou City, the Lantern Festival, as a lucrative opportunity. While the essence of lanterns is to make wishes, one need not be restricted to lanterns alone. Offerings to the Buddha are equally valid. Spending money on lanterns is indeed an expenditure. Lighting a stick of incense is also an offering. Furthermore, the cost of incense is significantly lower than that of lanterns. Regardless of a world, the impoverished remain numerous. There will always be those who cannot afford lanterns for their wishes, while the more affordable incense becomes a viable alternative. Thus, the Buddha, who teaches the renunciation of greed, began to bless individuals with wealth. Additionally, there are skilled practitioners among the monks of Zen Forest Temple. The temple even constructed wider roads outside its premises, renting them to vendors for a fee. As long as the vendors refrain from bringing skewers of roasted meat into the temple, the Buddha adopts a forgiving stance, which indeed attracts numerous merchants. They even employ hunger marketing strategies, limiting their operations to just a few days before the Lantern Festival to maintain interest. Consequently, Zen Forest Temple has prospered immensely by capitalizing on the Lantern Festival, with the golden statue of the Buddha growing ever more magnificent. Chapter 46. A new perspective on career paths. Naturally, organizing a temple fair involves more than merely expanding roads to accommodate vendors. It entails ensuring that the stalls are positioned strategically, particularly at the temple entrance, and that vendors pay their dues. The organizers, Zen Forest Temple, must host activities that sufficiently attract a crowd to participate. On the 15th day, the Water Forest Dharma assembly commenced, where a congregation of monks recited sutras to guide the souls of the deceased. For a fee, one could position the ancestral spirit tablets in the most prominent locations. The residents of Yuzhou City humorously remarked that the golden expenditure was tantamount to placing a Buddha's head atop ancestral tablets. Naturally, affluent individuals who valued their reputation were eager to see their ancestors' tablets elevated above others. This could be regarded as the most lucrative endeavor of the Zen Forest Temple, which, despite enduring annual mockery from the people of Yuzhou, persisted without withdrawal. The 16th day featured martial arts competitions of the Buddhist sect. The 17th day celebrated the Lantern Festival, and the 18th day was devoted to Buddhist pilgrimages. Ultimately, for the sake of festivity, the Zen Forest Temple was known to engage in virtually all activities, even parading the Arhat statues. The only reason they refrained from carrying the Buddha was due to its overwhelming weight. They even referred to this as a divine pilgrimage for the sake of safeguarding peace. Although the Zen Forest Temple was affluent and renowned, such worldly conduct drew unanimous disdain from other temples. Today marked the inaugural day of the temple fair, commencing with the Water Forest Dharma assembly. As the festivities unfolded, Li Yingling donned a pale yellow embroidered dress, with 2 bags hanging at her waist, one black for copper coins and the other silver for small change. At this moment, she held a candied hawthorn skewer in her left hand and a small round fan, embroidered with white lotuses on a blue background, in her right, gently fanning herself. Countless gazes instinctively gravitated towards this striking young maiden. However, no one dared to approach her, largely due to the imposing figure of Li Xingtian, who followed closely behind. This cold-faced man could deter ill-intentioned individuals with merely a glance. As a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, his mere gaze was sufficient to instill fear in mortals. Li Xingtian, clad in a black uniform, carried a stand for selling candied hawthorns on behalf of his senior sister. "Apologies, but these candied hawthorns are not for sale," he said with a hint of exasperation, declining a young child's request to purchase one. Li Yingling turned her head and noticed a child, around 6 or 7 years old, eagerly waving her hand. "It's fine, junior brother. Give her a skewer," she said generously. The little girl beamed with joy as she accepted the treat, exclaiming, "Thank you, uncle and sister." Li Xingtian, upon hearing this, found it somewhat absurd. Why must the girl call his senior sister sister, yet refer to him as uncle? Was there such a significant age difference? Li Yingling smiled with satisfaction, saying, "See, that little girl is quite adorable. Isn't she? If only she were mute." Li Xingtian replied with a tone of resignation. Watching the girl happily turn to find her parents, Li Yingling nodded approvingly. That remark was very much in line with our master's style. However, if it were our master, he would have her claim the candied hawthorn. Li Xingtian raturta. You are being rather disparaging towards our master. Li Yingling, displeased by his comment, pouted and subtly raised her brow, gesturing for him to look aside. Li Xingtian turned his gaze and observed a group of beautiful young women surrounding a handsome man clad in white. The melodious chatter of flirtation was distinctly audible, even from a distance. Where does the young master reside? Surely, he is not from Yuzhou City? I have never seen him before. Young master, I have been experiencing some discomfort lately. Could you take a look? Li Xingtian observed this scene and couldn't help but shake his head in dismay. Did you not insist that master were the outfit you gifted him before he left? He clearly stated that he would be besieged by women if he donned that attire. I thought he was boasting. Li Yingling expressed her dissatisfaction. Who would have known those young ladies would be so shameless, clinging to him? She continued, "What happened to the sect's team-building activities? In the end, master has already joined others for their gathering." Li Xingtian redirected his gaze, saying, "Then, sister, you should bring master back." "I won't do that. Just look at how happy he is. He will surely take it out on me later," Li Yingling retorted, her expression reflecting her displeasure. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. In the distance, the graceful Xianxia was ascending the slope, clad in an elegant white dress adorned with lotus motifs. Her flowing black hair was held up by a jade hairpin, and she gracefully wielded a finely crafted white round fan painted with fireflies. Her exquisite demeanor and beauty should have made her the center of attention at the temple fair, yet the throngs of passers-by seemed oblivious to her presence. With each step she took, the crowd instinctively parted to make way for her. Master's unacknowledged beloved has arrived. Li Yingling shukla tinwarli. Realizing it was not that the disciples were neglecting to shield master. Rather, he had abandoned them first. Li Xingtian's gaze quickly fell upon Xianxia, and he immediately turned to alert master. "Junior brother," Li Yingling called out, halting him. Li Xingtian turned, his expression filled with curiosity as he regarded his elder sister. Li Yingling, concealing the lower half of her face with her fan, spoke with a teasing tone. "You must make master understand that beauty can be a double-edged sword." Li Yingling was well aware that her junior brother, as master would say, was a steadfast man, seemingly impervious to the allure of women. Although he had faced unknown experiences, he remained particularly wary of feminine charms. Each time he observed master conversing with a woman, a flicker of pity would cross his face, as if lamenting master's potential missteps. Li Xingtian paused at her words, his expression conflicted before he finally halted his advance. Typically, he would disregard such comments from others, but when it came from his sister, it held some weight. After all, if master truly became upset, he could use his sister as a convenient excuse. With this thought, Li Xingtian ceased his movements. Xianxia's gaze swiftly locked onto the notably conspicuous Li Xingtian, a robust figure carrying a candy hawthorn on a stick, making him quite hard to miss. Casting her eyes aside, Xianxia noticed Li Yingling waving at her from a distance. She gracefully waved her fan in acknowledgement, only to realize, with some curiosity, that Chu Xingchen was not nearby. Li Yingling, sensing her confusion from afar, pointed in a specific direction with her fan. Xianxia, puzzled, turned to see the silhouette of a young man in white. This figure was remarkably familiar, and with Li Yingling's guidance, Xianxia instantly recognized the identity of the person in question. All right, she murmured contentedly. Accompanying the apprentice to the temple fair, is that how affection is expressed? Xianxia tightened her grip on the jade fan handle and quickened her pace towards Chu Xingchen. As she drew nearer, she could hear the words of the women surrounding him. Indeed, he is a master. Your predictions are so accurate. Please, take a closer look at my career line. What do you think? A voluptuous woman in a dress nearly leaned against Chu Xingchen, her hand hovering ambiguously, leaving one to ponder who was truly taking advantage of whom. Chu Xingchen glanced down at the woman's hand and smiled. The true career line is not disowned by the hand. Then where should one look? A somewhat icy voice interjected. Chu Xingchen assumed it was a newcomer and merely jested. Guess. The woman's lovely face flushed slightly as she playfully covered her cheeks, saying, "Master, you are truly mischievous. Is this how one observes a career line?" The familiar, cold voice laced with irritation rang out, and Chu Xingchen swiftly turned to face its source. There stood Xianxia, her smile, not reaching her eyes, fixed intently upon him. Chapter 47. The Power of Will. Upon catching sight of her, Chu Xingchen redirected his gaze. First and foremost, one must remain composed in the face of adversity, even if Xiaoqian's seemingly pleasant demeanor was somewhat intimidating. In truth, he and Xiaoqian had no formal relationship. She had no reason to concern herself with him. As long as he remained resolute, he had done nothing wrong. Most importantly, a sycophant meets a bitter end. Better to die than to fawn. There would be no admission of guilt. Yet it was evident that Xiaoqian thought otherwise. She stepped forward, and the women encircling Chu Xingchen instinctively parted to make way. Xiaoqian fixed her gaze upon him and reiterated, "Did you not say you would accompany your apprentice to the temple fair today?" As Xiaoqian approached to speak, the surrounding women suddenly noticed the stunning beauty who had come nearby, seemingly an old acquaintance of the handsome youth before them. However, acquaintance or not, the woman leaning against Chu Xingchen was reluctant to part, softly remarking, "The master said he would teach us how to read palms. We are all his apprentices." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqian's icy gaze turned towards the woman in the dress. The latter felt a chill run down her spine under the penetrating stare, as if there were an insurmountable chasm between their souls. Xiaoqian coldly commanded, "Leave." The woman, realizing she could no longer retort, hastily lifted her skirt and pushed through the crowd to flee. The other women sensed the danger as well. Although they appreciated a gentleman, their lives were of utmost importance. The woman before them was likely a practitioner, and they, mere mortals, did not dare provoke such beings. Though reluctant, they quickly departed. A circle suddenly cleared around Chu Xingchen. Xiaoqian's gaze returned to him, repeating her inquiry. "Did you not say you were attending the temple fair with your apprentice?" Chu Xingchen pointed to the ground. "This is the temple fair." He then pointed towards two rebellious disciples not far away, his expression devoid of any greeting. Together with those two disciples over there, were they perhaps enjoying the temple fair? Xiaoqian observed the self-assured Chu Xingchen, her grip tightening around the jade-handled fan. "What brings you here?" Chu Xingchen chuckled lightly. "I recall you despise such gatherings. Could it be you came to seek me?" "Oomph. As if I would seek you out." Xiaoqian turned her head away. "Who do you think you are?" "Of course, an old friend." Chu Xingchen waved his sleeve, placing his hands on his hips. "How do I look in this attire?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoqian scrutinized him from head to toe. She had to admit, a person's demeanor is often enhanced by their attire. Compared to the slovenly Chu Xingchen of yore, he now exuded an undeniable elegance. "Who purchased this outfit for you?" "Naturally, my eldest disciple did." Xiaoqian retorted with mockery, "Oomph. In this outfit, you at least resemble a person." "Thank you for the compliment," Chu Xingchen replied nonchalantly. From a distance, Li Yingling approached, waving her fan with a beaming smile. "Master." Chu Xingchen cast an irritated glance at his shabby cotton coat, then turned his gaze to Li Yingling's companion, Li Xingchen, questioning why he had failed to inform him. Li Xingchen, with an innocent expression, subtly indicated that it was his senior sister's insistence. Although Yaoyin's tone was frosty, she was not genuinely angry. She understood Chu Xingchen's character. In his unapologetic words, with his face, they wouldn't need to spend a dime to enjoy his company. Before Yaoyin met Chu Xingchen, she was aware of his frequent visits to the brothels, relying on his looks to gain favors without payment, so the current scene was hardly surprising. However, she felt somewhat vexed. How could someone in the Golden Core stage lack the demeanor befitting their status? Which Golden Core cultivator would engage in such trivialities with ordinary mortals? Examining palm, readings no less. Yaoyin gently waved her fan, sending a slight breeze through the air. Today's Water Forest Dharma Assembly is worth attending. Li Yingling, naturally at ease, linked her arm with Yaoyin's. Curious, Sister Yaoyin, could it be that the Water Forest Dharma Assembly truly holds something of value? Chu Xingchen playfully interjected. What do you mean by sister? You should refer to her as Master Yaoyin. Without hesitation, Yaoyin raised her fan and playfully swatted Chu Xingchen, sneering. Are you giving up on spirit stones? At this remark, Chu Xingchen immediately feigned amnesia regarding his previous words, speaking innocently, Sister Yaoyin. Is there truly something significant at today's Water Forest Dharma Assembly? Currently, Chu Xingchen was left with nothing but silver and gold, devoid of any usable spirit stones. Should the blood-chi spirit stones prove irreversible, the spirit stones promised by Yaoyin were his sole hope for the gathering spirit array. in the face of spirit stones. What does pride matter? Master, I implore you, spare some dignity for your disciple. Li Yingling sighed. At this rate, I won't dare accompany you outside anymore. Li Yingling felt her master's boundaries were far too flexible, especially when it came to matters concerning spirit stones. Chu Xingchen said with annoyance, "Good disciple, do not ever ask your master for spirit stones again." Master, I was wrong. Li Yingling quickly admitted defeat upon hearing this. Li Xingtian silently sighed in his heart. It seemed that his senior sister had shamelessly inherited her master's essence entirely. Would she not, in the future, embarrass their sect, leaving the opposing cultivators bewildered, thinking, "You are the disciple of that shameless sect?" Xiaoqin observed the two lively characters with a hint of exasperation, realizing that like begets like, the nature of the master reflects upon the disciple. She then explained, the Water Forest Dharma Assembly is not merely a gathering for amusement. The Zen Forest Temple will also utilize this opportunity to absorb the willpower of sentient beings. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian became disinterested. They had no desire for willpower, even if it was offered freely. In this world of cultivation, there exists only one path, a wide and absolute avenue. Yet, in this vast world, apart from the main road, there are certainly a few smaller paths. For instance, the path of a martial artist, honing oneself into a warrior of the world, and the scholarly path of Confucians who pursue enlightenment through knowledge. Willpower is also one such path, a unique form of spiritual power. However, even malevolent cultivators look down upon this power. Any force that comes without cost carries a price. And this is particularly evident with willpower. Perhaps willpower can be absorbed without regard to one's innate qualities or spiritual roots, even by the spirits of the wild. Most wild spirits, upon occasionally awakening their intelligence, lack cultivation methods. They only understand how to breathe in the aura of heaven and earth. Even with exceptional talent, without the means to cultivate, they cannot break through to the foundation establishment stage, no matter how long they breathe. Thus, willpower becomes the clearest path available to them. Yet, the cost is also glaringly apparent. Once one uses willpower to elevate their cultivation, they are bound to it for life. If they cease to absorb willpower, the cultivation gained through it will inevitably decline. Moreover, this decline is nearly irreversible. Descending from the golden core stage back to foundation establishment makes it exceedingly difficult to ascend to the golden core stage again. Ultimately, using willpower leads one to be ensnared within it. Furthermore, ensuring the continuous supply of willpower necessitates fulfilling the desires of one's followers, who would continue to trust someone who takes without giving back. Thus, it is fundamentally a troublesome and unreliable path. Chapter 48, the most shameless in the world. Li Yingling's cultivation was not weak, yet her foundational knowledge of cultivation was rather lacking. It was not that Chu Xingchen did not care. He had even prepared some basic textbooks for her to study. However, Li Yingling seemed completely uninterested in the purely educational material. After all, those books were simply foundational tutorials, far less captivating than tales of cultivation. Moreover, that book was exceedingly thick. Even the classification of monster illustrations spanned 4 or 5 pages. Not to mention the rest of its content. After flipping through it for 2 days, Li Yingling felt it was of little use and had long tossed it aside to gather dust. Chu Xingchen did not force her to finish it, as he believed that one would eventually understand cultivation through practice. Thus, at this moment, Li Yingling did not comprehend what willpower was, but she noticed the slightly disdainful expressions of her master and junior brother. It is evident that anything capable of garnering disdain from both one's master and junior disciples cannot possibly be of commendable quality. Yet, the fact that Xiaoqin has come specifically to observe indicates that matters are far more intricate than they appear. Glancing at his bewildered disciple, Chu Xingchen let out a sigh and casually elucidated to Li Yingling. One might think of it as counterfeit and inferior cultivation elixirs, for cessation of their use would precipitate a drastic decline in one's cultivation. Upon hearing this, Li Yingling's understanding blossomed. Xiaoqin gently shook her head and remarked, "If that were the case, I would not have come at all. However, this Zen Forest Dharma Assembly seems to serve as an experiment, as they appear to have discovered alternative applications for willpower." Chu Xingchen interjected. One could speculate that they intend to channel willpower into magical artifacts. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xingtian offered his own thoughts. Even if willpower can be infused into magical artifacts, the enhancement is minimal. It would be more beneficial to capture a spirit beast and nourish it with willpower for guarding purposes. Li Yingling, unfazed by the particulars, eagerly exclaimed, "Let us go see. I have heard that this year's funding has reached unprecedented heights, allowing for the spiritual tokens to be placed atop the head of the Zen forest's presiding master." Chu Xingchen was taken aback and exclaimed, "What? This master has no shame. How much was spent?" It was said that the offerings comprised spiritual stones. Yao Qin, with her fan shielding the lower half of her face, could not disguise her amusement, revealing that this year's spiritual tokens were notably grand and would undoubtedly attract attention. Li Xingchen, upon hearing this, felt a wave of incredulity. In his previous life, he had never encountered such audacity. It seemed that, in following his master, he had found himself amidst individuals devoid of modesty. Could it be that the adage about the company we keep holds true? Should Chu Xingchen learn of his second disciple's disparaging inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly be compelled to impart a lesson on the importance of respecting one's elders. Ultimately, the spectacle of the Zen forest master making a fool of himself was far more enticing than the application of willpower. Thus, the four reached a consensus and proceeded together towards the Zen forest temple. Despite the throngs along the fair's path, Yao Qin's golden core technique ensured their passage remained unobstructed. Li Yingling, perhaps genuinely fond of such vibrant gatherings, beamed joyfully as he surveyed his surroundings. Along the way, he indulged in various purchases, acquiring a small pouch embroidered with lotus flowers and an array of uniquely designed hairpins, even procuring 4 masks. Li Yingling donned a little fox mask, gifted Yao Qin an adorable little rabbit mask, presented his master with a monkey mask, and bestowed upon his junior disciple a pig mask. Yao Qin examined the masks. While the craftsmanship was not exceptional, they were nonetheless quite charming at a cursory glance. Without further thought, she graciously adorned her face with one. Chu Xingchen, upon seeing the monkey mask, expressed his discontent, stating, "No, the fox is far more appealing. I desire the fox." Li Yingling burst into laughter, promptly placing the fox mask on his own face, declaring, "No way. Master, you are just as clever as a monkey. Hence, you shall wear the monkey." Li Xingchen glanced at the little pig mask in his hands before turning to his master, saying, "Master." Chu Xingchen cast a fleeting glance at his second disciple's mask and resolutely declined. "No, I will not exchange with you." Li Yingling turned around, her eyes brimming with uncontainable joy as she looked at the other 3. Their master, with an expression of disdain, donned a monkey mask, while the junior disciple, under his master's insistence, reluctantly put on a pig mask. Yao Yin's face was concealed by an adorable white rabbit mask, yet her unique aloofness remained undiminished. Nevertheless, it was apparent that she too felt a sense of happiness as she observed the 2 donning their masks with reluctance. Gazing at this scene, Li Yingling found herself inexplicably compelled to shout out. Perhaps it was because she had never experienced such a lively temple fair. Or perhaps it was the warmth from others that she only felt within this sect. She called out, "Master!" Chu Xingchen glanced at his eldest disciple, who wore a fox mask, her voice trembling slightly as she asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Li Yingling laughed heartily in response. "I am the best with master in the world." Chu Xingchen replied in a rather perfunctory manner. All right. Master is also the best with you." Satisfied, Li Yingling turned away. Li Xingchen, slightly helpless, mused, "In a sect with just 3 people, if you too are the best in the world. Does that make me somewhat redundant?" Naturally, Chu Xingchen would not neglect his second disciple. Hence, he patted his shoulder with a mix of disappointment and affection, saying, "Originally, you and I were the best in the world, but considering your failure to report the truth, you have now been promoted to second place." Li Xingchen felt a twinge of resentment, but still wore a grateful expression. "Thank you, Master. Second place is sufficient." "Very well, considering your lack of ambition. You have dropped another rank. Now, Da Huang stands above you." Li Yingling, Buzlat, Inkirat, Dawang. Why does that sound like a dog's name? Chu Xingchen affirmed, "Indeed. Your junior disciple is now ranked behind a dog." Li Xingchen exhibited little reaction. His master's peculiar manner of speaking was a constant, yet the saying, "sharp tongue, soft heart," also applied to him. However, Yao Yin's gaze from behind the rabbit mask was penetrating. If the dog was second and Li Xingchen was third, then where did that leave her? Had all her efforts merely benefited the dog? Sensing an impending crisis, Chu Xingchen, with the spirit stone still in the presence of the wealthy lady, quickly added, "You and I are the best in the heavens." Upon hearing this, Yao Yin nodded in satisfaction, though she stubbornly retorted, "You are merely the 200th best in my eyes." Li Yingling, impressed by her master's clever response, gave a thumbs up. "Truly the master. I have much yet to learn. She approached Chu Xingchen and whispered with a laugh, Master is shamelessly the best in the world. Chu Xingchen replied quietly, What shamelessness? This is all a matter of knowledge. After all, she holds the spirit stones of our entire sect. Li Yingling nodded in agreement, her laughter reminiscent of silver bells, ringing uninterrupted behind her mask. A traitor. This was undoubtedly a traitor. Following the brief interlude with the mask, the four continued their cheerful laughter as they made their way towards Chanlin Temple. Along the route, they encountered not only vendors, but also various performers showcasing their talents, such as acrobats and storytellers. Li Yingling's gaze was filled with curiosity as she observed the troupe of performers, especially captivated by the fire breather, applauding vigorously at their stall. Chu Xingchen found himself somewhat speechless. Although Li Yingling was in the foundation establishment stage with a water-based single spiritual root, she could still manipulate fire using the 5-element spells. If she were to perform fire breathing, it would surely be far more impressive than that of the performer. Perhaps it was merely the novelty that attracted her. Chanlin Temple was adorned with 8 grand gates, the temple entrance towering majestically. With the aid of Yaoqin, Chu Xingchen and the others easily squeezed through the temple doors. Li Yingling lifted her gaze towards the center of the temple, her expression one of astonishment. As if she were apologetically lamenting, Master, I spoke too soon. The most shameless in the world must surely be him. Chapter 49. The Buddha's Son of Chanlin Temple. With 2 days remaining until the Shui Lin Dharma assembly commenced, preparations within Chanlin Temple were already underway. As the assembly was to be held at night, attended predominantly by common folk, the temple needed to be adorned with lanterns all around. The statue of Guanyin in the center of the temple had to be repositioned, temporarily relocated near the Buddha, allowing them to engage in earnest discussions of the sutras. This space was to be generously offered to the monks for their sustenance. The world is enamored with beauty. It is aesthetic allure that draws people in. Hence, floral wreaths and garlands must be meticulously arranged, ensuring that the first glance is one of sufficient beauty. Although it may resemble a style akin to a mourning hall, the activities undertaken were fundamentally no different. After all, both were ostensibly about transcending the deceased, thus not entirely unconventional. The monks of Chanlin Temple approached this task with utmost seriousness, striving to arrange the flowers in a visually appealing and clever manner, particularly regarding the position designated for the wealthy patrons. Service must be impeccable in this aspect, ensuring that the patrons perceive their expenditure as worthwhile. After all, the affluent patrons are often oblivious to the sutras being chanted. Even if the sutras were recited beautifully, they would not comprehend them. However, they could always appreciate grandeur. The abbot of Chanlin Temple, an elderly man draped in a bright yellow robe with graying hair and beard, was currently leaning leisurely against a pillar outside the main hall. Beside him stood a young novice monk, his smooth, bald head adorned with a small yellow robe, his thick brows and large eyes lending him an endearing appearance. Observing the relaxed demeanor of the abbot, the novice could no longer contain his curiosity, asking, Senior brother, have you truly agreed to participate in this year's Shui Lin Dharma assembly? Monastics do not speak falsely. When I say it, I mean it, the abbot replied, turning his head with a cheerful smile towards the novice. You want to be the one facing the crowd, so why fear embarrassment? The novice hung his head, somewhat dejected, and murmured, Senior brother, the temple outside has already labeled us greedy monks this time. The essence of greed lies within the human heart. When one acts for oneself, it is indeed greed, but when one acts for others, can it still be deemed so? The abbot gently reached out to ruffle the little novice's head and remarked, If I do not act for myself, what then is greed? If you do not act for yourself, it cannot be called greed either. But, Master brother, why do you desire so much wealth? The little novice replied with discontent, recalling the Buddha's teaching that all 5 aggregates are empty. The abbot, at ease, responded, Since you have recognized this emptiness, why concern yourself with the words of others? The Buddha may be empty, but I am not. Thus, I care. The little novice retorted. At this, the abbot burst into laughter, joyfully ruffling the novice's head again. Very well, very well. The Buddha is empty, and as for me, I'm not a Buddha, so I am half empty and half full. The little novice was about to speak again when the abbot raised a hand to stop him. With a jovial tone, he proposed, How about for just this year? The novice's expression clearly showed his disbelief, suggesting that this promise had been made before. The abbot lightly tapped his own head and assured him, A monk does not speak falsehoods. Well, if that is the case, the little novice sighed. No more falsehoods this time. Too many lies will prevent one from becoming a Buddha. The abbot laughed heartily. For this upcoming Dharma assembly, you must lead the chanting. Before he could finish, he playfully raised an eyebrow, signaling the novice regarding his current duties. The little novice, with the demeanor of an adult, sighed and turned to walk towards the main hall. The abbot watched the little novice's retreating figure, smiling gently, joining his hands in prayer, and silently reciting the sutras. As the little novice entered the hall, the monks who were decorating the space paused their activities, quickly clasped their hands together, bowed, and greeted in unison, "Greetings, Master Uncle." The little novice nodded lightly in response and sat alone on the mat beneath the Buddha, quietly reciting the Heart Sutra, which he had chanted countless times before. Although he was small, he was indeed clever. At least, that was what everyone said. He understood that whether the sutra was chanted correctly or not, those who were merely spectators would not grasp its meaning. Yet, in being human and aspiring to be like the Buddha, one must adhere to the principle of acting with a clear conscience. As he reached the fifth recitation, a cacophony erupted from outside the hall. As the only disciple of Zen Forest Temple, the little novice possessed an innate ability to filter external noise, allowing it to enter his ears without touching his heart. However, he perked up at the sound of a monk calling out, "Abbot, someone has sent the plaque for your Dharma assembly. Take a look. This is truly excessive. We might as well shatter it." Instantly, the little novice's ears pricked up. A monk must not utter falsehoods. A promise made is a promise kept. He could hear the abbot's slightly troubled voice as it reached him. "Forgive me, O Buddha. My heart itches with anticipation." The little novice paused his recitation, cautiously turning around. What met his eyes was a conspicuous large plaque, meticulously inscribed in regular script to ensure clarity. The plaque bore no sacred title. Upon seeing it, the little novice momentarily froze, and then he broke his vow. With a gasp, he exclaimed, "What on earth?" Li Yingling stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Even the reborn Li Xingchen had never witnessed such a scene, and he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for his second chance at life. Chu Xingchen lao et hatit li et lai min. Indeed, this is the most renowned temple in Yuzhou City. It seems that to truly thrive, one must first embrace the spectacle. Yaoqin, equally astonished, hastily removed her rabbit mask, suspecting that it had been tampered with, unable to believe that a monk would willingly don such an emblem. Yet, even without the mask, the scene before her remained unchanged. The venerable abbot Yuan Jing, his beard entirely white and well into his years, stood prominently amidst a wreath, holding aloft a plaque emblazoned with the words, "Do not compete with this old monk, master." With their abbot bearing this sign, the monks of Chanlin Temple appeared despondent and dispirited, their spirits visibly deflated. Surrounding them, many devotees struggled to suppress their amusement, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. Yet, the abbot sat composed, seemingly indifferent to the mockery and scrutiny directed at him. The Water Forest Dharma Assembly at Chanlin Temple was not a novel affair, and the procedures were well known to all. This plaque had undoubtedly been procured at great expense to embarrass the temple, for no one would believe that a seemingly frail abbot would wish to carry such a sign, tarnishing his lifelong reputation. Nevertheless, the abbot's willingness to display this sign had inevitably dealt a significant blow to the temple's standing, reinforcing its reputation for avarice. One could only speculate what emblem the esteemed abbot might bear in the following year's Water Forest Dharma Assembly. 2 days prior, a small novice monk, having broken his vows, approached from a distance, weaving through the crowd until he reached Yaoqin and her companions, inquiring, "Are you, perchance, the benefactor Yaoqin?" Yaoqin turned her gaze towards the bowing novice, whose magical aura had yet to dissipate. This young monk exuded no signs of spiritual energy, suggesting he was an ordinary person. He likely possessed the ability to discern illusions. Presumably a child of Buddha known as Yuan Kong, as proclaimed by Chanlin Temple to the realm of cultivation. Chapter 50. Intuition from Man. The novice Yuan Kong led the four into a private chamber of Chanlin Temple. While the main hall of the temple was entirely open to the public, the private chamber was off-limits to devotees, primarily serving to provide space for esteemed guests. The room was devoid of other monks, as Yuan Kong personally brewed tea. Once seated, Yaoqin inquired, "Are you indeed the Yuan Kong of Chanlin Temple? Have you heard of me?" Yuan Kong asked, his tone laced with curiosity. Yaoqin nodded. "As a child of Buddha from Chanlin Temple, you are somewhat renowned. But why have you yet to cultivate the temple's teachings?" Yuan Kong poured the prepared tea for the four of them and began to explain. "The abbot says the time is not yet ripe. Xiaoqin gently nodded. He was not her disciple, and her curiosity was merely fleeting. Li Yingling, uninterested in the matters of the Buddha, quickly inquired, "Little monk, does your abbot not feel somewhat embarrassed bearing that sign?" Yuan Kong let out a deep sigh. He is the abbot, and naturally, he has the final say. If I were to have a say, the abbot would indeed face confinement today. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, the words of the Bodhisattva hold great wisdom." Simultaneously, I believe our sect should establish a confinement chamber specifically for those disobedient disciples. The rebellious disciple, Li Yingling, objected vehemently, stating, "Master, one cannot speak in such a manner. It is the true path to enlighten through love among sections." As he spoke, he cast a glance towards the second rebellious disciple, Li Xingchen, who hurriedly pretended to sip tea, ignoring the signal from his senior sister. "Very well. You may deliberate on your sect matters later," Yaoyin remarked, her gaze drifting towards the doorway. The side hall opened up to the vast expanse in front of the temple, where the abbot held aloft the plaque. This area was also off-limits to standing, allowing only distinguished guests invited by the Zen Forest Temple to observe with a clear view. One must admit, in terms of hospitality, the Zen Forest Temple bore little resemblance to a conventional temple. It resembled more an institution catering to superiors. Yaoyin refocused her attention and, standing upright, inquired, "When does today's Water Forest Dharma assembly officially commence?" "In approximately half an hour," Yuan Kong replied, having finished preparing the tea. He rose, pressed his palms together, and stated, "Today, I shall lead my disciples in chanting scriptures and cannot linger. Please feel free to enjoy yourselves." Yaoyin nodded slightly, and Yuan Kong, after bowing to each person in the room with hands clasped, exited. Chu Xingchen, suppressing his playful demeanor, took a sip of tea and remarked, "This bodhisattva is rather intriguing." Yaoyin, taken aback, responded, "Oh, can you discern that?" Chu Xingchen, with an air of composure, replied, "Have I ever misjudged a person?" Faced with this assertion, Yaoyin found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Indeed, Chu Xingchen possessed an uncanny ability to perceive the essence of individuals, even upon first meeting, as if he could read their innermost thoughts. Gently waving her jade fan, Yaoyin asked, "Then tell me, what makes this bodhisattva so interesting?" "A natural bodhisattva," Chu Xingchen replied with a serious tone. The previously eager Li Yingling, anticipating insights from his master, suddenly lost interest upon hearing this. Yaoyin, unfazed, cast her gaze back towards the entrance. After all, he was a bodhisattva of the Zen Forest Temple. Such remarks were akin to a feudal gesture. Noticing the indifference on their faces, Chu Xingchen chose not to elaborate further, instead savoring another sip of the temple's unique bitter tea. One cannot deny, this tea was exceptionally bitter. Naturally, Chu Xingchen utilized the system to examine Yuan Kong's attribute entries. Target, Yuan Kong. Gold attribute, natural bodhisattva. Purple attribute, perception of illusion. Blue attribute, wisdom. Blue attribute, compassion. Black attribute, restricted cultivation. Meets the conditions for accepting disciples. Does not meet the conditions for accepting disciples. This young novice, Yuan Kong, indeed possessed some intrigue. The value of that golden attribute was undeniably substantial. The other entries appear quite commendable. But the most exaggerated aspect is the sudden disarray of the system. The feeling of both fulfillment and dissatisfaction likely stems from the issue surrounding the enigmatic term cultivation, forbidden body. Does the system deem the present self inadequate to resolve this dilemma? Cultivation, forbidden body. It seems that the Zen Forest Temple does not prevent this young monk from training. But perhaps he is simply incapable of cultivating at all. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xingchen suddenly spoke, "I believe today's willpower is undoubtedly meant for Yuan Kong." Yaoqin cast a sidelong glance and elucidated, the disciples of the Zen Forest Temple are recognized by the Central State with such an identity. They can practice meditation in the Buddhist temples of the Central State. Wouldn't cultivating with willpower be tantamount to self-sabotage? Chu Xingchen clicked his tongue and retorted, "Your perspective is superficial, failing to perceive the essence." Yaoqin scoffed lightly, "Oh, does the esteemed Chu have insights unknown to me?" Chu Xingchen grasped the shoulder of his companion, Li Xingtian, proclaiming, "A man's intuition is remarkably precise." Simultaneously, he extended his foot and kicked Li Yingling's calf. Li Yingling was momentarily taken aback, glancing at her master's signaling gaze, and then suddenly awakened to the situation, beginning to cooperate. "Master, It should be the intuition of a woman that is accurate. Chu Xingchen's expression was one of disdain. It seems both of you are quite unconvinced. Why not place a wager? Sister Yaoqin. Li Yingling grasped Yaoqin's arm. My master is too arrogant. Teach him a lesson. After a moment of reflection, Yaoqin replied, All right, what shall we wager? How about spirit stones? If I lose, you will forego the spirit stones owed to me. If you lose, the stakes will double. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Yaoqin exchanged glances filled with skepticism. She knew Chu Xingchen's nature all too well. Previously, he treated a single spirit stone as a treasure, reluctant to spend it. How could he now be willing to wager such a significant amount of spirit stones on what seemed to be a gamble with minimal chances of success? Could he possibly have insider information? Yet, that seemed implausible. The invitation from the Zen Forest Temple was shrouded in secrecy, extended only to a select few branches of Central State sections. Most of these branches were merely offshoots of Central State sects, tasked with gathering intelligence from other states. After all, there are occasionally high-level secret realms that appear in other continents, and having priority access to such information would naturally provide an advantage. Moreover, maintaining these branches incurs no cost. The Zen Forest Temple can also be regarded as a branch of the Central State Buddhist Temple. The allure of willpower was the primary reason for successfully inviting several sections. It would be absurd to make such a grand invitation only to ultimately witness the Zen Forest Temple's destruction of its own disciples. Would it not? Surely. Chu Xingchen understands this logic. Why then does he exude such confidence? Alas, it is merely a handful of spirit stones. If witnessing the demise of the Zen Forest Temple's disciples does occur, then spending this money would be worthwhile. After all, the competition in the central continent is far more intense than in any other region. And the absence of a disciple from the Buddhist sect is indeed a boon for other major sects, particularly for the one to which Yaoqin belongs. Yaoqin nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall comply. Chapter 51. Today, my senior brother will teach you. Boom! With the resonant chime of the bell at the Zen Forest Monastery echoing through the temple, the Water Forest Dharma assembly officially commenced. In the center of the monastery, Yuan Kong, clad in a yellow robe and wielding a vajra, was the first to step out from the hall, followed closely by a throng of monks. Two elderly monks with white beards flanked Yuan Kong. The one on his left held a jade purity vase, which was surely not a magical artifact, but merely a ceremonial prop. The monk on his right brandished a grand umbrella adorned with 8 treasures, its edges lined with golden silk and 8 vividly colored glass beads cascading down. Yuan Kong, grasping the vajra, walked with steady steps, reciting Buddhist scriptures, while the monks behind him echoed the verses. The 2 white-bearded monks beside Yuan Kong possessed foundational cultivation, and their recitations seemed to carry a unique enchantment that swiftly quelled the previously raucous atmosphere into silence. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow and inquired, Does the Buddhist sect still engage in such practices? Yaoqin scoffed lightly. Otherwise, why would the central continent hold such disdain for the Buddhist sect? Noticing her sister's puzzled expression, Li Xingtian elucidated, those 2 white-bearded monks utilized Buddhist techniques that possess the power to captivate the mind. Li Yingling nodded in realization. The ceremony continued. At that moment, Yuan Kong's expression grew solemn as he approached the arranged meditation cushions. The cushions were positioned directly in front of the spirit tablet, and Yuan Kong took his seat first. Raising his gaze to see his senior brother standing amidst a cluster of flowers and spirit tablets, wearing a warm smile that resembled the countenance one would wear at a funeral, not to mention the plaque he held aloft that read, Do not vie with the old monk for the nun. No matter how many times he had witnessed this scene, Yuan Kong felt as though he might crumble under the weight of it. Abbot, you have brought shame upon the Zen Forest Monastery. Yuan Kong inhaled deeply and resolutely closed his eyes. Once he settled into his seat, all the monks fell silent, finding their respective places to sit or stand. The 2 foundational monks took their seats on either side of Yuan Kong, and everyone awaited his utterance. Under the gaze of all, Yuan Kong did not hasten to speak. Instead, he took a moment to calm his thoughts. After a lengthy pause, he finally closed his eyes and proclaimed aloud, Thus have I heard. As Yuan Kong spoke, the other monks instantly joined in unison, their voices resonating like the tolling of a bell. Thus have I heard. In the side hall, upon hearing the Buddhist scriptures, Yaoqin abruptly rose, her gaze flickering between uncertainty and intensity as she looked towards Yuan Kong, who was currently reciting the scriptures. Noticing Yaoqin's vehement reaction, Chu Xingchen swiftly glanced at Yuan Kong, yet he detected no anomaly, and thus asked in confusion, "What is it? Is something amiss?" The essence of Yuan Kong Yin does not lie in the sutras for liberation, but rather in the secret doctrines of the Buddhist order. Do you truly comprehend the Buddhist scriptures? Nonsense. I have certainly heard of the Buddhist sutras for liberation. After Xiaoqin spoke, she rose and walked toward the door, her gaze solemnly fixed on Yuan Jing, who stood amidst the floral wreaths. Certain methods within the Buddhist realm bear a striking resemblance to those of malevolent practitioners. Could this be an ambush? Are we the intended targets? Do they have ulterior motives? As if sensing Xiaoqin's scrutiny, the abbot of Chanlin Temple also turned his gaze towards her, his smile unwavering as he softly chanted Amitabha. At this moment, several figures emerged from the adjoining hall. Joining Xiaoqin in the same corridor, likely other esteemed guests invited by Chanlin Temple. One middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe abruptly spoke. "Who among you understands what these bald heads intend to do?" A young scholar in white, holding a book, casually speculated. "Is it possible that the Buddhist secret arts can simply be recited like this? Do they plan to silence us?" Chu Xingchen also stepped forward, his tone grave as he addressed the assembly. "Esteemed friends, I have something to convey." A stunning woman in a yellow gown turned her gaze towards him, her eyes sparkling with admiration upon witnessing Chu Xingchen's remarkable presence, and she gently urged, "Please, speak, friend." Chu Xingchen clasped his hands in greeting and resolutely advised, "It would be wise to take action first." The Taoist, in agreement, nodded emphatically. "Your words resonate deeply with me." Consequently, everyone's gaze shifted towards the Taoist, seemingly anticipating his intervention. Yet, how could the Taoist truly take action? Despite his disdain for the Buddhist order, it was still widely regarded as a legitimate sect. He could hardly assault someone merely for misreciting a sutra, could he? Xiaoqin interjected to alleviate the Taoist's discomfort. "There is no need for that. Let us first assess the situation." The Taoist cleared his throat. "Very well. I shall heed your counsel and afford some leniency to those bald heads." At this moment, Li Xingtian and Li Yingling also emerged from the adjoining hall. Observing the scene, Li Xingtian remarked, "This does not resemble a secret art. It appears to be the Heart Sutra of the Buddhist order." The young scholar in white turned to him. "Brother, do you understand this?" Li Xingtian nodded lightly. "I have had some dealings with the Buddhist order. If this were a secret art with so many participating, there should be a lotus from the Buddhist realm present." The young scholar in white nodded in agreement. "In that case, let's see what tricks this group of bald heads has up their sleeves." With that, the scholar turned to return to his chamber. The Taoist followed suit, and the others also made their way back. Only the enchanting woman in yellow gazed tenderly at Chu Xingchen and said, "I have fine wine. Would you care to join me, young master?" Xiaoqin, upon hearing this, cast a cold glance at the woman in yellow. "Perhaps next time, young master." Faced with Xiaoqin's frigid stare, the woman in yellow forced a smile and turned to leave. Xiaoqin snorted softly and retraced her steps back to her room. Chu Xingchen shrugged helplessly and followed Xiaoqin's pace. Inside the room, everyone resumed their original positions, awaiting whatever grand scheme Chanlin Temple had in store. However, it seemed that the hour was still early. Li Yingling cast a curious glance at his junior disciple and inquired, "What business do you have with the Buddhist sect?" Li Xing responded with an air of indifference, the way of weaponry and martial arts. "Isn't that akin to engaging in a brawl with monks? Should I instead listen to their recitations?" Li Yingling nodded in approval. "Indeed, you are worthy of being my junior." Chu Xingchen dismissed his senior disciple's antics and turned to the system to examine the entry for the abbot of the Zen Forest Temple. Target, Yuan Jing. Cultivation, late foundation establishment. Blue entry, my heart is as his heart. White entry, compassion. White entry, kindness. Black entry, aging. Judging solely by the entries, the abbot appeared to be a good man, though it seemed his time was drawing near. As the scriptures were chanted, the sound grew increasingly resonant. Suddenly, the abbot at the center shouted, "May the Buddha be compassionate." The white-bearded monks on either side of Yuan Kong seemed to receive a command, abruptly illuminating with golden Buddhist light as they reached out to grasp Yuan Kong's arms. Yuan Kong felt a surge of warmth coursing through his arms, yet it dissipated just as quickly after a brief moment. It was pleasurable, yet somehow not entirely satisfying. As he continued to recite the scriptures, a sense of curiosity prompted him to open his eyes and ascertain the situation. Just then, a familiar hand covered his eyes. This hand had caressed Yuan Kong's head countless times, and he had long memorized its contours and warmth. Have you not always wished to learn the art of incantation? Today, I shall teach you, came the gentle voice of Yuan Jing. Chapter 52. The Origin of Zen Forest Temple in the Midst of Heavy Snowfall. The main hall of the Zen Forest Temple stood. The statues within appeared somewhat worn, with the gilded palm of the Buddha losing its luster. In the depths of winter, the temple could scarcely afford to feed its occupants, let alone concern itself with the peeling paint of the Buddha. 5-year-old Yuan Kong sat on a mat in the hall, sniffing and flipping through a Buddhist scripture. He had been reading this particular text for half a year, and with his astute mind, he could recite it backwards with ease. However, the abbot continued to sit by his side daily, incessantly chanting, leaving Yuan Kong perplexed as to the abbot's thoughts. After a few more sniffs, he realized his small nose could no longer contain the flow. Cautiously glancing at the seemingly slumbering abbot, Yuan Kong decisively wiped his nose on his sleeve, reasoning that it was not his responsibility to wash his clothes. Just as he finished wiping, the abbot's voice floated softly through the air. "You shall wash today's garments yourself." Yuan Kong felt deceived and pouted. "Brother, were you not asleep? One need not slumber long in life. Eternal rest awaits after death." Yuan Jing replied, opening his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his aged face. "You, my boy, need not concern yourself with whether I sleep or not, provided you have done no wrong. You have your own cultivation to rely upon. Neither cold nor heat shall affect you." In a moment of grievance, Yuan Kong lamented, "You won't let me repair it. In this frigid winter, I scarcely have a few garments to wear. I am worse off than a dog." Upon hearing this, Yuan Jing appeared to be struck deaf, hastily reaching for the nearby wooden fish and gently beginning to strike it. Yuan Kong, well aware that his arms could not contend with a thigh, recognized that his senior brother could be shameless to an extreme degree. Regardless, the inquiry would either be met with silence, as it was now, or he would claim the timing was not right, resolutely refusing to impart any teachings. Thus, Yuan Kong chose not to dwell on the matter, instead lifting the hefty Buddhist scripture and placing it upon the offering table, stepping purposefully toward the hall's exit. As Yuan Jing listened to the rhythm of the wooden fish and the receding footsteps of Yuan Kong, he ceased his strikes when the latter's presence faded from auditory reach. Opening his eyes, he gazed upon the scripture on the offering table, the very one Yuan Kong had perused for over half a year, the Heart Sutra from the Zen Forest Temple. Originating from the Central Plains, undoubtedly, Yuan Kong was a child of Buddha, effortlessly grasping the essence of Buddhist teachings and endowed with innate wisdom. Even at this moment, should Yuan Jing engage in a debate on Buddhist doctrine with Yuan Kong, he might find himself outmatched. Most notably, the visitors from the Central Plains had confirmed Yuan Kong's status as a natural-born child of Buddha. Such a child ought to be treasured, coveted by numerous esteemed Buddhist sects. However, Yuan Kong remained within the confines of the Zen Forest Temple, never taken to the grand Buddhist temple in the Central Plains. The reason was simple. Though Yuan Kong was a natural-born child of Buddha, he could not cultivate any of the heart methods. In fact, he instinctively rejected any energies foreign to his essence, be they of Buddha or celestial beings. No temple in the Central Plains would desire a child of Buddha who could only discern scriptures. Reflecting on this, Yuan Jing felt a wave of amusement, almost laughing at their futile pursuit of enlightenment. Ultimately, what is sought in Buddhism? The heart of the Buddha or the means to attain it? Nevertheless, it was better to remain here than to endure past grievances. If they did not cherish Yuan Kong, he would cherish him instead. That scripture, which Yuan Kong had studied for a full 6 months without any reaction, seemed to validate the judgment from the Central Plains. Yuan Jing reached out, touching the scripture with a half-smile, ultimately deciding to take it with him. After all, the Buddha had stated that even mortals could cultivate the ease of transformation. No need to force matters. Gazing out at the heavy snowfall, Yuan Jing pondered that the little one might be disappointed. With a lowered gaze, he turned away and resumed striking the wooden fish. In the now empty hall, only the crisp sound of the wooden fish echoed. Yuan Jing lost track of time until suddenly he heard hurried footsteps and an urgent call from a monk. "Abbot, the Grand Master has fainted while washing clothes. You must come quickly." Yuan Jing, unperturbed, set the wooden fish aside. This young lad was becoming increasingly outrageous. Was it not just one instance of capture? How dare he feign illness to vex himself? This time, he would surely receive a proper reprimand. Yuan Jing calmly replied, "Do not panic. Let us go see the old monk." The abbot's composed demeanor eased the previously anxious monk's worries. "Please follow me." The monk led the abbot into the side chamber. Inside, 2 or 3 monks were diligently using warm towels to wipe down Yuan Kong's body. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuan Jing felt an immediate sense of foreboding and hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Yuan Kong's hand, only to find it chillingly cold, as if all warmth had fled. With disbelief, Yuan Jing turned to the nearby monk and exclaimed, "How could this be?" The monk, with a peculiar expression, glanced at the abbot and then whispered, "I saw the senior monk washing clothes. I intended to assist him, but he claimed it was your punishment to wash them." Yuan Jing replied, "No matter, it is futile to assign blame at this moment, given that any force entering Yuan Kong's body would dissipate automatically." Yuan Jing could only resort to the most rudimentary method of pulse diagnosis to assess Yuan Kong's condition. After a prolonged examination, Yuan Jing concluded that the seemingly unconscious and icy Yuan Kong was, in fact, remarkably healthy. "If it weren't for the vows of monkhood, I would indulge in a few sips of fine liquor," Yuan Jing thought, his expression somber as he finally spoke. "You all tend to him. I shall summon help." The monks in the side chamber promptly replied, "Understood." Yuan Jing rose and swiftly made his way to the main hall, ascending the offering table to retrieve a golden relic from the right ear of the Buddha, then, without hesitation, crushed it. The shattered relic instantly transformed into a radiant light, and after murmuring Amitabha, Yuan Jing returned to the side chamber. Pushing open the door, he instructed the monks inside in a hushed tone, "You all should leave. Under no circumstances are you to return." The abbot then affirmed, "Go on." The monks exchanged glances, ultimately retreating with reluctance. Once they had all departed, Yuan Jing closed the door and approached Yuan Kong, taking the warm water and cloth that lay nearby to personally attend to him. After about half an hour, a commanding voice suddenly resonated within the room. "You should understand when to utilize that relic." Yuan Jing turned to see a lean, middle-aged man with a shaved head, partially draped in a robe, revealing his bare skin amid the winter chill, a dark golden flame insignia inscribed between his brows. Yuan Jing remained unfazed, disregarding the fact that this Arhut possessed nascent soul cultivation, and replied, "I understand, but it seems the Arhut does not." The Arhut, unperturbed by the remark, responded, "Understanding is a matter for the teaching hall. You summoned me for him, did you not?" Yuan Jing nodded. "I kindly request the Arhut's assistance." The Arhut arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. In that moment, the room was left with only the silent Yuan Jing and the unconscious Yuan Kong. Chapter 53. Everything is predestined. Why cultivate Buddhism? That day, the monks of Chanlin Temple waited outside for an extended period. As night fell, the abbot finally emerged from the side room. A relaxed smile graced his face as he gently waved to the concerned monks at the door, signaling that all was well. The assembled monks, upon witnessing Jing Yuan's relaxed demeanor, collectively exhaled in relief. Jing Yuan reassured them, saying, "You may all return. He has merely caught a chill and requires some time to recuperate." The monks of Chanlin Temple perceived this as a minor episode in the growth of their esteemed master. Indeed, the very next day, they observed him, with a runny nose, vociferously reprimanding the abbot for his unreliability. In the past, when faced with such audacious remarks from a master, the abbot would typically respond with a series of martial arts blows. However, on this occasion, the abbot merely gazed at the master with an indulgent smile, causing the master to feel a shiver of trepidation and promptly admit his fault. While the master seemed to have returned to his usual self, the abbot appeared transformed. Previously, the abbot would only descend the mountain to engage in work if it were absolutely necessary, as he cherished tranquility and found the clamor of funeral rites intolerable. In his own words, he lamented how the hours spent reciting scriptures were drowned out by the blaring of horns. Yet, following the master's illness, the abbot frequently ventured down the mountain to take on various tasks, accepting any job that came his way, even matchmaking for young maidens. He actively sought work, leaving early and returning late, often appearing weary as he sat alone upon the meditation mat in the main hall, meticulously counting the silver he had earned that day. Sighing as he did so, some monks inquired about the purpose of the abbot's newfound income. With a cheerful demeanor, the abbot would gesture towards the dilapidated statue, saying, "The statue is far too old. It needs restoration." However, despite accumulating considerable wealth, the abbot never seemed to actually spend any money on refurbishing the statue. Nevertheless, the abbot's character within the temple remained beyond reproach. Though many were perplexed, few dared to question him directly. Until, that is, the abbot began to exhibit a lack of boundaries. Previously, he would undertake jobs alone, but then he started to bring the venerable master along to assist. The reason was simple. The master's work was highly lucrative. Yet, this master was a mere shadow of his former self, emaciated and gaunt. with sunken eyes that made him resemble a corpse, standing in the memorial hall as if he might rise from the dead. Strangely, the master, who had long intended to enter seclusion, began to accompany the abbot daily, displaying an enthusiastic commitment, undeterred by rain or shine. It was during this period that the renowned Qianlin Temple Fair commenced. The various activities, such as purchasing flowers for offerings and renting spaces for vendors, all took place during this time. The abbot indeed profited significantly from the fair, yet the earnings seemed to vanish without a trace. The larger Buddha statue in the main hall was, in truth, crafted from stone, cloaked in a layer of bronze paint to conceal its true nature. The original bronze statue had been dismantled and sold off piecemeal, resulting in the abbot not only replacing the statue, but also turning a profit in the process. Furthermore, the quality of the daily meals had not improved with the newfound wealth, prompting the monks to wonder about the ultimate fate of these funds. As time passed, some monks could no longer contain their curiosity and began to question the abbot about his actions. The abbot, akin to a child who has erred, remained silent, his weathered eyes gazing plaintively at the monks who approached to inquire. He offered countless apologies, yet uttered not a single word. With the support of his esteemed senior, the abbot and the venerable master successfully quelled all doubts harbored by the monks over the years. Time passed until the present day at the Water Forest Dharma Assembly. Yuanjing's trembling hand shielded Yuan Kong's eyes, a serene smile gracing his face as he finally felt at ease. He softly murmured, "All beings suffer, only then do they yearn. Child, you are born a child of Buddha, yet you must comprehend that today it is the beings who guide you to Buddhahood." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kong abruptly reached out to grasp the hand that covered his eyes, yet at Yuanjing's gentle words, he relinquished his hold. He merely whispered, "Child, do not fear." Yuanjing's gaze swept over the two white-bearded monks flanking Yuan Kong, and he nodded with a soft smile. Suddenly, the monk on Yuan Kong's left, holding a pure vessel, raised his arm and upended the vessel, releasing a torrent of mystical golden energy that cascaded towards Yuan Kong. Yaoyin, witnessing the spectacle, rose in astonishment. Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian also stared wide-eyed, incredulous at the unfolding scene. Only Li Yingling stood bewildered, unable to grasp what was transpiring. Chu Xingchen exclaimed in disbelief, "Is that willpower? What an enormous reservoir of willpower to flow forth like a stream from that jade vessel." However, that was not all. The white-bearded monk on Yuan Kong's right, wielding the 8 treasures umbrella, shielded Yuan Kong with a canopy, and as he gently swayed the umbrella, willpower began to emanate from the 8 colored glass beads. The 2 streams of willpower swiftly intertwined, manifesting vivid images beneath the umbrella. In times of famine, Yuanjing generously dispersed 1,000 taels of silver to procure food for the afflicted. Before the floods, Yuanjing sacrificed all he had to mend a breached dam, rescuing those in peril. Day by day, Yuanjing and the venerable master ventured forth to aid and heal the ailing. They wielded the pure vessel, gradually collecting the scant willpower available. Every coin earned was distributed in full. The monks of Qianlin Temple trembled as they beheld the vivid scenes conjured by the willpower. Yuanjing softly spoke, "Thus have I heard." The willpower surged, enveloping him in a rapid whirl. The atmosphere fell into a hush, until 2 foundation-building monks, wielding their sacred implements, suddenly proclaimed, "Thus have I heard." The other monks, awakening from their daze, echoed, "Thus have I heard." Yuan Kong, his voice quaking, began to recite the scriptures he had memorized. As Yuanjing continued to chant the sutras, the willpower that encircled him surged into Yuan Kong's being, shattering the seal that had bound his life within. This overwhelming tide of willpower instantaneously flowed into Yuan Kong. In the moment when Yuan Kong felt a profound power surging into his being, it began to dissipate slowly after entering his body. Yet, the sheer magnitude of the willpower could not be easily contained. It gradually permeated Yuan Kong's essence, filling him bit by bit. Despite the rapid consumption of this energy, which had once appeared as a dense fog, it now lingered like a thin mist. Fortunately, the willpower proved sufficient. Yuan Kong soon realized that the force entering his body no longer vanished abruptly, but began to accumulate steadily. He quickly absorbed the remaining willpower. Once he completed this process, Yuanjing, relieved, revealed a smile and withdrew his hand from covering Yuan Kong's eyes. However, at that moment, Yuan Kong was engrossed in absorbing the internal energy, remaining motionless. Yuanjing gazed at him, reminiscing about the words spoken by the Arhat on that fateful day. This seal will last no more than 10 years. You cannot save him. It is destined. In that instant, Yuan Jing had countless rebuttals he wished to express to the Arhut, yet he uttered not a word. Now, he whispered to himself, as if in a long-overdue retort, if everything is indeed predetermined, then what is the purpose of cultivating Buddhism? Chapter 54. The pursuit was made, yet not completely achieved. Yao Qin observed the unfolding events with a serious demeanor. Although she did not grasp the underlying principles, the immense willpower directed toward a single individual, coupled with the absurdly low increase in cultivation, suggested the presence of undisclosed secret techniques. Was this one of the alternative applications discovered by the Zen Forest Temple? Could it possibly involve some additional enhancement? If so, it might incite a wave of willpower competition throughout the central continent. Yet, how could the monks of the Zen Forest Temple be so generous in revealing such secrets? Was this a technique reserved exclusively for the Buddhist children? Devoid of fear regarding imitation? Was it a form of intimidation? What was truly happening? Li Yingling grasped Chu Xingchen's sleeve, urgently inquiring, "Master, what is going on? Did you not say that willpower had little utility? Why does everyone seem to understand, while I remain in the dark?" The good news was that there was something intriguing at hand, and it was right before them. The bad news was that this intrigue was incomprehensible, and she alone could not grasp it. It would have been one thing if everyone else were equally baffled, but feeling out of sorts while others understood left Li Yingling with an unsettling feeling. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brows, hesitating as he replied, "In theory, it should have little effect. However, with such an overwhelming amount of willpower entering Yuan Kong's body, he should theoretically experience a dramatic increase in cultivation. Yet, why does his aura not seem particularly strong? He appears to be on the verge of foundation establishment, yet still lacking? Could this be an alternative application of willpower? Refining one's roots?" Chu Xingchen once again used the system to scan Yuan Kong. Target, Yuan Kong. Cultivation level, late stage Qi refinement. Golden attribute, natural Buddha child. Purple attribute, perception of illusions. Blue attribute, wisdom. Blue attribute, compassion. Gray attribute, willpower cultivation. Due to restrictions in cultivation, conditions for apprenticeship are not met. Upon seeing the system entry, Chu Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. The black entry for the cultivation restriction had been replaced with a gray entry for willingness cultivation. Could it be that all the immense willpower just now had resulted in this? In the end, he still had to resort to willingness cultivation. He had anticipated something grand. Yet this was all there was? The only plausible explanation, it seemed, was that the cultivation restriction was not merely about being unable to cultivate. There were likely other side effects that prompted the abbot of the Zen Forest Temple to take such measures. This system was indeed flawed, as it failed to provide a detailed explanation of the entry annotations. After reading the entry, Chu Xingchen sighed. It seems utterly useless. Yao Qin, without turning around, questioned him skeptically. Are you suggesting that all that overwhelming willpower poured into a single body served no purpose, and yet their cultivation remains at the Qi refinement level? Yes, that appears to be the case, he confirmed. If that is so, does this mean that the Bodhisattva will have to rely on willingness cultivation in the future? It seems highly likely, he replied. Yao Qin laughed in exasperation. Do you think it is the abbot who is unwell, or you? Chu Xingchen replied earnestly. The Bodhisattva is the one who is unwell. Upon hearing this, Yao Qin turned around, intending to use her fan to strike him lightly. Did he still wish to amuse himself at this moment? However, upon turning back, she noticed his expression was not one of playful jest, but rather a serious demeanor. This expression indicated that Chu Xingchen was not merely joking. He genuinely believed what he said. Yao Qin inquired, "What do you know?" Chu Xingchen shook his head. "Do not be hasty. Since it was the abbot who summoned us, there must be a reason behind it." Yao Qin, upon hearing this, could only suppress her inner curiosity. As her master's words came to a temporary halt, Li Yingling hastily asked, "Master, have you finished your discussion? Can you now share what is happening?" She was determined to learn the juicy details today. With a sigh, Chu Xingchen turned to the side where Li Xingti was standing. "You explain it to your senior sister." Li Xingti nodded gently and began to elucidate the recent events to Li Yingling. Both Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin focused their attention on Yuan Jing. At this moment, the abbot of the Zen Forest Temple first joined his hands in prayer and addressed the surrounding devotees. With a remarkably relaxed tone, he expressed, "Thank you all. Our humble temple has nothing to offer in return. Today, all the proceeds from the Zen Forest Temple will be donated. Furthermore, this will be the final Zen Temple fair. So I hope all patrons enjoy themselves today. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to call out, Abbot, don't leave. Hold another fare. We are willing to donate incense money. The images conjured by willpower surrounded those nearby, prompting them to voice their pleas. Yuan Jing listened to the countless voices of entreaty, remaining silent as she bowed once more before turning to walk toward the side hall. Due to the presence of martial monks maintaining order, those attempting to surge forward were promptly stopped. Two elderly monks in the Foundation establishment stage also turned to assist in preserving the peace. Upon the arrival of Yuan Jing, all the invited guests in the side hall rose and made their way to the corridor. Greetings, esteemed guests, Yuan Jing smiled. I appreciate your presence today. The Taoist, with a solemn expression, replied, there is no need for gratitude. It is indeed an eye-opening experience. Furthermore, I commend the abbot for all that he has done for the common people. Yuan Jing joined his hands in a gesture of humility, quickly responding, I dare not claim such merit. I merely act out of my own aspirations, feeling unworthy to accept this credit. Actions speak louder than intentions. There is no need for such modesty, Abbot, interjected a young man in white robes. Today, the Bodhisattva of the Zen forest has surely ascended to great heights. Congratulations. Yuan Jing let out a bitter laugh. Ascend? I merely seek to spare my junior brother's life. Upon hearing this, Yaoqin cast an uneasy glance at the side of Chu Xingchen, wondering if he had once again guessed correctly. He seemed to possess an uncanny sensitivity in such critical moments. Yuan Jing continued to elucidate. My junior brother suffers from a rare affliction, and his days are numbered. This method is his only chance. Thereafter, his cultivation will be inextricably linked to his aspirations. A beautiful woman in a yellow dress furrowed her brow and inquired, You did not summon us merely to witness how you save your junior brother, did you? Today, I ask you all to bear witness. My rescue of my junior brother is solely the act of Zen Forest Temple. Entirely unconnected to the Buddhist sect of the Central Plains, Yuan Jing declared, causing a moment of stunned silence among the guests. However, those who were specially invited were certainly not dull-witted. They quickly grasped the implications of Yuan Jing's words. Was there discord with the Central Plains Buddhist sect? Yet, Yuan Jing was not finished. He paused for a moment to allow everyone to absorb his words before continuing. From this day forth, Yuan Kong is expelled from Zen Forest Temple. He is no longer a monk of our temple and is severed from any ties with it. Our fates have come to an end. After delivering this statement, Yuan Jing performed a respectful gesture before gracefully turning away, leaving the guests in the corridor exchanging glances. The Taoist, perplexed, remarked, What does this monk mean? The young man in white, after observing Yuan Jing's departure, seemed to understand something, chuckled softly, and also turned to leave. With the departure of the young man in white, the distinguished guests who had witnessed this grand spectacle began to disperse, for their purpose was not to decide but to report. Soon, only Chu Xingchen and his 3 companions remained in the corridor. With no outsiders present, Chu Xingchen sighed. To say he acted as a brother is more akin to saying he acted as a father. Yaoqin gently nodded in agreement. Yuan Jing's brief remarks were profoundly significant. Yuan Kong was saved by the Zen Forest Temple in Yuzhou, unrelated to the Central Plains Buddhist sect, signifying that he bore no gratitude towards it. Yet, being expelled from Zen Forest Temple indicated that he would henceforth have no connection with it. As one of the branches of the Central Plains, Zen Forest Temple would naturally fall under the control of the great Buddhist sect of the Central Plains. However, with the abbot's pronouncement, he could no longer control the expelled Yuan Kong. The only chains that bound Yuan Kong were definitely unshackled by Yuan Jing himself. Though the reasons behind Yuan Jing's profound concern regarding the involvement of the Buddhist sect in the affairs of Yuan Kong remain elusive, his heart, brimming with compassion for Yuan Kong, is unmistakably evident. Yuan Jing approached Yuan Kong once more, and after casting a couple of glances, a smile broke upon his face as he quipped, Are you still pretending to be asleep despite being wide awake? Hearing this, Yuan Kong slowly opened his eyes, and in a low tone, asked, Why, brother? He had just overheard the abbot's words about expelling him from the Zen Forest Temple. What do you mean, why? Yuan Jing extended his hand to gently pat Yuan Kong's small head, grinning as he continued, This little monk from outside, do you wish to sleep alongside this old monk today? Or would you prefer to return to your little room? Yuan Kong, taken aback, lifted his gaze towards the abbot, who was sporting a smile. In that moment, everything fell into place for him. He had been driven away, but not entirely. With a sense of relief, Yuan Kong chuckled and replied, Who will want to sleep with you, old man? Chapter 55. Are you certain he is unconscious? Within the courtyard, Li Yingling sat upon a stone chair, deeply engrossed in a substantial tome resting on the stone table before her. Yesterday's revelations from the Zen Forest Temple had left her bewildered, save for the last piece she understood. The rest, concerning the common knowledge of the cultivation world, was utterly foreign to her, requiring the explanations of others, primarily her fellow disciples. How could he possess such knowledge? Had he perhaps been studying while she was out shopping? That sneaky disciple, diligently working behind her back. In any case, Li Yingling found the situation quite intolerable. She never anticipated that one would need to be well-versed in the cultivation world to comprehend the gossip. She must remedy this, and with great determination. Just as Chu Xingchen emerged from his room, fully recharged from slumber, the first sight that greeted him was Li Yingling, fervently immersed in her reading. He expressed his astonishment. "Yingling, are you all right?" Upon turning the page of her book, she responded, "I am perfectly fine." Chu Xingchen rubbed his temples in disbelief, exclaiming, "That must mean I am the one with issues. How could I see you reading?" At this, Li Yingling could no longer contain herself, rising to face her master. "Why do you speak as if I am some dullard who despises reading?" Chu Xingchen chuckled. "Whether you enjoy reading is yet to be proven. But as a fact you must accept, you are indeed a fool." A fool? Since her earliest memories, that term had never been associated with her. As a child, the most frequent praises she received were for her beauty and her genius. Defiantly, she retorted, "If I am a fool, then there is no such thing as intelligence in the world." Chu Xingchen suppressed his amusement and said, "Very well, my brilliant one. I am heading out for a stroll. Would you care to join me?" Brilliant one? While it sounded complimentary, there was an oddly sarcastic tone when it came from her master. Li Yingling hesitated, then, feeling slighted, returned to her stone chair, declining, "I shall not go. I must read. In the future, you all must consult me if any situation arises." Chu Xingchen stood, respecting his eldest disciple's decision, for acquiring knowledge is never a disadvantage. "Now, where shall we venture today? Should I indulge in the pleasures of the tavern or engage in fishing? Perhaps it is best to simply enjoy the melodies at the tavern, for fishing might lead to undesirable catches." As Chu Xingchen pushed open the door to the courtyard, he made his way toward the tavern. Soon, however, he sensed something amiss. It was nearly noon, and ordinarily, the streets would be bustling with pedestrians. Why did it seem so desolate today? There were no sounds of festivities either. With a heart full of questions, he arrived at the entrance of the tavern and gained entry by facial recognition. Upon entering, his confusion deepened. The once vibrant tavern was now almost deserted, save for a few young ladies idly playing music on the high platform, as there were no patrons to entertain. Wang Yun, dressed in a light blue corseted gown, hurriedly approached, holding her pipa, and upon seeing Chu Xingchen, spoke with a tone tinged with melancholy. "Young master, you have finally remembered Wang Yun." Chu Xingchen, perplexed, inquired, "Why are there so few people on the streets in here today? Are you not aware of the events that transpired at the Chanlin Temple last night?" "I am aware. I stood in the side hall and witnessed it all clearly." At this, Wang Yun's expression brightened instantly. It was common knowledge that those who could observe the temple fair from the side hall were either wealthy or possessed of great means. She continued to explain, "The news of last night's happenings at the Chanlin Temple has spread far and wide. It turns out that the benevolent benefactor who covertly provided aid to the afflicted in Yuzhou City and its surrounding areas was none other than the abbot of Chanlin Temple." She paused briefly, then sighed softly. "Now, everyone who is free has flocked to Chanlin Temple. How I wish I were not bound, so I could join them instead of languishing here, singing alone." Chu Xingchen suddenly understood, but he feigned ignorance to Wang Yun's implications. He was merely there for leisure, not to be entertained. With a slight smile, he remarked, "What can one see when people are crowded together? Allow me to recount to you what transpired at the Chanlin Temple yesterday." At this, Wang Yun's eyes sparkled with interest, and she eagerly nodded in agreement. Indeed, gossip is a universal inclination. Shortly after Chu Xingchen departed, there was a knock at the courtyard door. Li Yingling, who had been diligently studying, let out a soft sigh and rose to open the door. As the door swung open, she was met with the anxious countenance of Zhao Wanqing. "Excuse me, is Senior Chu here?" she asked with urgency. Li Yingling furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "Master, he just stepped out." Zhao Wanqing pressed on, "Where did he go? I urgently need to find him. Forgive me, but may I inquire as to the nature of your urgency?" Zhao Wanqing implored, "My brother's condition has suddenly deteriorated. Senior's alchemical skills are unparalleled, and the medicinal effects are extraordinary. I have come to beseech him for assistance." Unparalleled alchemical skills. Are you certain that this term applies to my master? However, Seeing Zhao Wanqing's anxious demeanor and being well acquainted with her master, Li Yingling said, "He is either fishing outside the city or listening to music at the tavern. I know where he goes fishing. I shall seek him there, while you go to the tavern to find him." Zhao Wanqing's face expressed gratitude. "Thank you, I appreciate your help." Having spoken, she swiftly made her way towards the brothel. While Li Yingling headed out of the city, Zhao Wanqing ran frantically, quickly arriving at the entrance of the establishment, where she pushed open the door to enter, interrupting the attendant. Her gaze rapidly scanned the hall until it landed on Chu Xingchen, who was narrating a story to Wang Yun. She hurriedly approached him. "Senior, this is urgent. Could I trouble you to accompany me?" "What?" Zhao Wanqing anxiously interjected. 100 spirit stones. Chu Xingchen immediately rose, exclaiming, "Let's go." Wang Yun watched the two figures dash away, momentarily taken aback. Are they leaving just like that? The story was at such a crucial point. Inside the Demon Suppression Division's medical hall, Yin swiftly administered several needles into the recently unconscious Zhao Zhengyang. The situation was dire. The blood energy had begun to seep into his flesh. Once Zhao Zhengyang regained consciousness and attempted to regain control, the blood energy would stir violently. Though the remaining blood energy was scant, Zhao Zhengyang's life hung by a thread. Damn it, he hasn't divulged any information. He merely opened his eyes for a moment before spitting blood and losing consciousness again. It had been a whole day of unconsciousness, and time was running out. Yet, Zhao Wanqing suddenly declared her intention to seek a master alchemist. Did she not recognize the quality of the pills crafted by the alchemists in Yuzhou? They might suffice for minor ailments, but now that a life was at stake, those mediocre pills would be ineffective. Oh, this poor fellow. Before Yin could finish her lament, hurried footsteps echoed. Turning around, she saw Zhao Wanqing accompanied by the handsome youth she had encountered at the city gate. Before Yin could inquire about the situation, Zhao Wanqing ruthlessly pushed her aside, anxiously stating, "He has both internal and external injuries. The only hope now lies in your elixirs, senior." After Chu Xingchen greeted the still-dazed Yin with a nod, he proceeded to the empty clay pot set aside for concocting medicine. The pot was merely a vessel. It would not hinder Chu Xingchen's alchemical process. He swiftly ignited the stove, retrieving spiritual herbs from his spatial ring to begin the refinement. Yin then witnessed an unprecedented alchemical procedure. Is alchemy truly conducted in such a manner? While Chu Xingchen was engrossed in his craft, Li Yingling, having been clever enough to return to the Demon Suppression Division after failing to find anything outside the city, arrived just as the alchemical process neared its conclusion. She stood quietly to the side, refraining from interrupting Chu Xingchen. After a moment, Chu Xingchen enveloped the freshly refined emerald droplets with spiritual energy and instructed, "All right. Pry open his mouth." Zhao Wanqing promptly extended her hand to force Zhao Zhengyang's mouth open. Chu Xingchen poured the extracted medicinal liquid directly into his mouth. Given that the recipient was unconscious, he deemed it unnecessary to use a herb to numb his taste buds. Surely, in his current state, he could not taste anything. As everyone anxiously focused on Zhao Zhengyang, anticipating the effects of the medicine, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Having just swallowed the medicinal liquid, Zhao Zhengyang's expression suddenly contorted, as if he had tasted an intensely fishy and bitter flavor. Li Yingling, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but marvel at her master's unparalleled alchemical skills. Even in unconsciousness, he could unleash such potent effects. Just as Yin intended to check his pulse, Zhao Zhengyang, lying on the bed, abruptly began to tremble violently. His only movable hand, the left, shot up, frantically clutching at his throat. Chu Xingchen, observing the unfolding drama, inquired with confusion, "Are you certain he is unconscious?" Chapter 56. The purification of the Spirit Stone is successful. Chu Xingchen's words instantly cast doubt on Yin's previous diagnosis. It was difficult to fathom that a person on the brink of death, with barely a breath left, would react so vehemently to a pill that had just entered his stomach, as if swallowing that elixir was more terrifying than death itself. Zhao Wanqing reacted swiftly, hastily pressing down her brother's only movable hand. This medicine was their last hope. Even if he were to die today, it must be on the pill. Li Yingling sighed and shook her head as she observed the scene. It seemed her master's alchemical prowess had ascended to yet another level. This was not merely about the efficacy of the medicine, but rather its disagreeable nature. After all, the man before them might only experience this once, and, as his disciple, she would ensure that her fellow apprentices would taste the pills her master concocted in the future. With his only movable hand restrained, Zhao Zhengyang could only tremble in place. His expression twisted in agony. Yin hurriedly stepped forward, swiftly assessing Zhao Zhengyang's internal condition. Soon, she let out a sigh of relief. The medicinal liquid was indeed effective, and she could distinctly sense that his injuries were gradually healing. It wouldn't be long before he would regain a state that she could treat. Hold him down, he's improving, Yin exclaimed. Chu Xingchen raised a hand, casually releasing a stream of spiritual energy that bound Zhao Zhengyang completely. Thank you, Senior, Zhao Wanqing said, releasing her grip with a look of gratitude. Chu Xingchen, however, remained impassive, merely nodding coldly. It's of no consequence. Zhao Wanqing reassured, Senior need not worry. After all, good medicine is often unpalatable. Chu Xingchen interrupted, it's of no matter. I will take my leave now. Feeling fatigued, he reflected on how this youth's reaction had truly embarrassed him. The incident had even been witnessed by Li Yingling, and he feared that his own wayward disciple might bestow upon him the title of doomed pill master. I appreciate your assistance. The spirit stones will be delivered to your residence shortly, Zhao Wanqing said, promptly escorting Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling out of the demon subjugation division. As Yin watched their departing figures, she trotted over to the cauldron where Chu Xingchen had just refined the pills. Curiously, she examined the remnants of the spiritual herbs within, meticulously identifying each one used. She recognized all the spiritual plants present. They were not particularly expensive. How could it be that the pills produced by this method appeared to possess far greater potency than those crafted through conventional means? Perhaps this new technique was something she could experiment with herself. Unlike Zhao Wanqing, who had previously tasted the elixir, Yin believed that Zhao Zhengyang's intense reaction was solely due to the potency of the medicine. She extended her delicate hand, poised to sample the remnants of the concoction, curious about its pharmacological properties. Just as she was about to indulge, Zhao Wanqing, having just escorted Chu Xingchen and stepping through the entrance of the medical hall, witnessed Yin's reckless behavior and urgently called out, Stop! Yin, puzzled, turned her head but had already dipped her finger into the cauldron. Zhao Wanqing approached with a serious expression, cautioning, Do not taste it. Why not? Yin inquired, bewildered. I've never encountered such a refining technique, and the efficacy seems remarkable. As Zhao Wanqing contemplated, she realized that the discomfort was not merely bitterness, but rather an overwhelming feeling of aversion. She articulated carefully, This medicine is somewhat sinister. Sinister? Yin, a staunch skeptic of the supernatural, immediately placed her finger in her mouth without hesitation. She was familiar with each of these spiritual plants, none of which were toxic. How could it be so sinister? After all, it wouldn't kill her. Soon, Yin grasped the true meaning of sinister. Within the medical hall of the Demon Suppression Department, a piercing scream erupted. Mother! Help! I'm going to die. On his way back, Chu Xingchen remained oblivious to the chaos his single alchemical experiment had caused for two individuals. He was currently lost in thought, contemplating how to improve the flavor of his concoctions. Li Yingling, with a gentle countenance and warm gaze, looked at her master. Chu Xingchen, feeling displeased, retorted, Why are you looking at me like that? It's encouragement for you, master. Li Yingling replied with a nod of praise. Encouragement for what? Did my medicine not cure the ailment? Of course it did. You're truly remarkable, master. This tone sounded eerily similar to how he had previously teased Li Yingling. Chu Xingchen shot her a glare. You ungrateful disciple. How dare you mock your master? Li Yingling, unable to concede, replied earnestly, Even if you were my master, I would never dare to mock you. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xingchen declared, In that case, splendid. Given your unwavering trust in me, I hereby appoint you, my esteemed disciple, to be the first to sample any elixir I concoct in the future. Upon hearing this, Li Yingling's expression immediately fell. This was a matter of life and death. She hastily pleaded, I was wrong. Master, I was wrong. Chu Xingchen, disregarding her pleas, maintained his composure. Joy is indeed contagious, and this time, it spread from Li Yingling's face to his own. Likewise, happiness was shared. Ignoring his disciples' frantic cries for mercy, Chu Xingchen joyfully strolled toward the courtyard. Surely, the world's greatest master would forgive his disciples' careless words, wouldn't he? At the entrance of the courtyard, Li Yingling continued to struggle, realizing that this was no trivial matter. If her master were serious, she felt an impending darkness looming over her future. The effects of her master's concoctions were truly known only to those who dared to taste them. As Chu Xingchen swung open the door, he smiled and asked, Guess what? The response to Chu Xingchen did not come from Li Yingling, but rather from Xianxia, who was seated on a stone bench in the courtyard. Chu Xingchen turned to her, perplexed, and inquired, "What brings you here? Am I not welcome?" Xianxia, while casually tossing a spirit stone in her hand, replied, "Of course you are welcome. I merely feared I might not host you adequately." As she spoke, Chu Xingchen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be that she had come to bestow a spirit stone upon him? He hastily took a seat on the stone bench and asked, "Are you here to settle the debt of spirit stones?" Xianxia shook her head, saying, "It will require a bit more time to repay what I owe you." Chu Xingchen looked at the spirit stone in her hand and questioned, "Are you merely teasing me with it?" Xianxia retorted, "This is the blood essence spirit stone you entrusted to me." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen's eyes gleamed with excitement. If the spirit stones she owed him were to be compared to those in the spatial ring, the disparity was indeed significant. "Have you succeeded?" he asked eagerly. "Yes," Xianxia replied, her posture proud. "The events at Chanlin Temple yesterday inspired me, and after trying out, I was pleasantly surprised by the outcome." It seemed she was awaiting his praise. Inspiration from Chanlin Temple? Chu Xingchen suddenly harbored a dreadful suspicion. He softly inquired, "Did you resolve it using willpower?" Xianxia nodded, affirming, "Indeed, willpower works remarkably well for this blood essence." Instantly, Chu Xingchen fell silent, realizing that this was hardly a solution. Where would he acquire sufficient willpower to purify such a number of spirit stones? Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he asked again, "Is the willpower expenditure significant for purifying a single spirit stone's blood essence?" "Essentially, it's a 50-50 split, though the willpower consumption is slightly less," she responded. Chapter 57, Xianxia. Xianxia did not receive the accolade she anticipated. Instead, Chu Xingchen's expression morphed into one mirroring Li Yingling's behind him. This revelation struck him like a thunderclap, more akin to a calamity than good news. Xianxia, puzzled, asked, "What is the matter?" "A little willpower should suffice." Considering the spirit stones within the ring, if he were to purify them entirely using willpower, Chu Xingchen would undoubtedly earn the title of unparalleled benefactor. Such a reality was utterly impractical. To toil for willpower solely to purify spirit stones felt akin to laboring for wages. "I'm a cultivator, yet I must work like a common laborer, and worse still, pay myself with my own funds?" Chu Xingchen could only plead, "Could you perhaps consider alternative methods beyond willpower?" Xianxia suddenly grasped the implication and regarded him with suspicion. "Do you possess a batch of these blood essence spirit stones? Is your true aim to purify them for personal use?" Embarrassed, Chu Xingchen confessed, "I do have a few." "How many?" she pressed. 2 or 300. "If that is all, I can barter with you. My sect would likely be interested in acquiring some of these blood essence spirit stones for research." Chu Xingchen lowered his head, feeling somewhat awkward. 1 or 2,000. Xianxia was initially taken aback, but soon sighed, remarking that it should not pose a significant challenge. Other sects would likely have some research on the matter. She expressed her willingness to see if she could assist in establishing a connection. Chu Xingchen, however, kept his head lowered. Xianxia took a deep breath, reflecting that it was no surprise that Chu Xingchen had the ability to shatter her composure from time to time. With audacity, Chu Xingchen retrieved a blood essence spirit stone from his ring and placed it on the table. "Come on, Xianxia, could you further investigate this?" Xianxia hesitated, her expression a mix of contemplation and reluctance, before sighing and picking up the blood essence spirit stone. "If we do not utilize willpower, the process may be quite slow, and success is not guaranteed. You must prepare yourself mentally." Chu Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Xianxia's straightforward acceptance. She tossed the purified spirit stone back to him, saying, "This piece is yours for now." As he caught the stone, Chu Xingchen gazed at Xianxia. Her expression did not reveal much anger. Her exquisitely beautiful face only bore a hint of distress as she looked at the blood essence spirit stone in her hand. "Will you stay for a meal today?" he inquired. "Perhaps another time." Xianxia gently shook her head in refusal, explaining that she had other matters to attend to that day. "Very well. Let us arrange another dinner when you are free." Xianxia nodded softly, then bid farewell to Li Yingling before turning to leave. Once Xianxia departed, Chu Xingchen sighed, realizing he had incurred yet another favor. However, he shrugged it off, acknowledging that he had not accumulated too many debts. After all, too many debts do not weigh one down. Upon returning to her chamber in the Zhuyu Pavilion, Xianxia was promptly handed a confidential letter by her maid, Xiaoling. "Miss, the reply you sent to the sect has arrived. Taking the letter, Xiaoqing glanced at the pale yellow envelope surrounded by a magical barrier, a unique anti-leakage measure of her sect. After confirming that the enchantment had not been tampered with, she opened the envelope. Xiaoling, understanding the situation, discreetly exited the room and closed the door behind her. As the magic dissipated, the writing on the front of the pale yellow envelope became visible. To my beloved disciple, Xianxia. Xiaoqing gently caressed the name Xianxia, as if lost in reminiscence, before unfolding the letter. Your correspondence has been received. Regarding the matter of the evil cultivators in Zhongzhou, the sect has reported it to the Zhongzhou Immortal Alliance. As per instructions, you are to take full responsibility for handling the situation on behalf of the sect. Simply prevent the matter from escalating while awaiting the arrival of sect representatives. You are granted full command over this operation at Zhuyu Pavilion. Once this task is completed, you may return to the sect after your penalties are lifted. Regardless of past events, let them be set aside for now. You have already wasted several years in that remote place, which pains me greatly. However, do not worry. I will seek justice for you regarding this matter. May you remain safe. I will be waiting for you in Zhongzhou. Should you encounter danger, remember to use the jade pendant I bestowed upon you. This is handwritten by your master, by Xianling. After slowly reading through the letter, Xiaoqing infused a trace of spiritual energy into it. As the ethereal energy infused the letter, it gradually transformed into a luminous essence, dissipating into the air. It had indeed been a considerable time since she last saw her master. After a prolonged moment, Xiaoqing let out a soft sigh. Xiaoling. A voice from outside the door responded, Miss, what is your command? From today onwards, the Zuyuting will be entirely sealed. Please inform all cultivators of Foundation establishment and above to assemble. Xiaoling's voice was laced with palpable excitement as she replied, Understood. Listening to Xiaoling's footsteps gradually receding, Xiaoqing retrieved the blood spirit stone recently bestowed upon her by Chu Xingchen. She scrutinized it carefully before silently storing it away. This matter, entrusted to her, might very well lead her to speak out of turn for the first time. Without further contemplation, Xiaoqing rose, pushed open her door, and stepped outside. Her chamber was situated on the highest 7th floor, with a grand, hollow corridor in the center. She swiftly made her way to the railing and gazed downwards. 17 cultivators at the Foundation establishment level and 1 female cultivator at the Golden Core level had already assembled below, awaiting orders. Xiaoqing issued her command. In the name of the sect, we shall first thwart the advancement of the demonic cultivators while awaiting reinforcements from sect. Form groups of 5 to search the surrounding villages. If you encounter any demonic cultivators, retreat regardless of the circumstances. The remaining 2 Foundation establishment cultivators and the Golden Core cultivator will form a separate team. I will liaise with the Demon Suppression Office to eliminate any suspicious sections. Remember, prioritize your safety above all else. The female cultivators below responded in unison, yes. Thank you, Master Shushu. In the courtyard, Li Yingling was engrossed in a comprehensive tome on the fundamentals of cultivation. Chu Xingchen reclined in a rocking chair, eyes closed in restful contemplation. At that moment, Li Xingtian was also present in the courtyard, wielding a wooden sword while practicing the techniques imparted by his master. After all, continuous meditation could become quite monotonous, and a change in training could serve to lighten his spirits. A sudden knock echoed from the door, prompting Li Xingtian to stow away his wooden sword and approach to open it. After a brief wait, noticing that Li Xingtian remained silent and the visitor outside did not speak, Chu Xingchen rose to see what was amiss. As expected, it was Xiaoqing. However, she had changed into a new set of attire, no longer clad in dress, but rather dressed in a blue outfit resembling a combat uniform. Her long black hair tied back neatly, exuding an air of competence. Holding a long sword, her gaze was sharp and her tone calm as she remarked, It seems you are free today? What prompted this change in attire and demeanor? You appear more confident and proud. Though slightly perplexed, Chu Xingchen replied, I am free. Is there a problem? I have assisted you on numerous occasions. Now, I ask for your help in return. What assistance do you require? Join me in capturing those wretched demonic cultivators. Chapter 58. Their ultimate trump card is merely the nascent soul. I am not. In Yuzhou City, Chu Xingchen and Xiaoqing walked side by side on the somewhat desolate streets en route to the Demon Suppression Office. Chu Xingchen pondered for a moment before inquiring, What has prompted you to pursue the malevolent cultivators once more? They deserve to perish, Yao Jin replied succinctly. But what is the truth? Upon hearing this, Yaojin turned her calm gaze towards Chu Xingchen. He instinctively responded, "Indeed, they're deserving of such a fate." After all, when Yaojin assisted him, she had not questioned his motives extensively. Thus, Chu Xingchen fell into a contemplative silence as they journeyed. After traversing a certain distance, Yaojin suddenly spoke. Her words seemingly without context. "The rock soars with the wind." Chu Xingchen cast a sidelong glance at her. Her expression remained unchanged, and she did not look in his direction. After careful consideration, he replied, "Ascending straight to 90,000 miles? That was what you said upon our first meeting." Yaojin tightened her grip on the sword, her gaze fixed firmly ahead. "This verse inspired me at that time. I consider myself the rock. And you? Need one even elaborate?" Chu Xingchen responded confidently, "Naturally, I am as well." Yaojin glanced at him again, "Then let us meet again at 90,000 miles. Chu Xingchen paused momentarily before smiling. "That is indeed certain." Continuing on their way, the two exchanged little conversation. Upon reaching the entrance of the Demon Suppression Division, Chu Xingchen recalled how Zhao Wanqing had escorted him inside earlier that day. The guards did not obstruct their passage, for they were neither foolish nor blind. They merely stated, "You may enter. Captain Zhao should still be at the medical facility." Utilizing his recognition, Chu Xingchen successfully led Yaojin into the Demon Suppression Division. They made their way directly to the medical facility, for it is often easier to seek help from acquaintances. As Chu Xingchen stepped through the doors of the medical facility, he was momentarily taken aback. He beheld a young physician, tears streaming down his face, licking a large block of ice while several silver needles protruded from his skin. Zhao Zhengyang had regained consciousness and was now lying on the bed, his sister pouring white sugar into his mouth. Chu Xingchen, puzzled, asked, "What on earth are you doing? What is in your elixir?" Anian, her silver needles trembling slightly, spoke with indignation, "Why did those spiritual herbs appear perfectly normal, yet when you refined them, they became so bizarre?" Chu Xingchen, feeling slighted, retorted, "What is bizarre? That is legitimate alchemical practice. Did you not observe its efficacy? It is indeed potent. Yet why does your body reject the medicinal energy after it enters? It possesses an essence of self-preservation, as if it were saying, 'Do not interfere.' I must ask, how effective is the elixir? You all may deliberate on this later." "Senior, what is the matter with my brother?" Zhao Wanqing inquired urgently. "He claims his mouth is exceptionally bitter." Chu Xingchen, having regained his focus, approached Zhao Zhengyang. He noticed his brother's expression was one of solemnity, as if he had glimpsed the essence of life and death. His mouth was agape, stuffed with white sugar, yet it appeared to have no effect. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that the bitterness might not be the issue after all. After observing for a moment, Chu Xingchen remarked, "It's normal. He awoke too early, and the bitterness in his mouth has yet to dissipate completely. The last time I consumed the elixir crafted by my senior, it didn't seem to be like this. On that occasion, I had incorporated herbs that could mask your taste." Zhao Wanqing, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief, appreciating that there were no complications. Yaojin furrowed her brow, her gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene before her. What on earth was happening? She addressed the matter at hand. "Zhao Wanqing, before the arrival of the envoy from Zhongzhou, Zhu Yuding and the Demon Suppression Division must jointly enforce the law to prevent the situation from escalating. I require intelligence and reconnaissance reports regarding the surrounding sections." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing set down the bowl of sugar she was holding and glanced at Yen, who was still licking the ice to alleviate the heat. She entrusted, "Yen, could you please keep an eye on him for me?" After Yen nodded in agreement, Zhao Wanqing turned to the two others and said, "Please follow me." "Wait." Zhao Zhengyang forcefully expelled the sugar from his mouth and added, "I know some intelligence." Yaojin halted her steps and looked at Zhao Zhengyang, who seemed to have regained his senses, and inquired, "What do you know?" Zhao Zhengyang struggled to articulate. "They purchased from the black market dock." Chu Xingchen attempted to supplement. "They bought Taishian stones at the black market dock?" Zhao Zhengyang paused in surprise, slowly turning to Chu Xingchen, then nodded faintly before continuing with difficulty. "Their true objective." Chu Xingchen interjected, "The true objective is the blood sacrifice of the sect, rather than the mortals?" "How do you know all this?" Zhao Zhengyang asked, bewildered. Yaojin shook her head in mild exasperation. "It would have been better to remain silent and not waste time." She sighed, "Zhao Wanqing, let us proceed." "Wait." Zhao Zhengyang coughed heavily and added, "They should have a final objective called the Immortal Seed." Intrigued by this new information, Yaojin inquired, "Immortal Seed? What is that plan?" "I'm not certain," Zhao Zhengyang replied. Without hesitation, Yaoqin turned and declared, "Zhao Wanqing, let us go." Zhao Wanqing glanced at her slightly aggrieved brother, sighed in resignation, and followed the two as they exited. Under Zhao Wanqing's authorization, the three of them entered the archive room with ease. Zhao Wanqing retrieved the intelligence regarding the sects. Most of the dispatched individuals had yet to return, and the only available information pertained to these sections. She then picked up the reports from the two sects that had sent back updates. These two sects were located near Yuzhou City, and their reports indicated that everything was normal. Yaoqin did not take the reports from the two returning sects. Instead, she picked up a thick tome of sect intelligence, which contained detailed accounts of the elders and leaders' cultivation levels, as well as their addresses. Her golden core consciousness swiftly scanned the contents. Yaoqin concluded, indeed, Qingfeng sect is the most suitable, but it is certainly not the only one. Ever since the emergence of the evil cultivators, due to the information provided by Chu Xingchen, Qingfeng sect has become a well-known entity. However, the people at Qingfeng sect's mind remain blissfully unaware. Yaoqin's primary objective naturally lies with the Qingfeng sect. However, before taking action, it is essential to gather precise intelligence and examine any nearby clues. Zhao Wanqing was momentarily taken aback by the mention of the Qingfeng sect, which is quite distant from Yuzhou City. Perceiving Zhao Wanqing's puzzled expression, Yaoqin casually replied, "There is information from the Central Plains." Zhao Wanqing appeared enlightened. Yaoqin continued, "I have dispatched personnel from Zuiyuding to investigate the surroundings. They will subsequently report the gathered intelligence to the Demon Suppression Division. Your cultivation level is too low to remain here for intelligence reception. I will accompany him to probe the Qingfeng sect." The Grand Elder of the Qingfeng sect is at the nascent soul stage. Zhao Wanqing quickly cautioned, "Isn't that too perilous?" Yaoqin maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "Their ultimate trump card is merely the nascent soul. I am not." Zhao Wanqing was momentarily at a loss for words in response to such assertive remarks. Chapter 59. Could it be that they specifically seek to provoke us? Yaoqin's efficiency when focused on tasks is remarkable. After a brief explanation, she intended to set off directly for the Qingfeng sect. Chu Xingchen had no objections, as he was merely accompanying her in the investigation. Yaoqin had also confided in him that this was merely a preliminary intelligence gathering to prevent any irreparable losses. Before the arrival of individuals from the Central Plains, it was imperative to keep matters within a manageable scope. The disparity in difficulty between resolving an issue and understanding it could be described as vast. The distance from the Qingfeng sect to Yuzhou City is relatively far, particularly for foundation-building cultivators. However, it is not considered far for those at the Golden Core stage, as they can fly unassisted after attaining this level. Chu Xingchen did not possess any artifact for flight. When traveling to Yuzhou City, he had to carry his two disciples. Additionally, to guard against a potential ambush from the Qingfeng sect, he chose to accompany his disciples, thus slowing their pace. Nonetheless, Li Yingling remained quite cheerful throughout the journey. At this moment, the situation had reversed. They could now be regarded as seeking a confrontation. The two traveled swiftly, and it would take no more than half a day to reach the Qingfeng sect. In the air, near the vicinity of the Qingfeng sect, Chu Xingchen inquired, "Do you plan to visit the sect first, or check that mine?" Yaoqin replied, "There is no need to alert them prematurely. Let's first observe the situation at the Qingfeng sect and ascertain whether it is the entire sect that is discontent or merely a few individuals." Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. The mountain gate of the Qingfeng sect is situated at the location of the region's most significant spiritual vein, where spiritual energy is abundant. It is said that this mountain was originally referred to as Nyoto Mountain by the local populace, due to the exceptionally tall peaks on either side that resemble the shape of bullhorns from distance, following the principle of naming things based on their appearance. The mountain was thus named Nyoto Mountain, a name that persisted for a considerable time. However, after the founding of the sect by the founder, Qingyun Daoren, the name was changed to Qingfeng Mountain. After all, one cannot respond to inquiries about the sect's location by stating that they belong to the Nyoto Mountain Qingfeng sect. Can they? Regardless of how resounding the name of your sect may be, its location on Bullhead Mountain inevitably leads one to perceive it as a minor and inconsequential sect. However, mountains with spiritual veins that remain unclaimed are indeed a rarity. Thus, even if it is Bullhead Mountain, Qingyun Daoist took the initiative to occupy it and establish a sect there. With the passage of time and the complete rooting of Qingfeng sect, Bullhead Mountain has successfully undergone a name change. Before the gates of Qingfeng sect stands a towering archway crafted from white jade, upon which 3 gilded characters, Qingfeng Sect, gracefully hang. Behind the archway, magnificent structures rise from the rugged cliffs and precipices. Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin hasten towards it, the aura of gold core realms unabashedly emanating from them. The disciples guarding the mountain gate of Qingfeng Sect soon spot the 2 gold core realms hovering outside the entrance. Chu Xingchen's gaze sweeps across the gate of Qingfeng Sect before he turns to the guarding disciples and commands, in the central continent, inform someone in authority to come. Please wait a moment, esteemed masters. The guarding disciple quickly bows and rushes into the sect. Yao Qin, through her thoughts, conveys to Chu Xingchen, I'll leave it to you later. After all, when it comes to seeking trouble, Chu Xingchen's combat prowess evidently surpasses her own, and in terms of capability. She regards him as exceptionally competent. Chu Xingchen nods lightly in acknowledgement. Before long, a middle-aged man in black, a gold core realm master, also arrives in the air. He bows and inquires, may I ask what brings the 2 esteemed masters here? Target, Zhang Xiaofeng. Level, early gold core. Blue trait, versatile. White trait, adequate talent. White trait, composed. Black trait, short-sighted. Having scanned the information of the gold core master before him, Chu Xingchen understands why he was chosen to receive them. Possessing the trait of versatility. In a calm tone, he states, we are here to handle a case and require your cooperation. Qingfeng Sect. Zhang Xiaofeng, still bowing, asks, may I inquire what matter requires our cooperation? Chu Xingchen retrieves the token given by Yao Qin and displays it to Zhang Xiaofeng, coldly asserting, all matters. The audacity of such a declaration momentarily stuns Zhang Xiaofeng, who then scrutinizes the token presented by Chu Xingchen. Soon, a sect's name emerges in his mind. It turns out that they're distinguished guests from Tianyin Sect. A smile instantly spreads across Zhang Xiaofeng's face as he replies, no problem, anything can be discussed. Would you 2 care to step inside for a cup of tea? We could take our time to discuss everything. Observing Zhang Xiaofeng's swift change in demeanor, Chu Xingchen gains a clear understanding of what versatility truly means. Yet, since he has never been to the central continent, he remains unaware of the prestige of Tianyin Sect that could cause Zhang Xiaofeng to alter his expression so drastically. Contemplating this, Chu Xingchen discreetly glances at Yao Qin beside him and transmits, is your sectess standing truly this high? Before long, Yao Qin responds through their thoughts. In the eyes of this group, the sects in Zhongzhou are indeed formidable entities. This statement holds a semblance of truth. Naturally, upon receiving the invitation from Zhang Xiaofeng, both Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin acquiesced. With a radiant smile, Zhang Xiaofeng led the 2 into the resplendent main hall. On either side of the hall stood a disciple. As Zhang Xiaofeng passed one of them, he instructed, please summon the sect master and gather all the elders who can be called. The instructed disciple promptly complied. This exchange, though unspoken, was clearly heard by both Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin. Zhang Xiaofeng gestured respectfully, saying, please take a seat. The main hall was furnished with seating on both sides. Chu Xingchen casually chose a seat on the left, while Yao Qin settled into an adjacent chair beside him. Just as they took their seats, 2 female disciples entered from the hall's entrance, each carrying a teapot. They placed the pots on the tables beside the 2 guests before gracefully departing. Zhang Xiaofeng, occupying a chair on the right, beamed as he remarked, this is the Qingfeng Sect's unique Qingfeng tea, nourished by spiritual energy. Though it may not compare to the fine beverages you are accustomed to, it should possess its own charm. Neither Chu Xingchen nor Yao Qin responded to Zhang Xiaofeng's promotion of the tea, seemingly devoid of any interest. Zhang Xiaofeng could only manage an awkward smile in response. However, the discomfort was short-lived, as an elderly man with white hair soon entered, followed closely by 3 other elders clad in black robes. The elderly man's gaze swiftly settled upon Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin, a smile emerging on his face as he inquired, are you the esteemed guest from Zhongzhou? I am the sect master of Qingfeng Sect. Chu Xingchen's gaze flicked over the elderly figure, but his attention fixated on one of the elders standing behind him. The elder, Shangwan Hong, felt the weight of Chu Xingchen's penetrating stare. Damn it, this kid is indeed from Zhongzhou? Could it be that he has come specifically to confront me? Chapter 60. Now it is my turn to prove myself. As the assembly gathered, Zhang Xiaofeng hastily rose to introduce the sect master and the elders, stating, these 2 are representatives from the Tianyin Sect of Zhongzhou. The sect master of Qingfeng Sect, with a smile as warm as spring, replied, so you are distinguished disciples of the Tianyin Sect. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting Qingfeng Sect? In response to the sect master's inquiry, Chu Xingchen remained unresponsive, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xianxia. The sect master exhibited a hint of embarrassment, casting a questioning glance at Zheng Xiaofeng, as if to ask for clarification on the situation. Zheng Xiaofeng, feeling helpless, thought to himself, what a predicament this is. He felt as though he could do nothing right. In the face of such conflicts, it always seemed to be his fault. If I knew everything, would there still be a need for you to be the sect master? Yet, despite his frustration, Zheng Xiaofeng could only maintain his familiar, humble smile and cautiously inquire, do you and Elder Xianxia know each other? Naturally. We have had a fleeting acquaintance. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen revealed a faint smile, pondering whether Elder Xianxia still remembered him. After a brief moment of silence, Xianxia responded, of course I remember. He paused, then inquired with a hint of confusion, but at that time, did you not claim to be from the Zhongzhou Tiandao alliance? Leaning his chin on his right hand, Chu Xingchen replied with a tone of playful disdain, oh? Are you implying that you suspect me, Elder Xianxia? Certainly not. It's just Xianxia's words trailed off, leaving room for speculation. The sect leader then turned his gaze toward Zheng Xiaofeng, his eyes still questioning what on earth was happening. Weary, Zheng Xiaofeng felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the token from Chu Xingchen's waist at the leader's face. After all these years of playing the fool, could he not discern the authenticity of the Zhongzhou token? He could only attempt to mediate the situation again, saying, Elder Xianxia, do you perhaps harbor some misunderstandings? Xianxia remained silent. Misunderstanding? Not quite. Chu Xingchen remarked lightly. It is merely a matter of past grievances. This time, without needing the leader's prompting, Zheng Xiaofeng quickly interjected with a smile. Our esteemed guest certainly has a sense of humor. Did you not mention that there is a task requiring our Qingfeng sect's cooperation? Listening to Zheng Xiaofeng's somewhat awkward attempt to redirect the conversation, Chu Xingchen calmly stated, from Elder Xianxia's tone, it is clear that you suspect me of impersonating a disciple of the Tian sect. Are you not going to confirm this with me? He paused and continued, or perhaps, let Elder Xianxia personally verify it? Just as Zheng Xiaofeng was about to further ease the tension, Xianxia's aged voice interjected, that would be most ideal. This statement rendered Zheng Xiaofeng momentarily speechless, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Xianxia. What madness had overtaken this man? Unperturbed by the incredulous glances of others, Xianxia had his reasons for acting thus. If this individual had not come, it would have been one thing. But upon his arrival, Xianxia felt a peculiar unease. For precautionary measures upon his return, Xianxia had investigated Li Xingtian's background. Records indicated that Li Xingtian had initially worked in a mine, but was later transferred to the outer sect due to a shortage of herbalists. Although Xianxia harbored concerns, he felt powerless, knowing he could not overpower this individual. To be rescued by him was indeed a source of shame. Initially, when the mine was attacked, there had been suspicions regarding this person's involvement, but upon reflection, Chu Xingchen's spiritual energy was remarkably pure, devoid of any traces of malevolence. Moreover, Xianxia had genuinely believed that Chu Xingchen was likely a true denizen of Zhongzhou. However, now it was evident that those from Zhongzhou operated in factions and were aware of the mine. If he were indeed a disciple of the Tian sect, why would he deceive everyone by claiming to be part of a fictitious Tiandao alliance? If he truly wished to rescue someone, why not simply present a token and avoid all pretense? There must be some ulterior motive at play. It is likely that the malevolent cultivator assaulting the mine is led by this individual. The Qingfeng sect possesses a formidable protective formation and numerous golden core elders. If this person is indeed a fraudulent member of the Zhongzhou Tianyin sect, then what harm is there in adopting a humble demeanor, offering an apology, or accepting a penalty? The benefits outweigh the risks. Why not proceed? Sovereign Hong swiftly formulated his plan and strode forward without hesitation, inquiring, since you claim to be from the Tianyin sect, surely you possess other means of verification aside from a token? The sect master, initially intent on obstructing Sovereign Hong, paused upon hearing this. Sovereign Hong noted the subtle gesture of the sect master, understanding that he had, for the moment, acquiesced. As a faint smile appeared on the aged face of the sect master, Yao Qin, who had remained silent, suddenly drew the sword resting by her side. With an aura of unparalleled sharpness, her blade unleashed an overwhelming intent that seemed capable of effortlessly cleaving through the stars. The tumultuous spiritual energy coalesced perfectly. In the blink of an eye, the resplendent hall was utterly rent asunder by her strike. The chaotic waves of spiritual force shattered every object within the room. prompting several Golden Core elders to hastily erect barriers to counter the exaggerated aftermath. As the spiritual energy subsided, the once grand hall lay in ruins. The terrifying sword mark having obliterated the walls and even leveled the mountain behind the hall. Boulders cascaded downwards, and Sovereign Hong, positioned closest to the sword's intent, was compelled to retreat several steps, despite not being the intended target of the strike. Xianxia slowly returned her sword to its sheath and placed it beside her chair. Having executed the strike without even rising from her seat, the Tianyin sect's divine art, the divine sword of Tai Ching, was on full display. With a frigid gaze directed at the apprehensive Sovereign Hong, Xianxia asked, "Do you wish to further verify anything?" Sovereign Hong, upon hearing this, instinctively held his breath. What further verification was needed? This divine art, only attainable by true disciples of the Tianyin sect, was far more convincing than any token. However, was this individual not being a tad excessive? Observing the weighty expression on Sovereign Hong's face, Chu Xingchen feigned curiosity as he turned to Xianxia, asking, "Senior sister, why did you hold back?" Xianxia replied with a cold tone, "This is, after all, another sect's domain. One must afford them some dignity." Zhang Xiaofeng glanced at the nearly ruined hall, murmuring, "There is hardly any dignity left here." Chu Xingchen not that like thee, then stood up and casually picked up the long sword that Xianxia had set aside, declaring, "Since my senior sister has validated his identity as a member of the Tianyin sect, allow me to offer my own proof." With that, Chu Xingchen turned towards Sovereign Hong, feigning an intention to draw the sword, seemingly prepared to execute the divine sword of Tai Ching and cleave Sovereign Hong in two. The sect master quickly interjected, "Wait, esteemed guest. Hold on. There is no need for further verification. If you were to unleash another strike of such magnitude, would there be anything left of Qingfeng sect?" The sect master glared at Sovereign Hong, admonishing, "Elder Sovereign Hong, apologize to our esteemed guests at once." The reaction of Chu Xingchen and Xianxia remains unknown. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Finally, he was not the one bearing the blame. In Chapter 61, Do you admire the Tianyin sect? Confronted with the reprimand from the sect leader, Shangwan Hong's face flushed with shame, for he had cowered when Chu Xingchen prepared to draw his sword. The mere presence of Xianxia and her sword made Shangwan Hong feel as if ominous stars were flashing above his head. In this moment, he could only lower his head and admit his fault, saying, "I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests, it was my overthinking." Once Xianxia swung her sword, all doubts dissipated into nothingness. Chu Xingchen, with a look of regret, interjected, "Hold on, I assure you, I am not a disciple of the Tianyin sect." Upon hearing this, the sect leader swiftly turned to Zhang Xiaofeng with a penetrating gaze. Zhang Xiaofeng, struggling to maintain his composure, thought to himself, "It was you who tacitly allowed old dog Shangwan to court disaster. After he makes a mess, I must clean it up? This role as elder is truly burdensome. Esteemed ones, we must prioritize the matter at hand," Zhang Xiaofeng said, forcing a smile and bowing. "Your identities are beyond question, whatever is required. The Qingfeng sect shall undoubtedly cooperate." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen, with an expression of regret, returned the long sword to Xianxia and slowly resumed his seat. His demeanor now serious as he began, "There are two matters to discuss. The first is our primary purpose for being here. We have received a commission from Yuzhou City regarding a rogue cultivator conducting blood sacrifices on a grand scale, suspected of plotting something major, and they have infiltrated this area. I request your cooperation in conducting an investigation." The sect leader breathed a sigh of relief at this news, relieved that they were not here to provoke conflict. He promptly replied, "Since it concerns the righteous path, we have an obligation to assist. May I inquire what the second matter is?" Chu Xingchen's gaze turned icy as he addressed Shangwan Hong, stating, "The dignity of the Tianyin sect is not to be questioned by just anyone." The sect leader, upon hearing this, remained silent, redirecting his attention to Zhang Xiaofeng. "Very well. Such a perilous issue must be handled personally." Zhang Xiaofeng inwardly sighed and continued, "Elder Shangwan." Pausing momentarily before finally crafting an excuse, "I merely worry that someone may exploit the Tianyin sect's name to deceive others." Chu Xingchen's tone abruptly chilled. "Are you implying that my senior sister and I, even with our tokens, do not resemble disciples of the Tianyin sect, but rather appear more like frauds?" Zhang Xiaofeng hastily replied, "Of course not. Certainly not." Before he could elaborate further, Chu Xingchen abruptly raised his hand to interrupt, "I care not for your Qingfeng sect's customs. It must be conducted according to the regulations of the Tianyin sect. As long as I am investigating in the Qingfeng sect, I request that Elder Shangwan be confined for 1 day. Hearing this, Zheng Xiaofeng could only glance at the sect leader, for he lacked the authority to make such a decision. Shangwan Hong's seniority within the Qingfeng sect far surpassed his own. I shall comply, the sect leader stated without hesitation. Then turned to the other 2 elders. You shall personally escort Elder Shangwan to the confinement chamber. The 2 elders bowed in acknowledgement and subsequently led Shangwan Hong away. As Shangwan Hong departed, Chu Xingchen's expression softened instantaneously, seemingly directed solely at Shangwan Hong. The sect leader, witnessing this scene, let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that the matter at hand was not personal, but rather circumstantial, which was acceptable. He then inquired, "May I ask how the Qingfeng sect can assist you in your endeavors?" With a confident smile, Chu Xingchen responded as if he had a brilliant strategy. You should dispatch personnel to conduct a comprehensive search centered around the Qingfeng sect, compelling that group of rogue cultivators to reveal themselves. The sect leader retorted, "Is this truly a viable plan? Such a grandiose search will likely cause the rogue cultivators to flee before we even encounter them. Moreover, the extent of the search will become immeasurable as we venture farther." Nevertheless, he pondered for a moment and concluded that the recent disturbance was merely instigated by a few attention-seeking disciples. Whether or not they apprehended the rogue cultivators was of little consequence to the Qingfeng sect. It would be wiser to indulge the young ones and prevent further mishaps. After a moment of contemplation, the sect leader smiled and agreed. Indeed, as expected from a distinguished disciple of the Tianyin sect, this is a foolproof strategy. We shall arrange for personnel to assist. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen's expression brightened, and he gestured towards Zheng Xiaofeng, saying, "I appreciate what this individual has to say. Let him accompany me as my aide in this undertaking." Zheng Xiaofeng intended to voice his thoughts, but the sect leader, responding with alacrity, interjected, "No problem at all. Young Zheng, you shall accompany this esteemed guest from the Tianyin sect." With no semblance of elder authority, Zheng Xiaofeng could only nod in agreement. "Very well. I shall return if there are further matters to discuss," Chu Xingchen stated, nodding in satisfaction. He then cast a glance at the severely damaged hall and inquired, "This damage, I trust, will not require compensation from our Tianyin sect?" The sect leader, eager to see the 2 formidable figures depart, quickly assured him, "Of course not." With that, Chu Xingchen strode out of the hall, declaring, "All right, young Zheng, let us be on our way." Yaoyin rose without hesitation to follow suit. With a sigh, Zheng Xiaofeng hurriedly trailed behind. With Chu Xingchen leading the way, they proceeded directly towards the mountain gate. At this moment, numerous disciples along the corridor cautiously observed Chu Xingchen and Yaoyin. The sword strike they had just witnessed had astonished the entire Qingfeng sect. Moreover, the fact that they emerged unscathed signified not only their formidable strength, but also their substantial backing. Zheng Xiaofeng closely followed in their wake. Chu Xingchen's actions were certainly purposeful. Within the Qingfeng sect, it was improbable that only the Golden Dan responsible for guarding the mines had engaged in the rituals of the rogue cultivators. One individual alone could not orchestrate such extensive affairs. When the elders and the sect leader entered, Chu Xingchen utilized the system to scan the panels of the assembly. The other elders showed no immediate signs of concern based on the panel descriptors. Only Shangwan Hong was different. The black descriptor, Heart Demon Afflicted, from the previous scan had been replaced with the blue descriptor, Acquired Demonic Physique. The term post-synthetic demon body refers to the evil cultivator's elixir associated with the mining site. This indicates that Shangwan Hong has undoubtedly joined the ranks of the nefarious during this period. With the initial clues in hand, it is imperative to follow the trail. The first step is to strike at one of their eyes, creating a veil of confusion, thus allowing one to navigate through murky waters. A direct assault on the mining site would not suffice to ensnare all the big fish. This is precisely why Chu Xingchen deliberately provoked Shangwan Hong. His true aim is to confine Shangwan Hong, causing that group of slippery eels to grow restless, prompting them to cautiously peek out to assess the danger. Furthermore, the short-sighted Zheng Xiaofeng behind him is hardly a reliable tool and is exceedingly susceptible to manipulation. Chu Xingchen conveyed his thoughts to Yao Qin through a silent communication. Yao Qin's response was a succinct affirmation. Good. After the 3 had walked a distance from the entrance of the Qingfeng sect, Chu Xingchen abruptly halted. Zheng Xiaofeng followed suit, questioning with a hint of confusion. "Is something wrong?" Chu Xingchen turned and remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Isn't it challenging to play the role of a welcoming host? Zhang Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. How could this person speak so bluntly? Just as he pondered how to respond, Chu Xingchen smiled and said, I now have a far better path for you. Pausing for effect, Chu Xingchen tempted him. Do you fancy the Tianyan sect? Chapter 62. Little Zheng. Zhang Xiaofeng's immediate reaction was not one of joy. His first instinct was to wonder who would genuinely like the Tianyan sect. However, upon seeing the ambiguous smile on Chu Xingchen's face, he suddenly came to his senses, his heart racing. If that is your intention, who wouldn't he like it? Even becoming a subordinate at the Tianyan sect would be acceptable. Stuttering slightly, Zhang Xiaofeng asked, Are you saying me? Chu Xingchen confirmed, Yes, I am indeed referring to you. Zhang Xiaofeng quickly replied, Naturally, I would be fond of it. Noticing Zhang Xiaofeng's excitement, Chu Xingchen elongated his tone slightly. When you say you like it, is it the kind of liking I envision? Faced with such irresistible temptation, Zhang Xiaofeng confidently asserted, It is undoubtedly the kind of liking you think. Hearing the affirmative response, Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction and then retrieved a blood chi spirit stone from a spatial ring, tossing it towards Zhang Xiaofeng. Instinctively raising his hand to catch the flying stone, Zhang Xiaofeng looked down at the blood chi spirit stone in his grasp, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Chu Xingchen sighed and inquired, Little Zheng, can you guess why didn't he take the spirit stone out in the hall? Being a reception elder, Zhang Xiaofeng was quick to react and soon understood. It was likely due to concerns within the sect. However, understanding did not equate to being able to voice it. He feigned ignorance, stating, It must be that you have your own plans. With a gentle nod, Chu Xingchen summoned the bloodstone in Zhang Xiaofeng's hand back into his spatial ring with a flicker of spiritual energy. Turning away, he continued onward, expressing his dissatisfaction. It matters not that you have affection now. The Tianyan sect no longer favors you. Zhang Xiaofeng watched the retreating figures of the two, feeling as though he had missed a monumental opportunity in life. All he could do was sigh, for he still did not know the names of the two disciples from the Tianyan sect. Merely a couple of sentences had prompted him to risk so much, which was simply out of the question. Alas, it seemed he had been played by them. Zhang Xiaofeng hastily took a couple of steps to catch up with the two ahead. However, the brief encounter had made him aware that the seemingly carefree young man before him was likely no naive disciple of a sect. Zhang Xiaofeng promptly steeled himself, resolving to remain steadfast and unyielding in the ensuing actions. He sought not to excel, but merely to return without facing the master's inquiries. Yet, the subsequent developments took him by surprise. Chu Xingchen leisurely strolled near the Qingfeng sect with his Guqin, and the questions he posed to Zhang Xiaofeng were far from sensitive in nature. In fact, they bore no relation to any malevolent cultivators at all. Chu Xingchen gasu inquit. Little Zheng, are there any delicacies at your Qingfeng sect? Zhang Xiaofeng quickly clasped his hands in greeting, replying, I have long since practiced fasting and am unaware of such matters. Are there any picturesque spots nearby? To which he responded, There are not many scenic views around here. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen turned back in displeasure. Little Zheng, you are narrowing the path. Just as Zhang Xiaofeng intended to decline, he felt the icy gaze of the Guqin beside him. Recalling the frightening sword strike from the woman before him, Zhang Xiaofeng hastily exclaimed, Indeed, there is a small stream nearby with a pleasant view. Lead the way. He quickly advanced a few steps to guide the two esteemed figures. The stream was not far from their current location, and the three golden core cultivators arrived in no time. The stream, with its gentle ripples, spanned no more than a yard in width and was barely knee-deep. The banks were open, devoid of large trees, adorned with various colorful wildflowers on the verdant grass. Gazing into the distance, the scene was indeed delightful. The water in the stream was exceptionally clear, revealing small fish the size of a thumb frolicking within. Satisfied, Chu Xingchen patted Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulder, then removed his shoes to soak his feet in the cool stream. Ah, this can be considered a vacation, senior sister. Yao Qin stepped forward, opting not to soak her feet like Chu Xingchen, but instead chose to sit beside him. Little Zheng, do you have any requests? Chu Xingchen reclined on the grass. His tone languid as he replied, Go catch a couple of wild rabbits. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng turned without hesitation and departed to hunt rabbits for Chu Xingchen. The esteemed Master Jin Dan effortlessly hunted 2 rabbits, returning shortly with both lively creatures in hand. Regardless of whether they were to live or die, he was prepared to meet any request. Glancing at them, Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction and remarked, Wild rabbits possess a certain charm. Let them go. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofeng comprehended that this was a deliberate attempt to provoke him. However, he remained unperturbed. After all, was his grandson's demeanor cultivated in vain over the years? In terms of mindset, none from the Qingfeng sect could rival him. Today, he would teach this young man from the Tianyin sect a lesson in attitude. With a courteous demeanor, Zhang Xiaofeng replied, "Very well, in which direction would you like them released?" Chu Xingchen casually suggested, "Let them go westward. Allow the rabbits to hop in that direction." Upon receiving the directive, Zhang Xiaofeng promptly set the two rabbits free, even employing his spiritual energy to guide them forcefully westward. As time passed, Chu Xingchen reclined leisurely on the grass, occasionally exclaiming, "Little Zhang, doesn't that tree seem rather bothersome? Little Zhang, do you see the blade of grass glaring at me? Oh, little Zhang, that bird appears quite arrogant. Little Zhang," for an entire afternoon. Zhang Xiaofeng's ears were filled with the refrain of "Little Zhang." It became abundantly clear what it meant to have a superior's whims dictate a subordinate's every move. As the sun began to set, Chu Xingchen contentedly remarked, "Little Zhang." Zhang Xiaofeng instinctively responded, "Yes, what is it? Let us return. Today has been quite pleasant. Does your Qingfeng sect have accommodations for me and my senior sister?" "Of course we do. Are you planning to head back immediately? Shall I rest a bit longer?" "Do not overexert yourself. Even a grandson has his limits." Zhang Xiaofeng quickly interjected, "Please, you may check the room for any deficiencies, and I shall prepare accordingly." "Senior sister, shall we?" Chu Xingchen turned his gaze toward Yaoyin, who had accompanied him throughout the afternoon. Yaoyin nodded in agreement. "Let us go." Chu Xingchen and Yaoyin sauntered back to the Qingfeng sect, while Zhang Xiaofeng hastily arranged the finest guest rooms for these esteemed guests. At the Qingfeng sect, in a first-class guest room, Yaoyin had already settled in. In the other room, Chu Xingchen surveyed the opulent decor with satisfaction, remarking, "Quite splendid." "I am relieved you are pleased," Zhang Xiaofeng sighed, hoping no further troubles would arise. Chu Xingchen waved him away, casually, saying, "You may leave now. Ensure you are waiting at the sect's entrance early tomorrow for my senior sister and me." The relief Zhang Xiaofeng had felt returned anew. Would he really have to endure this again tomorrow? However, circumstances were beyond his control, and he could only nod in resignation. As he exited the guest room, laden with an overwhelming sense of humiliation, Zhang Xiaofeng spotted the sect leader standing at a distance, observing him with that familiar gaze. In those eyes, Zhang Xiaofeng discerned a message. Isn't it time to explain? Chapter 63. Choose one and eliminate two incorrect answers. Choosing wrong again would be utterly foolish. In the council chamber of the Qingfeng sect, Zhang Xiaofeng stood below, feeling utterly aggrieved as he faced the scrutinizing gaze of the sect leader. The sect leader, with a look of skepticism, inquired, "Are you suggesting that they merely lounged by the stream today and ordered you about doing nothing else?" Zhang Xiaofeng's expression and tone were profoundly earnest. "Esteemed leader, it is indeed so." The sect leader, visibly doubtful, pressed further. "Did they not mention anything regarding demonic cultivators or any other matters? Did they merely torment you?" With a tone of tragic grievance, Zhang Xiaofeng replied, "Leader, I have been with the Qingfeng sect since my youth. Surely you know my unwavering loyalty to the sect." This heartfelt declaration seemed to resonate with the sect leader, who gave a slight nod, indicating that Zhang Xiaofeng could take his leave. Zhang Xiaofeng heaved a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped. He dared not disclose the matter concerning the blood-chi spirit stone. Anyone involved in that affair, regardless of the elder, was beyond his capacity to confront. He had nearly sacrificed his life to ascend from Foundation establishment to Golden Core, merely to secure this subordinate elder position. Moreover, it was highly probable that the elders were in collusion, and even the sect leader was aware of the situation. As someone excluded from the elders' power circle, how could he possibly be involved in such affairs? Zhang Xiaofeng aspired to graduate from his role as a subordinate elder, but not at the cost of his life. Thus, he resolved to remain blissfully ignorant of the matter to preserve his own safety. With a forced smile, Zhang Xiaofeng turned to exit. Just as he pushed open the door to the council chamber, he spotted Elderly, who was closely conversing with Elder Shangwan. Like the sect leader, Elderly stood at a distance, regarding him with a similar, scrutinizing gaze. The familiar call of young Zhang echoed in his ears. Could it be that he was to be tormented by his own people after enduring the whims of outsiders? Had he become someone devoid of agency? Nevertheless, he felt powerless against everyone. With a semblance of a reluctant smile on his face, Zhang Xiaofeng approached Elderly, adopting a subservient tone. "Elderly, do you have any instructions for me?" Elderly's countenance was stern as he coldly asked, "What did those disciples of the Tianyin sect do today?" Xiaofeng, still wearing an expression of grievance, recounted the events of the day to Elderly. The elder, with a suspicious gaze, pressed further. "Are you suggesting that they did nothing all day apart from ordering you around?" The familiar look and inquiry echoed in his mind. But Elderly's questioning felt even more insidious. What did he mean by ordering you around? Was that not exceedingly disrespectful? Suppressing his inner turmoil, Xiaofeng maintained his accustomed tone of grievance. "Elderly, it is indeed the case." After a moment of contemplative silence, Elderly finally inquired, "Did they ask you anything regarding demonic cultivators today? Without them, it seems they are merely here to vex me." Xiaofeng spoke earnestly, observing that they appear to be fulfilling only the obligations of their sect. Elderly, upon hearing this, nodded slowly in contemplation without further inquiry. He gently patted Xiaofeng on the shoulder before turning to leave. Xiaofeng remained in place, scanning his surroundings to see if anyone else sought him. After a prolonged moment, still shaken, he gradually returned to his room. Inside, he nervously grasped the cup of tea on the table and consumed it in one gulp. Reflecting on the day's events, Xiaofeng concluded that none of them regarded him as a person. In a fit of frustration, he devoted the entire night to intense cultivation. The following morning, fearing tardiness, Xiaofeng stood early at the entrance of Qingfeng's sect, standing guard alongside the disciples watching over the mountain gate. As time passed, the two esteemed figures he awaited had yet to arrive, causing the disciples flanking him to grow restless, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Could it be that this elder was here to oversee their post? Why had he been standing with them for so long? It was not until the sun rose high that Xiaofeng finally spotted Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin sauntering towards him. He hurriedly approached them, inquiring, "What plans do you have for today?" Stretching lazily, Chu Xingchen replied in a languid tone, "Yesterday night fell too swiftly, and I did not have my fill of enjoyment. I wish to frolic a bit more." Xiaofeng forced a smile, responding, "As long as you are pleased." "Indeed, as long as I am pleased," thought Chu Xingchen, before meandering towards the brook. Upon reaching the brook, Chu Xingchen removed his boots, dipped his feet, and reclined effortlessly. Then came the voice, "Little Zhang." Ah! In the depths of midnight dreams, would this voice echo in his ears? Time flowed on, and the two by the river remained unchanged, save for a golden core cultivator engaging in curious antics by the water's edge. He lifted a large stone and placed it atop another, uprooted a tree only to replant it beside another, claiming that one tree was too lonely and two trees would not feel solitude. As the sun descended in the west, Xiaofeng, having endured yet another taxing afternoon, cast his gaze towards the sun, pondering why it seemed to set so slowly today. Noticing this, Chu Xingchen once again utilized the system to scan Xiaofeng before him. Target, Xiaofeng, cultivation level, initial stage of golden core, blue trait. Versatile, white trait. Reasonably talented, white trait. Composed, black trait. Short-sighted, temporary black trait. Restless, upon seeing the term restless, Chu Xingchen recognized that perhaps the moment had arrived. He withdrew his feet from the brook and called out, "Little Zhang." Xiaofeng promptly turned to face Chu Xingchen, instinctively responding, "Yes, you command." A gentle smile graced Chu Xingchen's face as she inquired, "How was your night last evening?" Xiaofeng, taken aback by her words, stared blankly at her, for when one can no longer hold their composure, they often falter. Taking a deep breath, he quietly asked, "Was that intentional?" "Please refrain from speaking so harshly. I believe I have done nothing to put you in a difficult position." Chu Xingchen firmly denied this, questioning, "Who is truly causing you distress, me or them?" Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng suddenly bowed his head, rendered speechless. Chu Xingchen, unfazed, continued as she donned her boots. "The vortex cares not whether those it engulfs are innocent. Since you have been drawn into it, your task is not to drift along with the current, for that would surely lead to your demise. Instead, you must strive with all your might to save yourself and seek a chance at survival." Once she had secured her boots, she approached Xiaofeng and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "At present, they will not trust you. Your situation is a matter of choosing among three options. Having eliminated two incorrect answers, should you still make a poor choice, it would be sheer folly." As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Xiaofeng inhaled deeply, realizing he had no alternative but to resort to that approach. With a bitter smile, he remarked, "So, following you will lead to a way out? You are disciples of the Tianyin sect in Zhongzhou. Naturally, the Qingfeng sect would not dare to act against you. And what of me? Zhang Xiaofeng lifted his gaze, gritting his teeth as he said, I am merely a cultivator who has climbed step by arduous step from the very bottom, each step fraught with difficulty, finding his feeble attempts at argument tiresome. Chu Xingchen interrupted him directly. It is futile to blame fate for a difficult rebirth. There are those who cannot even reach the golden core stage. Why not compare yourself to them? Do you believe our journey was devoid of fierce competition? Do you think we merely sipped water to attain the golden core? Do you think it is only you who struggles? Do you think my senior sister and I find it easy? Noticing the absence of sympathy in Chu Xingchen's expression, and her counterarguments being utterly reasonable, Zhang Xiaofeng realized that his rhetoric would not sway this esteemed disciple of the Tianyin sect, who indeed claimed that those favored disciples in Zhongzhou were naive to the ways of the world. Their circumstances were no less challenging than his own. With sincerity, Chu Xingchen stated, Little Zheng, you have yet to comprehend that the current predicament stems from a fear of death. The desire to live is quite easily resolved. Zhang Xiaofeng paused, casting a skeptical glance at Chu Xingchen. Are you suggesting? Chu Xingchen responded earnestly, from this moment forth. You are to serve as an external janitor at the Tianyin sect's entrance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, pondering the role of a janitor at the Tianyin sect. Soon, he concluded that such a position seemed utterly useless. Was this not merely sweeping at the entrance of the sect? Sensing the skepticism in Zhang Xiaofeng's expression, Chu Xingchen elucidated. When you encounter the elderly janitor at the Tianyin sect during your shifts, should he berate you, would you dare to retaliate? Zhang Xiaofeng quickly reached a conclusion, candidly admitting, I would not dare. After all, anyone who is permitted to sweep the grounds of the Tianyin sect, regardless of their cultivation level, is not someone he can afford to provoke simply due to the stature of the Tianyin sect itself. Zhang Xiaofeng quickly replied, but this is not the Tianyin sect's gates. Even if I were the chief sweeper, it would be of no consequence. Your perspective is far too narrow, Chu Xingchen remarked, placing a hand on Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulder. Consider this. Are you afraid of the name Tianyin sect or the cultivators that stand behind that name? Zhang Xiaofeng's expression shifted to one of dawning realization. Though he regarded Chu Xingchen with skepticism, words may sound pleasant now, but when a conflict arises and those elders unleash their wrath, won't it still be me they come after? You have the freedom to speak as you wish, but your life is your own. Chu Xingchen sighed in response to Zhang Xiaofeng's doubtful gaze. Little Zheng, you must understand something. What you possess now is not the power of choice, but rather the power to be chosen. This is your final opportunity. Think carefully about how you will face the sect master if you ask again. With that, Chu Xingchen turned without hesitation, taking Yao Qin with him. Yao Qin followed suit, simultaneously inquiring through voice transmission, do you think he will take the bait? The more perfect the assurance you offer, the more suspicious he becomes. Often, it is the presence of flaws paired with a seemingly reasonable explanation that entices him. Chu Xingchen replied through their telepathic exchange. Moreover, he has long lost any real choice. Trust me, in 10 seconds, he will be begging you to let him sweep the floors. Yao Qin nodded, still somewhat doubtful, as she began to silently count the seconds. 1, 2. Before she could reach 3, an urgent voice called out from behind. Wait. I submit. I submit. Zhang Xiaofeng hurriedly stepped forward to stand beside Chu Xingchen, exclaiming, but you must guarantee that I can go sweep at the Tianyin sect afterward. Yao Qin glanced at Zhang Xiaofeng and calmly replied, I promise you that. Zhang Xiaofeng then turned his gaze back to Chu Xingchen, recognizing that the authority lay with this man. Although he was nominally a junior disciple, it was evident that this junior held a higher standing within the Tianyin sect. It was only through his words that things could proceed. Chu Xingchen felt a smile tug at his lips, amused that Zhang Xiaofeng was seeking out someone who was not even a member of the Tianyin sect. Nonetheless, it was not an issue. Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement, then turned serious. However, you must understand the consequences of betrayal. Zhang Xiaofeng blurted out. I am utterly devoted to you now. Chu Xingchen nodded with satisfaction, affirming, excellent. Remember, when I contact you later, you will say exactly what I instruct you to. From this moment on, you're a disciple of the Tianyin sect, so bear yourself with a bit of arrogance. Arrogance? I'm not capable of that, Zhang Xiaofeng replied, bewildered. Do not worry, you will learn quickly. In the Qingfeng sect's conference hall, upon entering the room, Chu Xingchen abruptly shouted at the Qingfeng sect disciple near the entrance. Go, summon the damned sect master for me. The disciple of Qingfeng sect appeared momentarily taken aback before promptly turning to seek out the sect master. Chu Xingchen cast a glance at the somewhat anxious Zheng Xiaofeng beside him and gently reassured, "Do not panic." Zheng Xiaofeng instinctively nodded. Yaoyin observed the slightly flustered expression on Zheng Xiaofeng's face and found him rather unreliable. Is he even capable? He appears so frightened before meeting anyone. If he truly encounters them, he lose his composure before uttering a word? Without affording Zheng Xiaofeng much time to gather himself, the sect leader, having received news, hurriedly arrived, soaring through the air, and as soon as he stepped into the conference hall, his gaze swept across the room. His expression was frosty, filled with a questioning demeanor directed at Chu Xingchen, the hilt of his sword lightly caressed by Yaoyin's hand, and the increasingly flustered Zheng Xiaofeng. The sect leader clasped his hands and inquired, "May I ask what urgent matter brings you here?" Chu Xingchen scoffed coldly and replied, "We have received intelligence from the Central Plains indicating that members of your Qingfeng sect appear to be involved with sinister practitioners. I have come to seek clarification from the sect leader. Intelligence from the Central Plains? Might I have a look at it? If this is indeed the case, the Qingfeng sect will certainly rectify its ranks." The sect leader responded solemnly. However, he did not receive an answer from Chu Xingchen. Zheng Xiaofeng's uncertain voice broke through. "Is this intelligence from the Central Plains something you can view?" The sect leader's gaze instantly shifted to Zheng Xiaofeng, his brows narrowing. Zheng Xiaofeng had endured that questioning glare countless times before, but at that moment, an inexplicable surge of blood coursed through him. Zheng Xiaofeng shouted vehemently, "What are you staring at?" I said, "Is this intelligence from the Central Plains something you can see?" With those words, Zheng Xiaofeng felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him, a release of pent-up frustration. The sect leader suppressed his fury and retorted, "Young Zheng, have you taken the wrong medicine?" Without hesitation, Zheng Xiaofeng bellowed again, "I haven't taken any medicine. I am now a member of the Tianyin sect. Show me some respect, you old dog." "You? The Tianyin sect?" "Indeed, I am now a mere sweeper at the Tianyin sect. What will you do about it?" Chapter 65, Exhilaration. It is worth it even to die. Seeing Zheng Xiaofeng, whose aura matched that of the sect leader, Yaoyin looked at Chu Xingchen in stunned silence. What had he said to provoke such a transformation? Yet, Yaoyin noticed Chu Xingchen shaking his head gently. She found it hard to believe that this was coming from him. Zheng Xiaofeng stepped forward, confronting the sect leader. "What are you looking at? Even as a sweeper, I am still part of the Tianyin sect. Do you dare to lay a hand on me?" The sect leader suppressed his inner fury and turned his gaze to Chu Xingchen, asking, "May I inquire if this matter is true?" Chu Xingchen replied languidly, "It is indeed true. Even the Tianyin sect should know better than to act in such a manner." "No?" The sect leader questioned. "We, the Qingfeng sect, extended our courtesy to your sect. Is such behavior truly appropriate?" Chu Xingchen nonchalantly distanced himself from the matter, stating, "It was Elder Zheng Xiaofeng who wished to come. It was not I who invited him." Ultimately, the sect leader could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "This is against the rules. I wish to inquire of the esteemed elder of the Tianyin sect. Are you truly permitting the abduction of your elders to perform menial tasks within your own sect? Has the Qingfeng sect entirely forsaken its dignity? Moreover, how audacious for a newly ascended Golden Core elder to dare to reprimand me. In the past, he would scarcely muster the courage to speak in my presence." With a cold smirk, Chu Xingchen retorted, "Is it then permissible for any of your members to conspire with heretical cultivators?" The sect leader countered, "Where is your evidence? Do you presume to tarnish the name of the Qingfeng sect with mere words?" Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen tossed a bloodstone from a spatial ring. "Oh, esteemed sect leader, have you meticulously reviewed the accounts from your mining operations?" Chu Xingchen stepped forward, disdainfully remarking, "If you are unaware of the pests gnawing at your foundation, it will be too late when the structure collapses." The sect leader momentarily faltered, gazing at the unwavering conviction in Chu Xingchen's eyes, as well as the bloodstone now lying on the ground. "Do you truly believe the Tianyin sect would send someone to play petty games with you?" Chu Xingchen Juke Lai Di. "I am not here to instigate trouble. Instead, direct your inquiries towards Elder Shangwan, who is currently confined. Do not claim we of the Tianyin sect did not afford you an opportunity. I merely afforded you a chance due to your ignorance. This Elder Zheng has been thoroughly vetted, and from now on, he shall serve as the representative of the Tianyin sect, overseeing your self-examination. My sister and I have received intelligence regarding heretical cultivators that requires verification, which will take approximately 3 days. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng swiftly turned to Chu Xingchen. How could I have been unaware of this matter? Are you speaking truth or fiction? What confidence do you possess in my absence? Yet Chu Xingchen remained unfazed, continuing. During these 3 days, do not allow your consciousness to stray from Elder Zhang. If I return and he is missing, I shall have no choice but to assume that the entire Qingfeng sect has succumbed to heresy, becoming the prime target of this crackdown in the central continent. The sect leader, upon hearing these words, displayed evident disbelief. Do you think you can intimidate me? The teachings of the Tianyin sect cannot simply distort right and wrong. In response, Chu Xingchen, as the two individuals could no longer discern each other's presence, the sect leader cast a profound gaze towards Zhang Xiaofeng. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiaofeng thought to himself, damn it, I'm going all in. He glared fiercely at the leader of the Qingfeng sect and bellowed, you old thief. What are you staring at? Hurry up and conduct the interrogation. The sect leader clenched his fist tightly, his eyes fixed on Zhang Xiaofeng with a ferocity that suggested he might strike him down at any moment. Zhang Xiaofeng understood that retreat was not an option now. He stepped forward boldly, standing before the leader with a brazen grin, saying, have I been suppressed for so many years? Is it too much to call you an old thief a couple of times? If you have any objections, just take my head right now. Taking a couple of deep breaths, the sect leader, despite being in a position of authority, was unwilling to stake the entire sect on a mere whim. No matter how slight the possibility seemed, he could only suppress his fury and said, Elder Zhang, let us proceed to the confinement chamber together. Seeing the leader in such a discomfited state, Zhang Xiaofeng felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration wash over him, dispelling any lingering fear within. He let out a cold laugh. Lead the way. Aren't you the one who knows how to walk? I said lead the way. With his fists tightly clenched, the sect leader inhaled deeply once more before turning and sweeping away with his long sleeves. Zhang Xiaofeng could no longer contain his triumphant laughter, which echoed throughout the chamber. It was worth it. Outside the Qingfeng sect, Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin came to a halt together. The senior sister, Chu Xingchen, casually called out, then paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. Yao Qin, you head east to intercept the route to the mining site. I shall block another path. Yao Qin nodded in agreement, her tone flat as she replied, senior sister, that works for me. It's quite agreeable. Chu Xingchen, with a serious demeanor, remarked, this comes at an additional cost. At her words, Yao Qin shot a cold glance at Chu Xingchen and soared eastward without further ado. Truly, there was a complete lack of humor. Chu Xingchen muttered under her breath before heading southward. Having studied the paths beforehand, Chu Xingchen knew that only the east and south routes were densely forested and treacherous, making it easier to conceal their movements. This time, the disturbance would surely flush out a couple of small critters to investigate, making these ambush points more likely to yield results compared to the open areas in other directions. As for why Chu Xingchen was so certain that the leader of the Qingfeng sect would not act recklessly, it was due to the leader possessing a blue trait labeled cautious and prudent. In uncertain situations, he would refrain from acting impulsively, likely enduring for 3 days to ascertain the circumstances. This was the reason Chu Xingchen set the timeline for 3 days. Next, they would intercept any small creatures attempting to relay messages to the mining site, gauging just how dire the situation within the Qingfeng sect had become. As for the sect's internal investigation, Chu Xingchen trusted it would be more reliable to hope that upon her return, Li Yingling would not have stirred up too much trouble. Chapter 66. Rest assured, he will wish for death soon enough. Under the night sky, Elderly traversed the eastern mountain path with a grave expression. The disciples of the Tianyin sect are indeed formidable. Their feigned actions are a clever ruse, appearing deceptively naive while undoubtedly possessing a wealth of intelligence. Remarkably, within just a single day, they managed to subvert a golden core elder. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaofeng has transformed entirely, shedding his former cautious demeanor for one of audacity, openly chastising the sect leader. Astonishingly, the leader tolerates this brazen outburst, refraining from any retort despite the incessant provocations from Zhang Xiaofeng. When pressed for details, the leader remains tight-lipped, leading to speculation that Zhang Xiaofeng has acquired some secretive leverage from the Tianyin disciples. Moreover, the emergence of that blood chi spirit stone adds another layer of complexity. Following an attack on the mines, they established a triggering formation based on the existing maze. Any intruder would activate alerts at both the Qingfeng sect and the mines. Each disciple within the mines carries a specially crafted token to prevent false alarms. since no abnormal signals have been reported from the mines. It stands to reason that all should be well. Yet, the appearance of the blood Qi spirit stone, directly linked to the Qingfeng sect and the betrayal of an elder from the Tianyin sect, suggests a troubling convergence of events. Despite the risks of exposure, negotiations with the malevolent cultivators at the mines have reached a concluding stage. Given the circumstances, inaction is not a viable option. He must investigate the mines to ascertain the intelligence there and perhaps expedite or relocate his own position. Once a safe distance from the Qingfeng sect, Elderly performed an earth escape technique, heading towards the Qingfeng mines. Distracted by his concerns, he failed to notice that a keen sense had detected his presence. However, he did sense a violent surge of sword energy approaching from behind. Reacting swiftly, he emerged from the ground, summoned a long sword, and activated his golden core's power, channeling a surge of spiritual energy towards the daunting blade of energy. The two forces clashed violently, unleashing a shockwave that uprooted the earth and shattered nearby trees. Elderly's awareness quickly scanned the area, soon identifying a figure that emitted no hidden aura. Turning his gaze, he spotted Xianxia atop a grand tree, her expression impassive as she wielded her sword, silently observing him. Elderly's expression darkened. He had indeed fallen into a trap. Xianxia's voice was frigid. "Surrender, and you shall be spared from bodily harm." Curse it. To evade mere pain would surely mean facing death. Without hesitation, Elderly commanded his flying sword to strike at Xianxia while hastily retreating westward. At this juncture, he knew he could not return to the mines. His life was his own, and if he could escape, he would be grateful. After all, as a golden core cultivator, a change of scenery could lead to a carefree existence. Yet, before he could distance himself significantly, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He trembled as he turned to glance, only to behold his life-bound flying sword now shattered, glimmering faintly under the moonlight, cascading like a stream of light from the heavens. Through the fissures of the broken sword, a pair of indifferent, merciless eyes regarded him as one would a lifeless corpse. "How, Xianxia, your methods are quite impressive," he remarked, astonished as he observed Elderly, bound tightly, his limbs severed, his countenance pale as a ghost, being unceremoniously tossed to the ground by Xianxia's spiritual energy. Undoubtedly, Elderly had likely undergone thorough scrutiny at her hands. Xianxia, with a hint of exasperation, spoke. "The person has been captured. I conducted a brief interrogation before coming here, but he refuses to utter a single word. Do you have any confidence?" A faintly disconcerting smile crept upon Chu Xingchen's face as he replied. "My second disciple has indeed provided me with some insights on interrogation." He can do that? Strictly speaking, he is the one being tortured." Huh? Xianxia puzzled, then watched as Chu Xingchen retrieved spiritual herbs and a small pot from his spatial ring. Observing Chu Xingchen's apparent intent to concoct a pill, she remarked, "Fear not. I am precise in my methods. He will not perish." Chu Xingchen replied earnestly, "Rest assured, he will wish for death shortly." Uncertain of Chu Xingchen's capabilities, Xianxia chose to observe the unfolding events. Chu Xingchen extracted the essence of the spiritual herbs, blending it with flour and honey, subsequently absorbing the entire concoction. Cradling the emerald green pill with his magical energy, he turned to Xianxia with a grave expression. "What you witness henceforth must remain confidential. Do not speak of it outside." Chu Xingchen would never admit that consuming the pill he had crafted was tantamount to torture. "Understood," Xianxia replied. Though perplexed, she nodded in agreement. With her assurance, Chu Xingchen approached Elderly, sincerity etched on his face. "I offer you one last opportunity. Confess, and we may part ways amicably." Elderly sneered contemptuously. "In the end, death is all that awaits. None shall emerge unscathed." Faced with Elderly's obstinate refusal, Chu Xingchen sighed, employing his spiritual power to pry open the elder's mouth and force the pill within. As Elderly lacked the ability to wield spiritual power, he could not resist this action, yet instinctively pressed his tongue against the pill. Unperturbed by Elderly's futile gesture, Chu Xingchen wore a gentle smile, then forcefully sealed the elder's mouth with his magical energy. Soon enough, Elderly was overwhelmed by the unparalleled bitterness of the flower-based pill. "This damn pill," he thought, as the taste surged from his tongue to the roots of his mouth, penetrating deep into his mind. The bitterness seemed to invade the depths of his consciousness, leaving him in utter discomfort, yet his mouth remained sealed by Chu Xingchen's power. "Enough, I shall endure no longer," he resolved, and with a fierce glint in his eyes, he swallowed the pill whole. Soon after, he noticed that the smile on Chu Xingchen's face appeared even more radiant. Before long, Elderly came to understand that the flower his mother had prepared was not substantial. With each act of swallowing, a considerable amount of flour fell away, clinging stubbornly to the confines of his mouth. The assault upon his tongue had intensified. Shortly thereafter, as the medicinal pill he had ingested began to exhibit its effects dramatically, Xianxia looked at Elderly, her expression filled with perplexity as his features shifted continuously. Suddenly, she witnessed Elderly tremble violently, his eyes widening in shock as he emitted a series of sounds. Woo-woo-woo. His tightly bound body began to writhe like a maggot. In scarcely a breath's time, Elderly's bulging eyes hurriedly turned towards Chu Xingchen, filled with a desperate plea, as if to convey that he would confess to anything. A hint of amusement graced Chu Xingchen's lips as he remarked, "Do you wish to perish?" A slip of the tongue, "Do you wish to confess?" The whimpering from Elderly persisted, his head nodding frantically in agreement. Chapter 67. You are weak too. Elderly readily capitulated, weeping profusely, pleading for death. He divulged everything he knew. The instigator, the members of the organization, the covert signals they used, even the conditions of the mining site were laid bare. The once proud Elderly, who fancied himself as possessing unyielding integrity, pleaded, "I beg you, quickly provide me with the antidote. I cannot endure this any longer. If it is not poison, then where would the antidote come from?" Chu Xingchen replied earnestly, "Though there is no antidote, I can offer you water to rinse your mouth." At this, Elderly's eyes widened in fury as he shouted, "Then kill me. I implore you in my life." Based on the information Elderly provided, death was indeed warranted, but not at this moment. If he was unwilling to accept the kindness of a mouth rinse, so be it. Chu Xingchen casually sealed Elderly's mouth once more with his spiritual power and then turned to face Xianxia. He observed Xianxia's solemn expression, her gaze seemingly filled with murderous intent, though it appeared not directed at Elderly, but rather lost in reminiscence. Chu Xingchen waved his hand before her, concern evident in his voice. "Are you all right?" "I am fine," Xianxia replied, taking a deep breath before gently closing her eyes. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Xingchen spoke. "The situation is now clear. The group known as the Evil Spirit Sect aims to create a saintess through ancient methods. The blood-chi spirit stones are their primary means, and with such a vast quantity of blood sacrifices, they cannot conceal it. A thorough investigation of this lead will surely yield results. We can now report back to Yuzhou City and clarify the situation with Zhongzhou." Suddenly, Xianxia opened her eyes wide, interrupting him, her cold voice trembling slightly. "It cannot end like this. It has always been this way. Without cultivation, it was thus. Even with cultivation, it remains the same." Chu Xingchen stared at Xianxia, taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed her lose composure. Apologetically, Xianxia sensed the shift, turning away. "You are right. We should return." Chu Xingchen, with a serious tone, asked, "What is troubling you?" Merely reminiscing about the past, Xianxia turned back, her expression tranquil, and stated, "Let us first bring him back to Yuzhou City, and we shall address the matters of the Qingfeng sect upon our return." Chu Xingchen fixed his gaze upon Xianxia and replied, "I believe it would be more prudent to resolve your issues first." "What issues could I possibly have?" She retorted, "Then speak the truth to me. What were you just contemplating?" Xianxia tightened her grip on the long sword and, after a prolonged silence, gritted her teeth and responded, "I was thinking of killing, of exterminating that wretched horde of evil cultivators. How can righteous cultivators, unable to comprehend the true path, dare to tread upon such dubious routes? Are the people of this world as insignificant as ants? My master often says that there is a distinction between the immortal and the mortal, and that the only clear path lies in transcending to immortality. I was told to forsake my mortal heart and forget the past, as all in this world ultimately succumbs to fate. But was my master born solely to be a cultivator?" Upon finishing her words, a surge of wrath seemed to overwhelm her. She unsheathed her long sword and, in a flash of brilliance, decapitated Elderly. It appeared she had come to a realization, and with a resolute tone declared, "This matter concerns only me. You may return." With that, she attempted to turn away. Chu Xingchen called out, "What do you mean it only concerns you? You still owe me spirit stones." Xianxia halted, slightly raising her chin to gaze at the moonlight, and replied, "I will repay you. I am a true disciple of the Tianyan sect, and it is they who should tremble." With a sigh, Chu Xingchen approached Xianxia and said, "You know what I wish to convey." Xianxia turned her gaze towards him. In a world so vast, there will always be those who choose to stand by her side, supporting her endeavors. Chu Xingchen chuckled lightly, stretching lazily as he remarked, "How fortuitous. I suppose I can count myself among them, especially since you have aided me countless times." Yaoyin pressed her lips together, finally murmuring, "Thank you." "What? Speak louder." Chu Xingchen uget. "We must act swiftly. Let us hasten to eradicate the evil cultivators." Two beams of radiant light surged into the Qingfeng sect's mind from different directions. One beam descended upon the central platform of the mine, where miners, upon raising their eyes, beheld a stunning woman surrounded by dazzling spiritual light, delicately maneuvering a rapidly flying sword. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Qingfeng sect, tasked with guarding the mine, merely glanced in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, a flash of light swept by, followed by an icy chill at their throats, and then darkness enveloped them. A flying sword danced freely within the mine, mercilessly reaping the lives of the Qingfeng sect disciples. Chu Xingchen, on the other hand, barreled directly into the warehouse. Indeed, the warehouse had been fortified with a new formation, at the center of which sat a golden core cultivator in meditation. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen summoned his spirit sword. Although Li Yingling appeared to be idling, she had never neglected her cultivation, and her abilities had already ascended to a new level. Li Xingtian primarily focused on cultivating spiritual energy, thus his mastery of divine abilities remained at a rudimentary stage. Hence, the eldest disciple wielded the 3,000 weak water sword. Chu Xingchen spared no effort as he wielded his spiritual sword, transforming it into a water dragon of spiritual energy that surged upward with astonishing speed, launching itself towards the golden core cultivator. The cultivator, possessing only mid-stage golden core prowess, had barely risen to counterattack the moment Chu Xingchen landed. However, as the spiritual water dragon leapt forth from the sword, the golden core cultivator felt his own aura swiftly ensnared. In an instant, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was indeed a divine ability. Chu Xingchen acted with remarkable swiftness, unleashing a formidable attack without uttering a single word, imbued with a tracking attribute, regardless of the desperate measures taken by the golden core cultivator. It took but a single strike for Chu Xingchen to cleave through all obstacles before him. The overwhelming spiritual force effortlessly shattered the ground and obliterated everything in its path, including the helpless golden core practitioner. A beam of spiritual light shot forth from the warehouse, seemingly propelled towards infinity, annihilating all barriers in its wake and reducing the surroundings to mere fragments. Yaoqin could not help but cast a glance, sensing the terrifying fluctuation of spiritual energy. Even with her extensive experience, she was certain that this was an unparalleled divine ability. The warehouse could not withstand such spiritual force, quickly crumbling into ruins as it dispersed. Noticing Yaoqin's gaze, Chu Xingchen, with his spiritual sword in hand, flashed a gentle smile and extended 2 fingers toward her, his index and middle fingers. What could this signify? If it were a gesture of comparison, Yaoqin would certainly not interpret it positively. Could it imply that she was weak? In response, Yaoqin's spiritual sword moved with even greater speed, and after dispatching the last disciple of the Qingfeng sect, it sheathed itself automatically. Subsequently, she extended 2 fingers in a similar gesture towards Chu Xingchen, conveying her own message of, "You are weak too." Chapter 68. Who isn't an evil cultivator? Chu Xingchen was taken aback to see Yaoqin responding with such a gesture, a surprising display of levity from her otherwise stoic demeanor. Their rapid actions had resolved the fate of all Qingfeng sect members in mere breaths. The miners, still laboring in the night at the quarry, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. With a powerful voice imbued with spiritual energy, Chu Xingchen declared, "The enforcement of the cultivation world has arrived. You may return home now." The miners stood in stunned silence until one broke into tears of joy, prompting the others to realize the situation and hastily flee the quarry. Chu Xingchen paid little heed to them. Upon entering the warehouse, he noticed that the bloodstones had been minimally depleted, likely having been transported once already. He turned to Yaoqin and inquired, "Are there any survivors?" "Indeed, there are," Yaoqin replied, retracting her gesture. "I left 2 out of 6. She now understood that she may have misjudged Chu Xingchen. Perhaps his gesture was indeed a positive one. Chu Xingchen nodded in acknowledgement as they ventured deeper into the mine together. Upon rounding the corner, a portion of the ritual, previously ravaged by Li Shengtian, has been restored, with 4 of the 6 black-robed figures now lying defeated. The remaining two have been pierced through their hands and feet by several strands of spiritual energy. Pinned against the wall, I have sealed their meridians with my spiritual power, leaving them no opportunity for self-destruction. Xianxia cast a cold glance over the two black-robed figures, remarking that they should be interrogated by me, as my recent methods were quite effective. Chu Xingchen retorted, expressing his dissatisfaction with her comment, insisting that his actions were merely a means of healing. Xianxia nodded in agreement, suggesting he employ his healing methods to interrogate them properly. Chu Xingchen pondered this change in Xianxia's demeanor, wondering if she had been influenced by her own apprentice, Li Yingling, and resolved to have a stern talk with him upon returning. However, instead of immediately drawing his sword, he first utilized the system to scan the two black-robed evildoers before him. Upon scanning the one pinned to the left, he discovered several intriguing entries. Target: Lu Yang. Cultivation level: Late Foundation Establishment. Blue entry: Acquired demonic body. White entry: Desperate for survival. Black entry: Cowardly. Temporary black entry: Overwhelmed with fear. Recognizing the potential value of this individual, he deliberately turned to the other figure and inquired, "Might you tell me who your superior is?" The evildoer, demonstrating a spirit of defiance, coldly laughed and fixed a piercing gaze upon Chu Xingchen, remaining silent. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen unleashed a flash of light, severing the defiant figure with a single stroke of his sword, blood splattering onto Lu Yang, who was unable to use spiritual power. Chu Xingchen sighed, then shifted his attention toward Lu Yang, who was paralyzed with shock after witnessing the brutality. "Tell me, Lu Yang, why do people fail to cherish their own lives?" He lamented. Lu Yang, who had been trembling, was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at Chu Xingchen, stammering, "How could I possibly know your name?" A faint smile appeared on Chu Xingchen's face as he explained, "Capturing you serves merely to verify information. If you refuse to cooperate, I can always find others elsewhere." Lu Yang's mind became a chaotic whirlwind as names flashed through his thoughts. Who among them was the traitor, with his spiritual sword shimmering faintly? Chu Xingchen maintained a calm demeanor and stated, "Lu Yang, it is now your turn. Could you kindly inform me who your superior is?" Liu Yang, momentarily stunned, quickly sensed Chu Xingchen's growing impatience and the imminent threat of his sword. I'll speak. Just spare my life," he exclaimed hurriedly. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen displayed a look of regret, as if lamenting that he could not personally slay the malevolent cultivator. Lu Yang suddenly realized that the handsome young man before him was intent on his demise rather than seeking information. Chu Xingchen sighed, "Confess, and I shall spare your life. You do not deceive me, do you? I vow upon the reputation of the Tianyin sect of Zhongzhou." As soon as Chu Xingchen finished speaking, Xianxia cast a profound glance in his direction. Observing her gaze, Lu Yang breathed a sigh of relief, sensing a glimmer of trust, and hastily replied, "Our connections at the Fengjian sect have fully integrated into our divine cult." Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow and inquired, "Divine cult?" Liu Yang quickly amended, "I meant the evil sect. I am merely a lowly errand boy responsible for this area, while the Fengjian sect oversees the consolidation of resources to send to the Holy Mother. Are there any code words for the rendezvous?" "There is a token." Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, I shall let you go." He turned to leave, stating, "Xianxia, the next steps are yours. How can you lack integrity? Do you not care for the face of the Tianyin sect?" Chu Xingchen retorted as he walked towards the cave's exit, "I am not a member of the Tianyin sect." "Who cares about that?" Lu Yang glared at Chu Xingchen's departing figure with intense hatred, and a flash of light gleamed in his eyes. Chu Xingchen paused at the entrance for a moment, and soon Xianxia emerged from the tunnel. Her tone was somewhat subdued as she spoke. "I have obtained the token. If the information from the Demon Suppression Office is accurate, there's a Taishang master at the Fengjian sect at the nascent soul level, along with several elders in the mid to late stages of the Golden Core." Hearing Xianxia's somewhat dispirited tone, Chu Xingchen understood that even her confidence could not guarantee the annihilation of an entire sect. "Xianxia, your thoughts seem to lean towards a mindset of exterminating all who witness our presence, believing it to be the perfect stealth approach. Chu Xingchen, you must learn to shift your perspective." Xianxia looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Are they not merely evil cultivators?" A smile appeared on Chu Xingchen's face as he replied, "Who isn't? After all, just wait and watch my performance." The Fengjian sect was still a fair distance from the Qingfeng sect's mine. After all, in such locales, the ley lines were scattered and fragmented. Unlike the Qingfeng sect, which was nestled by mountains and waters, the Fengjian sect's location exuded a sense of desolation. Towering, rugged peaks bore traces of yellow earth, and a rather modest sect was established halfway up the mountain. From the outside, it appeared far less opulent than the Qingfeng sect. Approximately 20 miles from the entrance of the Fengjian sect, Chu Xingchen reluctantly poured out the blood essence spirit stones from his ring. Yaoqin gazed at the pile of blood essence spirit stones on the ground and remarked in admiration, "Chu Xingchen, I underestimated you." With lingering reluctance, Chu Xingchen looked at Yaoqin and earnestly cautioned, "Yaoqin, these are my lifeblood. Be sure to retrieve them without fail." Chapter 69. How can we establish the evil spirit sect with a bunch of insects like you? Chu Xingchen emptied all the blood essence spirit stones from the spatial ring. The impressive sight of several thousand blood chi spirit stones piled together was indeed remarkable. Yaoqin let out a helpless sigh. Producing the token she had scavenged from the wicked cultivator. After absorbing the blood chi spirit stones before her into the token, she found that it could not accommodate the entirety of the stones, leaving a small pile behind. Chu Xingchen hastily collected the remaining spirit stones. The audacious actions of the wicked cultivators indicated that they were likely at a critical juncture, desperately short on resources to the extent of prioritizing quantity over quality. In their sacrificial rites, they had not even discriminated against the innocent, including women and children, suggesting a dire need for blood chi. Faced with such a substantial amount of high-quality blood chi spirit stones, they would surely be eager to retrieve them. By simply following the individuals delivering the stones to the Holy Mother, capturing them would be a feasible task. Chu Xingchen extended his hand and said, "Hand me the token. You wait here. If anyone approaches, follow them." Yaoqin hesitated slightly before suggesting, "What if I go instead, and you wait outside?" With a hint of exasperation, Chu Xingchen replied, "With your demeanor, do you think you can pass for a wicked cultivator? They cackle sinisterly. You can't even manage a smile. Let me handle this." Yaoqin sighed, recognizing her lack of acting skills. She knew that if she approached, it would likely lead to a direct confrontation rather than deception. Ultimately, she surrendered the token to Chu Xingchen, advising, "Be cautious. If there's any trouble, I will come to assist you." Chu Xingchen accepted the token with conviction, declaring, "Trust me. Just watch my performance." Yaoqin nodded gently, observing as Chu Xingchen turned and soared straight towards the gates of the Windsword sect. As Chu Xingchen made no effort to conceal his spiritual energy fluctuations, two Foundation establishment disciples at the entrance quickly noticed his approach. The disciple on the left inquired cautiously, "May I ask, esteemed senior, what brings you to the Windsword sect?" Chu Xingchen scanned the two with his system panel, discovering they both bore the traits of postnatal demonic bodies, indicating they were aware of the situation at hand. With a cold snort, he spoke with feigned indignation. "Delivering blood chi spirit stones. I hear the Holy Mother is so desperate for blood chi that she resorts to sacrificing women and children. The grand scheme of the evil spirit sect is utterly ruined in your hands." "What do you mean? What is the evil spirit sect?" The Foundation establishment disciples were taken aback and instinctively began to retreat. Just as one was about to sound the alarm, he suddenly saw a dark red aura emanating from Chu Xingchen's left hand, effortlessly stirring the blood chi within his own body. This was done with a dominating force that left him momentarily frozen, his previous disbelief transformed into acceptance. The striking young man before him was undoubtedly a seasoned wicked cultivator, and a particularly sinister one at that. While he had encountered wicked cultivators from the evil spirit sect before, he had never met one capable of summoning a mere wisp of spiritual energy to manipulate their own blood chi. The Foundation establishment disciple quickly halted his actions and cupped his hands, saying, "Esteemed senior, please hold on. I shall notify the sect leader at once." Chu Xingchen uget. "Do not waste time. Go swiftly." Upon hearing this, the disciple dashed towards the inner sanctum with great urgency. Chu Xingchen waited briefly, when suddenly a middle-aged man clad in white swiftly approached through the air. He bowed respectfully before Chu Xingchen and inquired, "I am the sect master of the Windsword sect. May I ask for your identity?" Chu Xingchen, seemingly reluctant to engage in further dialogue, directly tossed the token in his hand towards the white-clad man. "I truly wonder how one can foster the growth of the evil spirit sect while working alongside such vermin." The sect master of the Wind Sword sect caught the token and probed its contents with his spiritual awareness, discovering that it was filled to the brim with bloodstone spirit energy. He raised his gaze to meet Chu Xingchen's, only to find disappointment etched across his features. "The maternal figure is of utmost importance. Do not delay." I shall seek out other sources to gather spirit stones. After speaking, Chu Xingchen fixed his gaze upon the sect master, stating, "Convey this to that group of vermin. Upon the conclusion of this matter, I shall hold them accountable for their ineptitude." The sect master of the Wind Sword sect wished to respond, yet Chu Xingchen's dark crimson spiritual energy suddenly erupted, transforming into a beam of crimson light that shot away. The words he intended to utter remained unvoiced. He glanced down at the token in his hand. Regardless of the circumstances, the urgently needed bloodstone spirit energy was undeniably authentic, especially given the unmistakable aura of malevolent cultivation it emanated. Could it be that the evil spirit sect of Xianxia had still managed to deliver in such dire conditions? The sect master stored the token away and turned to a nearby disciple, instructing, "Go, summon 3 elders to accompany me in escorting these spirit stones to the maternal figure." "Yes, master." A brief time later, the sect master of the Wind Sword sect, accompanied by 3 golden core realms, rushed towards the designated location of the maternal figure. One of the golden core elders voiced his skepticism. "Master, we have received no information." "Are you certain this is reliable?" The sect master replied. "We have reached a critical juncture. Once the maternal figure is born, everything will fall into place, as long as the bloodstone spirit energy is genuine. Do the other matters truly hold significance?" The questioning elder nodded lightly in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. Another golden core elder furrowed his brow, expressing an unusual sentiment. "Master, I cannot shake the feeling of being subtly observed." The sect master retorted, "You are overly timid. How can we not sense it? I have told you before, rather than wasting effort on women, you should focus on your cultivation." He added, "I believe you have been overly preoccupied with such matters, leaving your spiritual awareness solely fixated on them." Noticing the slight irritation on the face of the mocked golden core elder, the sect master hastily interjected, "Now is not the time for idle chatter. Any matters can wait until we have delivered these spirit stones and returned to the Wind Sword sect." Upon his command, the other elders fell silent. The 4 continued their journey in silence, traversing the path until dawn broke faintly, leading them to a range of continuous mountains. The sect master of the Wind Sword sect was the first to halt at the foot of one such mountain, swiftly extending his spiritual awareness to scan the surroundings. Once assured that no one was within the reach of his consciousness, he extended his hand to lightly touch the rocky face of the mountain. A surge of blood energy abruptly infused into it, and a crimson light erupted from the cliff, rapidly entwining around the arm of the Wind Sword sect's leader. As if seeking confirmation, once certain, the dark red energy swiftly receded, and the sheer cliff before him transformed into dissipating blood mist. The leader of the Wind Sword sect scanned the surroundings again with his spiritual sense, and after confirming the absence of others, he stepped inside with 3 golden core elders. The blood mist surged forth from the cliff once more, coalescing back into its former state. Meanwhile, behind a large tree, Xianxia looked on with confusion, blocking the path of Chu Xingchen. That is undoubtedly an array of demonic rituals, requiring a wicked cultivation technique to enter. They may not have emerged from here, and if we delay, could be too late. Such trivial demonic means. Watch and learn. Chapter 70. Why aren't you fighting? Why nod your head? In front of the mountain face, Xianxia watched in bewilderment as Chu Xingchen reached out to the rock. Soon, the blood energy that had just appeared began to spread from the cliff once more, wrapping around Chu Xingchen's arm. Observing this, Xianxia voiced her concerns. "Are you sure this is safe?" Chu Xingchen offered no verbal response. He allowed the blood energy to cling to him. In no time, the turbulent blood energy entwined itself within him. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen summoned his inner spiritual power, employing the techniques of Lixing Tian to subdue it fiercely. The once rampant blood energy was instantly tamed upon encountering his spiritual force, allowing him to manipulate it at will. With unwavering resolve, Chu Xingchen countered the blood energy's grip, effortlessly tearing it apart. In Xianxia's astonished gaze, the wall suddenly crumbled, transforming into dissipating blood mist. Is this evil spirit sect truly so inept? Done. Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. Let's go in and take a look. He stepped forward, with Xianxia following closely behind. The cave bore evident signs of excavation, appearing rather crude and poorly constructed. A narrow passageway, wide enough for 3, lay ahead, devoid of any illumination. However, for golden core practitioners, this posed little challenge. As they entered, a potent stench of blood assailed their senses. Xianxia, her expression grave, took a step forward, declaring, "I will lead." The secret techniques of the Tianyin sect are unparalleled in the Central Plains. Chu Xingchen had no objections to this. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the suffocating stench of blood intensified, almost coalescing into a tangible form. Yaoqin felt an uncomfortable sensation, akin to trudging through a mire, which impeded her movement. Casting a worried glance at Chu Xingchen, she found him at ease, appearing far more relaxed than herself, which offered her a slight sense of relief. The two advanced cautiously, and after traversing several dozen steps, sounds reached their ears. "You useless lot! What matters cannot be accomplished. Must one rely on the teachings of the Central Plains for assistance? Are you aware that this time, the most likely source of the sacred fetus seed is precisely due to that shoddy and reckless blood energy? Dead, dead, dead!" A sharp feminine voice exclaimed in fury. "Now, all that remains is a frail figure, and only now do they seek the spirit stones? Were they all this while?" Upon hearing this, the two cautiously crept forward, their voices echoing around a corner. Chu Xingchen and Yaoqin exchanged wary glances, instinctively peering around. They beheld an expansive venue adorned with intricate ritualistic patterns, where 6 dark red cauldrons were placed at each cardinal point, with dark red blood energy surging upwards. The crimson mist billowed from the cauldrons toward the center of the ritual, forming a sanguine orb, seemingly enveloping something within. Beneath the blood orb sat a middle-aged woman clad in a dark red robe, her back turned toward Chu Xingchen and Yaoqin, seemingly positioned at the very heart of the ritual. Meanwhile, the sect leader of the Wind Sword sect and others responsible for transporting the blood energy spirit stones were pouring the stones into the 6 large cauldrons. The sect leader hesitated slightly, and to safeguard the future, he attempted to justify it was the people of the Qingfeng sect who caused the mishap. Before he could finish, the woman in red roared even louder, "Mishap! Mishap! Everything is a mishap! Why are you not all dead from the mishaps?" Stifled by her rebuke, the Wind Sword sect leader fell silent. The situation need not have escalated to such difficulty. It was nearly at its conclusion. Had there been no unforeseen circumstances at the Qingfeng sect's mine, that batch of spirit stones would have sufficed to support this sacred fetus transformation. Moreover, the deceased sacred fetus was indeed of the highest quality, surpassing the current one. It is no wonder the Holy Mother is in such a rage. One can only hope for smooth proceedings. They silently endured the red-clad woman's tirade, meticulously arranging all the blood energy spirit stones. This scene caused Chu Xingchen great distress, as several spirit stones transformed into blood mist and dispersed into the air. Under the weight of her scolding, the Wind Sword sect leader forcefully spoke, "Holy Mother, everything has been arranged. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave." The woman in red interrupted loudly, "Scram! You worthless lot, get out of my sight." Hearing this, the sect leader refrained from further words, merely cupping his hands in respect before departing in another direction. Yaoqin's conjecture proved accurate. The exit and entrance were not in the same location. As several leaders of the Wind Sword sect and Golden Core cultivators exited, the vast cavern was left with only the red-clad woman, who continued to rage alone. Observing all, Yaoqin glanced at Chu Xingchen, her gaze intense. She first shook her head, then gently nodded at him. Chu Xingchen understood and nodded in acknowledgement. He held Yaoqin in high regard and, deciphering her expression, realized she meant that this was merely an infantile realm of evil cultivation. There was no need for him to intervene, as she would handle it herself. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen summoned his spirit sword. When it comes to battle, a group confrontation is far preferable to a duel. As soon as Yaoqin was summoned, her expression shifted dramatically. Witnessing this scene, she promptly drew her long sword and spoke gravely. "What I meant was to retreat." At the moment, Chu Xingchen summoned the spirit sword. The crimson-clad woman's consciousness swiftly honed in on them. A surge of dark red blood energy followed closely behind, but Chu Xingchen, wielding the spirit sword imbued with the essence of a water dragon, cleaved through the incoming blood energy with a single strike. He exclaimed in frustration, "If you're not going to fight, why nod your head? I wasn't nodding to engage. I was telling you to turn back and leave." Yaoqin's long sword radiated a sharp aura, and without reservation, she unleashed the Tianyin Taiqing sword towards the crimson-clad woman. A divine ability? The woman's brows narrowed as a thick wall of blood energy suddenly materialized before her. The formidable power of the Tianyin Taiqing sword shattered the blood energy wall in an instant, causing the blood energy to scatter wildly. Seeing this, the crimson-clad woman frowned. and a blood lotus manifested behind her, blooming with an overwhelming crimson hue. The surging power of blood energy erupted forth from the lotus, violently colliding with the approaching Tianyin Taiching sword. The clash of blood energy and spiritual energy generated colossal waves of energy, threatening to obliterate the cavern. The crimson-clad woman's eyes widened, and she summoned the blood lotus to expand further, preventing excess energy from devastating the surroundings. Unfazed, Chu Xingchen advanced with flickering speed, his spirit's sword raised high, charging furiously towards the crimson-clad woman. She cast a sidelong glance at him, and the bells at her waist flew forth, unleashing torrents of blood energy. The dark red mist coalesced almost in a form as she raised her hand again, causing the blood energy to rapidly envelop the incoming water dragon. With a light step, she activated the formation on the ground, which emitted a dark red glow, and blood energy surged forth from it. 6 large cauldrons, each releasing their own blood energy, flowed towards the crimson lotus behind her, making the already striking lotus even more conspicuous. The crimson-clad woman sneered. 2 mere golden core cultivators dare to cause trouble in my domain. Chapter 71. Can blood energy be deceptive? Yaoyin's expression grew serious as the tumultuous blood energy swirled around her. This blood energy seemed to have an additional effect of stirring emotions in others. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming impulse to recklessly sever the head of the crimson-clad woman before her, attempting to raise a spiritual shield. She quickly realized that the blood energy was eroding her spiritual energy at an alarming rate. The opponent was at the nascent soul level, and even their combined spiritual power would likely be inferior to that of the crimson-clad woman. Furthermore, with the thick blood energy surrounding her, a swift resolution was imperative. Yaoyin lightly tossed her long sword, forming hand seals with both hands. The sword flickered briefly with spiritual light before it seemed to transcend time and space, appearing instantaneously before the crimson-clad woman. The woman smiled lightly as the surrounding blood energy rapidly coalesced, transforming into a viscous liquid that swiftly clung to the incoming flying sword, eroding its sharp intent. She wore a disdainful smile, proclaiming, just in time, my son is in need of superior blood meals, and you shall serve perfectly. Chu Xingchen, withdraw first. I will hold the rear. Yaoqin bit her silver teeth, asserting her control over the blood energy in this domain, her territory. Do not linger in battle. I will protect you. Oh, the woman in red, upon hearing this, exhibited a glimmer of delight. My son delights in those of loyalty and righteousness. You are precisely to his taste. Yaoqin let out a sharp command, and suddenly, her spiritual energy erupted, causing the flying sword entangled in blood energy to likewise burst forth in a magnificent display of spiritual light. The long sword swiftly broke free from the clutches of the blood energy, and Yaoqin surged forward, seizing the incoming sword without hesitation, launching herself at the woman in red. The sword in her hand radiated brilliance, and an overwhelming aura began to rise. The expression of the woman in red turned grave. This girl's movements were evidently lethal. She hastily commanded the floating bell at her side to collide with Yaoqin. Yaoqin's gaze turned icy. Facing the bell that still emanated terrifying blood energy without a hint of fear, resolutely swinging her sword. Boom! A tremendous wave of spiritual power surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. The blood lotus behind the woman in red began to glow fiercely, drawing in the spiritual energy, but it was not without consequence. A petal of the blood lotus withered away instantly. Although the woman in red was engaged with Yaoqin, her attention was primarily focused on Chu Xingchen. Despite Yaoqin's commendable abilities and solid cultivation at the mid-stage of the Golden Core, she was still merely at that level. In contrast, Chu Xingchen's aura was seamlessly unified, seemingly flawless, and the density of his spiritual energy was astonishing. During their brief clash, the quality of his energy approached that of a nascent soul. Yet, his mystical powers did not match the woman's prowess. Nevertheless, in comparison, the woman in red sensed that the threat posed by Chu Xingchen was far greater. However, what astonished her was that at this moment, Chu Xingchen remained motionless, standing as if in a daze. What could this mean? His aura only emitted a faint ripple of spiritual energy, not resembling one poised for an escalation. Seizing the opportunity, the woman in red did not hesitate. She swiftly left the center of the ritual and advanced toward Yaoqin. Grasping the bell that was clashing with Yaoqin, she gave it a gentle shake. Dingling! A bizarre sound wave intermingled with blood energy suddenly hurled Xianxia away. Bang! With a resounding crash, Xianxia was thrust against the mountainside, the tremendous impact creating a deep crater in the rock. Bracing against the force, Xianxia looked up, only to find Chu Xingchen still standing there, unmoving. The woman in red had now pressed forward, the dark red light of the bell bursting forth. Chu Xingchen! Xianxia cried out, reaching for a talisman at her waist and hurling it toward him. She bore the pain and with great effort raised her long sword, desperately drawing upon her internal spiritual energy. Xianxia shouted fiercely, "Run!" The pressure of her sword surged once more, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Yet her gaze remained resolutely steadfast as she swung her sword with fervor once again. Unlike the nearly invincible clash that had just transpired, the once formidable blood energy now seemed to have suddenly subdued. A sword was fiercely brought down, and it was the woman in red who staggered back. Xianxia gazed in astonishment at the woman in red, only to find that the latter's expression mirrored her disbelief. In unison, they turned their gazes towards Chu Xingchen. There, a talisman entwined in blood energy floated in midair, untouched by Chu Xingchen. He cast a glance at the talisman, a teleportation charm, and thought, "What are you running from? This is our domain now." With a gentle tilt of his head and a slight raise of his hand, the blood energy within the arena surged wildly towards him. Moments earlier, he had been engaged in a confrontation with the blood energy. The woman in red hastily rang the bell in her hand. Yet the surrounding blood energy remained unyielding, even beginning to corrode her. As she rang the bell again, more blood energy flowed forth. But she soon realized that she still could not control it. The woman in red looked at Chu Xingchen in horror, demanding, "Who are you? How do you understand the blood energy technique of our holy sect?" Chu Xingchen merely smiled lightly and remained silent, raising his hand slightly, causing the blood energy to rush violently towards the woman in red. Xianxia stood by, utterly mesmerized, observing how the dense blood energy coiled around Chu Xingchen, making him appear almost like a malevolent cultivator. This blood energy obeyed his command, launching a frenzied assault on the woman in red. At that moment, Xianxia could no longer discern who the true malevolent cultivator was. Yet, it was not only Xianxia and the woman in red who were taken aback. The members of the Wind Sword sect, who had just entered from the front, were also left in a state of shock. The previous skirmish had been far from inconspicuous. They had not ventured too far away, and upon hearing the tumultuous sounds from within the cave, they hesitated briefly before deciding to return, just in case. What they witnessed was the Holy Mother being violently attacked by the surrounding blood energy, her blood lotus dimming in hue. The control of the blood energy was evidently in the hands of the malevolent sect members from Zhongzhou. The only one who did not appear malevolent was an exceptionally graceful young woman. However, she refrained from intervening while the two malevolent cultivators clashed fiercely. The woman in red suddenly turned her gaze towards the leader of the Windsword sect and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Quickly kill these two." Just as the leader of the Windsword sect prepared to draw his sword, Chu Xingchen's fierce gaze fell upon him, and he similarly bellowed, "What nonsense! You foolish dogs! Can't you tell that this Holy Mother is an impostor? Come, eliminate this pretender." This declaration caused the leader of the Windsword sect to freeze in his tracks. The woman in red, struggling to fend off the rampaging blood energy with her bell. "Cursed, you useless lot! From the very beginning, I was in this plan with you." As the leader of the Windsword sect and the elders behind him prepared to draw their swords again, Chu Xingchen spoke softly. "Words may be false, but can this blood energy be a lie? Who is controlling this blood energy? Surely, the Holy Mother cannot be inferior to other malevolent cultivators?" The leader of the Windsword sect paused once more, finding the situation to be rather sensible. Chapter 72. This group is bound to make mistakes. The woman in red cast a furious glance at the fools, tossing the bell in her hand. As it floated in the air, it chimed, scattering the incoming blood energy in an instant. She dashed towards the central blood sphere, suspended in the ritual formation, her ethereal blood lotus shadow spreading behind her, enveloping her as she advanced. Upon witnessing this scene, the leader of the Windsword sect grasped the situation. This was the final ritual of the holy sect, and the Holy Mother must indeed be genuine. He swiftly drew his sword to provide support, followed closely by several Golden Core elders. Numerous flying swords erupted from their sheaths, rapidly splitting into dozens, hurtling towards Chu Xingchen with ferocity. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen commanded the blood energy in the arena to swiftly adhere to Xianxia, accept the blood energy. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqin wasted no time. She quickly dispelled her spiritual energy shield, allowing the blood energy to cling to her body. She soon realized that this energy could be manipulated as if it were an extension of herself, continuously supplying a torrent of frenzied power. This greatly alleviated the pressure on Xiaoqin's spiritual energy. However, Xiaoqin's icy demeanor, coupled with the blood energy entwining her, made her appear far more sinister than Chu Xingchen. After consuming a healing pill, Xiaoqin surged forward, her longsword once again gathering spiritual power, with the surrounding blood energy rapidly adhering to her. With a cold cry, she charged towards the 4 golden core members of the Wind Sword sect who were eager to assist. The enhanced Tianyan Taiqing sword was once more unleashed. The once pure and shimmering light of spiritual energy, now imbued with boundless blood energy, swept forth, carrying an overwhelming stench of blood. If the basic version of the Tianyan Taiqing sword exuded a sharp, icy purity, this enhanced version radiated a wild, defiant energy, as if proclaiming, "I shall crush all in my path." The brutal energy surged and scattered in all directions, causing the surrounding rock walls to crack rapidly. Faced with such a formidable strike, the 4 members of the Wind Sword sect did not dare to be complacent. Their blood energy erupted within, and their swords redirected towards Xiaoqin. Chu Xingchen glanced over and, seeing that Xiaoqin could hold them off for a moment longer, surged towards the blood sphere without hesitation. No matter what the woman in red intended to do, as long as her desires were thwarted, it would be a blood profit. If I cannot seize the blood energy, then this sphere shall be mine. Chu Xingchen spirituel soit soudainly émanated à bloody aura. Though Li Yingling's mastery of his abilities surpassed that of Li Xingtian, after deciphering the blood energy, he discovered that Li Xingtian's techniques, albeit somewhat unrefined, seemed to possess a natural restraining effect against this blood energy. In any case, whatever was useful over there, he would utilize. The dark red, frenzied spiritual energy enveloped his sword as Chu Xingchen's golden core erupted, letting out a roar as he concentrated the dark red blood energy into his blade. This strike effortlessly shattered the resistance of the blood lotus illusion, piercing directly into its core. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xingchen infused his spiritual power into it, regardless of what this entity truly was. Seize it first and ask questions later. However, this process is far from effortless. The blood lotus continues to resist the spiritual energy that Chu Xingchen is attempting to transmit. Nevertheless, due to the suppression of the technique and the formidable strength of his peak golden core stage, Chu Xingchen is still able to push the spiritual energy forward. Subsequently, he commands, "Bring it over." The technique of the Li Xingtian is operating frantically, swiftly usurping control from the woman in red. If he can hold on just a little longer, the orb will entirely belong to Chu Xingchen. Faced with the current predicament, the woman in red is filled with helplessness. If she continues to endure alongside this youth, it will undoubtedly be to her detriment. In her desperation, the blood lotus erupts with resplendent light, as she dares not use her blood energy for fear that Chu Xingchen will seize and exploit it once again. A dignified evil cultivator is unexpectedly forced into a position where she cannot employ her dark arts. The power of the nascent soul suddenly surges, and a petal detaches from the blood lotus, hurtling towards Chu Xingchen. Given that she is a nascent soul cultivator, Chu Xingchen glances at this scene and does not dare to withstand the attack. He hastily retreats. After forcing Chu Xingchen back with this maneuver, the woman in red can no longer maintain her state and quickly plummets from the air. As the blood lotus ceases to envelop her, Chu Xingchen looks up to see the orb entwined with blood energy dissipating, revealing a tattered little girl of about 5 or 6 years old, surrounded by the encroaching blood energy. The dark crimson mist has already spread across her entire skin, making her appear as if she is transforming into a being of blood, or rather, she is in the process of becoming one. As Chu Xingchen's consciousness sweeps over her, he realizes her frailty. Her bones and muscles have nearly transformed into liquid blood. It seems this sacred embryo is meant to refine a child who meets certain conditions, reconstituting their essence and re-embodying them for rebirth. The child's heartbeat is alarmingly weak. It appears this ritual is nearing its conclusion. However, there is no time to dwell on this. Chu Xingchen first raises his hand, directing the surrounding blood energy towards Xiaoqin to alleviate her burden. The woman in red inhales deeply, furiously demanding, "Which sect of evil cultivators do you belong to?" Chu Xingchen's spirit sword is once again enveloped in dark red spiritual energy, its might escalating rapidly. The remaining blood energy converges upon him, and in an instant, he bears down upon the woman in red. With the sword wielding boundless might, he strikes down towards her. The advantage is mine. Only a fool would grant you time to delay. The woman in red cries out in anger, her accompanying bell rushing forward to intercept. At this moment, she is utterly incapable of continuing to protect the surrounding formations from harm. When their forces collide, a tremendous wave of residual spiritual energy sweeps through everything. The force is so great that even Xianxia and her companions on the other side are affected, desperately using their spiritual power to resist the backlash. The woman's eyes widen in horror as she gazes at the sacred embryo, still suspended in midair, only to discover that the 6 cauldrons of blood energy remain under the control of the formation, exerting their effects, ensuring that the incredibly fragile sacred embryo remains unharmed. Just as she exhales in relief, she sees Chu Xingchen raising his right hand, terrifying blood energy wildly coalescing, seemingly poised to strike the exceedingly vulnerable sacred embryo. Yet, this is merely a feint. The blood energy he is truly manipulating does not intend to attack the sacred embryo. As the woman in red was about to interrupt Chu Xingchen's actions, she suddenly sensed a chilling aura behind her. The furious shout of the Windsword Sect's leader rang out, warning her to be cautious. Instinctively, she raised her hand to defend. But that frigid force swiftly penetrated her spiritual energy shield and struck directly at her body. With a clang, a long sword pierced through the chest of the woman in red. Turning her gaze, she saw Xianxia, hands forming seals, her icy eyes fixed on her. Behind Xianxia, a wall of blood energy shielded her from the attacks of the 4 useless members of the Windsword Sect. Indeed, this group was only capable of blunders. As this thought flashed through the woman's mind, the long sword flickered once more, piercing her body again. Chu Xingchen let out a furious roar, desperately channeling the entirety of his golden core's power. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to claim her life. With a ferocious swing, he cleaved through the bell that had been blocking him. He then unleashed another wave of spiritual sword energy, completely bisecting the woman in red. Boom! The explosive and tumultuous sword energy not only obliterated the woman's body, but also unleashed a terrifying residual force, shattering everything in its path and opening another entrance to the cavern. As Xianxia recalled her spiritual sword, the wall of blood energy was simultaneously dissipated. The 4 members of the Windsword Sect, poised to advance for another battle, were met with the horrifying sight of the once mighty saint reduced to a puddle of mush. With spiritual swords in hand, both Xianxia and Chu Xingchen fixed their cold gazes upon the 4 members of the Windsword Sect. Without a moment's hesitation, the saint was dead, and their plan had utterly failed. Even if they were to win a bloody battle, it would be meaningless, especially since victory was not a certainty. The 4 members of the Windsword Sect, without even a word of discussion, moved in perfect unison, turning tail and fleeing without hesitation. Chapter 73. Potentially Cultivable Attributes. The 4 golden core members of the Windsword Sect wasted no time in retreating. These 2 possessed supernatural abilities capable of slaying nascent souls, far beyond what they could contend with. Moreover, especially that strikingly handsome young man, whose malevolent cultivation was profoundly deep, had actually wrested control of the blood energy from the saint. This was not cowardice. It could merely be seen as a prudent preservation of strength. In light of the Windsword Sect's retreat, neither Xianxia nor Chu Xingchen had any thoughts of pursuit. After all, crossing realms to slay a nascent soul was no small feat in their stronghold. They could easily secure victory with the support of blood energy, yet outside, without that advantage, a win was possible, but should reinforcements from the Windsword Sect arrive, the outcome could be disastrous. Xianxia lifted her gaze to the still floating young girl. Is this the plan of the evil spirit sect? It was highly probable. After Chu Xingchen responded, he retracted his spiritual sword and, with a mindset of experimentation, scanned the young girl before him with the system. To his astonishment, the system indeed revealed the girl's panel. Target: Cultivation, none, generating orange attributes. Attribute. Attribute. Black attribute. Blood energy reversal. Black attribute. Critical injury. As the entry was being generated, Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow at the multitude of question marks that appeared. Xianxia displayed a look of regret, realizing that the child was likely captured by malevolent practitioners. However, given the circumstances, she drew forth her long sword, shimmering with spiritual light. intending to liberate the unfortunate child. After all, a scan of the child's consciousness revealed that her bones were nearly dissolved, her heartbeat faint. In such a state, life could not be sustained for long. It was better to seek release from suffering. Just then, Chu Xingchen took a deep breath and halted Yaoqin. Confused, she ceased her actions. Chu Xingchen's gaze swept over the ritual instruments and the 6 colossal cauldrons filled with spirit stones. The seeds of immortal seedlings, and these might not perfectly purify the tainted bloodstones, leading Chu Xingchen to a swift decision. Spirit stones could ultimately be replenished, but immortal seedlings were not so easily encountered. Half an hour later, 2 beams of rainbow light shot forth from the cave, heading directly towards Yuzhou City. Within the courtyard of the rented residence in Yuzhou City, a beam of light swiftly descended. Li Yingling, deep in contemplation of her mystical arts, turned to see her master cradling a child wrapped in a blanket. With a puzzled expression, she cautiously inquired, "Master, who is this child?" Hearing the commotion, Li Xingchen pushed open the door and, upon hearing his senior sister's words, turned his gaze to the child in their master's arms. Sighing, Chu Xingchen looked at Li Yingling and said, "Come over and take your future junior sister." "Future junior sister?" Li Yingling exclaimed, hastening forward to receive the little girl from Chu Xingchen's embrace. The child's complexion was remarkably pale, her breathing almost imperceptible, yet her features were exquisite, undoubtedly a beauty in the making. However, a dark red energy sporadically coursed across her skin. With a worried tone, Li Yingling asked, "Master, this child seems." "Do not fret. Her condition is manageable for now, as long as you do not agitate her," Chu Xingchen reassured, rummaging through his spatial ring for the remaining few healing spiritual herbs, saying, "I shall concoct a remedy for her." Observing this scene, Li Yingling hesitated and spoke, "Master, are you certain you don't want to think this through more carefully?" Meanwhile, Li Xingtian, who had remained silent at the door, sensed something amiss. He stepped forward, scrutinizing the child in his sister's arms, and then gently placed his finger on her forehead. After assessing the situation, Li Xingtian declared, "Master, allow me to handle this." Chu Xingchen paused in his actions, looking curiously at his second disciple. "You can cure ailments?" "I cannot, but I happen to have a solution for her specific condition." Li Xingtian was confident that the girl's issues stemmed from her blood and body, and his cultivated orthodox techniques might be effective. Recognizing the certainty in his second disciple's demeanor, Chu Xingchen ceased his preparations. "Then give it a try." Li Xingtian gently nodded, taking the child from his senior sister's arms and walking straight into his room, where he placed her upon the bed. Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling entered the room together. Li Xingtian took a deep breath, and crimson spiritual energy suddenly emanated from his entire being, gradually enveloping the little girl before fiercely penetrating her body. Almost immediately, a series of cracking sounds echoed from the child, causing Li Yingling to furrow her brow in concern. After approximately 15 minutes, Li Xingtian slowly withdrew his spiritual energy and, taking a deep breath, turned to his master, saying, "Is everything all right, master? Shall we awaken her now?" Chu Xingchen hesitated for a moment before replying, "If you can, then give it a try." Li Xingtian extended his hand to gently touch the girl's forehead, a faint stream of spiritual energy swiftly piercing through. The girl, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, suddenly opened her eyes wide, gasping for breath. Instinctively, she flipped over, her eyes filled with terror as she surveyed her surroundings. A series of unclear, somewhat hoarse sounds escaped her lips. "Ah." Chu Xingchen frowned slightly and scanned the little girl with the system once more. Target: cultivation level, none. Orange attribute, bewitching heavenly demoness. Attribute: temporary black attribute, weak, meets disciple requirements. The 2 critical attributes had indeed vanished, indicating that her life was no longer in jeopardy. However, what did the question mark signify? After pondering briefly, Chu Xingchen spoke. "This junior sister of yours is named Chun Bai Qing." Upon hearing this, Li Yingling nodded and immediately pulled her second junior brother behind her. It must be that Li Xingtian's fearsome appearance had frightened their junior sister. "Chun Bai Qing, I am your senior sister. Do not be afraid. This place is your home now." Li Yingling cautiously extended her hand, attempting to gently stroke the little girl who was leaning against the bedside. Chu Xingchen scanned the girl once more with the system, and this time, the target was no longer a question mark, but had transformed into target, Chun Bai Qing. So it was. This led to the conclusion that the 2 question mark attributes likely indicated potential for cultivation. The little girl gazed at Li Yingling, whose demeanor was gentle, and felt a sincere warmth emanating from her. If the cold, indifferent man had instilled a sense of fear, then this sister radiated an endless softness. This sensation seemed to stem from a primal instinct, and deep within, the girl felt an unexplainable reliance on this intuition. Slowly, she extended her hand, softly reaching out to touch Li Yingling's hand, her voice tender yet filled with confusion. "Senior sister?" Li Yingling's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. Faced with this situation, Chu Xingchen hurriedly stepped forward, having invested nearly all of his spiritual stones into Chun Baiqing, a thought that now caused him immense heartache. Seizing the moment, he decided to first establish a master-disciple relationship. With sincere and fervent eyes, he gazed at Chun Baiqing and declared, "I am your master. You should call me master." Upon hearing this, Chun Baiqing turned her head to look at Chu Xingchen, suddenly realizing that he seemed to be concerned for her. Could he be someone who truly cares for her? She extended her other hand towards him, her tone equally gentle. "Master?" "Success in accepting a disciple." As the prompt sounded, Chu Xingchen, moved, reached out and grasped Chun Baiqing's other hand. In this way, he deemed it a worthwhile endeavor. Only Li Xingtian, standing behind them, felt a sense of exclusion at the emergence of a new junior sister. Chapter 74, The One Who Extends a Hand. Third disciple, Chun Baiqing. Bestowed technique, Purple Charm, Celestial Spirit Formula. Task 2 completed, True Martial Hall. Rewards have been deposited into the system backpack. Completion of series tasks grants a 1-tier cultivation enhancement. Golden Core completes advancement to Yuan Infant Realm. New series task 1, construct the True Martial Hall. Reward, Enlightenment Chamber. Series task 2, recruit 4 disciples. Reward, Martial Arts Hall. After reviewing the system notifications, Chu Xingchen felt a surge of pure spiritual energy fill his golden core, and upon introspecting with his divine consciousness, he noticed the golden core beginning to shake violently. Subsequently, the golden core swiftly transformed into flowing light, dispersing into dots of spiritual radiance that formed a pristine lotus base. A somewhat chibi version of Chu Xingchen sat cross-legged on the lotus platform with closed eyes, unresponsive, while the spiritual energy that once circulated within his golden core now converged entirely into the Yuan Infant. Despite Chu Xingchen having already broken through to the Yuan Infant realm, his 2 disciples remained blissfully unaware of the transformation. The Yuan Infant realm embodies the subtle evolution of life within oneself, delineating the internal and external realms. Though Chun Baiqing's hands were held by Chu Xingchen, her eyes remained dazed, gazing around as if she had yet to fully comprehend her surroundings. "Chu Xingchen geli inquit." "Do you still remember who you are?" Upon hearing her master's words, Li Yingling turned in disbelief. "Master? What does this mean? Is this child someone you abducted from somewhere?" Chun Baiqing, regaining her senses, looked at Chu Xingchen with confusion. "I remember. My name is Chun Baiqing." "Is that truly your name?" Chu Xingchen asked, perplexed. Chun Baiqing, even more baffled, responded, "Didn't you say so, master?" Chu Xingchen was momentarily at a loss for words. Though he was unsure of what had transpired, Chun Baiqing tilted her head slightly and said, "But what I remember is that you saved me. You said that a handful of spiritual stones cannot buy a life. You even exclaimed how outrageously expensive it was." Li Yingling, who had initially been deeply moved, found the last remark somewhat detracting from the emotional weight of the moment. Chu Xingchen expressed his astonishment. "Did you not faint? Did you truly hear that?" "I only heard that part, and then I really fainted," Chun Baiqing replied, her frail body shifting slightly backward. Releasing her small hand, Chu Xingchen inquired, "What else do you remember?" Chun Baiqing lowered her head in contemplation. "I remember being sold," she said hesitantly, before continuing softly. "Mother said that selling me was the only way for everyone to survive." She then raised her little face. "So, am I sold to you now? You might regret buying me. I am quite inexpensive." At Chun Baiqing's response, the 3 mentors fell into a brief silence. Chu Xingchen earnestly asked, "Do you understand what your master means?" Upon hearing this, Chun Baiqing furrowed her brow in thought, only to shake her head despondently. Gently, Chu Xingchen reached out and ruffled her hair. "It means you have found a new home now, and you will live with us from now on." "Live together?" Chun Baiqing gazed up at Chu Xingchen's warm smile. Her words caught in her throat, and she fell silent once more, allowing her head to be gently tousled. Since awakening, Chun Baiqing was perplexed by her newfound ability to instinctively sense the emotions of those around her. She felt an innate trust in this ability. The three individuals before her had been distinctly perceptible moments ago. Upon opening her eyes, she observed what appeared to be her senior brother, whose demeanor conveyed a certain cold indifference, void of malice, yet lacking any warmth. The intensity of his gaze startled her. As for the senior sister, she sensed a gentle sympathy emanating from her. Regarding her master, she had detected a hint of emotion moments ago, but now it was completely absent. Chun Baiqing struggled to grasp the essence of master. The only connection she could discern was with her father, yet her memories of him were faint. Much like her original name, upon awakening, her recollections were a tangled mess, as though she had lost so much. Only the most profound memories lingered in her mind. Hazy yet recognizable. She did not understand where she had been sold to, but at least this place appeared to be a wholesome household. It would not subject her to the agonizing medicines that caused her immense pain, nor would they silence her cries of distress. Chun Baiqing vividly recalled the threats from those who had terrified her. If you cry again, we will send you back, and your entire family will starve. Those words were like a silencing potion, rendering her too afraid to even whimper. She remembered her mother's tear-filled, helpless gaze. She did not wish for them to perish from hunger. The term master was unfamiliar to her. However, she understood the role of a servant. The one who purchased her was the master. Just moments ago, her mind was clouded, but now she has come to realize that acquiring her own master equates to having a guardian. As Chu Xingchen lifted his hand from her head, Chun Baiqing cautiously inquired, "Master, what am I to do here?" Hearing her words, Chu Xingchen looked up and gently clarified, "I am not a guardian. I am your master. For now, you may eat, sleep, and spend time playing with your senior sister." Taken aback by his response and unsure of its meaning, Chun Baiqing watched as Chu Xingchen walked towards the door, cheerfully announcing, "To celebrate the arrival of my new disciple today, I shall personally prepare a meal." "The master cooks?" Chun Baiqing recalled her mother's stern advice to remember to be diligent when visiting the master's residence, lest she be sent back. With urgency, she wriggled free from Li Yingling's grasp, leaping barefoot from the bed, her voice slightly trembling as she declared, "Master, I can help. I often cook at home." Chu Xingchen turned in surprise, noticing the pleading expression on Chun Baiqing's face, her small hands clutching his tattered robe tightly. With a tone faint and lacking confidence, she stammered, "I can stir-fry and cook rice. Yingling, go buy your junior sister some clothes and shoes. Tian, fetch some candies and preserves." Chu Xingchen instructed his two disciples before extending his hand to Chun Baiqing, suggesting, "Shall we cook together?" It is natural for an adult to feel apprehensive in an unfamiliar environment, let alone a young girl. Rather than allowing her to sit in anxious anticipation, he preferred to engage with her, helping her become accustomed to her surroundings. As Chun Baiqing gazed into Chu Xingchen's sincere expression, despite her inability to fully comprehend his thoughts, she instinctively reached out to grasp the only hand extended towards her. In truth, Chun Baiqing had no experience in cooking. Upon entering the kitchen, she felt like Lu Lao stepping into the Grand View Garden, simply standing there, bewildered. The kitchen was entirely different from her own. The only familiar sight was the large iron pot on the stove. Chu Xingchen quickly discerned her discomfort, retrieved a small stool, and guided her to sit beside the fire. He tossed a small flame into the stove, igniting the fire, and pointed, "Say, just let it burn well." Relieved by his words, Chun Baiqing nodded vigorously, picking up a small piece of wood and focusing intently on the flames before her. The wood had been in the kitchen already. Chu Xingchen typically used fire control techniques for cooking, manipulating the pots and pans with his spiritual power. By assigning Chun Baiqing manageable tasks, he aimed to instill in her a sense of being needed, which would naturally foster her feeling of security. The dishes to be prepared were not numerous. Chu Xingchen simply made a few items and steamed some rice. As the culinary preparations unfolded, Xianxia returned from his errand of procuring candies and preserved fruits, entering the kitchen with a hefty bag in hand. Upon placing the package on the table, he deftly unwrapped it. From within, he extracted a small pouch. Approaching Chun Baiqing and extending the treat towards her. "Junior sister, please indulge," he offered. Chun Baiqing, slightly taken aback, lifted her gaze and sensed a genuine concern emanating from her senior brother. Cautiously, she glanced sideways at Chu Xingchen, who responded with a subtle wink. "Thank you, senior brother," she replied, accepting the pouch from Xianxia. He nodded gently before turning to his master, inquiring, "Master, do you require assistance?" "Not at all," came the retort. "Your senior sister has declared that she will never eat the meals you prepare." Xianxia, upon hearing this, hesitated to defend himself. eventually exhaling a resigned sigh as he retreated from the kitchen, a realm fraught with contention. After watching him leave, Chen Baiqing lowered her gaze to the pouch of preserved fruits in her hands. Despite the oil paper wrapping, a faint aroma wafted up, teasing her senses. She had never tasted preserved fruits herself, but had observed others relishing them. Villagers would savor them in front of her, exclaiming how sweet and delectable they were, an experience she believed she would never partake in. That night, Chen Baiqing dreamt of consuming an abundance of preserved fruits, reveling in their sweetness, even though she remained unaware of what sweetness truly tasted like. The dream lingered in her memory, vivid and enduring. "Go on, your mouth is watering," teased Chu Xingchen's voice, breaking her reverie. Chen Baiqing looked up to see him wearing that same playful smile, winking at her once more. She began to grasp her master's intentions. Without further hesitation, she peeled away the thick oil paper, revealing a treasure of preserved fruits cradled in her small hand. Selecting the tiniest piece, she cautiously placed it in her mouth. "Master, it truly is delightful," she exclaimed. Chu Xingchen, busy stirring the dish, glanced over to witness the first hint of a smile graced Chen Baiqing's delicate features. Shortly thereafter, Li Yingling returned, brimming with enthusiasm and carrying her own package, taking Chen Baiqing by the hand to change into a new outfit. As Chen Baiqing departed, Chu Xingchen summoned his spiritual energy, swiftly transporting several plates of food to the stone table and chairs in the courtyard. Although the kitchen was equipped with a table, the three of them preferred to dine outside when the occasion arose. Li Xingtian awaited them in the yard, unless specifically called by his master. He usually refrained from joining meals. Before long, Li Yingling emerged, leading Chen Baiqing from the room. The young woman's already charming features were accentuated by her attire. "Master, what do you think?" Li Yingling inquired proudly. "Isn't this outfit splendid?" Chu Xingchen did not respond to her question, his attention drawn instead to the direction of the entrance. A fleeting figure darted in from beyond the courtyard wall, and Yao Qin's gaze quickly fixed upon Chen Baiqing. She nodded gently, remarking, "It is indeed quite beautiful. The timing is impeccable." Chu Xingchen turned to Yao Qin and inquired, "Have all the arrangements been made?" Yao Qin nodded lightly, naturally taking a seat on the stone chair. "Let us say everything is mostly in order. However, I must visit the Qinfeng sect tomorrow to finalize matters. And I suspect we may have alarmed the Fengjian sect. Shall I accompany you?" "No need. You have already been of immense help to me. The remaining tasks can be handled by Zhu Yuding." Yao Qin then turned to Chen Baiqing, asking, "Are you planning to take her as your disciple?" Chu Xingchen nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. She is now my third disciple. If you are the one to accept her, I shall feel more at ease." After uttering these words, Yao Qin's gaze drifted thoughtfully to the dishes laid out on the stone table. Observing this, Chu Xingchen promptly instructed Li Xingtian, "Please fetch a set of chopsticks and a bowl for your master Yao Qin." With Li Xingtian returning with the requested items, the evening meal commenced in earnest. However, Chen Baiqing felt somewhat uncomfortable, merely consuming plain rice. Had it not been for Li Yingling fervently serving her dishes, she might have dined solely on rice that night. Yao Qin remained mostly silent, seemingly present merely to partake in the meal. Li Yingling, on the other hand, endeavored to lighten the mood. "Master, this outing with Master Yao Qin must have been quite thrilling, right?" Chu Xingchen responded without hesitation. "Naturally, it was exhilarating. Your master Yao Qin is utterly in awe of my performance." Yao Qin paused her eating, softly retorting, "If you did not misunderstand my final intent, then let it be." "Yao Qin, quickly tell me, have you been corrupted by Yingling?" "Master, you are slandering." Chen Baiqing observed her senior sister, spiritedly bantering with their master, while her brother maintained a serene expression, quietly enjoying his meal. The normally frigid Yao Qin revealed a subtle smile as she watched the two engage in their playful exchange. Chen Baiqing felt a deeper understanding of the term master emerging within her. The joyous evening feast eventually came to a close, and Yao Qin took her leave after finishing her meal. That night, Chen Baiqing shared a bed with Li Yingling. Just as Li Xingtian was preparing to retreat to his room for further cultivation, he received a word of caution from his master. "Your mastery of spiritual powers is lacking. Practice more in the future." Li Xingtian, though puzzled, nodded in agreement. The next morning, a knock echoed at the door of the courtyard. As Li Yingling opened her eyes, she noticed that Chen Baiqing had eagerly jumped out of bed and was running barefoot to answer the door. "Wait, put on your shoes first." Obediently, Chen Baiqing donned her shoes and hurried to open the door. Li Yingling sighed in resignation, following Chen Baiqing to the entrance. A gentle knock at the door revealed a young lady adorned with a white veil, her gaze filled with curiosity as she scrutinized the two individuals present. She softly inquired, "Might I ask if this is the residence of the esteemed Chu Xingchen? Yaoqin has entrusted us to deliver something personally to him." Li Yingling nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Ah, Yaoqin's disciple? Indeed, I am the eldest disciple of Chu Xingchen. You may hand the items over to me." The lady replied apologetically. "I am afraid Yaoqin insisted on delivering it herself. Please wait a moment. I shall summon my master," Li Yingling said, turning to knock on the door. Only to find her master, Chu Xingchen, emerging with a yawn. Stretching lazily, he approached the veiled lady, asking, "I am he. What has Yaoqin sent me?" "In my possession is a storage ring and a letter," she replied, handing over the items before taking her leave. Chu Xingchen nodded lightly, casting a glance at the storage ring before opting to open the letter first. Inside were merely two concise lines. "We shall meet again in 90,000 miles. Signed, Xianxia." Refolding the letter, Chu Xingchen's consciousness delved into the storage ring, revealing a bountiful collection of spirit stones, at least 1,000. Chapter 76. The Remarkable Li Yingling. Chu Xingchen had meticulously studied the blueprints of the Zhenwu Grand Hall. It seemed that the materials were not sourced from the system. Indeed, there was no stinginess involved. Not to mention that even the pillars of the Grand Hall required sandalwood as the main beam. Such timber would cost several hundred spirit stones per piece. It was far beyond his current means to construct. However, while the Grand Hall demanded considerable effort, the system's spirit gathering array was more than sufficient. Yaoqin had been quite generous. After careful calculation, Chu Xingchen estimated the spirit stones to total over 1,300. With the construction of the spirit gathering array, there would still be a substantial surplus, making it feasible to erect 2 auxiliary rooms for temporary habitation, if not the entire Zhenwu Grand Hall. The establishment of the sect had long been overdue. After all, in recent days, while Li Xingtian had rapidly advanced in cultivation through the use of blood essence spirit stones, Li Yingling's progress had stagnated. His eldest disciple's talents were being squandered. Although the matter of establishing the sect was pressing, progress was not swift, as most prime locations had already been claimed. Even with Chu Xingchen's cultivation having reached the nascent soul stage, it would be an exaggeration to claim he would not engage in conflict over land. It would be unwise to tarnish his reputation in such a remote area. In the future, the sect must endeavor to expand into the central state, and it was imperative to maintain a respectable reputation prior to such endeavors. Therefore, seeking out unclaimed auspicious lands became a matter of utmost importance. This undertaking would be managed jointly by Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian, while Li Yingling remained at home to oversee Chen Baiqing and, at the same time, teach him the cultivation technique provided by the system. Chen Baiqing, hailing from humble background and still quite young, was entirely illiterate, a true novice in the world of letters. The cultivation method in question has become little more than a pillow for Chen Baiqing to rest his head upon during slumber. This predicament causes some vexation for Chu Xingchen, as his eldest disciple is a prodigy in the realm of cultivation, having relied solely on innate talent throughout his journey. Li Yingxing's progress is attributed to her exceptional gifts, while Li Xingtian draws upon the experiences of his past life. Presently, Chen Baiqing must depend on his senior sister, for it is likely that the master may not be entirely reliable in teaching the younger generation, and Chu Xingchen harbors little confidence in his ability to instruct children. Nonetheless, it is heartening that Li Yingxing has willingly stepped forward, creating a situation that is agreeable for all. As the sun began its descent, Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian walked side by side on their way home. Today, as anticipated, yielded no results. The spiritual energy was abundant in the deserted areas they traversed, characterized by desolate terrain that presented challenges for any substantial endeavors, or would require a considerable expenditure of spirit stones. However, this did not dampen their spirits, for they had only just begun their quest. With unwavering confidence, Chu Xingchen declared, "Next time, venture eastward. I have studied feng shui, and there lies a spiritual vein waiting to be discovered." "But master, you asserted just yesterday that the east is a desolate backwater," Li Xingtian retorted, irritation creeping into his voice. "Is it possible that you have been influenced by Yingxing?" It was uncharacteristic of him to contradict his master, a habit he had previously eschewed. Li Xingtian cast a glance at his master, wishing to assert that it was indeed learned from him, yet he refrained from voicing this thought, understanding that his master could be rather sensitive. It was unnecessary to provoke a conflict over a mere exchange of words. At that moment, they arrived at the entrance of their small courtyard. An anxious voice from Li Yingsheng broke the silence. No, did I not teach you that character a quarter of an hour ago? Have you not memorized it for quite some time? This was followed by Chun Baiqing's choked response. I am sorry, senior sister. Do not cry, do not cry. I am not angry with you, Li Yingsheng reassured him. This exchange caused Chu Xingchen, who had been poised to enter, to pause. It was not like this yesterday, he thought, casting a glance at his second disciple. How about we step out for a meal first? Chu Xingchen proposed. Li Xingtian readily agreed, nodding in assent. As they conversed, they prepared to turn away. But before they could take more than a few steps, the large door swung open with force. Li Yingsheng, with a look of reproach, directed her gaze at her master and exclaimed, Master, junior brother, where do you think you are going? The master suddenly recalled a location that might indeed be suitable for establishing a sect. A thought that had not yet fully escaped his lips when Li Yingsheng seized Chu Xingchen's arm, pulling him back inside. No excuses. It is now Master's turn to teach. With a resigned expression, Chu Xingchen wrapped an arm around Li Xingtian's shoulder, leading them both into the courtyard. There, they beheld Chun Baiqing seated on a stone chair, gently wiping away tears with his small hands, his serious expression fixed upon the literacy primer before him. Yet, his demeanor appeared earnest. Could it be that he was genuinely dull-witted? Chu Xingchen harbored doubts about Chun Baiqing's true intelligence. Shaking off Li Yingsheng's grasp, he scoffed. Allow me to demonstrate my educational prowess. With that, he took Li Xingtian by the hand and approached Chun Baiqing. Li Xingtian cast a helpless glance at his master, questioning the necessity of his inclusion in the demonstration. The two approached Chun Baiqing, who quietly sobbed while reciting the contents of her introductory text. Chu Xingchen gently ruffled Chun Baiqing's hair, saying, Come now, dear disciple, tell your master what you do not understand. I shall teach you. Chun Baiqing timidly glanced at Chu Xingchen, cautiously extending her little finger to point at a character. As Chu Xingchen turned his gaze to the indicated word, he was about to provide an explanation when he suddenly sensed something amiss. He picked up the book before Chun Baiqing and flipped it to reveal the cover. The treatise on the Great Tao? Chu Xingchen looked at Li Yingling in bewilderment, asking, Why this book? She memorized the entire introductory text yesterday. She has been reviewing this one for a day. Li Yingling sighed. I could recite the treatise on the Great Tao after reading it twice. Yet she has not even fully recognized all the characters after such a long time. Realization dawned on Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian as they exchanged knowing glances. Understanding who was truly at fault. You have taught her well, but please refrain from further instruction. Chu Xingchen placed the treatise on the stone table and declared, From now on, Li Xingtian shall take over the teaching. What? Li Xingtian looked astonished at his master. Is there any alternative? Chu Xingchen lamented. You need only focus on your cultivation, while I must consider the development of the sect. Master, no need to say more. I will teach her, Li Xingtian conceded, knowing he could not argue with his master. Besides, instructing his junior sister was part of his responsibilities, though he had never taught anyone before and lacked confidence. Li Xingtian picked up the treatise on the Great Tao from the table and turned to the tearful Chun Baiqing, offering her the gentlest smile he could muster. You have done wonderfully, and I will now teach you. Chun Baiqing regarded her second senior brother with caution, noticing a hint of fierceness in his smile. Yet beneath that fierce exterior, she sensed his genuine goodwill towards her.